History's Strongest Husband Chapter 589 to Chapter 612. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, and the sky was pitch black. Prince Lian and Pavilion Masters with Ci were not as shameless as Shenlang. The engagement ceremony was not held in the Qianjing Imperial Palace, but in the Lin Duke residence. In order to put on a grand show, Shenlang had practically invited all the people he could. The representatives of the 6 transcendent forces and the various countries had all come to witness the marriage between Shenlang and Stupa Mountain. They were afraid that it would not be grand enough. Shenlang wanted to prove to the whole world that he had already formed a marriage alliance with Stupa Mountain. However, this engagement ceremony did not seem to have a festive atmosphere. Instead, it was very solemn. This was because almost none of the participants liked Shenlang, and of course, they did not like sect leader Ren either. Your Majesty Shenlang, are you sure you want to propose to Stupa Mountain sect leader Ren with this dragon sword as a betrothal gift? Pavilion Masters with Ci asked. Shenlang replied, yes. Then, he presented the dragon sword and even tied a piece of red silk on a tray. Everyone, please observe the ceremony, Prince Lian of the Great Yan Empire said. Then, he slowly walked past everyone with the dragon sword in his hands, making sure that everyone could see it clearly. In an instant, the temperature in the hall seemed to have risen a lot. This was the dragon sword? It was an absolute treasure from the ancient times. Shenlang, who was so weak, had actually used it to kill Ling Wuming in an instant. It was too precious. If it had been any other time, many of the people present would have tried their best to take it for themselves. However, now that all the representatives of the world's nobles were here, they would not even touch it, let alone fight for it. It took a full 15 minutes for Prince Lian to let everyone clearly see the appearance of the dragon sword. Sir Shenlang, are you willing to demonstrate its power? Someone suddenly asked. What if you have a fake one? Who can prove it? The moment these words were spoken, everyone's gazes turned to Shenlang. Prince Lian, Pavilion Masters with Ci, you are the MCs for tonight's engagement ceremony. You have the final say, Shenlang said. Prince Lian said, this matter is of great importance. It's better to prove it. Shenlang said, all right then, everyone, please watch carefully. After saying that, he took the dragon sword and went to the yard outside, aiming it at another rockery dozens of meters away. This fake mountain was awe-inspiring. It was over 30 meters tall, and it was a complete rock. Not only that, but there was also a cosmos ball behind the fake mountain. What was the heaven and earth ball? It was a special object in this world, and only the top-notch families had it. It was a large metal ball used to guard the house, and it usually weighed more than 10,000 kilograms. Of course, some rich and powerful families felt that a big ball was too ugly, so they built all kinds of divine beasts. Shenlang took a deep breath. Then, his mind began to move. Touch the energy whirlpool and attack. Then, he slashed out with the dragon sword in his hands. In an instant, an energy vortex with a diameter of several meters shot out. Its speed was so fast that it looked like a streak of light. A breathtaking scene appeared. The 30-meter-tall fake mountain was instantly pulverized, and the 5,000-kilogram cosmos ball was pulverized as well. Everyone held their breath. It was too terrifying, too awesome, and too shocking. This dragon sword was actually so powerful? Even in the ancient empire, it was a supreme treasure. How could Shenlang be willing to hand over such a treasure as a betrothal gift to the princess of Stupa Mountain? You're really going all out to woo a girl. Sect leader Ren's heart almost raced when he saw this. This ancient treasure would soon belong to him. Back in the Archean Plaza, he was even reluctant to hand over the golden sword to Princess Ji. Compared to this dragon sword, the golden sword in the hands of the ancient king was nothing. Prince Lian of the Great Yan Empire said, Sir Shenlang, let me ask you again. Are you sure you want to use this dragon sword as a betrothal gift? I'm sure. Shenlang was exhausted once again. After using the elementary energy vortex, his spiritual power had been completely depleted. He was simply forcing himself to hold on. He really needed spiritual power. He couldn't use a single move forever. Shenlang's spiritual power was too much. In that case, please hand it over, Prince Lian said. Shenlang placed the dragon sword on the tray with both hands. Prince Lian said, "Sect leader Ren of Stupa Mountain, are you sure you want to accept this betrothal gift and marry your daughter to His Majesty Shenlang?" "I'm sure," sect leader Ren said. Prince Lian said, "According to the agreement, both of you will have to sign a marriage contract. There are 3 copies of this marriage contract. Each of you will have 1 copy, and the Great Yan Empire will also keep 1 copy." These words were very clear. This was not a simple marriage, but a marriage between 2 forces. "Sure," sect leader Ren said. Then, Prince Lian of the Great Yan Empire took out 3 copies of the marriage contract. Shenlang signed it, sect leader Ren signed it, and Prince Lian and Pavilion Master Swetzi also signed their names. With this, the marriage contract was authoritative. The entire world had approved of the marriage between Shenlang and Princess Stupa. Prince Lian of the Great Yan Empire said, "Next, we need to invite Princess Ren Yingying to verify her identity." Sect leader Ren sneered and clapped his hands. 4 Stupa Mountain elders appeared, carrying a palanquin. "Alight the palanquin." The curtains of the palanquin opened and Princess Ren Yingying walked out. No matter what her previous name was, from today onwards, she would be called by this name. Not only in front of Shenlang, but also in front of the entire world. The moment she walked out, almost everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the first time most of them had seen Ren Yingying, and they gasped in amazement. They had never seen such an exquisite face, and they had never seen such a magical figure. However, this was not the reason why everyone gasped. It was because her skin was transparent. Her face, hands, and neck were transparent. It was really too strange, too terrifying. Even a peerless beauty could give people nightmares. This kind of transparency was almost glowing, and even the skeleton and blood vessels inside could be seen clearly. No wonder this princess of Stupa Mountain never showed her face. It was because she couldn't meet anyone. Was there a need to verify her identity? There was no other person like her in the world. Indeed, there was no need. With one look, Shenlang determined that this was 100% Princess Ren Yingying, that extremely intelligent, unyielding, and pure woman. Shenlang said, "Sect leader Ren, even though we haven't officially gotten married, but from this moment onward, Ren Yingying belongs to me, Jiang, right?" Sect leader Ren said, "Yes." Prince Lian of the Great Yan Empire said, "Your Majesty Shenlang, then I will hand the betrothal gift to sect leader Ren." Shenlang nodded and said, "Hand it over." Prince Lian handed the dragon sword to sect leader Ren with both hands and said, "Please." Sect leader Ren did not take the tray and picked up the dragon sword. At this point, the engagement ceremony was over. Shenlang said, "Father-in-law, from today onwards, the Great Qian Empire and Stupa Mountain are one family, right?" Sect leader Ren said, "Yes, from today onwards, you, Shenlang, are the only son-in-law of Stupa Mountain." Prince Lian said, "I officially announce that the ruler of the Great Qian Empire, Jiang, and Stupa Mountain's Ren Yingying are married." Sect leader Ren looked at Shenlang and said, "Please treat my daughter well. I shall take my leave." Then, he took the dragon sword and left. This ancient treasure was finally in his hands. Moreover, he really left Ren Yingying by Shenlang's side. Was he really that decisive? Shenlang smiled at Princess Ren Yingying, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. His spiritual power was really too weak. After releasing the energy whirlpool, he felt as if he had left the place, and was extremely tired. In the past, Shenlang would definitely sleep for more than 12 hours. This time, he was woken up after sleeping for less than 5 hours. Wake up, Qiao Yaoer said. "We need to enter the Qian Imperial Palace and witness Guang's abdication ceremony. We also need to hand over the Great Qian Empire's imperial seal, letter of credence, crown, and dragon robe." Next, Shenlang barely maintained his consciousness and washed up. He changed into a golden robe and headed to the Qian Imperial Palace under the protection of the Raging Tide City Diplomatic Group. "Where's Ren Yingying?" Shenlang asked. "In the basement," Qiao Yaoer said. When they left the Duke of Lin's mansion and headed to the Qianjing Imperial Palace, the places where Shenlang passed by were still empty. The doors of every house were tightly shut, and those who didn't know would think that this was an empty city. The entire Qian Imperial City was extremely depressed, as if a storm was brewing. Today was the day that Guang abdicated. Who knew what would happen? This palace was not only the Qian Imperial Palace, but it was also the Great Qian Empire's Imperial Palace. Jiangli had lived here for decades. No matter how one looked at it, this palace definitely belonged to Shenlang. Today, Yingguang abdicated. Not only did he have to hand over the throne of the Great Qian Empire, but he also had to leave the palace completely and hand over the entire Qian Empire to Shenlang. According to the edicts of the three parties, Shenlang would become the master of the Qian Imperial Palace from today onwards. When he entered the palace, everyone was already present. There were only 3 people left, Prince Lian, Yingguang, and Shenlang. All the officials of Qian Imperial City who were rank 5 and above were present. The entire hall was densely packed with thousands of people. The Qian Imperial Palace could definitely be considered majestic. It was the second palace in the world, second only to the Great Yan Imperial Palace. The other palaces, be it the Chu Imperial Palace or the State of Yu, paled in comparison to the Qian Imperial Palace. However, Yingguang had already stayed in this palace for more than 20 years. Could he bear to leave? After Shenlang entered the hall, all the officials of the new Qian Empire remained motionless. None of them looked at him. Shenlang entered the hall as if there was no one else around. He sat down on a throne and even yawned. He had not slept enough. He was too sleepy. Soon after, Prince Lian of the Great Yan Empire arrived. He was followed by hundreds of people. These were the envoys of the various countries. The people from the 6 transcendent forces did not come. This was because this was the territory of the monarchs. According to the rules of the emperor, the transcendent forces were not allowed to enter. Prince Lian also sat down on a throne in the hall. Now, they were waiting for Yingguang alone. He was the absolute main character today, even though it was a tragic story. Everyone held their breaths. Would Yingguang appear? Was he really willing to abdicate? At this moment, the voice of a eunuch sounded. His Majesty has arrived. Following that, the sound of crowns colliding could be heard. Yingguang had arrived. He appeared in front of everyone with a majestic gait. The thousands of officials knelt down and kowtowed. Your subjects pay their respects. To the Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Prince Lian's face twitched when he heard this. This was a taboo. Since 4 years ago, only one person in this world could proclaim himself Long live the Emperor. This was a show of force. When Shenlang arrived, these thousands of civil and military officials remained motionless. When Prince Lian arrived, these officials also remained motionless. When Yingguang arrived, the thousands of officials stood in an orderly manner. They were extremely respectful. Yingguang ignored the people kneeling on the ground. He slowly walked from the center of the hall, walked up dozens of steps, and arrived at the highest throne. Everyone, please rise, Yingguang said loudly. Then, the thousands of officials stood up. Prince Lian of the Great Yan Empire stood up. He opened the imperial edict again and said, His Majesty has a decree. Shenlang did not move. Yingguang did not move either. Prince Lian did not care anymore. He read aloud, By the will of the heavens, the Emperor declares that there is only one great Qian Empire in the world. Shenlang has won the throne. Yingguang shall abdicate on this day. The hall was silent. It was as if the thousands of officials did not hear it. Prince Lian said, Prince Yingguang, receive the decree. Yingguang was silent for a moment. Then, he knelt down toward the northeast and said, Your subject, Yingguang, receives the decree. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. What did this mean? Was Yingguang really planning to abdicate? Prince Lian said, Then, shall we officially begin the handover? Yingguang said, Yes, Your Majesty. Prince Lian said, Both parties shall hand over the Great Qian Empire's imperial seal. Immediately, a great eunuch raised up a box and handed it to Yingguang on his knees. This box should contain the imperial seal of the Qian Empire. Please examine the imperial seal. Yingguang took it and handed it to Prince Lian. Prince Lian of the Great Yan Empire took it and waved his hand. Immediately, more than 10 scholars came forward and carefully examined every corner of the imperial seal. About 15 minutes later, the examination was completed. Actually, there was no need for these people to examine it. Prince Lian could also tell that it was real. This great Qian imperial seal is real, said the leading scholar. Prince Lian nodded. Then, he put the imperial seal back into the box and handed it back to Yingguang. Then, he asked, Prince Yingguang, are you sure you want to hand over the imperial seal? Of course. Yingguang said. Prince Lian said, the imperial seal handover ceremony officially begins. Shen Lang stood up and walked up to Yingguang. He stretched out his hands. Hand over the imperial seal. Prince Lian shouted. Yingguang handed the imperial seal and the box over. Receive the imperial seal. Prince Lian said. Shen Lang received it with both hands. His entire body trembled. This is too heavy. It weighs at least 25 kilograms. Aren't you overestimating my strength? Show the imperial seal. Prince Lian shouted. Shen Lang opened the box and took out the imperial seal. He raised it high and showed it to all the envoys present. Then, he put it back into the box and hurriedly handed it to Qiu Yaoer. This thing was too heavy. Prince Lian said, next, we will proceed to the second part of the handover ceremony. Hand over the imperial seal, the imperial flag, and the treasured sword. This imperial seal was not the kind that a diplomat would hand over. It was a form of diplomatic authority. This was equivalent to Yingguang handing over the Great Qian Empire's diplomatic authority to Shen Lang. As for the imperial flag, it was actually somewhat different from the original imperial flag of the Great Qian Empire. The original imperial flag of the Great Qian Empire was much more majestic. The golden dragon embroidered on it was almost identical to the imperial flag of the Great Yan Empire. The only difference was that the flames it breathed were slightly different, and the dragon's claws were slightly shorter. This was very particular. The imperial flag of a kingdom was different from that of an empire. After Yingguang became the king of the new Qian Empire, he took the initiative to change the imperial flag. The dragon on it was slightly lowered from a golden dragon to a yellow dragon. The color of the flames also changed. Not only did the dragon's claws become shorter, but it also lacked a claw. As for the treasured sword, it was the one that Emperor Zhongli had actually worn. Of course, it was not the treasured sword he used in battle. Instead, it was the golden treasured sword that he used to show his authority in the palace. As such, it was also resplendent and majestic. Shen Lang meticulously received the royal flag, the letter of credence, and the golden king sword. The entire process was silent. It was really strange. This handover ceremony had gone too smoothly. It was much smoother than expected. Yingguang had handed over everything so easily. However, Prince Lian felt like he was suffocating. He even took a few deep breaths to relieve the pressure in his chest. Hand over the imperial robe. Yingguang took off his imperial robe in front of everyone and placed it on the tray. Even though he was called the New Qian Empire and the imperial robe he wore was different from what Zhongli had worn, it still represented the Great Qian Empire. It was also recognized by all the kingdoms. Now that he had taken off the imperial robe, it meant that he was no longer the king of the Great Qian Empire. Your Majesty Shen Lang, put on the imperial robe. A few eunuchs from the Great Yan Empire stepped forward and put on the imperial robe meticulously on Shen Lang. Shen Lang could not help but frown slightly. He was a germaphobe. Yingguang had already worn the imperial robe before, and now he was wearing it again. However, he had to bear with it for now. He would take it off in an hour at most. Hand over the crown, Prince Lian said. Yingguang took off the crown on his head and placed it on the tray. At this moment, he no longer had any symbols of a king on him. The imperial robe was gone, the imperial sword was gone, and the crown was also gone. He was dressed like an ordinary person. Your Majesty Shen Lang, put on the crown, Prince Lian said. Shen Lang walked up to Prince Lian and let him personally put on the crown of the Great Qian Empire. At this point, there was only one step left in the handover of the throne. Yingguang had completely stepped down from the throne, and Shen Lang sat on the throne. This was also the most crucial step. Whether Yingguang was willing to step down completely depended on this moment. Prince Lian held his breath. Qiu Yaoer held her breath as well. She handed the jade seal to Sunan beside her. Her hand was already on the hilt of her sword. As the deputy in council of the Great Qian Empire and the highest-ranking official in the diplomatic mission, Sun An's entire body was trembling slightly. He had seen much of the world, but he had never seen such a grand scene before. The handover of the entire kingdom was enough to be recorded in the annals of history. Of course, everything had gone smoothly so far. However, it was precisely because everything had gone so smoothly that it made people tremble. Was everything supposed to be handed over so easily? Prince Lian also looked at Yingguang. What do you want to do, now? There's only one last ceremony left. No matter what you want to do, you only have one chance left. The entire hall was silent for a minute. It was so quiet that even the sound of breathing and heartbeats could be heard clearly. Finally, the host, Prince Lian, spoke again. This is the last part of the handover ceremony. Prince Yingguang will step down and His Majesty Shenlang will take the throne. In an instant, everyone's gazes landed on Yingguang. This was their last chance. Once he stepped down from the throne, there would be no more chances. You've been sitting on this throne for more than 20 years. Are you really going to hand it over so willingly? If you don't flip out now, when will you? Not only the envoys from the various countries, but also the thousands of civil and military officials present all widened their eyes without blinking. The air seemed to have frozen, and time seemed to have stopped. It was as if every action of Yingguang's was magnified 10 times, 100 times. It was as if he could explode and kill at any moment. However, Yingguang only let out a soft sigh. Hee. Yingguang said slowly, Shenlang? Oh, no, Jianglang. It's here. Is it finally here? Is the overlord Yingguang finally going to show his might? Jianglang, Yingguang, was once an abandoned baby. I was adopted by the late king and treated as my own. After His Majesty Jiangli succeeded the throne, he treated me as his brother and trusted me. Even his younger brother, Jianglin, was only a duke. Although the entire Jiang clan is known as the royal family, no one was conferred the title of king. However, Yingguang, was conferred the title of prince by your father. Jiangli Jiang clan's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain. His Majesty Jiangli's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain. After His Majesty Jiangli died, Yingguang, lost my reputation and was called a traitor. The entire world thinks that Yingguang, have stolen the throne of Great Qian for more than 20 years. I will never be able to clear my name. As long as Yingguang, sit on the throne of Great Qian, I will have to bear the name of a traitor. Jianglang, I will now officially return the throne to you. I will return it to your Jiang clan. After he finished speaking, Yingguang suddenly stood up and left the throne. He had sat on the throne for more than 20 years, and he left just like that. The Great Yan Empire's Prince Lian said, Your Majesty Jianglang, please take a seat on the throne of Great Qian. Shenlang took a deep breath and slowly walked to the throne of the Great Qian Empire and sat down. Prince Lian immediately cupped his fists and said, Greetings, King Qian. Then, Prince Lian said, All the envoys, come and greet King Qian. Dozens of envoys from the vassal states stepped forward, bowed, and said, Greetings, Your Majesty. At this point, Shenlang, the ruler of Great Qian, was recognized by all the kingdoms. Prince Lian said, Your Majesty Jianglang, although the Great Yan Empire recognizes you as the ruler of Great Qian, it doesn't mean that you have been absolved of your crimes. However, this does not mean that you have been absolved of your crimes. I hope that you will not disappoint the Empire, and even more so, His Majesty the Emperor. You must know your position. The Great Gan Kingdom will forever be a member of the Great Yan Empire. Prince Lian looked at the thousands of officials in the Great Hall and said, All of you are the subjects of the Great Qian Kingdom. Why aren't you greeting your new king? However, the thousands of officials did not move. Prince Lian asked, Sir Yingguang, what is the meaning of this? Yingguang said, Prince Lian, my abdication ceremony ends here. Is it over? Prince Lian said, Next, you will need to leave this palace. After all, His Majesty Jianglang is now the master of this palace and Qian capital. Yingguang paid no further attention to Prince Lian. He looked at Shenlang and slowly said, Your Majesty Shenlang, oh no, Your Majesty Jianglang, how do you feel now that you've become the ruler of the Great Qian dynasty again? Shenlang replied, I don't feel anything. I just feel empty, lonely, and cold. Guang slowly said, Shenlang, do you still remember what I said on the dueling platform? Shenlang was taken aback. He said, what did you say? I have always been good at forgetting unimportant things. Guang said, you killed Fu Ming, so I will bury 1 million of your people with him. Shenlang asked, Sir Guang, may I ask if the 1 million people you mentioned are names? One surname, 1 million people? Guang said, Your Majesty Shenlang, what do you think of this great Qian palace? Shenlang replied, not bad. It's much better than the Chu Royal Palace and the Yu Royal Palace. It's more than 10,000 times better than my doghouse in Raging Tide City. Guang said, since it's so good, then don't leave. Prince Lian was excited. Is it finally happening? Is it finally time for a big change? However, he sternly shouted, Sir Guang, what are you trying to do? Guang said, I almost forgot to tell Prince Lian and Your Majesty Shenlang that a group of people claiming to be the remnants of the Great Tribulation Temple have broken into Qian capital, claiming to do terrible things. Your Majesty Shenlang, your fiancé, Princess Reniying, and your hundreds of subordinates should still be in Duke Lin residence, right? Shenlang nodded. That's right. What about it? Is she the princess of Stupa Mountain? No matter how bold someone is, they wouldn't dare to make a move against her. Aren't they afraid of Sect Master Ren's wrath? Guang said, guards, go and protect Duke Lin residence. Yes, a high-ranking officer replied loudly. Then, he led a few thousand warriors towards the Duke of Lin's mansion. Guang said, Your Majesty Shenlang, I hope it's not too late. Then, Guang took out an hourglass from his robe and the golden sand inside fell continuously. He began to count down with his mouth. 3, 2, 1. Boom, 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 there was a violent explosion, an earth-shattering explosion. Even from far away, the people in the palace could feel the shock. An ancient energy core exploded, raising Duke Lin residence to the ground. Shenlang's expression changed drastically, and he stood up abruptly. Everyone's expression changed as they looked at Guang in disbelief. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? You actually blew up Shenlang's encampment in front of the envoys of all the countries? His fiancée was in there, the fiancée that he married using the dragon's sword as a betrothal gift. That was the daughter of the Stupa Mountain Lord, and you even wanted to blow her up? Guang, you are completely crazy. Do you know what the consequences are? Guang looked at Shenlang and said, Is the throne of the great Qian kingdom uncomfortable? Why don't Your Majesty Shenlang sit a little longer? Since it wasn't easy for you to come here, why don't you stay? Guang waved his hand, and tens of thousands of warriors surged over like a tidal wave, surrounding the entire palace and the few hundred people that Shenlang brought along. Prince Lian of the Great Yan Empire trembled and said, Guang, are you crazy? Are you trying to rebel? Note, the second update will be delivered. Continue to beg for monthly votes. Please open your wallets. Please. Thank you, Little Star, Handsome Thief, for your reward of 20,000 coins. Thank you, Arsingliu. Thank you, 30-year-old, for your reward of 1984 coins. The 10th place is in danger. Dear kings, great gods, and benefactor. I think it can still be salvaged. Brothers who still have monthly votes, please don't wait any longer. Vote for me. Use your divine powers and lend me a hand. I promise to write every chapter well. I will try my best to have around 15,000 updates every day. I sincerely request the divine powers of all benefactor. Pastry knocked his head on the keyboard. Bang, 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 I can still salvage the strongest son-in-law in history. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Guang, what are you trying to do? Prince Lian roared. Guang ignored Prince Lian and shouted, Come on. A few eunuchs stepped forward and helped him put on a new imperial robe. Normally, princes would wear imperial robes instead of imperial robes. However, Guang was wearing an imperial robe with a dark golden dragon on it. It was majestic and domineering. Naturally, this imperial robe was about the same grade as Emperor Jiangli's robe. It was inferior to Great Yan's imperial robe. The dragon's claws were slightly shorter, and it was missing a claw. However, an imperial robe was an imperial robe, and disobedience was disobedience. Then, he put on a new crown and a new king's sword. "Show me the national seal." Ingguang roared. The eunuchs immediately brought out a national seal and raised it high in the air. "This is my new national seal." This national seal was forged from an ancient black dragon crystal. It seemed to be of a much higher grade than the previous national seal of the Great Qian dynasty. At this moment, Ingguang was wearing a brand new imperial robe and a new crown. He stood on the steps with a domineering aura as he held the national seal made of dragon crystal. Everyone was stunned by his aura. Ingguang looked coldly at Xianlang, then at Prince Lian, and said, "Didn't you force me to abdicate? Didn't you force me to return the throne of the Great Qian dynasty to the Jiang clan? I gave it to. From now on, my empire will be called the Great Ing Empire. I, Ingguang, am the first Great Ing Emperor. From now on, the Ing clan is no longer the Jiang clan's lackey, nor are we the Jiang clan's traitors." Ingguang walked up to Sunan and snatched the Great Qian dynasty's national seal. He flung it on the ground and said with a cold smile, "Xianlang, you can have the throne of the Great Qian dynasty if you want it. From now on, the Ing clan is truly independent. My Great Ing Empire is officially established." As soon as he said this, the thousands of officials fell to their knees and kowtowed. "Your subjects greet your majesty." "Long live your majesty." Xianlang sneered and said, "Ingguang, don't talk about being the sovereign lord. Even if you want to be the emperor, I won't have any objections. Forget about the Great Victory Emperor Lord, you could even call yourself the Great Victory Emperor. However, don't do it in the Great Qian Palace or the Gan capital. This Great Qian Palace belongs to my Jiang clan, and this Qianjing also belongs to my Jiang clan." "Is that so?" Ingguang laughed loudly. Then, he suddenly appeared in front of Xianlang. Sunan, Chou Yao and the others quickly rushed over to protect Xianlang. "Scram!" Ingguang roared fiercely. It was as if a bomb had exploded in his body, and an incomparably powerful shockwave burst out. In an instant, Sunan, Chou Yao and the rest were sent flying. Ingguang abruptly grabbed Xianlang and raised him up high as if he was grabbing a little chick. "Xianlang, you said that the Deqian Palace is yours? You said that this Gan capital is yours?" Ingguang laughed loudly and said, "Dream on." The Great Yan Empire's Prince Lian said coldly, "Ingguang, put down His Majesty Xianlang. Are you trying to thoroughly anger the Great Yan Empire?" Xianlang shouted loudly, "Sect leader Ren, are you just going to stand by and watch? I'm your son-in-law." Just now, Ingguang had flattened the entire Duke Lin's mansion. "My fiancée, who is also your daughter, Ren Ying, was blown into pieces. Don't tell me you're still indifferent? How can I remain indifferent?" Before the person was seen, the person's voice was heard. Stupa Mountain sect leader Ren slowly walked out and appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, sect leader Ren was also dressed in a dark gold imperial robe. He appeared in front of everyone majestically, and he was also holding Xianlang's dragon sword in his hand. "Your Majesty Xianlang, thank you for the betrothal gift and the dragon sword," sect leader Ren said. Xianlang said, "Father-in-law, you're welcome. Stupa Mountain and I are connected by marriage, and we are inseparable. However, this bastard Ingguang has just flattened the Duke Lin residence and killed Ren Ying. We want an eye for an eye." Sect leader Ren sneered and said, "There's no need. If my daughter is dead, then so be it. She died a worthy death." Everyone's heart trembled when they heard this. That was sect leader Ren's only daughter. Sect master Ren stared at Xianlang and laughed coldly in a low voice, "I've already said it before. From the moment she betrayed me, she was no longer my daughter. Moreover, I'm not afraid to tell you that I've already destroyed her consciousness and memories a long time ago. She's already a walking corpse, just like her mother. Could it be that you can't tell?" Xianlang's face twitched violently when he heard this. Xianlang said, "Then she is still nurturing the world's #1 goo in her body. Can you bear to see her die?" "Of course not." Sect leader Ren said, "But didn't you transfer her away a long time ago? Not even 15 minutes after the engagement ceremony, you transferred her to New Tiao City, right?" Xianlang's expression changed slightly. Sect leader Ren said, "Yes, you guessed correctly. I have already sent people to intercept them. They should have recaptured Ren Yingying by now. She is nurturing the world's #1 goo in her body, how can I bear to let her leave my grasp? Even if she is a walking corpse, she is still a walking corpse of my Stupa mountain. Thank you for the dragon sword. Since you want to become my son-in-law so much, your wish has been fulfilled. Shen Lang's body trembled non-stop. He said sternly, you are so vicious, so vicious. Sect leader Ren arrived in front of Prince Lian and said slowly, in the ancient world, the Ji clan and the Jiang clan are the most noble clans, but is my Ren clan also one of the 12 kings conferred by the ancient Empress Ji? Prince Lian said, that is true. Sect leader Ren shouted, from now on, there will be no more Stupa mountain. My Stupa mountain will merge with Ying clan's Ying empire. From now on, Floating Sea, Southern Sea region, Southern Continent Archipelago, and Black Castle will all be part of Ying Empire's territory. Shortly after, a tall figure charged in. I am Chong King Aruzan. From now on, Chong country will also be part of Ying Empire's territory. The strong warrior knelt down. Aruzan? Shen Lang had never heard of this name. It should be a leader of a tribe in Chong country who changed his surname after taking the throne. Looking at this person, he had a hideous face and bulging veins. He looked like a typical special warrior. It was obvious that his bloodline had been modified by Stupa mountain more than once, which was why his martial arts were especially strong. Chong country was a small country, but it wasn't small. However, Chong country belonged to Arunana. Now, Aruzan was actually going to bring Chong country to Yingguang's so-called Ying empire. On the map. Yingguang shouted. Immediately, a huge map appeared in front of everyone. This is the territory of my Ying empire. Everyone, look carefully. Yingguang shouted. This territory was huge. Although the new Qian kingdom wasn't as big as the Great Qian Empire, it was still more than 1 million square kilometers. Now, with the addition of the Chong Kingdom, the Southern Continent Archipelago, the Blackstone Castle, the Chong Kingdom, and the Floating Sea and Stupa Mountain territory, their territory had almost doubled. Just from looking at the map, it was almost 3 million square kilometers. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. They didn't expect Yingguang to abdicate, but to build an even more powerful and domineering Ying empire. Prince Lian trembled as he looked at everything. This was a diplomatic incident, and it happened when he was injured. He had to bear great responsibility. Sect leader Ren, why? Why? Prince Lian couldn't believe it. There was no reason at all. Ying Wuming was already dead, and Yingguang had no successor. Facing the powerful Great Yan Empire, why did Stupa Mountain still insist on supporting Yingguang? Previously, Stupa Mountain and the new Qian Kingdom had formed an alliance. Now, they had completely merged and become one. Why? Sect leader Ren sneered and said in a low voice, Shen Lang, do you think you can drive a wedge between me and Yingguang with your petty tricks? Yingguang was an abandoned baby raised by the Jiang clan, but do you know what his original surname was? Shen Lang said in a low voice, Ren? Sect leader Ren said in a low voice, congratulations, you got it right. Prince Lian couldn't help but tremble. This was an earth-shattering secret. Yingguang's surname was Ren? Sect leader Ren sneered and said, do you think it's a coincidence that Yingguang's bloodline is so powerful? Do you think it's a coincidence that he came to the Jiang clan? Why should Stupa Mountain merge with the Ying clan because we belong to the same clan? Shen Lang couldn't help but think of the past. Shui of the Shui clan pretended to be an orphan when she was young. She was adopted by the Sword King Li Qianqiu and his wife and treated as their own daughter. Not only did they treat her as their own daughter, but they also wanted to inherit Sword Island. In the end, when Shui was 12 years old, she poisoned her adoptive mother and stole the meteor fall sword technique. This reminded Ren Baqian of a certain incident on Earth. The cuckoo would lay its eggs in another bird's nest and wouldn't incubate the eggs or raise the chicks. After the young cuckoo hatched in another bird's nest, it would squeeze the eggs and chicks out of the nest and let its adoptive parents raise it alone. Not only the cuckoo, but vultures and golden eagles would also do such things. Since the Shui clan was a smurf of Stupa Mountain, it seemed like the Ren clan was very good at doing such things. This was truly a case of a dove occupying a magpie's nest, which made people gasp in amazement. Yingguang and sect leader Ren looked at each other before revealing the same sarcastic expression and looking at Shen Lang. Shen Lang, thank your grandfather for adopting Yingguang. Thank you to your Jiang clan for sparing no effort to nurture Yingguang and his son. Thank you for handing over the great Qian Empire to my Ren clan. Thank you. Sect Master Ren said in a low voice. Gasp in amazement, this sect leader Ren was able to refresh Shen Lang's worldview every time. There was really such an evil and pure person in this world. Because of jealousy, he turned his wife into a walking corpse, used his own daughter to nurture goo worms, destroyed her consciousness, and turned her into a walking corpse. Shen Lang said in a low voice, your Ren clan didn't just throw away one child, but Yingguang rose the fastest. Therefore, you don't have a son. This is heaven's retribution for you. Prince Lian applauded. Good move, good move. Although the Ren clan was one of the 12 kings conferred by my Ji clan in ancient times, I am still amazed by your moves. Your Ren clan is grasping the transcendence forces and the secular royal power. You are not letting go of either. Sect leader Ren sneered. Prince Lian, how much better can your Ji clan be? What is the surname of the Heaven Execution Pavilion? Isn't it Ji? However, what was the surname of the Heaven Execution Pavilion decades ago? Everyone is within a radius of 8 meters. Prince Lian said, Yingguang, do you know? Even if you hand over the throne of Great Qian, Yan capital will still confer you the title of Prince Ying. You are cutting off your own path of retreat. Shen Lang said, Yingguang, I will still say the same thing. I have no objections to you building a great Ying empire, but don't build it on my land. The Great Qian Palace is mine, and so is the Qian capital. The entire New Qian kingdom belongs to the Jiang clan. The Chang kingdom belongs to Arunana. If you and Sect Master Ren want to build your Daying empire, go ahead and build it on your territory. Go to Stupa Mountain and become the overlord. Get out of my Deqian palace immediately and get out of Qian capital. Then, Shen Lang said to Prince Lian and all the envoys are here. Please bear witness to getting Guang out of my Qian capital. Ha 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 ha. Yingguang laughed. Shen Lang, you are right. The great Qian palace used to belong to your Jiang clan. However, your Jiang clan lost it. Of course, this isn't the first time. In ancient times, your Jiang clan lost the throne and gave it to the Ji clan. You said that the great Qian palace is yours. Why don't you ask the officials if they are willing? Yingguang said to the officials, all of you used to be the officials of Great Qian. Are you willing to serve this Shen Lang? Are you willing to let him become the master of the Great Qian palace? No, we are not. We are only loyal to the Ying clan, not the Jiang clan. Long live His Majesty Yingguang. Long live. Then, the former Prime Minister of the New Qian Kingdom walked to Shen Lang, took off his official robe, threw it in front of Shen Lang, and said, Your Excellency Shen Lang, I don't want to be an official of your Jiang clan anymore. I don't want to be an official of your Qian nation anymore. This Prime Minister of the New Qian Kingdom, Zhao Lin, was a rank 3 official when Jiangli was still alive. Then, Lan Shi walked to Shen Lang, took off his official robe, and threw it in front of Shen Lang. He said, I know that Lan Feng and Lan Dao are your subordinates, but I don't want to be an official of the Jiang clan anymore. This great Qian official robe is back to you. I am only loyal to the Ying clan. Next, the thousands of civil and military officials in the hall all came before Shen Lang. They took off their official robes and threw them on the ground. Some of them even spat on them. We don't want to be an official of the Jiang clan. We don't want to be an official of the Great Qian Kingdom either. Shen Lang, you can play by yourself. Then, the thousands of officials who were not wearing official robes knelt on the ground and shouted, Long live His Majesty Yingguang. Long live. Then, thousands of eunuchs walked in a line, holding new official robes and hats in their hands. The thousands of civil and military officials were all replaced. They immediately changed from the officials of the New Qian Kingdom to the officials of the Ying Empire. Shen Lang was so furious that he was trembling all over. He pointed at Yingguang and said, These are just lackeys that you've reared in captivity. They're already shameless rebels and traitors. They have no right to decide China's fate or the fate of China's 1.5 million square kilometers. Am I right, Prince Lian? Prince Lian quickly looked at Shen Lang. He guessed that there would be changes, but he didn't expect it to be such a big change. Your Majesty, Crown Prince, is this the situation that you want? Xianxia said. Prince Lian, do you think I'm right? Only the tens of millions of people of the new Qian kingdom have the right to decide the fate of China and China. Now that all the country's ambassadors are here, we should vote for the people. An all/public/vote? What the hell, Xianxia said. According to the 3 imperial edicts, I am already the king of the great Qian kingdom. Yingguang has already abdicated, but he has built a Ying empire. Then, who should the original territory of the new Qian kingdom belong to? Does it belong to the great Qian kingdom or Yingguang's Ying empire? I think we should let the people decide. If they say it belongs to the great Qian kingdom, then it belongs to the great Qian kingdom. If they say it belongs to the Ying empire, then it belongs to the Ying empire. Since Prince Lian and all the ambassadors are here, you guys will vote for the people and decide the ownership of the 1.5 million square kilometers of the new Qian kingdom. If Yingguang wins in the end, then I'll accept my loss wholeheartedly. The 1.5 million square kilometers of the new Qian kingdom, the territory of the Jiang clan's ancestors, will be considered lost in my hands. It'll be completely given to the Ying clan. However, if I win the vote, then Yingguang must take his lackeys out of the Great Qian Palace, out of China, and out of the 1.5 million square kilometers of the new Qian kingdom. I firmly believe that the tens of millions of people of the new Qian kingdom yearn for the Jiang family. The Ying family will always be traitors. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked. Xianxia said to Yingguang, "Aren't you worried that I will run away?" "There's no way I will run away. Next, I will go to every province, every county, and every city of the new Qian kingdom to give a speech. I will appeal to the people of the great Qian kingdom to vote for me. This is a grand operation and an epic attempt. The tens of millions of people of the great Qian kingdom will decide their own fate." Involuntarily, Xianxia once again became the focus of the crowd. "Your Majesty Yingguang, if you don't kill me immediately, I think you should put me down." "This will damage my heroic image," said Xianxia. Prince Lian could not help but fall into deep thought. Xianxia said, "Your Majesty Yingguang, your actions today were like a bolt of lightning. Not only did you scare me out of my wits, but the entire world trembled along with you. The great Yan Empire also trembled. However, how are you going to wrap things up? Is your great Ying empire going to be acknowledged by the world? How long do you plan to take to complete this?" Yingguang's eyes narrowed. Things were indeed as Xianxia had said. His actions today were too shocking. The entire world would be shocked, but it was also a hard slap to the face of Flame Capital. Next, he was prepared to go through a series of struggles and compromises before downgrading the great Ying empire to the great Ying kingdom. He would first be conferred and acknowledged by Flame Capital before being acknowledged by the other countries. Based on his predictions, this process would be very long and would take at least a few years. But now, Xianxia had actually proposed an all-public vote. This was simply too bizarre and subversive. Prince Lian said, "An all-public vote. Everyone in the new Qian kingdom will come and vote to decide the ownership of this land of 1.5 million square kilometers?" Xianxia said, "Yes. What if these tens of millions of people choose to be loyal to Yingguang? Then I will not say another word. I will give up this ancestral land. From today onwards, it will belong to the Ying family. However, if these tens of millions of people choose to be loyal to the Jiang family, then please bear witness that I will take over Qian capital and this ancestral land of 1.5 million square kilometers." Everyone was shocked. "Xianxia, you really are a super prodigal. You can squander the ancestral land like this?" Prince Lian asked. "How long will that take?" Xianxia said, "At least half a year. However, during this period of time I will be in the land of the new Qian kingdom. I will be with the tens of millions of people. I will go to every county and every city to ask for their support. However, during this process, please send someone from Flame Capital to protect me. It would be best if they send Princess Ji Xian. She is beautiful and skilled in martial arts." Prince Lian's face twitched. "You really have the guts to say that." Xianxia looked at Yingguang and said slowly, "Yingguang, do you dare? Do you dare to carry out this all-public vote? Do you dare to let me meet the people of China? If you win, this 1.5 5 million square kilometers of land will belong to you. I will go to Flame Capital myself to cheer for you and let Flame Capital confer you the title of Yingguang. I will personally go to Great Yan's Emperor to confer the title to you. Ha 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 ha. Yingguang couldn't help but laugh and said, Shenlang, you want to meet the people of China. You must feel that they miss you and Emperor Jiangli very much. As long as you appear, they will shout long live the emperor, swear loyalty to you, and kneel to welcome you, right? Shenlang said, isn't that so? In the 3 countries of Wu, Chu, and Yu, countless people pledged their loyalty to me as soon as my identity was revealed. After I returned from the west, I led a few tens of thousands of people to attack Tianyue City. Tens of millions of people in the state of Yu knelt on the ground and shouted, long live the emperor. This is just the state of Yu, and China is my homeland. My Jiang family has ruled this land for hundreds and thousands of years. My father, Jiangli, is also a great benefactor to the people of this land. Of course, they will be loyal to me. Do you dare to let me meet the people of China? Yingguang said, to tell you the truth, I have wanted you to meet them for a long time and listen to the voices of the people of China. I have already prepared it. Please. Yingguang put Shenlang down. Shenlang said, let's go out together? Sure, Yingguang said. Then, Shenlang put on the royal robe of the Great Qian Kingdom, wore a crown, and held the royal sword. Yingguang put on the dragon robe of the Great Ying Kingdom, wore a crown, and carried the royal sword. The 2 of them walked out of the hall and out of the palace. Rumble, the gates of the Great Qian Palace slowly opened. Shenlang couldn't help but gasp because the square outside the Great Qian Palace was densely packed with people. There were more than 200,000 people. Yingguang had been preparing for this grand occasion for a very long time. There was no way these 200,000 people could be faked. They were all citizens of Tianjin. There were scholars, peddlers, and businessmen. In short, they were all commoners. In the ancient square, Shenlang saw the hundreds of thousands of ancient human fossils and was shocked. At this moment, there were more than 200,000 of them. It was a black mass that seemed endless. Shenlang and Yingguang came to the top of the city gate and looked down at the people. More than 200,000 people in the plaza looked at Shenlang in unison. Shenlang stretched out his hand, and Chou Yaoer handed him the Nightmare Stone sound wave amplifier. Shenlang's gaze swept across the 200,000 plus citizens of Tianjin, and he slowly said, hello everyone, I am Jiang Lang, and I believe everyone knows my father, Jiang Li. The 200,000 people pricked up their ears and listened quietly to Shenlang. The person standing next to me is called Yingguang. I believe you all know him. Yingguang was an abandoned baby. My grandfather adopted him, and our Jiang clan did our best to nurture him. My father trusted him immensely and made him the only prince of the Great Qian Empire. Yingguang's kindness to my Jiang clan can be said to be as heavy as a mountain, as high as the heavens and as deep as the earth. But how did Yingguang repay the Jiang clan's kindness? When His Majesty Jiangli died, he immediately betrayed the Jiang clan and surrendered to the Great Yan Empire. He even annihilated the entire Jiang clan that raised him. From an old man in his 80s to a baby in swaddling clothes, he didn't spare a single one. What kind of behavior is this? Bastard. He's worse than a beast. Citizens of Tianjin, you have parents and grandfathers as well. You also have babies. Put yourself in their shoes. So what if someone killed your grandfathers? What if someone killed your children? So what? Would you still be loyal to such a beast? This was how Shenlang's speech was. He would never speak of any grand principles. He would directly scold his opponents, making them sound like they were inhumane beasts. Pigs and dogs. The eyes of the 200,000 people turned red when they heard Shenlang's words. Shenlang said, 2 months ago, I agreed to a duel with the Ying clan. It was clearly stated in the imperial edicts of the 3 parties. The winner would become the only master of the Great Qian Empire, the Qian capital, and the new Qian kingdoms won. 5 million square kilometers. At that time, no one thought highly of me. Everyone thought that I would definitely die. But I created a miracle again. I defeated and killed Ying Wuming. According to the imperial edicts, I should have won the entire Great Qian Empire, and His Majesty Yingguang should immediately get out of the Great Qian Palace and out of China. And the result? This shameless beast had actually established a so-called grading empire by himself. I told you that whatever *T empire you want to build has nothing to do with me. As long as you get out of my Beijing and China, you will return the 1.5 million square kilometers of land to Maine. However, I'm not surprised that Guang rejected me. That person is shameless, inhumane, and worse than pigs and dogs. When Xianlang attacked Guang with all his might, Guang just stood beside him and didn't move. Xianlang said, "So, I proposed an all-people vote. Let the tens of millions of people in China decide their own fate. You guys can choose who to be loyal to. If you are willing to be loyal to me, vote for me. If you are willing to be loyal to Guang, then vote for him. The result of this referendum will be recognized by the whole world. If I win, Guang will get out of China and out of China. If I lose and Guang wins, then I will get out of China, and the 1.5 million square kilometers of land will belong to Guang. People of China, I know that you are worried that I don't have the ability to protect you. You are afraid that war and disaster will come again. However, please think back. How many times have I protected New Tianqing? How many times have I protected the Wu, Chu, and Yu countries? It has been a few years since I returned to the Eastern world. Has any city in the Wu, Chu, and Yu countries been harmed? I promised to protect everyone. Did I do it? I did it. How many times have I risked my life to protect every single one of my people? I didn't disappoint anyone in the Wu, Chu, and Yu countries. Then, I will also tell you solemnly that I can also protect every single one of you from harm as long as you are loyal to me. China is my homeland. The Jiang family has been ruling here for hundreds of years. All of you have been the people of the Jiang family for generations. Blood is thicker than water between us. After hundreds of years, I can no longer be separated from you. So, please make a choice now. Are you willing to choose to be loyal to the Jiang family or to Guang next to me, that traitor, that thing that is worse than a beast? After shouting, Xianlang said to Guang, "Your Majesty, do you have anything else to add? Do you want to canvass for votes?" Guang shook his head and said, "I have nothing to say." Xianlang said, "People of China, please let me see your hearts now. Tell me that you have been with the Jiang family for generations. All those who support the Jiang family to enter the Great Qian Palace, please raise your hands." Everyone was silent. Xianlang said, "All the people of China, please raise your hands if you support me." Everyone was still silent. No one raised their hands. Suddenly, a voice Yu said, "Your Majesty Xianlang, please leave. Leave China. Your Jiang family will not harm us anymore." Xianlang said hoarsely, "Leave? Where can I go? This is China, my home. This is the place that the Jiang family has ruled for hundreds of years. Where do you want me to go?" The voice below sounded again. "But, you are not welcome here. Please leave." Xianlang roared, "You know that Guang is a traitor and a thing that is worse than a beast? You know that he betrayed the Jiang family and massacred the Jiang royal family?" Everyone was silent, and the 200,000 people of China were silent. Xianlang roared furiously, "Even so, all of you would rather pledge your allegiance and support this traitor who's worse than a beast than pledge your allegiance to me, the true ruler of China? Have you forgotten the kindness that the Jiang clan has shown you for several hundred years? Have you forgotten the hundreds of years of loyalty between the Jiang family and you?" Everyone was silent, and the 200,000 people of China lowered their heads. Xianlang said, "All right then. Those who are willing to be loyal to Guang, the traitor, please raise your hands." Everyone was still silent, and no one raised their hands. Xianlang roared, "Everyone has to face their own hearts. No matter how ugly and immoral they are, they have to face it. Those who support Guang, please raise your hands. Those who support chasing me, Xianlang, out of China, out of the Great Qian Palace, please raise your hands." Among the 200,000 people below, the first person raised his hand, the second, the third, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, 200,000 people raised their hands neatly like a forest. "Ha ha, ha 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 ha." Xianlang let out a shrill laugh and looked at Guang, tears rolling down his cheeks. Note, the first update has been sent. The monthly rankings are going to explode. I'm ready for the pain, but brothers, if you have the strength, please save me. The saddest thing in this world was not that the people were deceived. It was that even though they already knew the ugly truth, they still chose to be ugly. Actually, there was no need for Xianxia to say it. The people of China knew Yingguang's crimes very well. Many people had witnessed Yingguang killing the entire Jiang family. They knew what was right and what was evil. They knew what was beautiful and ugly. However, they still stood on the side of evil and ugly. Could they blame them? They didn't know, however, they were indeed afraid. The disaster 29 years ago was still engraved in their hearts and souls. They still woke up from the nightmare. After Jiang Li's sudden death, the entire Great Qian Empire suffered an unprecedented disaster. The Great Yan Empire's million-strong coalition army swarmed into China. These soldiers became beasts, burning, robbing, humiliating, and wreaking havoc. Since then, the courage of countless people in Great Qian was castrated. They knew that Yingguang was a traitor, but they thought that he could protect them. What about Xianxia? He had clearly created miracles again and again. Not long ago, he killed Ying Wuming and continued to create incredible miracles. However, in the eyes of the people of China, Xianxia was too evil and too unstable. That's right. Xianxia hadn't lost a single battle after returning to the east. All his bragging had come true. He protected the people of Wu, Chu, and Yu Nation. It seemed like he could also protect the people of China, however, it was too risky and scary. Countless people of China were like frightened birds. They couldn't bear such a shock. Just like the people of Wu Nation. Many of them had fled more than a year ago and hadn't returned until now. The people of China didn't see Xianxia as an enemy, but they didn't trust Xianxia either. They trusted Yingguang. In their hearts, Xianxia was an unstable factor. To put it bluntly, he was like a jinx. Therefore, they should go as far as they could. Your Majesty Xianxia, we sympathize with you and are even willing to pray for your safety. However, please don't disturb our lives. The further you stay, the better. If you insist on staying in Tianjin, then we hope that you will lose to His Majesty Yingguang. In any case, please don't bring disaster and chaos to us. Your Majesty Xianxia, please go, Your Majesty Xin. Lang, we are willing for you to live a long life, but we do not welcome you in Tianjin. The voices below were actually very noisy, but more and more people were speaking up. Suddenly, an old scholar rushed out, arrived in front of the palace walls, knelt down, kowtowed, and said, Your Majesty Xianxia, I was once infinitely loyal to His Majesty Jiangli. I also wish you well from the bottom of my heart, and I hope that the Jiang royal family will grow stronger in your hands. But, not in Tianjin, not on our land. We don't want to suffer any more wars. Please leave far away from us. The old scholar wailed and kowtowed unceasingly to Xianxia. But it was strange, wasn't it? If you guys support Yingguang, won't he bring chaos to you guys? However, after Yingguang succeeded the throne, there were indeed no more wars in the new Qian kingdom, ending the turmoil that lasted for more than a year. Yingguang looked at all this mockingly, not saying a word. Meanwhile, Xianxia also didn't say a word. He just cried silently, and after a long while, he said to Yingguang, They keep saying that my father, His Majesty Jiangli, brought disaster to them, but previously, my father brought them glory and wealth. Why don't they say it again? Yingguang said indifferently, Then don't say it to me, say it to them. Are you trying to reason with hundreds of thousands or millions of people? Xianxia laughed sorrowfully once again. He faced the sky and stopped the desolate tears from flowing down his face. What was the most impressive substitute? That was when he appeared in front of you for the second or third time, and you still couldn't see through him. Then, who was this person who was shouting at the people of Tianjin and crying desolately? Of course, it was the mirror and not Xianxia. All of his emotions were real. Even his tears were real. The sorrow that was released from the depths of his soul was also real. In this world, everyone was only willing to be themselves and not others. But in the mirror, he wasn't just being himself, he was also being someone else. He used his soul and life to act out Xianxia, completely immersing himself in his emotions. Therefore, when the citizens of Tianjin acted so cowardly and even ugly, he also felt his heart bleeding, and he felt endless sorrow. Every time the mirror acted out Xianxia, he never thought about one thing. What if he was seen through? When he pretended to be Xianxia, he felt that he was Xianxia. How could he be seen through if he was himself? Then, where was the real Xianxia? He left a few hours ago. The person who attended the engagement ceremony was the real Xianxia. Because he needed to use the dragon sword to perform an energy whirlpool, he had to prove his identity in front of everyone. This was Tianjing, the territory of Yingguang and Stupa Mountain. How could Xianxia leave? Chou Yaoer, Sunan, and everyone else were still here. How could Xianxia leave? Was there anyone in this world who could take him away from Tianjing? Of course there was. It was Pavilion Masters Xianxia. Why did Xianxia pay a visit to Xianxia? Was it just to persuade him not to go the wrong way? Perhaps that was the case, but the real reason he came to Xianxia was to make a deal. It was another extremely difficult math problem. This math problem might be related to the development of the ancient ruins in the Great Desert. It was a math problem that hundreds of scholars couldn't solve in a few years, but Pavilion Masters Xianxia clearly didn't have many years left. The only person in the world who could quickly solve such a difficult math problem was probably Xianxia. When Pavilion Masters Xianxia was talking to Xianxia, his finger lightly drew on the table and said something that he didn't mean. Those who heard Xiaxi's words at that time would find it strange. What was the relationship between Xiaxia and Xianxia? What right did he have to advise Xianxia? What right did he have to control his crazy actions? By the time Xiaxia left, a math problem had already appeared on the table. During the whole transaction, neither of them said a word. After attending the engagement ceremony of Xianxia and Princess Futu as a matchmaker, Xiaxia left immediately. He had no intention of attending Xianxia's abdication ceremony. When Xiaxia wanted to take away a few people, no one in Tianjing could stop him, and no one dared to stop him. Xianxia blended in with them and left easily. So was the sword of the dragon that Xianxia gave to Stupa Mountain sect leader Ren real? After all, he gave Yingguang a fake dragon egg. It was real, 100% real. This was Xianxia. He handed over the precious sword of the dragon just like that. Was it for Princess Ren? Yes, and no. He had to save Princess Ren, but her mind had already been damaged by sect leader Ren. It didn't matter if he saved her sooner or later. Ultimately, Xianxia did it to deliver the sword of the dragon to sect leader Ren. This was a very important point. Many people had a narrow-minded mindset. It was as though the sword belonged to him once it was in his hands. However, it wasn't. Previously, Xianxia had told Ning Yuanxian that he would need at least half a year's time. This was because his nightmare stone rifle, small-scale dragon power, hellfire cannon, and other weapons had already appeared in the laboratory. It would take time to mass-produce them and even more time to equip the Great Qian Empire's new army. Another point was that Yingguang had indeed been ravaged by the radiation from the dragon egg. The terrifying illness had already been buried in his body. Xianxia had already seen it with his X-ray eyes. However, it had just sprouted and would need time to develop. Therefore, Xianxia chose to reveal Yingguang's dragon egg to sect leader Ren at this time because he hoped that sect leader Ren would take this so-called dragon egg away. Yingguang might as well enjoy the radiation damage with sect leader Ren instead of Yingguang. Of course, if the radiation did not last long enough, the damage would not be thorough enough. Therefore, Xianxia also wanted to hand the sword of the dragon to sect leader Ren. This sword of the dragon would play a miraculous role in the future. In the upcoming battle, Xianxia needed to destroy the New Qian Kingdom and Stupa Mountain in one fell swoop. He needed to kill Yingguang and sect leader Ren directly. How could he not plan ahead? Originally, Xianxia was full of expectations for the people of the New Qian Kingdom. He felt that as long as he killed Ying Wuming, the people of China should be able to change and trust him. In the end, he was disappointed. When he killed Ying Wuming, there was no cheering. He was treated coldly from the beginning to the end. People loved to show off and slap people in the face, and Yingguang was no exception. Xianxia claimed that he wanted everyone to vote and let the people of Great Qian Kingdom decide whether to be loyal to Xianxia or him, Yingguang. This should be his proudest moment. All this while, he had always been the one getting slapped in the face by Xianxia. This time, however, He could make use of the tens of thousands of Chinese citizens to fiercely slap Xianlang in the face and shatter Xianlang's heart. These are the people of your Deqian dynasty. Your Jiang clan has ruled this land for generations, but in the end, the people here would rather be loyal to me, a traitor, than to you, the king of the Jiang clan. Isn't this ironic enough? Isn't it enough to slap people in the face? Since Yingguang liked to slap people in the face, then Xianlang would let the mirror put its face on it and let him slap it to his heart's content. The whole of China voted, and it could not be completed in half a year. So, did Xianlang feel sad about the attitude of the people of China? Of course, a little, but only a little. Xianlang was a very harsh person and had a clear understanding of human nature. If the heavens had feelings, they would also grow old. If he was hurt so badly, then he didn't want to live anymore. At the end of the day, there was only one reason. He had no interest in restoring the Great Qian Empire's imperial hegemony. He only had one goal, and that was to have no enmity with the world. Kill Yingguang, kill sect leader Ren, and then kill the emperor of Great Yan in the future. This goal had never changed. As for the people of China? If you trust me like the people of Wu, Chu, and Yu countries, and even entrust your lives to me, then I, Xianlang, have the responsibility to protect you. I will protect you at all costs. However, if you don't trust me, then I don't care if you die. Do you think I really care about the people's hearts? I, Xianlang, don't plan to rule the world and become some bullshit T emperor. Why do I need the people's hearts, if there is no enmity in the world? Don't forget your original intentions. On the city gate tower of the Great Qian Palace, Yingguang said to the mirror, Your Majesty Xianlang, do you want to continue? The mirror took a deep breath as if to calm the sadness in its heart. Then, it walked into the Great Qian Palace without saying a word. It had no intention of escaping at all. After returning to the main hall of the palace, the mirror went straight to the Great Yan Empire's Prince Lian. Prince Lian, there's a saying that goes, I won't turn back until I hit the wall. I won't give up. The mirror said, the people of China are willing to be loyal to Yingguang, but I believe in this saying, those who are loyal always follow the dog butcher, and those who are unloyal are mostly scholars. When these words were spoken, the eyes of many people present lit up. Only Xianlang would be able to repeatedly utter such beautiful words. These words could not be any more true. The people of China are too well off. They think too much, so they have lost their courage. The mirror said, however, I don't believe that the other places in China are like this. The Jiang family has ruled this land for hundreds of years. I don't believe that everyone has forgotten the Jiang family's kindness. Prince Lian said, Your Majesty Xianlang, is there a need to do this? The mirror said, Prince Lian, I want you to form a team and follow me to every county and city in the Great Qian Kingdom. We will carry out this vote to the end. The words that I, Xianlang, have said, I will definitely keep to my word. The words that I have boasted about must all be realized. At this point, everyone couldn't help but recall all the miracles Xianlang had created. The substitute mirror continued, after the final vote is out, if the people of China are willing to be loyal to Yingguang, then the 1.5 million square kilometers of land will no longer have anything to do with the Jiang family. At this point, someone asked, Your Majesty Xianlang, if you want to go to every county and city in the new Qian kingdom and ask the people to be loyal to you, why did you drag Prince Lian along? The mirror said calmly, I'm afraid of death, and I need Prince Lian's protection. Moreover, this vote also needs an absolutely fair judge. During the duel between me and Ying Wuming this time, Prince Lian and his arbitration committee performed very righteously. I am willing to trust him. Prince Lian said, Your Majesty Xianlang, you're too kind. The mirror said, therefore, I am sure that the arbitration committee will not be disbanded and will continue to supervise the vote in China. Prince Lian said, This is a serious matter, and it is beyond my authority. I cannot act on my own. The mirror said, In that case, you can send someone to the Flame capital to request for a decree and also send Princess Ji Xian to protect me. Prince Lian said, Me? Send someone to the Flame capital? Why don't I go myself? The mirror said, Because I will be by your side at all times from now on. This way, the safety of me and my followers will be guaranteed. Yingguang is worse than a beast. He is capable of anything. Prince Lian, are you willing to protect us? I am willing. Before Prince Lian could speak, an extremely cold voice suddenly rang out from outside. It turned out to be the White Jade Capital's emissary, the Icy Lady. Yingguang, the White Jade Capital is not interested in the feud between you and Shenlang, and I will not ask you to release him. The White Jade Capital's emissary said, however, if you want to use despicable means to assassinate him or humiliate and destroy his body, the White Jade Capital is not willing. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Could it be that the rumor was true? Was Shenlang really the grandson of the White Jade Capital's ruler? Prince Lian nodded and said, all right, I will send someone to the Flame Capital to report this. However, during this period of time, His Majesty Shenlang can stay with me. The Great Yan Empire has promised the world that this martial arts duel will be fair and just. Moreover, we will guarantee the safety of His Majesty Shenlang and his followers. If you die at Yingguang's hands, how will the Great Yan Empire maintain its dignity? How will we maintain our dignity? This was true. If Shenlang died in the Qian capital, the Great Yan Empire's prestige would be swept to the ground. Following this, Prince Lian said coldly, Yingguang, you used the ancient energy core to flatten His Majesty Shenlang's encampment. We cannot let this matter rest. The Great Yan Empire will definitely punish you. If you dare to commit any more heinous acts, it will be equivalent to declaring war on the Great Yan Empire. Do you understand? Yingguang said, Shenlang can stay by Prince Lian's side. If you are willing, you can even tie him to your belt. However, he must hand over the ancient flying beast. Mirror said, unfortunately, the ultrasonic flying beast has already left. I gave it to Princess Reninging to bring Princess Futu back to Raging Tide City. Sect leader Ren should be very clear about this. Yingguang said, then, the entire Qian capital and the entire Grading Empire will be under air control. Any flying beast that takes off must be reported, or it will be destroyed. Any flying beast that can fly faster and higher than the snow eagle must be handed over unconditionally. Shenlang is a subordinate and must not leave the Grading Empire. Mirror sneered, Yingguang, do you want me to fire the remorse of the dragon? Hearing this, Prince Lian's face suddenly trembled. This was the last thing the Great Yan Empire wanted to see. If Shenlang fell into Yingguang's hands, it meant that many remorse of the dragon would be aimed at the Great Yan Empire. This meant that Yingguang and Futu Mountain would be able to launch a strategic deterrent against the Great Yan Empire. Men, Prince Lian ordered. Immediately, his hundreds of subordinates removed their masks. They were all top-notch experts from the punishing Sky Pavilion and the Great Yan Empire. All of them wore ancient armor. All members of the arbitration committee, come in. Following Prince Lian's order, the representatives of the 6 transcendent forces and the envoys of the various countries entered the Great Qian Imperial Palace again. Of course, the representatives of the 6 transcendent forces were not as grand as before. Swiss CI had left, and the envoy from the White Jade Capital did not appear again after making his announcement. Hundreds of people surrounded Prince Lian and Shenlang. Yingguang, if you don't intend to declare war on the Great Yan Empire, I will be leaving with His Majesty Shenlang, Prince Lian said. Yingguang said, do as you wish, but please do not leave the Qian capital. Mirror said, that won't do. I will be going to every county and city in the Great Qian Empire to gather the citizens and vote. Yingguang said, you don't have the final say in this matter. The Yan capital will have to make a statement. Yingguang's words revealed his true intentions. Although he had arrogantly announced the establishment of the Grading Empire, he still wanted the Grading Empire to be recognized by the Yan capital and the various countries. The so-called Grading Empire was just asking for an exorbitant price. What he really wanted was for the Ying family to become one of the rulers of the world. After all, he had lost the title of king of the Great Qian Empire. If the Grading Empire was recognized by the world, the Ying family would be reborn. Prince Lian laughed coldly. Then, he looked at Mirror and said, Your Majesty Shenlang, please. Next, Shenlang and all his subordinates followed Prince Lian into the Great Yan Empire's encampment in the Qian capital. In the next 15 minutes, Yingguang and Stupa Mountain ordered thousands of special warriors and the Hell Legion to surround the Great Yan Empire's encampment in the name of protection. Not only that, but over 1,000 snow eagles and over 100 primordial vultures circled the skies, monitoring every corner of the sky. When Pavilion Masters Wasi's diplomatic party left the Qian capital, no one dared to stop them or inspect them. Shenlang was among them. "Masters Wasi, you can just drop me off at the Great Robbery Palace," said Shenlang. Wasi was stunned. Why did he call him master? "I'm not related to you at all." Shenlang couldn't help it. This time, he really felt like he was riding in a taxi when he flew out with Pavilion Masters Wasi. Moreover, the fact that he mentioned the Great Robbery Palace meant that he didn't hold anything back from Wasi. He was being very honest. "This is the answer to the math question." Shenlang took out a piece of paper and handed it to Pavilion Masters Wasi. "It's 100% correct. If you have other math questions, I can also help you solve them. I've said that my goal is to have no enmity with the world. Now that there is no conflict of interest between you and me, I hope that everything goes smoothly in your development of the Great Desert." Pavilion Masters Wasi took the piece of paper from Shenlang and memorized the answer on it. He rubbed it gently and the paper turned to dust before burning. It was really amazing. "Your Majesty Shenlang, are you really planning to go to the Ghost City? Are you really planning to find the Great Tribulation God's soul?" Wasi asked, "Do you think the Ghost City is in the Great Robbery Palace?" Shenlang said, "I'm not sure, but why did the Great Tribulation Temple build their headquarters on this snowy mountain? There must be a reason. Maybe there is an ancient ruin inside and the Ghost City is most likely inside." Pavilion Masters Wasi said, "Your Majesty Shenlang, this idea of yours has spread far and wide. Back then, His Majesty Zhongli and the 6 transcendent powers also thought the same. You're not the only one who covets the legendary Ghost City. This is why the Great Robbery Palace has been explored for dozens of years without any results. There is no entrance to the Ghost City and no ancient ruins." Shenlang said, "I am a person who is born to create miracles." Pavilion Masters Wasi said, "If the Great Tribulation God's soul is really in the Ghost City, then his mental strength should be many times stronger than yours. You will be the one who will be possessed and lose control of your body." Shenlang said, "If I am really possessed, will Pavilion Masters Wasi represent justice to destroy me?" Pavilion Masters Wasi smiled. "Justice? There was only one person in the world who was so righteous, and that was His Majesty Zhongli. If Xianxia Pavilion was really so righteous, they wouldn't have allowed Tongtian Temple to fall. After Tongtian Temple obtained part of the Great Tribulation Temple's evil techniques, although they weren't as strong as the Great Tribulation Temple, they were as evil as them. Would anyone from the 6 transcending powers come out to uphold justice? To Xianxia Pavilion, the most important thing was to develop the Great Desert and complete their 100-year plan. Furthermore, he and Shenlang were not only enemies, but also allies. He couldn't wait for Shenlang to destroy Stupa Mountain. An hour later, Pavilion Masters Wasi's group flew above the Great Snow Mountain. This was the border between the Cheng Kingdom and the state of Yu. The ruins of the Great Robbery Palace were at the peak of this mountain. "Pavilion Masters Wasi, you can drop me off at the plaza in front," said Shenlang. Pavilion Masters Wasi nodded and controlled the flying beast to descend directly onto the plaza of the ruins of the Great Robbery Palace. Immediately, more than 10 figures flew over. These were the people that Shenlang had stationed here in advance. Li Qianqiu, Ban Rua, and the other martial grandmasters had been waiting here for more than half a month. "Your Majesty Shenlang, take care," said Pavilion Masters Wasi. Shenlang said, "Pavilion Masters Wasi, have a safe trip." Pavilion Masters Wasi was about to leave on the flying beast. "Oh right, I have something to ask you," said Shenlang. Wasi said, "You can ask, but I may not answer. There's a secret place at the bottom of the sea not far from the Raging Tide City. Someone seemed to have entered it not long ago and left behind some traces." "Was that you?" asked Shenlang. Wasi said, "Yes, it's me." Shenlang was stunned. It really was Wasi. He had actually been to that ancient prison. Of course, Wasi couldn't enter it and had only stayed in the temple outside. Shenlang said, "That might be an ancient ruin. Why don't you have any intention of developing it? Are you just going to leave like that?" Pavilion Masters with CI said, the biggest taboo in life is to be indecisive. Since we've already set the goal of developing the Great Desert, we have to stake everything on this one throw. No matter how tempting the other ancient ruins are, we can't afford to be distracted, let alone divert our resources. Shenlang gave him a thumbs up. You're awesome. However, Shenlang was also very awesome. He had never been attracted by the benefits in front of him or around him. From start to finish, he had never forgotten his original intentions. Pavilion Masters with CI couldn't stand Shenlang's attitude and left right away. Actually, Shenlang still had a question he wanted to ask. However, Swiss CI definitely wouldn't answer, so he just let it go. The ruins of the Great Calamity Palace on the peak of the snowy mountain. After a few years, Shenlang returned to this place again. He could still feel the magnificence of this place. The Great Calamity Temple was really awesome. They actually built such a huge and magnificent palace complex on this mountain peak. A few years ago, Shenlang had used the avalanche here to eliminate the Chong monarch, Alutai, and thus dealt a fatal blow to the Su clan. Thinking about it now, it was as if it was only yesterday. He didn't expect that Su Nan would actually become a subject of the Deqian Empire at this time. Furthermore, he was protecting the mirror and contending with Yingguang in the Qian capital. Your Majesty, how's the situation in Qian capital? Shuayin asked. Everything is going smoothly. Shenlang said, if this trip to the Great Calamity Palace is successful, I might be able to completely erase Yingguang and sect leader Ren from my list of enemies. Shuayin said, Lang'er, are you sure the Ghost City is within the ruins of the Great Calamity Palace? Many people thought so, but all of their explorations failed. If you don't believe me, you can ask Ban Rua. Yes. Grandmaster Ban Rua said, I am the one who has explored the Great Calamity Palace ruins the most, but I didn't find any entrance to the Ghost City, much less any ancient ruins. I even suspect that the Ghost City doesn't exist. The sole inheritance of the Great Calamity Godmaster might just be a rumor and not be real. Shenlang said, it's not a rumor, it's real. Then, Shenlang sat cross-legged within the ruins of the Great Calamity Palace and closed his eyes to rest. This time, he couldn't fail. He had to get the Great Calamity Divine Master's soul because it represented powerful mental strength. It was the key to eliminating Yingguang and Stupa Mountain's sect leader Ren. Shuayin asked, Lang'er, you said the entrance to the Ghost City is within the ruins of the Great Calamity Palace. Why don't you start exploring it now? Shenlang said, there's no point in exploring it. Grandmaster Ban Rua has explored it countless times and still found nothing. Shuayin said, then what do we need to do now? Shenlang said, wait. Shuayin said, wait for what? Shenlang said, wait for the arrival of the Great Calamity, wait for the solar eclipse. On the peak of a certain island, Ancestor Luo sat cross-legged facing the sky. Teacher, what are we waiting for? If Shenlang heard this voice, he would be extremely excited. Because this was the Mulan baby that he had been dreaming about. Ancestor Luo said, we are waiting for the great moment, the solar eclipse. Note, today, there are still more than 15,000 updates. The 10th place in the monthly votes is about to explode. I still want to struggle a little. Benefactor, help. Save me with the votes, thank you, Master Wan Piao, for your 10,000 coins. The legends about Ghost City and the Great Tribulation God Lord had spread for hundreds of years. Especially after the Great Tribulation Temple was wiped out by Emperor Jiangli, these two legends became even more popular. The Great Tribulation Temple became a hot topic and every year, top experts would come to explore. 1 year without any results, 2 years without any results, 10 years, 20 years without any results. Therefore, the super popular Great Robbery Palace ruins became cold. Even Grandmaster Ban Rua didn't come often. Many of the relief sculptures in the Great Robbery Palace ruins were dug away. Now, the Great Robbery Palace ruins was just a desolate place, withering in the wind. Shenlang studied the Great Tribulation Temple's totem and it looked like a Great Tribulation Wisdom King. This totem could be seen everywhere and there were many left in the Great Tribulation Temple ruins. It was a man and a woman, yin and yang, with a sun above his head. One couldn't see anything from this totem. However, the totem of the Great Tribulation Temple on the wall that Imperial Preceptor Xianxia left for Xianlang was different. This Great Tribulation Wisdom King's sun was black, so it was a dark Great Tribulation Wisdom King. There was also a date on the will, April 13th. When His Majesty Jiangli led his men to attack the Great Calamity Palace, he nearly wiped out everyone in the Great Calamity Palace. Only a few people managed to escape. Bitter Sea Dida and Suffering Dida were considered fish that had escaped the net. However, they were still very young and their levels were very low. The Great Tribulation Temple was extremely strong. After the Great Tribulation Temple incident, they fled to the western region and seemed really powerful. But Zhu Hongxue led 10,000 Blood Soul army to the western region and defeated the Great Tribulation Temple and the western region's million allied army. One could see how weak the Great Tribulation Temple was. This was because His Majesty Jiangli had completely destroyed the Great Tribulation Monastery back then. Almost everyone in the Great Tribulation Monastery with high status or powerful martial arts were dead. Only a young acolyte in his teens survived and was pardoned. As for Bitter Sea Dida and Suffering Dida, they were both young acolytes back then. These survivors fled to the western region and rebuilt the Great Tribulation Temple. Moreover, they were constantly thinking about killing their way back to the Eastern world. But the result was clear. It was a joke. Even Prince Jin looked down on them. They were beaten by Zhu Hongxue in the various countries of the western region. However, there was one exception among the Great Tribulation Temple survivors. That was Imperial Advisor Xianxia. 30 years ago, he was already one of the higher-ups in Great Tribulation Temple. People can't choose their birth, but they can choose their future path. This sentence perfectly explained Xianxia's life path. Xianxia grew up in the Great Calamity Palace, but he was untainted by the mud. When the entire Great Calamity Palace was obsessed with evil techniques, power, and women, he focused on academic research. His martial arts weren't high, but when he was close to 40, he became one of the elders of the Great Tribulation Temple and focused on deciphering ancient scriptures. He once tried to change the direction of Great Tribulation Temple, but he failed. When Emperor Jiangli destroyed the Great Tribulation Temple, Xianxia felt that it was a pity, but he didn't hate it. Thus, in that battle, Xianxia survived. Emperor Jiangli ordered him not to be touched, and he summoned him to the Great Qian Empire to preach. However, Xianxia refused. He could only wander the world ascetically, wandering from place to place. After Western region's Great Tribulation Temple was rebuilt, they invited him back countless times, but Xianxia rejected them all. In the end, he chose to head to the barbaric Sand barbaric race and tried to build his ideal country from scratch. They might have had a good start, but after Xianlang's identity was exposed, everything came to an end and the Sand barbaric race suffered a calamity. Zhu Hongxue led the Blood Soul army south and chased after Prince Jin's army. At that time, Imperial Advisor Xianxia was already over 80 years old. In the end, he passed away by a small river and didn't follow Prince Jin into the ancient ruins of Vitra Peak. He didn't leave anything but a picture and the words 13th of April for Xianlang. Of course, this picture was easy to understand. The sun above the Great Tribulation Wisdom King was black and not golden. In a broad sense, this could be understood as the Dark Nether King. However, Xianlang didn't think so much. He considered it purely from a natural perspective. It was a total solar eclipse. The sun was covered by darkness, and the entire day fell into complete darkness. Then why was it 13th of April? Total solar eclipses were rare, but they weren't that rare either. On Earth, one could see a total solar eclipse every few years or decades. However, it might take more than 100 years to see two total solar eclipses at a fixed location. There was a certain pattern to total solar eclipses, but there was no fixed cycle. Therefore, even if Xianlang had an intelligent brain, it was difficult to calculate the specific time of a total solar eclipse. Moreover, it might be a total solar eclipse from one place, but it might be a partial solar eclipse from another place. Therefore, Xianlang continued to study and finally obtained more accurate information from the Fire God Sect's historical records. Every time the Fire Dragon comet collided with this world, there would be a total solar eclipse about a year later. Not only that, it was mentioned many times before that the Great Tribulation Temple could attract the nobles of the world. There were two reasons. The most important one was eternal youth. It wasn't true immortality, but longevity was achievable. Therefore, all the nobles of the East flocked to it. Of course, the truth proved that this was an evil technique. Moreover, it involved harvesting, sacrificing the lives of others to slow down one's own aging. Such scenes happened many times in Miaoju City. The previous King Yu, Ning Xiao, enjoyed it so much that his garden was filled with innocent corpses. When Xianlang studied the Great Tribulation Temple God Lord, he realized that each God Lord lived for a long time. They were easily 130 to 140 years old, and they were usually in power for close to 100 years. As he continued to study, he realized that the time it took for the God Lord to pass down his legacy was similar to the period of the Fire Dragon Comet. It went from 90 years at the start to 107 years later. After gathering all this information, Xianlang came to a conclusion. The Great Tribulation Temple God Lord's sole legacy and the opening of the Ghost City Gate should be the total solar eclipse a year after the comet hit. Why did the Great Tribulation Temple call it the Great Tribulation Temple? In a world where science wasn't developed, a total solar eclipse was really terrifying. It was daytime, but suddenly the sun disappeared and the entire world fell into darkness. Many people would think that it was the end of the world. Was it because the world was too sinful that the heavens wanted to punish and warn them? Therefore, every time there was a total solar eclipse, many people in the Western world would commit suicide and kneel on the ground to beg for forgiveness. And the Eastern emperor and kings would issue a decree of their sins regardless of whether they had done anything wrong or not. There was another thing that Xianlang was curious about. Why did the great Yan emperor go into seclusion and not care about the country? Moreover, he started around this time last year. Therefore, based on Xianlang's guess, the name Great Tribulation Temple came from the total solar eclipse. According to the time, this year was the day of the Great Tribulation Temple God Lord's sole legacy. Unfortunately, Emperor Jiangli didn't give Great Tribulation Temple that much time and destroyed the Great Tribulation Temple 30 years ago. At that time, the Great Tribulation Temple Master was still in his prime and was far from dying. But when the Great Tribulation Temple Master was attacked, he still died. If Xianlang wasn't wrong, the Great Tribulation God Lord's soul was still in the Ghost City, waiting for a new legacy. Your Majesty, how long do we have to wait? Shuayin asked. Xianlang, 7 more days. Today was the 6th of April, so he was early enough. Shuayin said, Your Majesty, will there be others who will come when that day comes? Xianlang thought for a while and shook his head, I don't know, I hope not. For the rest of the time, Xianlang ate and slept while waiting for the arrival of the 13th of April. He hoped that his guess was right and that Grand Preceptor Sha Yin's will was right. The Great Tribulation God Lord's soul energy was too important. It was the key to eliminating Yingguang and sect leader Ren. In the underground room of the Qian capital palace. No one would have imagined that there was an ancient relic under the Great Qian Palace. Director Ren, I won't hold back anymore, Yingguang said. Sect leader Ren looked at the underground palace under the palace in disbelief. His Majesty Jiangli really trusts you. He didn't even hold back the ancient relic under the palace, sect leader Ren said. Yingguang said, after the Jiang clan discovered the ancient relic, they built the palace on top of it. They used hundreds of years to slowly develop the ancient relic. Now, the defense of the Great Qian Palace is flawless. Even if there were thousands of troops, they wouldn't be able to break in. Going deeper and deeper, they finally arrived at the deepest underground palace of the ancient relic under the Great Qian Palace. Yingguang opened one box after another. Finally, the dragon egg appeared in front of sect leader Ren. In an instant, both of their gazes became blurry. To be honest, until just now, I thought that this dragon egg might be fake and Xianlang took it out to bait us, sect leader Ren said, but now, I've dispelled this thought. Yingguang said, not only does it have the energy aura of the regret of the dragon, but it also has an even more powerful, terrifying, and destructive energy aura. In this world, only dragons can release such an aura. Sect leader Ren closed his eyes to feel the energy aura and said, it's very similar to the dragon breath described in the ancient books. Fear, destruction, darkness, and bizarre light seeps directly into the blood and soul. It's unstoppable. That's right, the terrifying radiation of radioactive materials was also like this. fear, destruction, darkness, and bizarre light. This reminded them of the manga Godzilla, who grew up swallowing radiation energy. Ingguang said, "Sect leader Ren, let me show you a miracle." Next, Ingguang turned off all the lights and the entire underground palace fell into complete darkness. Next, Ingguang turned on all the nightmare stones and released energy to attack this dragon egg. Then, a miraculous scene really happened. This dragon egg actually released a strange yellowish-green light, similar to the color of hell. Not only that, the entire eggshell seemed to have become transparent, and there was actually the outline of a small dragon inside. Instantly, Ingguang and sect leader Ren almost suffocated. In terms of forgery, who else could surpass Xianxia? Who else could? He definitely wouldn't let you see the shadow of the small dragon embryo just by facing the sunlight. Instead, he would let you use all your strength and use the energy of the nightmare stone to stimulate it. He would let you think of all methods and exhaust all your intelligence before letting you discover the so-called small dragon embryo inside. At this moment, would you still doubt that this dragon egg was fake? Ingguang tried hundreds of ways to incubate this dragon egg, but all of them failed. Finally, he found a way to make the embryo inside the dragon egg appear. However, this was only because the radioactive materials inside were stimulated by strong energy and glowed. Not only could it glow, but it could also move. This was because after the radioactive materials inside were stimulated by strong energy and glowed, the other materials inside would heat up and expand to a certain extent. It's moving, sect leader Ren said. His voice was almost trembling. Ingguang also discovered that the small dragon embryo inside was moving. The two of them went forward to try to get a clearer look. At this moment, the radiation energy was the strongest. Even though the two of them were highly skilled in martial arts, they still felt dizzy. However, they didn't think much of it. Instead, they were even more excited. Such a dragon egg was awesome because it could release such strong energy even before it hatched. The two of them went in front of the dragon egg and watched the small dragon embryo move weakly inside. They were completely engrossed and almost forgot about the time. Ingguang was very sad and pained when Ingwuming died, but he wasn't as miserable and desperate as he had imagined. This was because he had pinned all his hopes on this dragon egg. He even interpreted Ingwuming's death as a kind of sacrifice. The birth of a powerful creature like a dragon would definitely require a sacrifice of life. Just like how the Western world liked to use sacrificial methods, especially before the start of a war, they would even sacrifice their own family members. As long as this dragon could be incubated, so what if Ingwuming died? Whoever controlled the dragon would control the highest energy in this world and become the rightful ruler. Ingguang sacrificed his son's life to this dragon. Wasn't that enough of a pious act? At this moment, if anyone dared to say that this dragon egg was fake, Ingguang wouldn't hesitate to kill their entire family. This was because he had already invested too much in this. This was all his hope and even his belief. Whoever dared to deny it had to die. Brother Ren, do you still think that this dragon egg might be fake? Ingguang asked. Sect leader Ren said, whoever dares to say that it's fake must die. Ingguang said, Xianxia is right. Under normal circumstances, it's impossible to hatch a dragon egg. We must use a dragon box. This is because the incubation of this dragon requires an incomparably powerful energy, and it must be top-notch energy. How could this not make sense? Just now, Ingguang and sect head Ren had seen it clearly. They had used the powerful energy of the nightmare stone to stimulate this dragon egg, and the energy was actually devoured. Furthermore, it was glowing, and the little dragon embryo was actually swelling up bit by bit. What did this prove? It needed to swallow energy. Only after swallowing enough powerful energy could it be completely incubated. And that dragon box is in Yen capital. Xianxia once opened a mysterious box for Yen capital, Ingguang said. Sect leader Ren said, there's still a long way to go. Ingguang sighed and said, yes, but once this dragon hatches, it will be the doomsday of the great Yen Empire. It will also be the moment when the Ren family rules the world. In the next few days, Xianxia spent most of his time sleeping. This was because he had to rest and prepare for the upcoming soul battle. He used the AI, the ancient scroll, the ancient king's ring, and the dragon's heart. This was because he was going to face a powerful soul that had been passed down for thousands of years, the Great Tribulation Divine Master. Of course, all this was on the premise that his guess was correct. On the 13th of April, there would be a total solar eclipse and the gate of the Ghost City would be opened. Even the fact that the Ghost City was in the ruins of the Great Tribulation Palace was just his guess. It was not 100% proven. However, there was no such thing as 100% certainty in this world. Time passed day by day. 8th of April, 9th, 11th, 12th, 13th, the day finally arrived. The weather was very good. There were almost no clouds in the sky. This snowy mountain was more than 6,000 meters above sea level. It was as clear as blue sky. The entire sky was like a dome made of gems. It was beautiful. A bright sun hung in the sky, releasing a dazzling light. Xianxia wore a pair of sunglasses and looked at the sun. Would there be a total solar eclipse? Was Grand Preceptor Xianxia correct? Total solar eclipse, total solar eclipse. Xianxia did not know when it would come. According to the Fire God Sect's records, it should be around 11 am. Hopefully, everything would be normal. However, at this moment, the sun in the sky seemed to be missing a small corner. Xuan shouted, "Your Majesty, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming." Xianxia saw it. It was exactly the same as the Fire God Sect's records. 1 year after the impact of the comet, a solar eclipse would come. The entire process was very fast. The moon was like a dark demon king. It slowly invaded the sun's radiance, devoured it bit by bit, and covered it bit by bit. The gap in the dazzling sun was getting bigger and bigger. The entire day was getting darker and darker. One could imagine the panic that the entire world was in. Be it the Eastern world or the Western world, countless people were in a state of panic. Oh my God! The sun is gone. The sun has been devoured by the demon. The heavens are warning us. The great calamity is coming. Countless people knelt on the ground and kowtowed desperately. The kings of the countries walked out of their respective palaces and looked at the sky. It was too strange. It was clearly daytime, but it was about to plunge into complete darkness. The eunuch said, "Light the lamps, light the lamps." "Why are you lighting the lamps?" "This is a warning from the heavens." "Aren't you being disrespectful to the heavens by lighting the lamps?" "Prepare the ink and brush. I am going to issue a decree of self-condemnation." On the streets of Yan capital, the entire world was plunged into darkness. Countless people knelt on the ground. Oh my God, the sun has been devoured. The great calamity is coming. It must be because we have killed too many people in the past few decades. The sins of the human world are too heavy. The heavens can't take it anymore. They are going to punish the people. The crown prince of Great Yin stood in the palace, feeling very helpless. He was going to issue a decree of self-condemnation. "Father, the total solar eclipse is coming. You should come out of seclusion next." Beijing, Yingguang looked up at the sky and watched the sun disappear inch by inch. At this moment, he was not thinking about issuing a decree of self-condemnation, nor was it a warning from the heavens. It was still his dragon egg. He sprinted towards the ancient ruins under the Great Qian Dynasty Palace, heading towards the underground palace where the dragon egg was hidden. Then, he realized that the entire underground palace was trembling. Countless nightmare stone devices were trembling. Even many ancient energy cores were trembling. He rushed to the underground palace and opened the boxes layer by layer. Then, he was extremely excited. That was because the dragon egg was brighter than ever before. Moreover, the embryo in the dragon egg was expanding faster than before. Yingguang was excited and overjoyed. The total solar eclipse was coming. The great calamity was coming. Therefore, this was also a great moment for the dragon. That was because in most legends, the sun and the dragon were connected. His dragon egg was indeed heaven-defying. It actually had such a huge reaction when the total solar eclipse was coming. At this moment, anyone who dared to say that this dragon egg was fake would definitely be executed. This was all because the total solar eclipse had changed the energy field. The balance between the nightmare stone device and the ancient energy core in the ancient ruins was slightly disrupted. Therefore, instead of devouring the energy of the sun, it became releasing it. The powerful energy released by so many nightmare stones was absorbed by the radioactive material in the fake dragon egg. Of course, it emitted a brighter light, and something in it expanded even more. Xianxia looked at the sky motionlessly. He watched as the sun was completely devoured bit by bit, and the day turned into night. At this moment, he was not thinking about the opening of the ghost city, but about Mulan and Xinyi. The bright moon shines above the sea, and the world shares this moment. This total solar eclipse is only seen once in 100 years. Mulan, you should be looking up at the sky now and watching the solar eclipse in the sky. Then, Jean Mulan's figure and face appeared in Xianxia's mind. Her every frown and smile appeared. At the same time, on the highest peak of a deserted island, Mulan looked at the solar eclipse in the sky. The entire world was plunged into darkness. Her tears flowed down gently. Her eyes were filled with intoxication, and her body trembled slightly. Husband, this is a total solar eclipse. It's only seen once in 100 years. Are you watching it now, husband? Are you thinking of me now? All these years, I've been thinking of you all the time. I really can't take it anymore. And little Yi, he's also thinking of you. Teacher, I want to go back. I want to go home. I want to bring little Yi home. Suddenly, Mulan cried. I don't care anymore. I miss husband. I want to go home. At this moment, Mulan was like a child throwing a tantrum. Although Xinyi didn't cry, he looked at Ancestor Luo with a pleading gaze. He missed home too much. He missed his grandparents, his siblings, and everyone else. Of course, he missed his father even more. Teacher, let me go home. Even if it's just for a day. Just let me see my husband and my family. Mulan pleaded. I don't even have to show my face. I'll just sneak a peek at them and come back immediately. Ancestor Luo said coldly. If you want him to lose in the future, and if you want him to die in the future, then go home. At this moment, 100% of the sun was covered. Even the stars in the sky had appeared. At this moment, Ancestor Luo released her powerful mental power. From the highest peak, she was monitoring every area. Ancestor, the total solar eclipse is here. What are we looking for? Xinyi asked. Chasing dragon. When the total solar eclipse is here, the dragon will be agitated. It will release a powerful aura and eerie light in an attempt to illuminate the darkness. Ancestor Luo said, if your father wants to defeat the great Yan Empire, he will need this dragon. Your grandfather prepared this dragon for him. The total solar eclipse was here. The peak of the Great Snow Mountain was plunged into complete darkness. Next, it was time to prove whether Xianxia's guess was correct. Was the ghost city on top of the ruins of the Great Calamity Palace? Was there a ghost city? Your Majesty, look, look. Xuan exclaimed. He would probably never forget this scene for the rest of his life. It was too beautiful, too strange. This was the ghost city? This was the ghost city, and also the Great Calamity Palace. However, during normal times, it was a complete ruin. When the total solar eclipse happened, the entire world would be plunged into darkness. The outline of the ghost city would appear. How could one describe this ghost city? It was like a shadow, drawn by countless luminous lines. It was magnificent, eerie, and cold. It felt like the netherworld. The sculptures on the ruins of the Great Calamity Palace were releasing a cold green light, forming the image of the ghost city. Where was the entrance to the ghost city? They had to be fast. When the total solar eclipse ended, the projection of the ghost city would disappear. Your Majesty, it's here, it's here. Xuan said. The entrance to the ghost city was not difficult to find. It was in the main hall. The sculptures on the ground had also become the projection of the ghost city. There was a door in the middle. It looked like the gate of hell. But this door was made of light, like it was drawn with luminous materials. How could he enter? Xianxia arrived in front of it. How could he open it? How could he enter? Was there an energy whirlpool? Or was there a nightmare stone switch? Or was there a difficult math problem that required a password? In the end, it proved that Xianxia was thinking too much. He came to the front of the door. There were a total of 2. On the left was life and on the right was death. What did that mean, life door and death door? He could only open one, so should Xianxia choose life? Or death? Logically speaking, he would definitely choose life. After all, who wanted to die? But the great calamity god Lord legacy was more like a battle of life and death. So, Xianxia didn't hesitate and pushed towards the death door. Almost instantly, Xianxia's mind went blank. His soul felt like it was about to scatter. Then, his body suddenly plummeted. He continued to fall like he was about to enter the 18th level of hell. At the same time, the outline of the ghost city on the ruins of the Great Calamity Palace disappeared. The sun in the sky slowly came out and light was restored. But in the eyes of Shuayin, Xianxia, and the others, Xianxia had disappeared without a trace. Note: I was finally killed. It hurts. Brothers, do you still have your monthly votes? Vote for me to heal my injuries. The only thing I can do is to do my best to write and rush back to the top 10. The soul could be passed on, but the body would rot and die. Martial arts couldn't be passed on too. This was why there was a requirement for the Great Tribulation Temple God Lord's successor. His bloodline talent had to be extremely high and his martial arts had to be extremely strong. Normally, every Great Tribulation Temple God Lord's successor would be chosen when he was in his teens. Then, the entire Great Tribulation Temple would nurture him and use decades to train him to the strongest. Then, when he was around 50 or 60 years old, he would enter the Ghost City to accept the soul inheritance and become the new Great Tribulation God Lord. When that time came, his intelligence and mind would be connected seamlessly. Moreover, his martial arts would be at the peak and there wouldn't be a situation where he would be weak. The last God Lord of the Great Tribulation Temple, Gang Tian, used decades to find the perfect successor. He took him in as a disciple and nurtured him. The name of the successor of the Great Tribulation Temple was Gangwon. Just from this name, one could tell how much hope the Great Tribulation Temple had for him. Gangwon wanted him to lead Great Tribulation Temple to the peak. This Gangwon was indeed the most talented person in the history of Great Tribulation Temple. At a young age, he already had top-notch martial arts. The entire Great Tribulation Temple knew of Gangwon's name, but very few had actually seen him. This was because every Great Tribulation God Lord passed on his soul to ensure that he had enough intelligence and there wouldn't be a lack of prestige. This was why this successor was kept a secret for a long time. He was nurtured by the last Great Tribulation God Lord and became his only direct disciple. To protect him, the Great Tribulation God Lord even arranged for many substitutes. However, it was a pity that Gangwon, who carried the greatest hope of the Great Tribulation Temple, didn't manage to complete his hegemony. Before he could inherit the spirit and soul of the Great Tribulation God Master, the Great Tribulation Temple was destroyed by Emperor Zhongli. In the Battle of the Great Tribulation Palace, not only did the Great Tribulation God Lord Gang Tian die, even his successor Gang Yi died. After the rest of them left for the West region, Great Tribulation Temple was unable to recover. This top genius Gangwon didn't even have time to shock the world before he died. To a certain extent, it was a pity. When Xianxia woke up once more, he was in a weird space. This was the Ghost City? It was completely different from what he had imagined. According to Xianxia's imagination, the Ghost City should be like the Azura Hell, emitting a ghostly green light, like an upgraded version of Gloom City. There were either countless ghosts, countless corpses, or a special space filled with mystery and strangeness. In short, the Ghost City should be the kind that completely subverts one's imagination, because it is the pinnacle of terror. In the end, the Ghost City was completely dark. Nothing could be seen or felt. There was really no light, no coldness or heat. In fact, Xianxia could not even feel the existence of his own body. He tried his best to raise his head, reach out his hand, and lift his leg, but he couldn't do it at all. It was as if his body had completely disappeared, and he couldn't even sense the outside world. This feeling was as if he was completely dead, and there was only an endless void around him. It couldn't be said to be gloomy or terrifying, but only eternal loneliness and darkness. The only thing he could do was think. "Hello, is anyone there?" Xianxia shouted, but he could only shout in his mind. He couldn't make a sound at all. It wasn't that he couldn't open his mouth, but he didn't even feel that he had a mouth. "Great Tribulation God Lord, didn't you want the soul inheritance?" I'm coming, I'm coming. Come out, come out, come out, Xianlang's mind desperately roared silently, but there was still no response. Everything around him was empty. Time seemed to have completely frozen, but it also seemed to be flowing continuously. Exactly how much time had passed, Xianlang had no idea. But as far as he was concerned, time passed day after day, day after day. The surrounding was still completely dark, completely empty. Nothing could be seen, and nothing could be felt. Oh my God? What exactly is going on? Could it be that there is no spirit or soul in this ghost city? Could it be that after the previous Great Tribulation God Lord Gang Tian died, this ghost city was completely empty? Could it be that His Majesty Jiangli not only killed Gang Tian's body, but also completely destroyed the spirit and soul of the Great Tribulation God Lord? Someone come quickly, no matter what it is, it's fine as long as it appears. No matter what kind of demon or ghost it is, you have to come out. Xianlang's mind roared. This boundless loneliness was too terrifying, even a malicious ghost would be fine. This feeling was really like a lone brain being exiled to the depths of the universe, floating in the boundless void. The nearest planet was millions of light years away, and not even the stars could be seen. At this time, not only could he not feel his body, he could not even sleep or faint. He was always awake, always lonely. This feeling was too overwhelming, even death was a luxury. Just like this, time continued to pass. Xianlang's spirit and soul were always awake, and he had no sense of his body at all. His surroundings were completely dark and empty. A few days, a few months, or even longer, in this state, even time had become meaningless. Perhaps this was the ghost city, this was the real ghost city. Those so-called Azura hell were completely imagined by the living. Time continued to pass. Xianlang felt that his thoughts seemed to have completely frozen, and he even felt that a few years, or even a few decades had passed. At first, he still hoped that the spirit and soul of the Great Tribulation God Lord would appear. Then, he hoped that anything would appear, even if it was a malicious ghost, then, even if it was a ray of light, a voice, even if it was slightly weaker, it would be fine. In the end, he didn't have any hope at all. His entire mind seemed to have entered an eternal stillness, as if this was the only way to stop the pain. Who knew how long had passed? Suddenly, a flame lit up in the endless dark void. It was an extremely weak flame. Instantly, Xianlang's frozen spirit was awakened, and he was completely awake. Then, a face appeared. It was a monk, with the kindest face, the warmest gaze, and the purest aura. It was like the air, like the sun. But actually, one couldn't see his facial features at all, but one could feel that this was the closest person in the world. This monk had no age, no gender, and when he appeared, his head blocked the flames behind him. It looked like there was a dark ring above his head. This scene was really familiar, it was the totem of the Great Tribulation Temple. Numerous carvings had this scene, the Great Tribulation Wisdom King with a dark sun above his head. Are you ready? Your Excellency Xianlang. That monk asked. Xianlang said, Are you the Great Tribulation Wisdom King? The monk said, Great Tribulation Wisdom King? Is this the name people gave me? It sounds quite nice. Xianlang said, You know who I am? The monk said, After entering Ghost City, you are completely transparent to me, there are no secrets. Jiangli's son, Xianlang, there is an unfamiliar soul in your body that doesn't belong to this world. The owner is focused on one goal, and there is no hatred in the world. Xianlang could not help but be taken aback. The other party really knew everything. The monk said, Actually, I know more than you. Do you know the deepest desire in your heart? Xianlang said, There is no hatred in the world, and then travel the world with my wife, Mulan. No, no. The monk said, Your deepest desire is to return to your own world, to be normal and to be yourself. Really? Xianlang was stunned. Return to my own world and be normal? What does this mean? Does it mean that I will return to Earth, restore my appearance, and continue to be an outstanding doctor? Do I really think so? But Xianlang felt that he didn't miss Earth at all. His lover and family were all in this world. But people in this world often didn't know what they really wanted. For example, many people felt that what they wanted the most was wealth, glory, and wealth, or more directly, to become a billionaire. But once they achieved this goal, they found that they weren't as happy as they imagined. The monk said, to be precise, you want to complete all your goals in this world and wait until all your relatives pass away before returning to your own world. You are very greedy. Humans only have one life, but you want to live too. Xianxia said, aren't you greedier? What you want is immortality. No, you are wrong. The monk said, Your Excellency Xianxia, you must think that the soul of the Great Tribulation God Master has been passed down for 1,000 years, and it will be passed down for generations. So the so-called inheritance is a kind of possession. Xianxia said, isn't it? Of course not, that would be so boring. The monk said, if that's the case, the Great Tribulation God Master of each generation will only change his body, but his soul will still be the same. Wouldn't every Great Tribulation God Master be the same? What future is there to talk about then? Xianxia said, if it's not possession, then what is it? Inheritance. The monk said, it's a kind of inheritance of wisdom and memory, but it doesn't include will and soul. So every new Great Tribulation God Master is still a new Great Tribulation God Master. It's just that his brain has powerful mental strength, wisdom, memory, and so on. But personality, will, emotions, and so on are all different. That's why there are infinite coincidences, isn't it? This made a lot of sense. The monk said, Your Excellency Xianxia, are you ready? Are you ready to accept my spiritual inheritance? Xianxia said, My father is Jiangli, he personally destroyed the Great Tribulation Temple. The monk smiled, Do you think I have a grudge against him? Moreover, the Ghost City Gate will only open once every 100 years. You are the only candidate, there's no other choice. This is destined by the heavens, this is fate. Xianxia said, Then, after accepting the inheritance, will I be the new Great Tribulation God Master? The monk said, Up to you, if you think so, then so be it. Xianxia said, There's no obligation to revitalize the Great Tribulation Temple? The monk said, If there's such a spiritual inheritance, would there still be a need for willpower? Then it wouldn't be inheritance, it would be possession. Xianxia said, I still have a question I don't understand. The monk said, Speak. Xianxia said, Is this the last time the Ghost City Gate opens? The monk said, Why do you say that? Xianxia said, Because every time the fire dragon comet hits this world, there will be a total solar eclipse a year later. The Ghost City Gate will also open, and the Great Tribulation God Master will be replaced. But this time, after the fire dragon comet hit, it is completely dead, and there won't be a next time. The monk was silent for a long time, and after a while, he said, Is this moment finally here? Is the fire dragon comet really dead? Xianxia said, Yes. The monk said, That Ghost City Gate is indeed the last time it opens, and you are indeed the last inheritor of the Great Tribulation God Master. Xianxia said, What does this mean? The monk said, This means that the time of the Great Tribulation is really coming. Xianxia said, What is the time of the Great Tribulation? The monk said, Maybe it's the Great Tribulation. Xianxia said, Like the Great Tribulation of the ancient civilization? The monk said, Maybe, maybe not. Xianxia said, Impossible, this world's civilization is still in its infancy, and it is far from the Great Tribulation. You have overestimated this world's human civilization. The monk said, I said, maybe, maybe not. No matter which world's history, it is filled with twists and turns. Xianxia said, Then, why did the Great Tribulation God Master pass down his soul for 1,000 years? There has to be a goal, right? The monk said, To stop the Great Tribulation from truly coming. Xianxia said, But the Great Tribulation Temple's methods are really evil. The monk said, Maybe they felt despair descending, so they wanted to take a shortcut. Xianxia said, Are you trying to say that as long as the goal is righteous, the process doesn't matter? The monk said, The goal is the goal, and he doesn't have any righteousness or evil to speak of. What is righteousness and what is evil? Xianxia said, That should be considered sophistry. Based on what you said, the Great Tribulation God Master passed down his soul for 1,000 years to stop the Great Tribulation from truly coming. Then, your Great Tribulation Temple is righteous, and you are just trying to achieve a certain goal. So, my father, Jiangli, wiping out the Great Tribulation Temple is not righteous? The monk kept silent for a moment and said, "There might not be anyone more righteous than His Majesty Jiangli in the world. I don't have any intention of convincing you. I have already said that I won't affect your will and judgment. Everything will have to wait until you receive the memory before you judge." Shenlang said, "Not taking over my body?" The monk said, "Not taking over my body, but the inheritance." Shenlang said, "I won't become a zombie and lose control of my body?" The monk said, "No." Moreover, truthfully speaking, Shenlang was in a boundless and endless void and solitude, and he could only leave this place after he received the inheritance. He already had no other choice. But this monk didn't say that because time here was pretty much limitless. Eternity was an instant, and an instant was eternity. If there was only one choice in eternity, no matter how bad the choice was, anyone would make that choice because they had no other choice. The monk said, "Sir Shenlang, do you want to wait or accept the inheritance now?" Shenlang said, "What do you mean by wait?" The monk said, "I said that I won't interfere with any of your will. So, I will wait until you completely agree to accept the inheritance before injecting the memory into your brain and completing the inheritance." Shenlang said, "After receiving the inheritance, not only will I not be taken over, but I will also gain a lot of memories and wisdom, and my mental strength will increase several times?" "Huh?" The monk said, "Your goal is actually to increase your mental strength. Isn't this like buying the casket and returning the pearls? Did you come to Ghost City to increase your mental strength and destroying Guang and Stupa Mountain Master?" Shenlang said, "You even know this?" The monk said, "I said that in Ghost City, you are completely transparent to me. There are no secrets." Shenlang said, "I came to increase my mental strength, to destroying Guang and Stupa Mountain Master. Can't I?" The monk said, "You can. I said that the inheritance is a kind of fate, it is destined by the heavens. I won't interfere with any of your will. It is like a true gift, there is no need for you to fulfill any obligations. This is a true inheritance, without any impurities." Shenlang said, "If I don't agree to your inheritance, will you disappear?" The monk said, "I won't. Of course, I can also disappear and appear to talk to you." Shenlang said, "Will you obey me 100%? The monk said, "Yes, because this is fate destined by the heavens. I have no other choice, there is no other person for me to inherit." That's right, the Great Tribulation Wisdom King didn't have a second choice, and neither did Shenlang. From the looks of it, he could choose to agree or not. But if time were to pass forever, he would forever be in the void and darkness, forever unable to sense the existence of his body, then could he still choose to disagree? Shenlang said, "Will the process of inheritance be painful?" The monk said, "It won't, but because the amount of mental memory injected is very large, the mind might temporarily go blank, but there won't be any pain, because there is no such thing as pain in Ghost City." Shenlang said, "Very well, I agree to accept your mental memory inheritance." The monk said, "Sir Shenlang, are you sure you're ready?" Shenlang said, "Yes, I'm sure I'm ready." The monk said, "Then I'll begin." Shenlang asked, "Will the entire process last for a long time?" The monk said, "Actually, there is no concept of time, because during the inheritance process, your mind will go blank. You can think of it as a long time, but you can also think of it as a split second." Shenlang said, "Very well, you can do it." The monk's face gradually faded, turning into a mass of light that slowly flew towards Shenlang. As if to take care of Shenlang's emotions, this mass of light flew very slowly, getting closer and closer to Shenlang. The face was still blurry, but it was getting closer and closer, as if it was exactly the same as him. "That's right, it's me, so there won't be any rejection." This mass of light flew in front of Shenlang. This inheritance is more like a superposition. This monk's light will enter Shenlang's mind. What should the entire process be like? Is it a USB to insert data? Or is it a reinstall system? The monk's light slowly seeped into Shenlang's mind. Bit by bit, the inheritance began. Shenlang felt his mind slowly entering a state of blankness. Very soon, he would not know anything. Then, he sensed that the monk's light was a bit nervous, a bit emotional, and a bit excited. "Aren't you supposed to be emotionless? Aren't you supposed to be completely detached? Why are you still excited?" Shenlang's will instantly gathered. Bam, the inheritance was over. The monk's spiritual projection seemed to have hit a firewall and was directly bounced off. Then his face became extremely distorted, as if it was about to shatter. It took a while for it to completely return to its original state. "You're still not ready," the monk said. "Don't worry, don't worry." "Ha ha ha." Xianxia said, "Stop acting. You're not the Great Tribulation Wisdom King, nor are you the spiritual soul of the Great Tribulation God Lord. What you're going to do isn't some spiritual soul inheritance, but possession. You're going to possess me." The monk said, Okay, calm down for a while. I'll leave for now. When you're completely ready, I'll appear again." Then, the light of his face dimmed. Xianxia said, "Stop acting. I already know who you are. What should I call you?" "The next Great Tribulation God Lord, Your Excellency Gangwon?" The light of the monk's face trembled slightly. Xianxia said, "Of course, maybe you have another identity, Xiankong Temple's Abbot Jikong?" As soon as he said this, the light of the monk's face didn't just tremble slightly, it trembled violently. Ever since Jiang Li's sudden death, Xiankong Temple's Abbot Jikong was definitely in the top few with the most mysterious identities in the world. For a long time, the Great Tribulation Temple suppressed Xiankong Temple and Tongtian Temple to the point where they couldn't even raise their heads. After Jiang Li destroyed the Great Tribulation Temple, these two temples rose again. Tongtian Temple inherited many evil techniques from the Great Tribulation Temple and walked on the path of evil. However, Xiankong Temple walked on a completely different path. They seemed to be very detached. In many people's eyes, Xiankong Temple focused on scripture research, philosophy research, and civilization research. They weren't interested in martial arts at all. When the giant ancient relic appeared in the Southern Sea region, a few detached factions tried to snatch it, but two factions were exceptions. White Jade Jing was too powerful and didn't want this ancient relic. The other one was the Xiankong Temple. It had only sent a boat as a token of goodwill. After Xianxia helped Stupa Mountain unlock the entrance to the ancient relic in the Southern Sea region, Punishing Sky Pavilion and Sky Sea Pavilion tried to stop Xianxia. Xiankong Temple's elder Ji Mia helped them. Not only did he stop Punishing Sky Pavilion's evil intentions, but he also escorted Xianxia home. After Xianxia's identity was exposed, the Great Yan Empire ordered half the world's army and 6 factions to come and capture Xianxia. White Jade Jing was arrogant. They only sent a snowy boat. Not a single person appeared. Xiankong Temple also only sent a boat. Similarly, not a single person appeared. Tongtian Temple tried to use Ning Xiao to infiltrate the state of Yu and occupy the secular world. In the following battles, Sky Sea Pavilion, Stupa Mountain, Punishing Sky Pavilion, and Tongtian Temple all sent out secret armies. Only White Jade Jing and Xiankong Temple didn't respond. White Jade Jing was powerful. Wherever there was snow, it controlled its territory. But Xiankong Temple didn't have a base or territory. It just guarded its own ancient temple and had no intention of expanding. But strangely, no faction in the world dared to look down on Xiankong Temple or bully Xiankong Temple. Xianxia found it very strange. The Xiankong Temple looked very weak and not impressive at all, but why was it that everyone in the world respected them? The only information he received was that Xiankong Temple had a powerful and mysterious abbot. With this person around, no one dared to provoke Xiankong Temple. It was also because of Jikong Abbot that Xiankong Temple could remain aloof. Jikong Abbot had never really shown his face. Everyone knew he was very powerful, but he seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Even becoming the abbot of Tongtian Temple was very sudden. Before that, no one seemed to have seen him in Xiankong Temple. In the following major events, including the duel between Xianxia and Ying Wuming, Sky Sea Pavilions with Ci and Stupa Mountain's sect leader Ren appeared, but Xiankong Temple's abbot still didn't show up. Now, Xianxia said that he was the last heir of the Great Tribulation Temple, the genius Gang Yi. If this was true, it would be too bizarre and ridiculous. The Great Tribulation Temple was so powerful that Tongtian Temple and Xiankong Temple couldn't even lift their heads. They were almost gone. After Emperor Xianxia destroyed the Great Tribulation Temple, these two factions rose. In the end, one obtained the Great Tribulation Temple's evil cultivation method, and the other directly made the heir of the Great Tribulation Temple their abbot. This was a secret to Shen Lang, but it wasn't a secret to Pavilion Masters with Ci, the master of Stupa Mountain, and the Great Yan Empire. This person becoming the abbot of Xiankong Temple was probably approved by the Great Yan Empire. This world was too ridiculous. Shen Lang said, Master Gang Yi, Xiankong Temple's Ji Kong abbot, do you think I'm right? The lights in front lit up, and the monk's face finally became clear. Shen Lang was stunned. Damn, is this the most handsome man in the world? This is truly androgynous. It's impossible to tell if he's a man or a woman. Moreover, you should be in your 50s or 60s, but you don't look older than 30. Is this appropriate? This face could not only make men go crazy, but it could also make women go crazy. One look at it was like the moonlight shining down, or like a spring breeze blowing. It was extremely intimate. This is too demonic. It's like a spell of bewitchment. Moreover, Shen Lang realized that his face was really similar to the Great Tribulation Wisdom King on the relief sculpture. Perhaps the Great Tribulation Temple really used all their resources and power to nurture him. Perhaps they really wanted to turn him into the real Great Tribulation Wisdom King. Sir Shen Lang, you're indeed very smart, Gang Yi said slowly. Shen Lang said, when my father attacked the Great Tribulation Temple, even the Great Tribulation Divine Lord, Gang Tian, died. You didn't die? Gang Yi said, didn't you? This sentence made everything clear. For the sake of Shen Lang's life, countless people had died. For Gang Yi to live, countless people died. He had always been the most mysterious person. Moreover, when the Great Tribulation Temple was destroyed, he was already very, very powerful. Shen Lang said, then how did you become the abbot of the Xiankong Temple? Gang Yi said, because I am Gang Yi. This was amazing. If he wanted to become the abbot of the Xiankong Temple, he not only had to conquer everyone in the temple, but he also had to become the emperor of the Great Yan Empire. What kind of charm, wisdom, and ability did he need to achieve this? Shen Lang said, after His Majesty Jiangli died, no one could suppress you, right? You just wanted to possess me, right? When the total solar eclipse arrived, the gate of the ghost city opened. I guessed it, and you already knew, so you prepared to come in, right? Your martial arts are too strong, so my people couldn't detect your existence at all. Even when you entered the gate with me, they couldn't see you. Yes, I wanted to possess you, Gang Yi said. Shen Lang said, once I am possessed, I will completely become a walking corpse, and my soul will be doomed eternally. But why do you want to possess me? Is it because of my identity? Or is it because of something I have on me? Gang Yi said, you understand me too superficially. Shen Lang said, I understand, you had no choice but to possess me. Your only purpose in entering the ghost city was to receive the inheritance of the Great Tribulation Divine Lord's 1,000-year soul, but you found that, you can't inherit it at all. Because I am the inheritor chosen by the Great Tribulation Divine Lord, you want to possess me, and then use me to receive the inheritance of the Great Tribulation Divine Lord, right? Gang Yi said, Your Majesty Shen Lang, you are really smart. Shen Lang said, in fact, I am also very shocked. You are clearly the inheritor of the Great Tribulation Temple. Why did the Great Tribulation Wisdom King's 1,000-year soul choose me? This is too bizarre. Am I the real Great Tribulation Wisdom King? This is too inconceivable. And at this moment, another light shadow lit up and slowly floated over. This was like a jellyfish light shadow, light as if it didn't exist. But upon closer inspection, it was a light shadow in the shape of a human brain. There were countless lights flashing inside, as if it contained billions of stars. It was the real Great Tribulation Wisdom King's 1,000-year soul. It slowly flew towards Shen Lang. The real spiritual soul inheritance was about to begin. Note, another 15,000 words update, desperately writing, do your best to rush back to the top 10, brothers with monthly votes, can you help me? Thank you Niao Xiao Ra for the 10,000 yuan tip. When that thing flew closer, Shen Lang discovered that it wasn't an illusory energy creature, but a real animal. As for it looking like a jellyfish and a brain, it was a complete coincidence. This should be an ancient creature. It was as light as a feather, as if it had no weight. It really looked like a jellyfish. The closer it was, the more he could feel the flickering light in its body. It should be countless spiritual energy memories. It was really too mysterious. Moreover, it looked completely harmless, just like the jellyfish in the aquarium. Although there were some poisonous jellyfish in the sea, most of them were like moving flowers. The ancient world was really mysterious, it even had this kind of creature. To put it bluntly, it was like a super storage device, a super biological USB. The only difference was that the USB drive stored data, while this creature stored countless memories. Gang 1 looked at the floating spiritual soul carrier with an incomparably complicated gaze. He was the heir cultivated by the Great Tribulation Temple, he should naturally obtain the Great Tribulation Wisdom King's spiritual soul, why not him? Just as Xianxia had guessed, Gang already knew when the ghost city was going to open. Therefore, he came here even earlier to wait for the inheritance of the spiritual soul. He also discovered Xianxia and his subordinates a long time ago, but they did not interfere with each other. After the solar eclipse, the ghost city opened, and the two entered the ghost city at almost the same time, even Gang 1 was slightly earlier. In order to be absolutely confidential, after entering the ghost city, Gang 1 used his powerful spiritual power to block Xianxia's thoughts, making him fall into eternal darkness, and he couldn't see the Great Tribulation Wisdom King's spiritual energy carrier. Gang 1 planned to leave silently after completing the inheritance, and he wouldn't let Xianxia see the process. However, he didn't expect that he actually failed. The Great Tribulation Wisdom King's spiritual soul didn't float towards him, but towards Xianxia. Gang 1 tried to stop it countless times, but this jellyfish-like spiritual soul carrier still stubbornly flew towards Xianxia. At that time, Gang 1's heart was filled with grief and indignation. Why? Based on what? I, Gang 1, am the genius of the Great Tribulation Temple, the true heir of the Great Tribulation Wisdom King. Even my appearance is exactly the same as the Great Tribulation Wisdom King on the totem. Who was Xianxia? He was Jiang Li's son, the enemy who wiped out Great Tribulation Temple. Gang Yi tried his best to accept the inheritance, but failed. Then he fell silent for a long time. He had to make a choice. Should he choose this body, or should he choose the Great Tribulation Wisdom King's soul memories? From the looks of it, there was only one way to receive the inheritance, and that was to possess Xianxia. However, if he did that, he would have to give up his own body. He had cultivated for dozens of years to reach his current cultivation level, while Xianxia was completely powerless. Once he possessed Xianxia, his loss would be too great. Was it worth it just for the spirit and soul of a Great Tribulation Wisdom King? Of course, in the end, he still chose to abandon his body. He wanted to obtain the Great Tribulation Wisdom King's soul because this was his ultimate mission. He had lived his entire life for this moment. Even his life was for this moment. That was the reason why the scene from before had occurred. He had used all of his abilities in an attempt to seize Xianxia's body. However, possession was a very, very difficult thing. A person's brain was the strongest fortress. Even the weakest person's brain defense was very strong. It was possible to destroy it, but it was very difficult to occupy it intact. The other party had to agree 100% and have no will to resist at all. Gang 1 had done well enough and didn't show any flaws, but Xianxia was too cunning. He still saw through the flaw, causing the possession to fail. At this moment, he watched as the Great Tribulation Wisdom King's soul carrier flew towards Xianxia. Gang 1 actually had a choice, and that was to destroy it. He also had another choice, and that was to destroy Xianxia and kill Xianxia. Xianxia said, "Your Excellency Gang 1, if you want to stop this inheritance, you can actually kill me directly." Gang 1 didn't make a sound. It was easy for him to kill Xianxia at this time. But he didn't move. He just watched everything quietly. His brain was struggling. If he killed Xianxia, would the Great Tribulation Wisdom King's soul have no choice but to pass it on to him? The jellyfish-like thing flew directly to the top of Xianxia's head and then opened like an umbrella, gradually shrouding the top of Xianxia's head. Xianxia couldn't help but hold his breath. Then he gradually felt the existence of his body. The feeling of death and loneliness disappeared. Although his body still couldn't move, at least he could feel it. Soon, he saw and felt this jellyfish-like thing completely wrapped his head. However, there was no feeling of suffocation. Instead, it was cool. This scene was a bit like the facehugger in Alien. After a few minutes, Xianxia's entire head was completely wrapped, followed by a slight tingling as if something had pierced into his brain. It turned out to be such an inheritance. It was very biological. It was completely different from what he imagined. Then, countless spiritual forces, spiritual souls, and spiritual memories poured into Xianlang's brain. In an instant, his brain went blank, and he lost all his thoughts. It was as if the computer directly crashed. At the same time, many firefly-like things in the entire ghost city lit up. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of them flew towards Xianlang's brain. Whoosh 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 whoosh, these firefly-like things were like moths flying into a flame. They directly hit Xianlang's brain and soon disappeared without a trace. During the whole process, Xianlang still didn't feel anything. It was a complete blank. He didn't know how much time had passed. It was really like a complete sleep. When he gradually regained consciousness, the familiar feeling came again. He seemed to have lost his body, quietly flowing in the void, completely unable to feel his own existence. The feeling of death and loneliness was that only the brain could think. He couldn't see anything, and he couldn't hear anything. How was this a spiritual inheritance? It was like he had been reborn. Only after a very long time did everything gradually recover. He gradually felt his body, and then he regained his hearing and consciousness. Finally, he regained control of his body. He used all his strength to open his eyes. He was still in the Great Calamity Palace. Outside was a sky full of flying snow. Sword Sovereignly Xianxia, Shuiyin, and a dozen other people surrounded him. Your Majesty, you are finally awake. Your Majesty, we almost thought you would never wake up again, Grandmaster Banrua said. The moment he said this, everyone looked at him. Do you even know how to speak? How long did I sleep for? Xianlang asked. About half a year. Shuiyin said, you are exactly like a vegetable. You can't feel anything at all, but your body is normal. So long? Xianlang was shocked. This spiritual inheritance seemed very dangerous, but Xianlang felt that it should be safe. This was because his ancient king ring and his special bloodline should be able to resist such energy damage. In fact, the entire inheritance process was the same. It wasn't a possession at all. Xianlang's analogy was very clear. The inheritance was like upgrading a computer, and a lot of new data was transferred in. But if it was a possession, it would be completely reformatted and the system would be reinstalled. All the data inside would be gone. But no one expected that he would be unconscious for half a year. Your Majesty, how do you feel now? Shuiyin asked. What feeling? That's right, this was the 1,000-year-old spiritual soul of the Great Calamity Wisdom King. It was incomparably awesome. Xianlang should feel as if he had opened the door to a whole new world. Moreover, there should be many more memories in his brain. Super awesome memories. Hence, Xianlang searched his brain, but he couldn't find anything. There were no memories at all. His brain was still the original brain, and there was nothing extra. What was going on? Could it be that he had experienced a fake inheritance, not to mention possession? The other party didn't seem to have left anything in his brain. That shouldn't be the case. All the records were clear. The inheritance of the Great Calamity God would leave many memories and wisdom in the brain of the new successor. Why was there nothing in Xianlang's brain, following which, Xianlang opened the AI and realized that there was nothing inside. Of course, he couldn't ask the AI if there was something extra in his brain. This was because the AI wasn't a system. However, this AI could display the capacity directly. Then, Xianlang was shocked to find that there were many more things in his brain. Oh my God, this was too much. Using the most direct observation, the storage capacity of his brain could reach a shocking few billion T. Before, Xianlang didn't even use 10% of it. But now? Around 50% of Xianlang's brain space had been used up. This also meant that the amount of data from the Great Calamity Wisdom King's spiritual soul inheritance was around 10 times that of all of Xianlang's memories. What kind of shocking memories was this? Moreover, Xianlang's original stored memories were 40 to 50 years of life. There were countless fragments of his life that were completely messy and innumerable. The spiritual memories from the Great Calamity Wisdom King's inheritance were crucial and very useful. Such a large amount of data was not just from one library. It might even be more than all the data in the Sky-Sea Pavilion's libraries combined. However, Xianlang couldn't read these spiritual memories at all. They were like hidden folders in a computer's hard drive. At least for now, Xianlang didn't have the authority to read them. What was going on? Xianlang tried everything he could to explore this shocking amount of memories, but in the end, he couldn't find anything. These spiritual memories were placed in my brain, but I couldn't read them. What did this mean? He tried again and again, but all of them failed. In the end, he gave up. What did this look like? Xianlang couldn't help but think of Bran in the super lousy Game of Thrones, who only knew how to roll his eyes. He was a three-eyed crow who had all the historical memories of the entire human race. In the end, it was useless. He only rolled his eyes a few times during the crucial battle. The spiritual memories passed down from generation to generation in the Great Calamity Temple were like this. Of course, Xianlang knew that this was very important and could even decide the fate of the world. This was because the Great Calamity Temple was born from the impact of the Fire Dragon comet. Even its name came from the total solar eclipse. Therefore, the Great Calamity Temple should have some kind of mission. The Great Calamity Wisdom King knew that he couldn't live for that long, so he chose to pass down his spiritual memories. Was he the last generation? As the Great Calamity Wisdom King, what kind of mission should he have? Xianlang immediately thought of Gangwon. As the successor of the Great Calamity God, he should know more, right? Have any of you seen a mysterious man? A monk, androgynous, and even prettier than me? Xianlang asked. Li Qianqiu, Shuiyin, and Ban Ruo shook their heads. Gangwon was awesome. It was as if he was invisible. He had appeared in the ruins of the Great Calamity Temple and tried to possess Xianlang, but none of the grandmasters had discovered his existence. Now, he had disappeared without a trace. Your Majesty, do you feel the explosive increase in your mental energy? Shuiyin asked. That's right, this was Xianlang's most important goal. The explosive increase in mental energy was to destroy Yingguang and the Stupa Mountain Lord. But now, it seemed like he had bought the casket and returned the pearls. The most important part of the Great Calamity Wisdom King's inheritance was the spiritual memories that concerned the fate of the entire world. As for the increase in mental energy, it was just a side effect. In that case, did Xianlang's mental energy increase? He didn't know. This was something that couldn't be quantified or felt. If the dragon sword was in his hands, he could release an energy whirlpool to take a look. Furthermore, mental energy wasn't the same as energy. Xianlang had just woken up and was feeling extremely fatigued. Xianlang looked outside. The cold wind was howling, and it was snowing heavily. He had slept for more than half a year, and it was already the middle of October. Previously, he had said that he would use half a year's time to mass-produce the Nightmare Stone rifles, small-scale dragon power, and hellfire cannons. Then, he would equip the Great Qian Empire's new army. It had already been more than half a year. Including the time before, a total of 8 months had passed. His new army should have been reinvigorated by now. Come, let's return to Raging Tide City, Xianlang said. Shuiyin whistled. Then, the ultrasonic beast descended from the sky. In the past half a year, it had gone crazy, flying back and forth between the ruins of the Great Calamity Palace and Raging Tide City. 2 days later, Xianlang secretly landed in Raging Tide City. How's the situation over at Qian Capital? Xianlang asked, is the voting over? Prince Jin said. Prince Lian reported to Yan Capital. The Great Yan Empire's crown prince agreed to let the tens of millions of citizens of the new Qian Empire vote on whether they would be loyal to the Jiang family or the Ying family. In the next half a year, Mirror will impersonate His Majesty and go to every county and city in the new Qian Empire to give a speech. Xianlang asked, has he been seen through by others? No. Prince Jin said, in fact, he doesn't seem like a substitute at all. He's more like you than you are. His feelings for the Great Qian Empire seem to be more intense than yours. In the past half a year, he gave more than 200 speeches. The content of each speech was different, and every article was full of impact. He really cut open the souls of the people of the new Qian Empire. Next, Prince Jin handed over a few articles. These were all speeches that Mirror had impersonated. After taking a look, Xianlang felt a chill run down his spine. The writing was too good. The style of writing was Xianlang's, but it was better than Xianlang's. Here, facing the Great Qian Empire, Mirror's feelings for Emperor Jiangli were like a volcano about to erupt. It seemed calm, but in reality, it was about to explode. Prince Jean said, "Every time I read these articles, my heart will be greatly impacted. So, every speech will be posted in Raging Tide City, Wuchu, and you countries. Everyone will think that it's your work. Every article will raise our morale." The feelings of the tens of millions of people toward the great Qian Empire have reached the extreme. Their loyalty and passion toward us have also reached the extreme. Shenlang carefully looked at these articles. There wasn't a single word that talked about how great the Jiang clan was, or how glorious their history was. There wasn't any at all. Practically all the articles were talking about the common people, talking about the world, talking about civilization, talking about Emperor Jiangli's ideals, and talking about Jiang Lang's own ideals. In the end, these ideals became the ideals of the people. It wasn't for the country or supreme power, but to liberate the world, liberate civilization, and lead the world to a higher civilization and a more glorious era. Every article really made one's blood boil. Mirror is purer than me, much more noble than me. Shenlang sighed. He played me too well, too perfectly. Prince Jean said, however, His Majesty is the one and only. Shenlang said, when will the voting results of the new Qian kingdom be out? Jin Jun said, soon, it will be in the next few days. Shenlang didn't have any hope for this voting because the people of Beijing had disappointed him too much. Their bravery had been castrated, and they had chosen to be ugly. Chunhua, how is Princess Futu Yingying? Shenlang asked. Zhang Chunhua said, I'll bring you to see her. After the engagement that night, Shenlang immediately got someone to ride Da Chao and follow behind Pavilion Masters Wasi's envoy group. They left Beijing and flew back to Raging Tide City. Shenlang said that he had to cure Ren Yingying and let her become a normal human, able to have children normally. However, he searched through countless ancient books and couldn't find a way to save Ren Yingying. He couldn't even find the cause of her illness. It was too bizarre. Her body was completely transparent, and she couldn't be exposed to sunlight or even touched. Otherwise, it would be like being burned. After that, Shenlang obtained an item. He felt that this item might be able to cure Ren Yingying, and that was the dragon box he obtained from the ancient Jiang clan's mausoleum, which was also the box that contained Jiang Li's will. This box was also a very important item in the ancient civilization. It could allow the hellfire bug to continuously split. Therefore, Shenlang tried to use this dragon box to treat Ren Yingying. The specific method of treatment was to put Ren Yingying into the dragon box. They entered the underground laboratory, where the dragon box was placed. Ren Yingying is still inside? Shenlang asked. Yes. Zhang Chunhua said, Your Majesty, before opening the dragon box, I advise you to be mentally prepared. It might be completely different from what you imagined. What happened? Go open the box, Shenlang said. Zhang Chunhua went forward and opened the dragon box. Instantly, a dazzling light shot out, making it hard to open one's eyes. After a long while, Shenlang finally saw Princess Ren Yingying's appearance clearly. Her body wasn't transparent, but it was glowing as if there were countless light bulbs inside. Not only that, but her body and face had also changed. Originally, her face was exquisite, but now it was very flirtatious and didn't look like a human's. Not only that, there were bone spikes growing out of her back. Even though they were only about 2 inches long, they were extremely sharp. What kind of race is this? Stupa Mountain sect leader Ren planned to cultivate the world's #1 insect in her body. Does this have anything to do with the insect in her body? Furthermore, is she sect leader Ren's biological daughter? Could it be that Shenlang's previous brainwashing was true, that sect leader Ren couldn't give birth to descendants? We also don't know why this happened. Zhang Chunhua said, Your Majesty, you ordered us to put her in the dragon box. At first, the effects were very fast. After just 3 days, the transparent symptoms on her body gradually subsided. We were very surprised and thought that she would be cured very soon. But unexpectedly, her body started to glow, her face started to transform, and her whole body started to transform. Finally, there were bone spikes growing out of her back. Shenlang said hoarsely, She isn't human. Furthermore, her nirvana transformation had just begun, and Shenlang didn't know what she would become. Zhang Chunhua said, "We were very worried, so we wanted to stop the dragon box treatment, but we didn't expect that we couldn't stop it at all. She has to be placed in the dragon box for 4 hours every day, otherwise, her chances of survival will wither rapidly, and her life might even be in danger." At this moment, Shenlang was completely stunned. Previously, he thought that Renanying was only poisoned by a very special kind of venom. After all, sect leader Ren wanted to nurture the world's #1 venom in her body. He didn't expect that she actually underwent nirvana transformation. Furthermore, he obtained the spiritual inheritance of the Great Tribulation Wisdom King to strengthen his mental strength. He didn't expect that his brain would inexplicably have strange spiritual memories that he couldn't decipher. Something bad was going to happen, something big was going to happen. "Your Majesty, what should we do next?" Zhang Chunhua asked. "Continue." Shenlang said, "Place her in the dragon box for 4 hours every day. I want to see what kind of nirvana transformation she will undergo." Zhang Chunhua said, "When this dragon box was used to split the hellfire worm, the energy consumption was negligible. But after Princess Renanying lay in the dragon box, the energy consumption of the dragon box was very fast. If this goes on, we might have to replenish it with dragon blood marrow." Shenlang also felt that after half a year, the dragon box's energy was less than half. This meant that half of the dragon box's energy had been absorbed by Princess Renanying's body, and she had undergone a transformation. This is really too strange. What would she become in Liuzhou Island's secret testing ground? Shenlang wanted to test whether his mental strength had increased, because he couldn't feel it at all. After receiving the spiritual inheritance of the Great Tribulation Wisdom King, everything seemed to be the same as before. Shenlang was still sleepy, and he didn't even feel that his energy had increased. There was no improvement in any aspect. In short, it was as if he hadn't received the inheritance at all. This wouldn't do. If his mental strength hadn't increased, how could he destroy Yinguang and sect leader Ren? How could he destroy Yinguang and the allied army? "Your Majesty, are you sure you want to release so many at once?" Princess Dora asked. "Yes," Shenlang said. 2,000 meters away from Shenlang, hundreds of ancient giant crossbows and ancient war crossbows were densely packed together. Previously, with Shenlang's weak mental strength, he could only block one ancient crossbow at a time before fainting. His ultimate goal was to block the regret of the dragon. Only then would he be able to defend against the Great Yan Empire's long-range attack on Raging Tide City. "Ready!" Following Princess Dola's order, hundreds of ancient giant crossbows and ancient giant war crossbows were ready. Shenlang bent his body slightly and gathered an unknown amount of mental energy. Could he destroy Yinguang? Whether he could destroy sect leader Ren depended on this. Damn it, did my spiritual power skyrocket or not? Fire! Whoosh 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 whoosh, hundreds of ancient crossbow bolts and thousands of ancient crossbow bolts shot towards Shenlang like a torrential rain. Each arrow spat out a trail of flames, like an incomparably gorgeous meteor shower. If an attack of this level was effective, it would be a devastating blow to the army. After all, Shenlang's large-scale army didn't have any powerful armor. Shenlang focused his gaze on the thousands of ancient crossbow bolts in the sky. Suddenly, a stunning scene occurred. These ancient crossbow bolts were originally flying at a speed of 300 to 400 meters per second. They couldn't be seen with the naked eye at all. But now, in Shenlang's vision, they actually slowed down. 3 times, 5 times, 10 times. It was as if they were in slow motion in a movie. Of course, this wasn't because the ancient crossbow bolts had slowed down. It was because Shenlang's mental strength had become stronger. With his special vision, everything he saw seemed to be in slow motion. The distance was getting closer and closer. These thousands of ancient crossbow bolts were about to drown and tear Shenlang to shreds. Even though he was wearing ancient equipment, the dozen special warriors at the side were prepared to rush over and surround him. At this moment, Shenlang suddenly raised his right hand. "Freeze!" he roared in his heart. Boundless mental strength burst forth, transmitting it to the heart of the dragon and into the ancient king's ring. His mental strength and the energy of the heart of the dragon merged completely, forming a terrifying energy wave. Instantly, these thousands of fast-flying ancient crossbow bolts were frozen in the air, motionless. This was truly heaven-defying. Note, first update sent, brothers, do you still have monthly votes? I'm not willing to give up, I want to continue to the top 10. Xianxia himself was stunned. Was he that awesome? He didn't even dare to imagine it. Most importantly, he didn't immediately faint after freezing thousands of ancient arrows in the air. In the next second, the thousands of ancient arrows all fell from the sky. Bang bang bang. The ancient arrows that were supposed to explode did not explode. Instead, they smashed countless craters in the air, causing the ground to tremble. Not only was Xianxia stunned, but everyone around him was so shocked that their jaws dropped. His Majesty Xianxia was very strange. He was either completely powerless, or he was unimaginably powerful. There were no capitals along the way. Xianxia couldn't help but stretch out his hand for a long time. This was stronger than he had imagined. How much stronger was his mental energy? But he couldn't feel it at all. He felt like he was still as fragile as before. There was only one question left. Could he intercept the regret of the dragon in the air? Unfortunately, he only had one real regret of the dragon, and now was not a good time to experiment. Moreover, he had already used up a portion of his mental energy. The increase in Xianxia's mental energy was important, but there was something else that was equally important, the new Deqian army. He had tried everything, even letting Mirror, Qiu Yaoer, Sunan, and the rest stay in the Xianxia kingdom for half a year, all for the official formation of the new Deqian army. It was for the mass production of the Nightmare Stone rifles, Small Dragon's Power, and Hellfire cannons. So after testing his mental energy, Xianxia didn't stop and immediately tested the new weapons. Scholar Twain was still as unkempt as before, or even more so. His hair hadn't been tidied in the past 8 months, and it really looked like a chicken coop. His lenses had also become thicker. Most importantly, he had lost at least 10 kilograms, and his eyes were so red that they looked like they were about to pop out. Zhang Chunhua said, in the past 6 months, Scholar Twain slept no more than 3.5 hours a day, and he slept 2 to 3 times, almost to the second. Why sleep so much in life? It's time to sleep after death, Scholar Twain said. Scholar Twain said, every minute and every second of life is so precious. How can it be wasted on sleeping? And I want to take back all the time I wasted. The time he wasted was the time he spent doing nothing in the Xianxia Pavilion library. Moreover, Grand Secretary Twain had a super awesome ability, which was to sleep in seconds. He was like a robot. After working hard for 7 hours every day, he would immediately lie on the ground and fall asleep in an instant. After sleeping for only an hour, he would wake up on time like a robot and continue to work. According to him, every minute of his sleep was deep sleep, so it was enough to recharge his energy. Your Great Majesty, ever since I showed you the new results last time, I feel that it is still far from enough. Grand Scholar Twain said, so, I withstood the pressure from the Imperial Privy Council, the Imperial Cabinet, and the Imperial Armament Department to redesign the Nightmare Stone rifle. Huh? Xianxia really did not know about this. Half a year ago, he was not satisfied with the small draconic power, but he was completely satisfied with the Nightmare Stone rifle. Although it was a little cumbersome, it was completely within his acceptable range. Moreover, it was powerful enough and had enough shooting range. At that time, Xianxia had already said that he could directly design it and start mass production. Zhang Chunhua said, at that time was tight. We had indeed ordered mass production, but Grand Secretary Twain said that he wanted to redesign it and directly went against the Armament Department's order. The Imperial Privy Council gave him orders, but it was useless. He just did not finalize the blueprint. In the end, it was Duke Jinzhua and Prince Sha Jin who made the decision and gave him 10 days. Prince Jin said, at that time, Your Majesty had already gone to Beijing, so this matter was decided by me and Duke Jinzhua. Please forgive us. Xianxia waved his hand. Since he had handed over all the internal affairs to Prince Jin, of course, he would not mind. Zhang Chunhua said, in the end, Grand Secretary Twain only used 7 days to complete the design of the new Nightmare Stone rifle. Grand Secretary Twain immediately presented the blueprint and said, Your Majesty, most of the time, inspiration really comes from the 9 heavens, and you can figure it out inexplicably. The previous concept of the Nightmare Stone rifle was too backward, and we don't know how much kinetic energy was wasted. Also, it was greatly influenced by the idea of the ancient giant crossbow. This new design can reduce the use of nightmare stones by 30%, and reduce the use of special metals by 35%, but the power of the rifle can be increased by 19%. This was really awesome. It was a huge leap in quality. A 19% increase in power was not considered awesome, but reducing the use of nightmare stones by 30% and special metals by 35% was too significant. Xianxia had always been short of these resources. Next, a brand new nightmare stone rifle appeared in front of Xianxia. As expected, it was much more beautiful and much lighter. It originally weighed more than 25 kilograms, but now it was at most about 15 kilograms. Aiming at the target, Xianxia pulled the trigger. Whoosh, 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 the tungsten steel bullet shot out like lightning and whistled. Its speed exceeded 1,500 meters per second, and its effective range reached 3,500 meters. The armor of the Hell Army, which was used as a target, was directly shot through, and a huge crack was torn. Of course, the previous experimental Nightmare Stone rifle could do the same, but this time, it could easily shoot through the armor of Hell from 1,600 meters away. This was really awesome. This meant that the Hell Army of Stupa Mountain and Yinguang had completely lost their defense against this Nightmare Stone rifle, and their absolute main force was the Hell Army. Of course, the individual combat power of the Hell Army far exceeded that of Xianxia's army. Be it strength, speed, or agility, they were far superior to the Nirvana army, and even the Amazon army. However, after changing to the Nightmare Stone rifle, the way they fought changed completely. Individual combat power was no longer so important. No matter how powerful the Hell Army was, could they block bullets and not die? Can they shoot through the ancient armor? Xianxia asked. The main force of Yinguang and Stupa Mountain was the Hell Army, but the most elite were the Special Warriors. Every one of them wore ancient armor and could easily jump and shoot dozens of meters. They were equipped with the ancient Nightmare Stone saber and could easily tear apart all enemies. Not only that, but every special warrior had a snow eagle mount. Not only could they fight on the ground, but they could also fight in the air. This was the peak strength of Yinguang and Stupa Mountain. Of course, there weren't many of them. After a few attacks, there should only be about a few thousand left. However, each of these few thousand people could fight more than 100 people alone. No. Grand Scholar Twain said, "Your Majesty, the kinetic energy of this Nightmare Stone rifle's bullet is completely enough to break through the ancient armor. However, this is only in terms of pure combat power. However, we know that each ancient armor has its own unique energy. When it is attacked, it can release a powerful electromagnetic force to deflect the bullets. Special Warrior Tester, step forward." Soon, a special warrior from Furious Tide City appeared on the shooting range. Xianxia's Deqian Empire also had special warriors. These ancient armors were seized from Sky Sea Pavilion and Stupa Mountain, but there were less than 80 of them. Grand Scholar Twain aimed the Nightmare Stone rifle at the special warrior and opened fire. Bang, 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 the tungsten bullets shot out like lightning and hit the special warrior. However, when they were still a few inches away, the ancient armor released a powerful force. The tungsten bullets seemed to have hit an air wall and flew to the sides. The Nightmare Stone rifle was useless against the ancient armor. The special warriors wearing ancient armor were like bugs. There was no way to deal with them. Of course, Xianxia had eliminated many special warriors before. However, they were either killed by the explosion of Regret of the Dragon or by these special warriors carrying a large number of goo worm weapons. The shells of the goo worm bullets were destroyed by the ultrasonic waves, and countless goo worms entered their bodies through the cracks, killing hundreds of special warriors. Normal weapons were completely ineffective against the ancient armor of the special warriors. Grand Scholar Twain said, "Of course, the special warriors are not completely unbeatable. I have disassembled the ancient armor of Stupa Mountain and conducted a lot of analysis on the Nightmare Stone device inside. Although I have not found a way to restrain it, I have developed a targeted Nightmare Stone magnetic bomb. Of course, it was modified according to Your Majesty's blueprint. With that, Grand Scholar Twain handed over the blueprint of the new Nightmare Stone magnetic bomb. Xianxia only took one look and was amazed. A genius scientist was indeed a genius. At least in terms of expertise, he was much better than Xianxia. Although the theoretical basis of the magnetic bomb was still the same as Xianxia's, the design was much more advanced. It was more powerful and targeted, but the Nightmare Stone crystals were saved by more than 60%. You added dragon blood marrow into the magnetic bomb? Xianxia asked in shock. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Only a little. It's almost negligible. Grand Scholar Twain said, I have analyzed the previous battle of Raging Tide City. I found that when the dragon's regret exploded, the accompanying magnetic force was astonishing. It could instantly paralyze all ancient equipment within its killing radius. Then, I found that when the magnetic bomb exploded, several kinds of rays shot out could affect the dragon blood marrow and achieve a powerful magnetic force. Of course, the dragon blood marrow is too precious, so I only used less than 1 milliliter. Also, I applied for the dragon blood marrow in the name of the Day of Destruction. My authority is at most 3 milliliters, but I only used 1 milliliter. Xianxia said, then can this new magnetic bomb completely paralyze the enemy's ancient armor? Not really, Your Majesty, Grand Scholar Twain said. Grand Scholar Twain said, it can paralyze the ancient armor for less than 3 seconds. During this time, the ancient armor will lose its defense and can be shot through by our Nightmare Stone rifles. Xianxia said, in other words, on the battlefield, when you encounter the enemy's special warriors, you can first use the magnetic bomb to temporarily paralyze the enemy's ancient armor, then use the Nightmare Stone rifles to launch a frenzied and saturated attack? Twain said, yes, Your Majesty. Xianxia nodded. Although it wasn't a crushing attack, it was enough. At least it could completely suppress the enemy's special warriors. After testing the new Nightmare Stone rifles, it was time for the main event, the small dragon's power. Your Majesty, it's time to witness a miracle, Grand Scholar Twain said. Then, he suddenly pulled open the silk cloth and revealed the small dragon's power. Xianxia was stunned. This small dragon's power had changed so much. The small dragon's power that Xianxia tested half a year ago was a super large version of the Nightmare Stone rifle. It weighed a whole 16 tons. Of course, this weight wasn't a big deal. The key was that the Nightmare Stone crystals consumed a lot of energy. The small dragon's power in front of him was very strange. First, it was longer, but also thinner. Also, the number of Nightmare Stone crystals on it had decreased by a lot. Your Majesty, your request was to reduce the weight of the small dragon's power to about 10 tons. The small dragon's power in front of you is only 7 tons. Originally, it needed about 13 kilograms of Nightmare Stone crystals. Now, it only needs less than 5 kilograms. Of course, the original small dragon's power can launch shells of about 2 tons. Now, this new small dragon's power can only launch shells of about 1.7 tons. But because the power of our Hellfire shells has become stronger, the power has not decreased. Instead, it has increased. In addition, the new small dragon's power can launch shells at a speed of more than 2,000 meters per second. The furthest range is more than 79 kilometers. Your Majesty, we have placed 30 Hell armors 30 kilometers ahead. There are dummies in them. Next, we will conduct a live firing experiment. Of course, this shell is only about 300 kilograms. Your Majesty, please test it. An Amazon warrior placed the 300 kilograms shell into the small dragon's power device. Grand Secretary Twain handed over the activation code. Xianxia twisted the Nightmare Stone button on it and officially activated it. Then, he slammed the Nightmare Stone switch. Whoosh, an incomparably powerful electromagnetic force ejected the 300-kilogram artillery shell. Its speed was simply astonishing. It let out an ear-piercing whistling sound as it shot towards the target 30 kilometers away. Xianxia immediately rode on Dachao and flew into the air towards the explosion site. Of course, no matter how fast Dachao flew, it could not compare to the shell. It took less than 20 seconds for the shell to cover the distance of 30 kilometers and hit the ground hard. Boom, 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 there was a shocking explosion. Strange green flames burst out. The space within a few hundred meters was swallowed up by the flames. The shocking temperature almost completely distorted the air. The temperature at the center of an ordinary shell was generally only about 1000 degrees Celsius. The temperature at the center of the explosion of the Dragon's Regret was more than 100 million degrees Celsius. Of course, it was only at the center of the explosion. The temperature dropped sharply as it spread out, but it was still shocking enough. After all, the temperature on the surface of the sun was only 6000 degrees Celsius. Of course, the temperature of the sun was not high. Even the temperature at the center was only 20 million degrees Celsius. However, the temperature of the particle impact on the modern Earth could reach an astonishing 10 trillion degrees Celsius. The hellfire shell developed by Fury Tide City had a temperature of more than 10,000 degrees Celsius at the center of the explosion. The temperature within 100 meters of the explosion was still more than 3,000 degrees Celsius. A few seconds later, all the flames dissipated. Xianxia observed the explosion site from the air. The entire ground was charred black. Everything within a few hundred meters was almost charred. Even the stones were burned red. As for the hellish armors used for the experiments, they were all distorted. Although the hellish armors were coated with a layer of tungsten, theoretically they could withstand a temperature of more than 5,000 degrees Celsius. But that was only in theory. If the heat absorbed was too much, even if the surface was fine, the inner layer of the armor and the thermal insulation layer would not be able to withstand it. Hence, they were directly distorted. It was proven that the hellfire shell was destructive to the enemy's hellish army. Our small dragon's power can theoretically fire a shell of 1.7 tons. But in most cases, we don't recommend firing shells that exceed a ton. Also, most of the hellfire shells we made this time are 500 kilograms. Xianxia said, "Can this kind of hellfire shell be destructive to the enemy's special warriors and ancient armors?" Grand Scholar Twain said, "It can't be used alone. Because the enemy can predict our shells and eject them as fast as possible. The speed of the special warriors wearing ancient armors can exceed 70 meters per second. In addition, the protection of the ancient armors far exceeds that of the hellish armors. Therefore, the hellfire shell can't deal a destructive blow to the enemy special warriors alone. But with our new Nightmare Stone magnetic bomb, we can achieve this goal." Xianxia said, "The few thousand warriors we're going to face all have flying mounts. Even snow eagles can fly several thousand meters in the sky, and the enemy's ancient vultures can fly up to 11,000 meters in the sky. How are we going to defeat them?" Grand Scholar Twain said, "My wise and great majesty, please allow me to introduce our Sky Fortress to you. Of course, I'm ashamed that the entire Sky Fortress was completely based on your idea and design. Sky Fortress, take off." Following the order, a super behemoth slowly rose into the air. Xianxia took a look and only one sentence was left in his mind. "My God." That's right, the idea of this super Sky Fortress was created by Xianxia. But he didn't expect that in just 8 months, Fury Tide City could really be built. Xianxia's idea for this Sky Fortress was very simple. It was big, big, big. On Earth, the United States and Germany both had super airship plans. The United States Navy even had a super airship fleet. Each airship was 123 meters long, 26 meters in diameter, and more than 43,000 cubic meters in volume. The German hard airships were even more awesome. They were 250 meters long, 41 meters in diameter, and 200,000 cubic meters in volume. The flying weight was more than 400 tons, and the effective load was more than 100 tons. Of course, Xianxia's Sky Fortress wasn't as powerful as the Sky Fortress. However, it was still more than 100 meters long and more than 20 meters in diameter. However, it was filled with ammonia instead of helium, so its effective carrying capacity was much lower. It only carried 35 tons. However, a load of 35 tons was still impressive enough. Xianxia rode on Big Chow and flew around the Sky Fortress. The basket under the airship was no longer made of wood. It was made of very light aluminum, and it was almost in a closed state. Each Sky Fortress had 30 warriors and 10 Nightmare Stone machine guns. That wasn't the most awesome part. The most awesome part was that each Sky Fortress was equipped with 4 super small dragon power. This was simply insane. Grand Secretary Twain had actually moved such a heaven-defying weapon to the Sky Fortress. This kind of dragon power in the air is very small. Each of them weighs no more than 1.3 tons. They can launch a 150-kilogram Hellfire shell with a maximum range of more than 25 kilometers. Although this is still a soft airship, it is completely equipped with a split airbag. The enemy Sky Legion doesn't have a large load, so their weapons are usually ancient crossbows. The arrows that are shot won't explode, so even if 100 arrows are shot at one time, they won't fall immediately. This airship uses a new internal combustion engine and propeller, and can fly at a speed of about 80 kilometers per hour. Of course, our Nightmare Stone power source is not mature yet, otherwise the speed of the airship could be greatly increased. This speed was not fast, only 1/3 of the Snow Eagle Army speed, but it was completely enough. After all, no matter how awesome the enemy's Snow Eagle Army was, the load was too low to install long-range weapons or weapons of mass destruction. Shen Lang kept circling the Sky Fortress, and the more he looked at it, the more he loved it. This time, the biggest shortcoming of his Deqian Empire was also made up. Speaking of the so-called Air Force theory, Shen Lang was the first to put forward it. 5 years ago, he created the hot air balloon and had the concept of an air force. However, in the past 5 years, his air force had been in a useless state. At most, they only observed from the air and did not dare to fight the enemy Sky Legion. His so-called air force was actually just a super mech. Now the birth of this kind of Sky Fortress directly made his air force extremely strong. Although this Sky Fortress had all kinds of shortcomings, such as cumbersome, slow flying speed, and the airship's airbag was relatively fragile and so on. But its firepower was super fierce. 30 Nightmare Stone rifles, 10 Nightmare Stone machine guns, and 4 super small dragon power. This kind of cross-three-dimensional firepower could completely make it so that no one dared to get close within a few kilometers. The enemy's special warriors were awesome, and even the Nightmare Stone rifles could not penetrate them, but the enemy's Snow Eagles were not invulnerable. No matter how awesome the special warriors were, they could not fly. How many of these Sky Fortresses have been built? Shen Lang asked. 6, Grand Scholar Twain said. We used tens of thousands of manpower from the Wu Kingdom and the State of Yu, but we only managed to build 6. Moreover, we used Her Majesty's Division of Labor system. 6 Sky Fortresses? Although it was a little less, it was enough. Although they did not have an absolute advantage against the enemy Sky Fortress, maintaining air supremacy was not a problem. The key was to catch them off guard and deal a fatal blow to Stupa Mountain and Ingguang Sky Fortress. In addition, until now, we have built a total of 30,000 Nightmare Stone rifles, 130 small dragon power guns, and 3,900 Hellfire cannons. There is still not enough time. We have enough explosives and Hellfire bugs, and even the blood of sea monsters. What we lack are the Nightmare Stone crystals. This time, we have already used up 80% of the crystals. Shen Lang sucked in a breath of cold air. That huge collision had given him a huge harvest. That was a total of hundreds of carts worth of Nightmare Crystal stones. Now, he had used up 80% of them. Such a strategic resource would never be enough. This batch of weapons could at most equip 50,000 new soldiers. The Privy Council of the Great Qian Empire planned to train up to 400,000 new soldiers, of which 300,000 would be from the Wu Kingdom, Chu Kingdom, and Yu Kingdom. Moreover, these 300,000 people had been training for a year and a half. What they lacked was new weapons. The 50,000 new soldiers were still the elite Amazon army, the Nirvana army, and Prince Jin's new Nirvana army. The 50,000 new Great Qian army would attack the Great Qian Empire and Stupa Mountain. How many enemies would they face? There might be more than 1 million soldiers, and even the Hellfire army alone would have about 200,000 soldiers. That was enough. They could win this battle, and it would be a huge victory. This was because Shen Lang's way of thinking about war had completely changed. No matter how powerful the enemy's secret army was, they still used cold weapons for war. Shen Lang, on the other hand, had completely risen to the level of using firearms. Long-range firearms no longer required a soldier's strength. Shen Lang used the AI to simulate again and again, and the result was a complete victory. Gather the 50,000 new Great Qian army and prepare for the North expedition. We will eliminate Guang and Stupa Mountain. Yes. Everyone shouted. China had also entered a critical moment. The new Qian kingdom's voting was about to come out. It wasn't easy at all. For the sake of this vote, Raging Tide City had mobilized 1,000 people, Guang's new Qian kingdom had mobilized 5,000 people, and the Great Yan Empire and the other countries had mobilized 10,000 people. This was an unprecedented lineup, and it took them more than half a year to complete the voting of the new Qian kingdom. A total of 1.5 million square kilometers, 11 provinces, more than 80 counties, more than 500 cities, and more than 60 million people. What was even more amazing was the mirror. He really went to every city and gave more than 500 speeches and wrote more than 100 articles in 200 days. He gave an average of 2.5 speeches a day. He really used his life and soul to play Shenlang, and he was much more like Shenlang than Shenlang. His love for the Great Qian Empire seemed to exceed that of Shenlang. As far as Shenlang was concerned, this vote was just a ploy to stall for time. He didn't have any extravagant hopes of success. He had already been disappointed when he was in the Qianjing. After he killed Ing Wuming, the reaction of the citizens of the Qianjing had thoroughly disappointed him. Mirror was also sad because over 200,000 people in Qianjing supported Ing Guang in unison. They even shouted for Shenlang to leave and not bring disaster and war to them. They even treated Shenlang as a jinx. However, Mirror didn't give up. He still went to every city in the new Qian kingdom with absolute enthusiasm. At the beginning, his speech was very bad. It wasn't that the articles were bad, and it wasn't that he wasn't passionate enough. It was just that there were very few people who came to listen to his speech. They were all ruffians. No one knew that the mirror was a substitute. Everyone thought that he was Shenlang. This was the emperor of the Great Qian Empire. He had personally come to meet the citizens of the Great Qian Empire and personally come to speak to you. Yet, none of you supported him and avoided him like a snake or a scorpion. You have been the people of the Jiang clan for generations. How could you be so cold? This scene was really similar to when the Diyun Society first opened. There was only one audience in the entire theater. The crosstalk actor on stage even stopped talking because the phone of the only audience member below the stage rang. However, this situation gradually changed. As time passed, Mirror's fiery heart actually ignited the people of New Qian. More and more people came to listen to his speech. At its peak, there were more than 10,000 people. Of course, most of the time, there were less than 2,000 people. If they came to listen to his speech in public, they would completely offend Ing Guang. They would be recorded in the name list, and they might suffer a disaster in the future. Although the Great Yan Empire kept saying that it would protect their safety, these people who came to listen to Mirror's speech all covered their faces and didn't dare to show their faces. Now, the mirror had finally walked through the entire New Qian kingdom. It had visited every city and completed every speech. The voting was carried out by the Great Yan Empire and the other countries. The Furious Tide City's envoy group and Ing Guang's envoy group supervised the voting. More than 15,000 people went to the 500 cities to complete this unprecedented vote. The voting process was very simple. It was completely anonymous and only needed to press one's fingerprint. Black votes supported Ing Guang and golden votes supported Shenlang. You just needed to throw them into a big box. If you were worried, you could also crumple the vote into a ball. As the reverse side was white, you didn't need to worry about people knowing who you supported. Now that the voting process was over, more than 10,000 people returned to the Great Qian Palace with a few hundred boxes for the final count. This work was still done by the Great Yan Empire and the other countries. The Furious Tide City and Ing Guang's faction supervised it. The process of counting the votes was very long and took about 10 days. Everything was carried out in a secret room. The three parties supervised but couldn't leave. Therefore, before the results were completely revealed, no one knew the result. Mirror, Qiu Yaoer, Sunan, Ing Guang, and sect leader Ren didn't know. Your Majesty, this voting is a complete joke. The Great Ing Empire's Prime Minister sneered, Shenlang is the Emperor of Great Qian. He lowered himself to meet those lowly commoners and speak to them. Over 200 days, a total of 500 lectures. In the end, the number of people who listened to him was less than 350,000. Guang said, 350,000? I heard that the largest number of people was more than 10,000. Prime Minister Xiang said, that was the last thing that happened. In the beginning, there were only a dozen or so people. In the end, there were more than 1,000 people. No one listened at all. Everyone respected His Majesty, supported His Majesty, and swore loyalty to His Majesty. Wasn't the scene in Qian capital clear? More than 200,000 people supported our greating empire and His Majesty. Lan Shi said, this Xianlang is the shame of the Jiang clan. As the emperor, he actually lowered himself to speak to the lowly commoners like a clown. In fact, Guang was not the only one who felt this way. Mirror, Qiao Yaoer, Sunan, and Xianlang were all pessimistic about this voting. Prince Lian of the Great Yan Empire also felt that Xianlang would definitely lose. Almost all of the lectures were too quiet. Only the last few lectures were a little more lively. On the contrary, the people of Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms were cheering like wildfire. Everyone felt that the Jiang clan would definitely lose. The people of the New Qian kingdom had completely lost their courage and would definitely stand on Guang's side. The New Qian kingdoms won. 5 million square kilometers would rightfully fall into Guang's hands. The 15 days of counting finally ended. More than 1,000 people were almost paralyzed from exhaustion. Prince Lian, who was beside him, did not take a single step out of his room. He was exhausted and had lost more than 10 kilograms in the past 6 months. Finally, all the votes were tallied. The official from the Great Yan Empire was completely stunned. He looked at the numbers on the paper in disbelief. Prince Lian, look. The official handed the paper to Prince Lian. Prince Lian was originally sleepy. When he saw the paper, he suddenly shivered. How was this possible? Xianlang actually won the voting of all the people of the New Qian kingdom, 61% to 39%. It was still a clear victory. Note, today, there are still more than 15,000 new votes. I want to rush back to the top 10. It's as difficult as Quafu chasing after the sun. Brothers with votes, show your strength. Prince Lian was absolutely astonished. Are there no mistakes in the statistics? Prince Lian asked. We also found it unbelievable, so we counted again. There are no mistakes. The Great Yan official said, moreover, there are no mistakes. Black represents Guang, and gold represents Xianlang. Both sides did not count in the tens of thousands, but millions. Prince Lian asked, how many people voted? 15 million, the Great Yan official said. There were about 60 million people in New Qian kingdom. About a quarter of them voted. This was normal. Even though the work had been going on for 8 months and there were more than 10 to 20,000 people involved, they only went as far as the cities. They did not go into the villages. If the farmers in the villages wanted to vote, they would have to come to the cities. This was impossible for most farmers. 15 million people. 9.5 million voted for Xianlang of the Jiang clan. 6.5 million voted for Guang, the Great Yan official said. Prince Lian looked at the results again and again. He sighed and said, I didn't expect this to happen. I thought the people of New Qian kingdom would support Guang. It seems like the hearts of the people can be moved. The Great Yan official said, however, there were very few people who came to listen to Xianlang's speech. They were afraid that Xianlang would come after them, so they didn't dare to come. Even after the last 100 rounds, the number of people only exceeded 1,000, and the last 10,000. Moreover, all of them were masked. We calculated that there were no more than 350,000 people who actually listened to Xianlang's speech. Prince Lian said, that's right. Only 350,000 people actually came to listen to Xianlang's speech. However, these people went back and spread the news. Moreover, every single one of his articles was disseminated. Therefore, the number of people who truly felt Xianlang's emotions exceeded 20 million, maybe even more. The Great Yan official said, looks like the Jiang clan has deep roots in the people of China. We screwed up. Prince Lian said sadly, no, Lord Su, we screwed up. The Great Yan official said, Your Highness, what do you mean? Prince Lian said, you might not understand now, but you will soon. The Great Yan Empire's official trembled as he said, Your Highness, no matter what you mean, you won't make me take the blame, right? Prince Lian glanced at the official. He was the right assistant minister of the Great Yan Empire's Ministry of Rights. He was definitely a high-ranking official in the imperial court. In any other kingdom, he would be able to enter the cabinet and become the prime minister. You're the scapegoat? The weight is a bit too light. Prince Lian sighed and said, It's all right, it's all right. These past few years I have really been mentally and physically exhausted. When the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights heard this, he felt an indescribable fear. What did Prince Lian mean by that? Prince Lian was truly exhausted. It wasn't a problem for him to run errands for the empire's benefit, and it wasn't even a problem for him to take the blame and do the dirty work. But the key was that he couldn't understand the heart of the emperor, and he couldn't understand the heart of the crown prince. He really didn't know what these two supreme martial artists wanted to do. Let's go and announce the results. Prince Lian said, order the Yan capital warriors and the Retribution Pavilion warriors to seal off this house. Don't let anyone out, especially Yingguang's men. Understood. The official from the Great Yan Empire replied. Prince Lian said, make your move now. Knock out all the people Yingguang left behind to supervise us. The official from the Great Yan Empire trembled as he said, Is there a need to do this? Prince Lian said, If I'm not afraid, what are you afraid of? Understood. The official from the Great Yan Empire replied. Wu Shuang. Prince Lian said. Immediately, Ji Wu Shuang, the princess of the punishing sky pavilion, who had been hiding among the emissaries, appeared. Do it, Prince Lian said. Make sure that no information is leaked. Yes. Ji Wu Shuang replied, and then his figure instantly vanished. There were no sounds of fighting coming from inside. In just a short moment, it had been completely resolved. However, the Great Yan Empire had never done such a thing before. Hence, it was conducted according to the system of the imperial examinations. The marking of the papers after the imperial examination was completely closed, so the counting of the votes was also completely closed. No one knew the results of the imperial examination before the results were released. This was the same for the voting. The entire process was carried out in the Tianjin Sacred Temple, overseeing everything on behalf of the ancient saint. A quarter of an hour later, the door of the temple opened. Yingguang was considered a usurper, so he had to appear more orthodox. That was why he built the sacred temple next to the palace and went there to worship whenever he was free. However, Ning Yuanxian was different. He hated the sacred temple, so he built it far away and only visited it once a year. The announcement of the results did not catch everyone's attention. This was because the civil and military officials of the Great Ying Empire, New Qian Kingdom, also felt that there would be no surprises in this voting. Yingguang would definitely win. This was because it was very obvious. However, as soon as Prince Lian walked out of the sacred temple, he was surrounded by a group of people. They were led by the Great Ying Empire's Prime Minister Zhao Lin, the Privy Council envoy Lan Shi, and the third Prince Ying Wuchang. Prime Minister Zhao Lin said, Prince Lian, is the result of the voting out? Prince Lian said, yes. Zhao Lin said, the Great Yan Empire must keep its word. According to the results of the previous discussion, the Great Yan Empire had to acknowledge this voting. Once the people of China supported Yingguang, the 1.5 million square kilometers of land would rightfully belong to the Ying family. All the countries in the world would have to acknowledge the existence of the Great Ying Empire, and the land of the New Qian Kingdom would have nothing to do with the Xunlang Empire. Prince Lian said, let's go to the main hall to announce the results. Is Prince Yingguang here? Is His Majesty Xunlang here? Zhao Lin said, there's still an hour before the court meeting. It'll be the same even if you announce it now. Prince Lian said, Zhao Lin, you're just the Prime Minister of the New Qian Kingdom. Do you really want to hear the results before Prince Yingguang? Prime Minister Zhao Lin's face trembled. Ying Wuchang waved his hand and said, protect Prince Lian. Immediately, thousands of warriors swarmed in and surrounded Prince Lian and the others. They walked toward the main hall of the Great Qian Palace. When the sun rose, the Great Ying Empire's court meeting began. This was another special court meeting because Yingguang's officials weren't the only ones participating. There were also envoys from the Xinlang Empire, the Great Qian Empire, the Great Yan Empire, and the other countries in the world. Yingguang wore the Great Qing Empire's dragon robe and sat on a high throne. Below him, Mira wore a royal robe and sat on another golden throne. On his left was the Great Yan Empire's Prince Lian. Bam, 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 the sound of the army's footsteps and armor clashing could be heard incessantly outside. Yingguang's army surged in like a tidal wave and surrounded the entire main hall. Yingguang said, "Prince Lian, we've been busy for more than 200 days. Let's announce the results." Prince Lian stood up and said, "Before I announce the results, I solemnly declare that the voting results this time are real and valid. It will decide the ownership of China's 1.5 million square kilometers. All countries in the world bear witness. The representatives of the 6 major forces bear witness." Everyone was silent as they waited expectantly. Prince Lian opened the box and took out a piece of red paper. He slowly unfolded it and said, "The voting results of the entire New Qian kingdom show that the Jiang family and Great Qian have won. A total of 15 million people participated in the voting. 15 million people supported Jiang Lang, and 85 million people supported Yingguang. In other words, from this moment on, the New Qian kingdom's 1.5 million square kilometers belongs to His Majesty Xinlang. Prince Yingguang must immediately withdraw from the Great Qian Palace in China." The moment he said that, all the officials were completely shocked. How could this be? How could this be possible? How could Xinlang win? Everyone clearly expressed their support for His Majesty Yingguang. In fact, the citizens of China even expelled Xinlang and treated him as a jinx. When Yingguang heard the news, his body shook violently, and he even felt a sharp pain in his head. Of course, he was still prepared for this bad news in advance because none of the warriors he sent to the temple to supervise came to report to him. It was obvious that something had happened. However, after confirming the results, he still suffered a huge blow. What did this mean? Were the Chinese people putting on a show with him? Everyone clearly stood up to express their support for him, so why did they secretly support Xinlang when they voted in secret? Could it be that Xinlang lowered himself and acted like a clown really work? Could it really change the hearts of the people? There was dead silence. Yingguang's officials almost couldn't believe the results, and all the country's ambassadors were completely speechless. Prince Lian said, "From the beginning to the end of this voting, all the country's ambassadors and the 6 transcendent forces had representatives to supervise and ensure absolute fairness, no favoritism or fraud, and absolute fairness and authority. Your Majesty Yingguang, according to the imperial edict, you, Yingguang, have left the Great Qian Palace in China. The New Qian Kingdom's 1.5 million square kilometers belongs to His Majesty Xinlang." Jing stood up and said, "Prince Yingguang, that throne of yours belongs to me. Your Great Qing Empire can be established in Stupa Mountain. Please take your officials and troops out of my territory. My troops and officials will take over the entire New Qian Kingdom." Prince Lian said slowly, "Prince Yingguang, make your position clear." Ha 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 ha. Yingguang suddenly burst into laughter. Then, he stared at Prince Lian like a hawk and said, "Prince Lian, you've got it wrong. The number of people who support me is 15 million, and the number of people who support Xinlang is 85 million. Your old eyes are failing you." The Ying family's officials were stunned when they heard this. Then, they said loudly, "Yes, yes, Prince Lian's eyes are failing you. His Majesty Yingguang has won, and Xinlang has lost. Xinlang is like a clown. How could he possibly win? The people of China's capital clearly stand on His Majesty Yingguang's side." Yingguang walked down from his throne and stood behind Prince Lian. He placed his hand on Prince Lian's neck and said slowly, "Prince Lian, you're wrong, aren't you?" At the same time, the tens of thousands of warriors outside drew their swords, causing the Great Yan Empire's ambassadors and the other countries' ambassadors to tremble in fear. Immediately afterward, thousands of Snow Eagle warriors descended from the sky, surrounding the hall tightly. Shortly after, Stupa Mountain sect leader Ren walked in slowly and said with a smile, "Am I too late? Prince Lian, is the result of the vote out?" Prince Lian said, "It's out." Sect leader Ren smiled and said, "What's the result?" As he spoke, his gaze fell on Princess Ji Wushuang of the Punishing Heaven Pavilion. Ying Guang said, "Prince Lian, the Great Yan Empire's ambassadors, and the Great Yan Empire's Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights, the result of the vote is out. I've won, right? 60% of the people support me, and 40% support Shenlang. Although the voting process was very difficult, the result is still authoritative. This is really a great attempt, isn't it?" At this moment, Prince Lian felt a sharp pain in his neck as though something had burrowed into his cervical vertebrae. "Prince Lian, announce the result," Ying Guang said. Prince Lian's body trembled as he said, I officially announce that in this vote, a total of 15 million people participated. 15 million people support Ying Guang, and 85 million people support His Majesty Shenlang. Ying Guang is the winner. The 5 million square kilometers of New Qian Kingdom belongs to His Majesty Ying Guang. The moment he said that, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. Many of the elderly officials sneered inwardly. Meanwhile, many of the younger officials, be it the members of the ambassadors or even the young officials under Ying Guang, felt a chill run down their spines. They also felt that this vote was ridiculous and childish, but they felt a sense of solemnity and holiness when they participated in it. This was because many of the people present had personally witnessed it. Every single process was fair, just, and solemn. However, this result was so ridiculous that it was easily overturned. It was blatantly pointing fingers at a deer and calling it a horse. More than 20 to 30,000 people, more than half a year's worth of hard work, and the feelings of more than 15 million people were trampled on just like that. Throughout the entire process, the mirror that played the role of Shenlang was silent. Chou Yaoer was silent, and so was Sun An. Ying Guang said, "Prince Lian, please go outside and announce this result in front of the citizens of Beijing." "Oh right, Your Majesty Shenlang, let's go together. The three of us will go together." Then, Ying Guang held the mirror in his left hand and Prince Lian's hand in his right as he walked out of the palace. The doors of the great hall opened, revealing tens of thousands of warriors outside. With a single order from Ying Guang, they would be able to kill all the ambassadors of the various countries. As Ying Guang walked out, the tens of thousands of warriors immediately opened up a path and bowed to him. Ying Guang wore a black robe embroidered with golden dragons. He looked mighty and domineering. His gait made Prince Lian and the mirror look like little chicks. "Prince Lian, do you feel a chill running down your spine?" Don't worry. This parasite is extremely special, but there's still an antidote," Ying Guang said in a low voice. "I don't even have to worry that the mirror will hear me." Prince Lian's body trembled slightly, but he didn't say anything. "Do you think that I, Ying Guang, am too arrogant? How dare I lay my hands on a prince of the Great Yan Empire? How dare I lay my hands on the ambassadors of the various countries?" Ying Guang sneered. "Perhaps you want to return to the Yan capital and report me to the crown prince to deal a devastating blow to the Great Yan Empire? That's impossible. This is what the two supremes of the Yan capital want to see the most." Ying Guang led the two of them out of the palace and up to the city gate tower. There were still more than 200,000 people standing in the plaza below. They were densely packed and looked up at the city gate tower. Ying Guang said, "Prince Lian, you are the imperial envoy of the Great Yan Empire. Make the official announcement." More than 200,000 people stared at Prince Lian. He felt that this was even more ridiculous. More than half of the people of the Xianxia kingdom supported Shenlang, but it was useless. They couldn't come to the Yan capital, let alone stand in front of the palace. Prince Lian closed his eyes in pain. To be honest, he was afraid of death. However, there was something more important than death to him, and that was his dignity. After all, he was a member of the royal family and had been in charge of the Great Yan Empire's foreign affairs for nearly a decade. The scene before him was a great humiliation. Everything is for the empire's benefit, Prince Lian thought to himself. Ying Guang said, "Prince Lian, make the announcement." Prince Lian took the Nightmare Stone sound amplifier and announced, "I hereby announce that the people of the Xianxia kingdom have voted. His Majesty Ying Guang is the winner. The 1.5 million square kilometers of the Xianxia kingdom belongs to the Ying clan. From now on, this land has nothing to do with the Jiang clan. The crowd was silent for a few seconds. Then, someone knelt and kowtowed. Long live His Majesty Yin Guang! Long live the great Yin Empire! Long live the Empire! At first, there were only a few thousand people. Later, tens of thousands of people cheered. These 200,000 people only knelt. They did not cheer. They just quietly accepted the result they wanted. This is an ugly scene. Sunan, the deputy of the Great Qian Empire's Privy Council, said slowly, but I'm not surprised. Mirror said, I'm not surprised either. Your Majesty Yin Guang, no matter how ugly the result is, it's still an outcome. I have to leave now. Leave? Yin Guang sneered, where do you think you're going? Sunan said coldly, Your Majesty Yin Guang, what do you mean? Could it be that you want to imprison His Majesty? Then, Sunan looked at Prince Lian and said, The Great Yan Empire and the 6 transcendent forces have promised to protect His Majesty. Yin Guang said, I didn't say I'm going to kill His Majesty Shenlang. I didn't even say I'm going to torture him. I'm just asking him to stay. Your Majesty Shenlang, don't you like my Great Qian Royal Palace? Then stay here for the rest of your life. Yin Wuchang smiled. Even if you can't be the Great Qian Emperor, being a prisoner isn't too bad. Yin Guang said to Prince Lian, Imperial Envoy, you've been away from the Flame Capital for so long. It's time to report back. Prince Lian was silent for a long time. Then, he said to Yin Guang, Prince Yin Guang, I would like to speak to His Majesty Shenlang alone. Yin Guang and the rest left the room, leaving only Prince Lian and the mirror in the room. Prince Lian looked at the mirror quietly. Over the past half a year, Yin Guang and the mirror had not met often. However, Prince Lian had been with the mirror almost every day. He did not see any flaws, nor did he know that the mirror was a substitute. He just found it strange. Your Majesty Shenlang, as a chess piece, you have no choice. Prince Lian sighed. I once thought I was a chess player, but in the end, I'm still a pitiful chess piece. Of course, I thought I was a chess player, but in the end, I'm not the only chess piece. I hope you're not that person. The mirror only smiled and did not say anything. Farewell. Take care. Prince Lian said. The next day, Prince Lian left the Great Yan Empire with the envoy group and returned to the Flame Capital. He had completely abandoned the Shenlang envoy group. Yin Guang officially announced to the world that he had won. From now on, the 1.5 million square kilometers of the New Qian Kingdom officially belonged to the Yin family. From now on, there would be no New Qian Kingdom, only the Great Yin Empire. Following that, Yin Guang officially imprisoned Shenlang, the Mirror, and the few hundred members of the Raging Tide City envoy group. After that, the entire New Qian Kingdom officially changed its flag. All the counties and provinces were replaced with the black royal flag of the Great Yin Empire. All the governors, prefects, and city lords changed their official robes and hats, becoming officials of the Great Yin Empire. From the Qian capital to the provinces and even to the villages, all the official seals were changed. An imperial edict was posted in every village, announcing the results of the vote. To celebrate this great victory, Yin Guang ordered the opening of the granaries and amnesty. He also announced the extension of the imperial examinations. All the officials of the provinces, counties, and cities had to organize celebrations. They sent clothes to the elderly and snacks to the children so that the people could enjoy Yin Guang's benevolence. Inside the Flame Capital Palace, Prince Lian kowtowed. Your Highness, Yin Guang is distorting the truth. I suggest that the Great Yan Empire punish him. If necessary, use a strategic strike. The Crown Prince did not reply. Prince Lian said, Your Highness, Yin Guang's actions have tarnished the dignity of the Great Yan Empire. If we do not punish him, how will the world view the Flame Capital? The Crown Prince said slowly, Prince Lian, you're too immersed in your acting. Prince Lian trembled. Your Highness, are we just going to let this matter go? The Crown Prince said, Prince Lian, everyone else is acting. Why did you take it so seriously? Prince Lian said agitatedly, all the envoys saw Yin Guang distorting the truth. How much of a blow is this to the dignity of the Great Yan Empire? How will the world view the Great Yan Empire? The Crown Prince waved his hand. Prince Lian, you're tired. Go back and rest. Your Highness. Prince Lian shouted. The Crown Prince picked up a memorial and read it. He did not say anything else. Prince Lian cowed out and retreated, trembling. Then, the Crown Prince said, issue an imperial edict to reprimand Guang. Tell him to send someone to the Flame Capital to apologize. Yes, Your Highness. A few days later, Guang sent a large-scale envoy to the Flame Capital to apologize. The Great Yan Empire issued 3 consecutive imperial edicts to reprimand Guang. Guang apologized again and demoted the Great Ying Empire to the Great Ying Kingdom. He also stated that he would support the rule of the Great Yan Empire and that the emperor would be the only leader of the Eastern world. The Flame Capital remained silent. They did not immediately acknowledge the existence of the Great Ying Kingdom. However, they acknowledged that the 1.5 million square kilometers of land in the Xianxia Kingdom belonged to the Ying clan. Then, the Great Qian Empire's Prime Minister and King of Danan, Sha Jin, King Wu, King Chu, and King Yu jointly issued an imperial edict to reprimand Guang for distorting the truth in the vote. They also stated that they would not acknowledge the result. The 1.5 million square kilometers of land in the Xianxia Kingdom still belonged to the Great Qian Empire. Following that, the envoys from the other countries gradually revealed Guang's crime of distorting the truth. After all, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall. At least a few hundred envoys from the other countries heard the result of the vote and saw Guang's actions. The commotion spread further and further. In the end, it swept across the entire Eastern world like a storm. Then, all eyes were focused on the Great Yan Empire's Prince Lian. After all, he was the one responsible for this matter. He was also the one who announced the results of the vote and presided over the entire process. At this time, if he exposed Prince Lian for distorting the truth, then the Great Yan Empire's dignity would suffer a blow. However, if he publicly announced that Guang did not distort the truth, then he would be endorsing Guang's crimes once again. Prince Lian went to the palace several times and cowed out until his head bled. He asked the Great Yan Empire's Crown Prince to punish Guang. However, the Great Yan Empire's Crown Prince did not respond. Countless gazes and voices forced Prince Lian to tell the truth. Finally, the Great Yan Empire's Crown Prince sent a note to Prince Lian. On it were a few words: the real Xianxia is in Raging Tide City. The battle between him and Guang is about to begin. Prince Lian felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He deeply felt the Great Yan Empire's Crown Prince's words: everyone else is acting, but you are too immersed in it. Are you playing me like a monkey, Ying? Guang played me like a monkey. You, Xianxia, played me like a monkey. Crown Prince, are you playing me like a monkey too? Everything I do is for the benefit of the Great Yan Empire. Why do you have to force me like this? The next day, his family found Prince Lian's corpse in the study. The prince who dominated the diplomatic scene of the Great Yan Empire bid farewell to the world in such a manner. The war of words regarding the vote by the Qian people became more and more intense. Raging Tide City, Wu, Chu, and Yu countries denounced Guang every day and exposed his crimes to the world. They asked Guang to unconditionally hand over 1.5 million square kilometers of the new Qian Kingdom's land and release Emperor Xianxia and the members of the envoy team. The world was in an uproar. Was Guang so powerful that he actually detained the Great Qian Emperor and the envoy team? If the Great Qian Emperor was arrested, then what was the point of the Great Qian Empire? It was a great humiliation. Yan capital remained silent as if it had no intention of coming out to uphold justice. In the end, the Great Qian Empire Secretariat and the Privy Council issued the strictest letter to Guang. They asked Guang to unconditionally release Emperor Xianxia, Marshal Qiu Yaoer, the Privy Council Deputy Sunan, and all the members of the envoy team within 10 days. If they did not agree, the Great Qian Empire would officially declare war on Guang. Guang burned the letter of credence in front of all the officials in the imperial court. His attitude was extremely arrogant and disdainful. The Great Qian Empire Secretariat and the Privy Council couldn't take it anymore. King Wu, King Chu, and King Yu entered Raging Tide City. After an entire day and night of discussion, the Great Qian Empire officially declared war on the so-called Great Ying Kingdom. The world was in an uproar. Your Emperor Xianxia had been arrested. Without a leader, you actually want to rely on your officials to declare war. Then what hope do you have in this war? On the 19th of November, the 50,000 troops of Raging Tide City landed on the state of Yu. The 50,000 troops of the Great Qian Empire officially marched north to attacking Guang. Note, I'm the first to send a message, asking for monthly votes, asking for support, and thanking my benefactors. In the eyes of the world, this was a battle of honor for the Qian Empire. It was a battle of grief and despair, a battle that they were destined to lose. However, they had to fight because even the emperor of the Qian Empire had been captured. If they did not do anything, how could they face the world? Where was the dignity of the Qian Empire? In fact, it was not only the air force and land forces of the Qian Empire that had become stronger. There was another army that had improved even more, and that was the navy of the Skeleton Party. It had been almost 4 years since they returned from the Western world. It had been 3 years since the repair of the ancient battleship of the Xianxia Pavilion, and 1.5 years since the repair of the dozens of ancient battleships of the Xianxia Pavilion. The shipyard of Tianfeng Island had been operating at full capacity for almost 4 years, and more than 8 battleships had been launched. However, it had to be said that when a country was in a period of rapid technological development, many weapons and equipment that had just been built meant that they were lagging behind, especially ironclad battleships. Of the 8 battleships, 5 were wooden battleships with iron armor. Only 3 battleships that had just been launched were pure ironclad battleships. Speaking of which, Tianfeng shipyard had a huge advantage over ancient and modern China. Firstly, the steel was advanced, and secondly, the welding skills were amazing. They used the nightmare stone plasma flame, which was even better than modern Earth. However, the power of the battleships was still very poor. The 6 battleships were mainly powered by sails and supplemented by steam engines. Although the internal combustion engine had been manufactured, the internal combustion engine used on the battleships was too big and was still in the experimental stage. They would need the next batch of battleships to use the large internal combustion engine on the battleships. Of course, even if the internal combustion engine was used on the battleships, it would mean that they were lagging behind. After all, the internal combustion engine was more primitive than the nightmare stone and the ancient energy core. However, even with all these shortcomings, the navy of the Xunlang Empire had improved by leaps and bounds. They had seized more than 30 ancient battleships, 8 new battleships, and 20 wooden battleships with iron armor. The main fleet had more than 58 battleships equipped with more than 1,500 new howitzers, and more than a few hundred ancient giant crossbows and ancient giant crossbows. What was the most impressive was the small-scale draconic power being installed on the ships. Under the strong efforts of the Skeleton Party's navy, they finally obtained 15 small-scale draconic power from the army and installed them on a few ancient warships. Furthermore, the main force of the 30,000 Skeleton Party had also changed their equipment, although they could not use the nightmare stone rifles yet, but the ancient bows and arrows, and the old rifles were all equipped. They were not afraid of close combat on the sea. The navy wasn't strong enough to attack Dark Castle in the south. Stupa Mountain's main fleet was stationed there, but it was more than enough to defend Raging Tidewater and protect the east-west sea routes. The enormous fleet transported 50,000 new soldiers of the Great Qian dynasty, as well as an astronomical amount of equipment and cannons to the land. The entire landing process would last for 3 days and 3 nights. Although the state of Yu's 100,000 new soldiers could not directly participate in the battle, they became the main transport force. Xianxia stood on the repaired ancient warship and looked at the crowded port. "Uncle Tang, Gila, I'll leave the house to you. Stupa Mountain's fleet in the south probably won't attack Raging Tidewater, but just in case, you guys still need to be prepared for battle," Xianxia said. "Yes, Your Majesty. Battle for revenge. Seek justice." At this moment, a thunderous roar came from the port. The new army of the Great Qian Empire and the state of Yu all started shouting. Xianxia was among the army, but most people didn't know. They all thought that Xianxia had been captured by Yingguang in Qian capital. However, words like saving His Majesty couldn't be shouted out. In the hearts of the Great Qian Empire's army, His Majesty Xianxia was omnipotent. Why would he need their help? His Majesty was someone who could instantly kill Ling Wuming. This time, the truth of the voting in China had been exposed. Other countries might still be skeptical, but the Wu, Chu, and Yu countries, especially the Great Qian Empire's army, firmly believed that the new Qian kingdom's citizens were supporting His Majesty Shenlang. They had won the voting. It was just that Guang was despicable and shameless. He called a deer a horse, inverted the truth, and snatched away the fruits of victory. Liberate China and take back Qian capital. On the port, tens of thousands of people shouted. Not only the 50,000 new soldiers of the Great Qian Empire, but also the 100,000 new soldiers of the state of Yu and hundreds of thousands of civilians were all fired up. Battle for revenge. Seek justice. Liberate China and take back Qian capital. After a moment of mixed shouting, the slogan quickly became unified. Hundreds of thousands of people shouted while working hard. They were full of fighting spirit and extraordinary strength. The 500-kilogram shells were so heavy after being packed, but 4 civilians carried them away. Hundreds of thousands of people were shouting slogans as they worked with all their might. Their fighting spirit was high, and their strength was extraordinary. 500 kilograms of artillery shells were very heavy after being packed into boxes. 4 civilian laborers suddenly lifted it and left. Prince Lian, it's a pity. Shenlang suddenly said. In fact, Prince Lian didn't have to die. He could live on shamelessly. Although his reputation would be ruined, at least he would still be alive, right? In fact, Imperial Prince Lian didn't have to die. He could live on shamelessly. Although his reputation would be ruined, at least he was still alive, right? Everyone in China, including Prince Lian and Shenlang, felt that Guang would win this time through the voting of everyone in China. However, they didn't expect the mirror to be so infectious that it actually moved countless Chinese people. This vote actually miraculously won. At this time, Prince Lian could choose to distort the truth and say that Shenlang lost and Guang won. However, he didn't do that. Instead, he told the truth first and then changed his words. So, did he change his words because of Guang's coercion? Perhaps that was part of the reason, but at the end of the day, it was still for Great Yan's interests. This was because in Yan Capital's plan, Guang had to win this vote. Prince Lian was too proud and too complicated. On one hand, he wanted to protect Great Yan's interests and uphold the will of the crown prince. On the other hand, he wanted to maintain Great Yan's dignity and his own dignity. He was especially unwilling to bow down to a traitor like Guang. After returning to the Flame capital, he tried very hard to change the crown prince's mind. His goal was very simple. Not only did he maintain the voting result of the Qian nation, but he also wanted to deal a fatal blow to Guang. He wanted to protect the dignity of the Great Yan Empire and himself, Prince Lian. There were many ways to deal such a blow. He could use long-range strategic bombing strikes or supreme force to deal a destructive blow to Guang's family. He wanted Guang to know that he, Prince Lian, was not someone to be threatened. In the end, Great Yan's crown prince refused. He didn't protect Prince Lian's dignity, nor did he protect Great Yan's dignity. This was a huge blow to Prince Lian. Moreover, the whole world was laughing at him. Therefore, he chose to commit suicide. This person can be considered shameless. When the old king of Chu died, his behavior was very shameless. After that, his methods against the new king of Chu became even more despicable. However, he wasn't shameless enough. Shenlang said, he's a proud person after all. He can't lose his dignity. He would rather die to protect his dignity. Prince Jin said, he was too immersed in his acting. More importantly, Great Yan's crown prince was too cold to him. He lost all hope. Shenlang said, let's not talk about him. Although he's not an enemy, he's still an enemy. If he's dead, then so be it. Prince Jin said, Your Majesty, according to your plan, it shouldn't be a problem for us to attack Qian capital. However, it'll be difficult to attack Stupa Mountain. After all, it's a few hundred miles away from the floating sea. Our warships can't fly thousands of miles to the floating sea. Shenlang said, I hope the Stupa Mountain Master will be by Guang's side during the decisive battle in Qian capital. Prince Jin said, what if he's not? Are we going to surround Stupa Mountain and not attack? His consideration was also the same question that Shenlang had been thinking about. The decisive battle this time was to destroy Guang and Stupa Mountain once and for all. In fact, destroying Stupa Mountain was even more important. Otherwise, even if they occupied Qian capital, Stupa Mountain's troops could come out of the floating sea and stab Xianlang or Chu Nation in the back. After a long while, Xianlang said, "If this sect leader Ren isn't around during the decisive battle in Qian capital, I'll have to think of another way to cross the floating sea and destroy Stupa Mountain's headquarters. In any case, we must finish this battle in one go." After a few days and nights, Xianlang's great Qian dynasty's new troops finally finished disembarking and headed west. This was definitely a tiring expedition. They first had to cross the entire state of Yu and enter Chu Nation's territory. Then, they would head north from Chu Nation and enter China. The journey was more than 10,000 miles. Although the main force only consisted of 50,000 soldiers, there were more than 250,000 auxiliary troops and commoners. In total, there were 300,000 people. They stretched for hundreds of miles and were majestic and boundless. This march did not require a large amount of rations because the state of Yu and Chu Nation had done their best to prepare everything along the way. Not only the rations, but even the warhorses, mule carts, and other things were properly prepared. This was the great use of the three countries. Xianlang's 50,000 troops only needed to bring their weapons and equipment to disembark. Along the way, not only did the state of Yu provide a large amount of rations and resources, but countless commoners also rushed over to deliver rations and meat to the army. Moreover, the army did not need to set up camp. As long as they reached the designated location, the state of Yu's troops and commoners would have already set up a huge camp there. Moreover, they would be provided with cooked food and hot water. All they needed to do was to move in. Even so, the marching speed of the army was only about 150 to 60 miles per day. The 50,000 soldiers of Deqian's new army were either the Amazon army or the Nirvana army. Each of them could travel 300 to 400 miles per day while carrying 200 to 300 pounds of weight. They were not a normal army at all. What slowed the army down was a large amount of resources. There were 6 to 7 tons of small dragon power, 500 kilograms, and even 1-ton Hellfire bombs. There were also an astronomical number of special bullets, hundreds of cannons, tens of thousands of shells, and so on. Battle for revenge, seek justice, liberate China, and take back China. Amidst the blood-boiling slogans, the 50,000 Deqian new army spent a whole month and a half to pass through the entire state of Yu and enter the territory of Chu Nation. When they reached Chu Nation, the marching speed was a little faster because it was a flat plain. The king of Chu brought 200,000 auxiliary troops and an astronomical number of rations and resources to welcome them. "Brother Ningjing, go back to Tianyue now. Leave the rest to me," said the king of Chu. Ningjing secretly bade farewell to Xianlang, but Ningqi, Zhongyao, and the other generals stayed with the army and followed Xianlang on the northern expedition. "Your Majesty, I have an idea," said Ningjing as he left. "Xianlang, speak." Ningjing said, "I want to let the ministers and envoys of the state of Yu take turns to work in Raging Tide City." This king of Yu was really confident in Xianlang. The battle hadn't started yet, but in his eyes, Xianlang had already won. He was already preparing for the victory. Not only the envoys and ministers, but even the middle-aged and young officials can also enter Raging Tide City to work for 2 to 3 years before being transferred back to the state of Yu, said Ningjing. Of course, if there's a need, they can also stay in the central government of Deqian. This person was really broad-minded. This was completely connecting the administrative powers of both sides. The state of Yu would be completely integrated into the Deqian Empire system. "Your Majesty Xianlang, this is what I think." Ningjing continued, "Although the three countries have implemented new policies, we are still old forces after all. Our thinking is still not open enough. Raging Tide City is different. It's very fast-paced and professional. His Majesty Jiangli said it well. Liberate civilization and bring the entire Deqian Empire and even the entire Eastern world into a higher stage of civilization. Now that this kind of rapid progress has been seen in Raging Tide City, the three countries also need to keep up. Also, once Your Majesty attacks Beijing and kills Yinguang, you'll have to prepare to take over the entire New Qian Kingdom. Those officials who are loyal to Yinguang won't be able to be used. Raging Tide City's organization is already extremely simple and doesn't have that many officials. They still need to be transferred from the three countries. Therefore, a large number of officials from the three countries will be sent to Raging Tide City to learn and work. It'll be convenient to take over the entire China in the future. King Chu said, I also agree. If your majesty is willing, I'll draw up a list and transfer 1/5 of the core officials of the Chu dynasty to Raging Tide City. Shenlang nodded and said, okay, I agree in principle. However, you still need to do the handover with Prince Jin and Lord Suaxian. The route of Shenlang's 50,000-man main force was almost no secret. The direction his army reached and how far they were from China was not only known by Beijing, but also by Yan capital, Stupa Mountain, and even all the countries in the world. In order to achieve the effect of a fatal blow, Shenlang's 6 super sky fortresses did not follow the army. As they flew fast, they would be able to fly over in time when the army arrived at the battlefield. Therefore, the aerial defense during this period was completely handed over to Da Chao and dozens of special warriors to form the aerial army. Shenlang's Raging Tide City only had dozens of snow eagles. Later on, he borrowed dozens from the Great Yan Empire and brought all of them to Beijing. After that, he flew back to Raging Tide City in the name of informing the Great Yan Empire. The remaining half was still detained in Beijing. Therefore, during this period of time, there were all kinds of winged cavalry scouts circling the sky above the army almost every day. There were scouts from Heaven Punishment Pavilion, Yan Capital, Yingguang, Stupa Mountain, and so on. Not only were they trying to find out the route of Shenlang's army, but they were also basically monitoring it. Almost every 10 hours, Yingguang and Yan Capital would receive information about the specific location of Shenlang's army. They were just short of announcing it to the world. The 50,000-man cannon fodder army of Raging Tide City has entered Chu country. They are only 2,300 miles away from the border of China. Only 1,500 li left. Only 1,000 miles away. There were no secrets in the world. Even the citizens of Beijing and Yan capital knew where Shenlang's 50,000-man army was. They even named the new Great Qian Army as Cannon Fodder Army. Yan capital still did not say anything about the decisive battle between Raging Tide City and Yingguang. They did not even pretend to mediate. On the day Shenlang's 50,000-man army landed in the state of Yu, Stupa Mountain and Yingguang were already gathering their army. However, the scale of their army was much larger than Shenlang's. Yingguang was ambitious. Although he did not go all out in the past 20 years, he was definitely restless. China had a population of 60 million, and their total army reached 1 million. Actually, this number was not very shocking. Chu country and the state of Yu only had a population of 20 million, and their armies were more than 600,000 to 700,000 at their peak. The quality of the army was more important than the quantity, and Yingguang's army was definitely elite. Over the past 20 years, he had worked with Stupa Mountain and trained a shocking number of Hell Army. Of course, because they were hit by Regret of the Dragon twice, they lost as many as 50,000 to 60,000 Hell Army. However, there were still a lot of them left. This decisive battle with Raging Tide City was the first battle after Yingguang was established. Yingguang wanted to show his might and shock everyone. Therefore, from the day Shenlang sent out his army, Xianxia Kingdom and Stupa Mountain started to gather their army. Half a month later, Yingguang and Stupa Mountain were still gathering troops after the 50,000 Great Qian Kingdom entered Chu country. Only the heavens knew how many troops they were going to gather. The entire surroundings of Tianjin were densely packed with military camps that connected the heavens and the earth. The airspace between Stupa Mountain and Qian capital was filled with endless traffic, and there were large-scale aerial armies flying over every day. To Yingguang, the smartest thing to do was to wait for the enemy to exhaust themselves. He gathered hundreds of thousands of troops at the Qian capital defense line and waited for Raging Tide City's 50,000 new army to attack. However, if he did that, he would have to let Raging Tide City's army enter Yingguang's territory. Wouldn't that be a humiliation? After all, in the eyes of the world, Raging Tide City's northern expedition this time was a battle of cannon fodder, a battle of despair. As the king of Yingguang, how could he let the enemy invade the country? He had to stop the enemy outside the country, Qian capital. Your Majesties, Raging Tide City's 50,000 troops are still 800 miles away from Yingguang's border. Launcher said, "Our 500,000 troops have already gathered and can head south at any time to kill the 50,000 troops of Raging Tide City. May I ask if your majesty wants to lead the troops personally?" Ingguang said, "Who will be the commander of this northern expedition?" Launcher said, "The commander is Prince Jean, and the vice commander is Lan Feng." Ingguang said, "Lan Feng? He can also be the vice commander?" "Of course, I don't mean to look down on your Lan family, but 30 years ago, he was only a third-rank general." The Lan family's status in the Great Qian Empire was equivalent to the Zhong family. This Launcher was Lan Feng and Lan Dao's uncle. He was already 80 years old, and when Emperor Jiangli was still on the throne, he was already the vice commander of the Great Qian Empire's Bureau of Military Affairs. Speaking of which, Launcher and Ingguang were enemies back then. The Lan family was known as the Jiang family's most loyal generals. In the end, after Emperor Jiangli died, a portion of the Lan family chose to be loyal to him. Launcher, Lan Mo, and the others chose to surrender and became Ingguang's subordinates. This Launcher had been the new Qian Empire's Bureau of Military Affairs for nearly 30 years. Even his nephew, Lan Mo, was the vice commander of the Bureau of Military Affairs. Prince Jean can be considered powerful, but he's just a barbarian king. He doesn't have the qualifications for me to lead the troops personally. Ingguang said, "Brother Ren, who do you think is the most suitable commander for this 500,000 troops?" As he said this, Ingguang couldn't help but feel his heart ache. Originally, Crown Prince Ing Wuming was the most suitable candidate. Stupa Mountain Sect Master Ren said, "Hell Hall's Master Xianxia will be the commander. Prince Ing Wuchang and Launcher will be the vice commanders." As soon as this was said, Ingguang's heart twitched slightly. Among the many elders of Stupa Mountain, Hell Hall was ranked first, and Military Hall was ranked second. Hell Hall was only responsible for one thing, and that was to train the Hell Army and Special Forces. Ren Tianxiao was not only the Hall Master, but also the Sect Master's nephew. This appointment made people wonder if Sect Master Ren was going to make Ren Tianxiao the successor of Stupa Mountain. However, it didn't seem like it. Although Ren Tianxiao was his nephew, he was only a dozen years younger than him. He was already in his 50s this year. However, one thing was certain. At least for now, Ren Tianxiao was the second most important person in Stupa Mountain. For the past few years, Sect Master Ren had been in the huge ancient ruins in the Southern Sea, while Ren Tianxiao had been guarding Stupa Mountain's headquarters. Previously, the Great Yan Empire's regret of the dragon attack on Stupa Mountain's headquarters was intercepted by Ren Tianxiao. Ingguang was slightly unhappy that Ren Tianxiao was the commander and Ing Wuchang was the vice commander. Didn't that mean that the people of the Ing clan were half a rank lower? Even though Ingguang's surname was Ren, the Ing clan was still one of the royal clans in the world. "Alright, let these 3 people lead the 500,000 troops and kill the 50,000 people of Furious Tide City," Ingguang said. Sect Master Ren said, "Tianxiao, come in." Immediately, a 2-meter-tall, majestic man walked in. The entire hall immediately felt a strong pressure. Even though he was already in his 50s, he looked at most in his 30s. He looked very similar to Sect Master Ren, but the blood vessels all over his body were like countless poisonous snakes entrenched on his body. It was especially strange and sinister. He had always stayed in Stupa Mountain's headquarters. As the organization that trained the secret army, the Hell Hall had always been in a state of secrecy. Therefore, he did not often show himself. However, in terms of martial arts, he was on par with Ren Yingying, above Zhu Hongxue, and comparable to Princess Ninghan at her peak. In short, he was a top expert. At least, there was no one on Shenlang's side who could match him. Ingguang said, "Tianxiao, do you know how to fight this battle?" Ren Tianxiao said, "Behead 50,000 people, draw their blood, and dismember their corpses." This person was very direct. Moreover, he was not joking or venting his anger. Drawing their blood and dismembering their corpses were useful. Part of it was used to cultivate venomous insects, while the other part was used to train the Stupa Mountain Special Army, the Hell Army. In short, it was extremely evil. Stupa Mountain's biological laboratory had almost no bottom line, far more than Sky Sea Pavilion's Life Research Department. Ingguang said, "The whole world is watching us. We have 500,000 people against 50,000 from New Tiao City. We have 10 times the number of soldiers and 100 times the strength. Moreover, the battle is taking place at the border of our Ying kingdom. Therefore, we must strike like lightning and turn the enemy into dust in an instant. Only then can we show the might of our Ying kingdom. At this moment, the bureau envoy launcher suddenly said, "Your Majesties, Shenlang is our captive." The 50,000 people from New Tiao City were forced to go north. They are just cannon fodder. It will be easy to destroy them. However, the Great Yan Empire is the key. What if they release the ultimate regret of the dragon? We do not have ancient intercepting devices at the border. Ying Guang said, the Great Yan Empire would not dare to release the ultimate regret of the dragon. The bureau envoy launcher did not understand. Why would the Great Yan Empire not dare? Was it because Shenlang was in the hands of Qianjing that they could release the ultimate regret of the dragon to deter the Great Yan Empire? In fact, this was not the only reason. It was because Stupa Mountain had mastered another deadly weapon. It was also launched with the power of the dragon, but it was not the ultimate regret of the dragon. Instead, it was a completely new weapon made of goo insects. Although it was not as terrifying as the ultimate regret of the dragon, it could still cause shocking destruction. However, even the Hell Legion and special warriors of Stupa Mountain had no defense against these goo insects. Therefore, they did not dare to use them on the battlefield because the goo insects could not differentiate between friend and foe. Ying Wuchang, what do you say? Ying Guang looked at his son. Ying Wuchang said, it will take 15 days for our 500,000 soldiers to reach the border of Chuing. However, the entire battle will only take 1 day. Including the battle report, we will need another day. 17 days. Father, sect leader Ren, give me 17 days. I am willing to make a military pledge. Within 17 days, I will let you hear the news that the 50,000 cannon fodder army of New Tiao City has been completely annihilated. Once he said this, the bureau envoy launcher frowned slightly. These words were too firm. What if there was a storm, heavy snow, or strong winds during the march? Ying Guang said, I will give you 30 days. Within a month, I want to hear the news that the New Tiao City army has been completely annihilated. Yes. 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 Ren Tianxiao, Ying Wuchang, and launcher shouted. Then, following Ying Guang's order, Ying Guang and the 500,000 strong army of Stupa Mountain marched south, charging towards the border. Ying Guang's army was marching south, a total of 500,000 soldiers, but they claimed to be in the millions. This news quickly exploded in Yan capital, Tianyu City, Chu country, and the capital of Wu country. Looking from the sky, this army truly covered the sky. It stretched for hundreds of miles and was like a dark tide heading south. Among the 500,000 soldiers, there were a total of 3,000 special warriors wearing ancient armor. This was an unprecedented number. Back when they attacked New Tiao City, only 300 of them were deployed. The 150,000 soldiers of Hell Legion was even more terrifying. Previously, Ying Guang and Stupa Mountain had only deployed 50,000 to 60,000 soldiers of Hell Legion. The remaining 300,000 soldiers were the main force of the original New Qian kingdom. They were considered normal soldiers. In the eyes of the world, this army was 100 times stronger than the New Tiao City. It had been 4 years since Shenlang returned to the eastern world, but the army under his command had never fought a proper battle. The fighting strength of the Raging Tide City's army was completely questioned. The only real victory they had was against Zhu Hongshua's 20,000 Blood Soul army. But in that battle, they completely relied on the Nightmare Stone magnetic bomb to paralyze the ancient energy core of Sky Sea Pavilion, causing the Blood Soul army to lose its combat power. Otherwise, the New Tiao City army would have been completely annihilated. And this time, Ying Guang and Stupa Mountain had sent out the special warriors of Hell Legion. Their combat power far exceeded that of Zhu Hongshua's Blood Soul army. With Shenlang captured and the New Tiao City without a leader, how were they going to fight this battle? It was even more hopeless than despair. Moreover, everyone could see very clearly why Shenlang had taken the risk to duel with Ying Wuming. It was because Ying Wuming's 100,000 soldiers were going to attack the capital of the state of Yu. With normal military power, it was impossible to protect the state of Yu. That was why Shenlang had made such a bad decision. Although he had created a miracle by instantly killing Ying Wuming, he had also been captured until now. This further proved the weakness of the new Tiao City army. They couldn't even stop Ying Wuming's 100,000 soldiers, let alone the 500,000 soldiers now. Under the eyes of the entire world, the two armies with a huge disparity in numbers were approaching each other. The 50,000 soldiers of New Tiao City were heading north, while Ying Guang's 500,000 soldiers were heading south. The Chuing border was the battlefield. 10 days later, the 50,000 soldiers of New Tiao City arrived at the border first. They stopped advancing and began to set up defenses. At this time, Ying Guang's 500,000 soldiers were still a few hundred miles away from the border. Upon hearing that the New Tiao City army had stopped setting up defenses, the three commanders immediately ordered the army to speed up. 4 days later, Ying Guang and the 500,000 soldiers of Stupa Mountain were approaching the Chuing border. The two armies were now 50 miles apart. The decisive battle between the Shenlang and Ying Guang's army was about to begin. The 130 miniature dragon powers of Shenlang's army were scattered along a 3,000-meter defensive line. The army of 50,000 formed 20 square formations that stretched for 5 kilometers. It was a rather thin formation. More than 300 cannons were deployed in the trenches and bunkers to supplement the miniature dragon powers. At the same time, 6 super sky fortresses were slowly approaching from an altitude of 13,000 meters. The 50,000 soldiers of the Great Qian Empire were already waiting for Ying Guang's 500,000 soldiers to fall into their trap. It was the new year again, however, there was still no festive atmosphere this year. Not only was there no festive atmosphere on the battlefield, but there was also no festive atmosphere in the other countries. Everyone's eyes were focused on the border between Chuing and Chuing. 19th of January. Bang, 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 the drums of war sounded from Ying Guang's Stupa Mountain army. Annihilate the raging tide army. Annihilate them all. Following the orders of the three commanders, the 500,000 troops pounced towards Shenlang's 50,000 Great Qian troops like a tide of death. Princess Duola rode her big super and flew to the highest altitude to observe the enemy. The enemy is 50 miles away. The enemy is 40 miles away. The enemy is 30 miles away. At this moment, even though the 50,000 soldiers of the Great Qian Empire still couldn't see the enemy, they could feel the ground shaking and hear the war drums in the north. However, Princess Duola could see it clearly from the sky. The 500,000 soldiers were like dark clouds, like a giant beast of darkness, like a terrifying tsunami, sweeping over. 30 miles, that's about it, the commander, Prince Jean, gave the order, prepare all the miniature dragon powers launchers. Immediately, all 130 small draconic powers were activated and a ton of hellfire cannonballs were stuffed inside. The destructive power of a 1-ton bomb was shocking. Fire! As Prince Jean gave the order, the 130 scholars pressed the launch button of the miniature dragon powers. Whoosh 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 whoosh, instantly, a series of earth-shattering roars sounded as the 130 hellfire cannons shot out, drawing a lightning-like arc in the sky. It was 6 times the speed of sound, and the sonic boom was almost deafening. Heaven and earth shook. Just the launch itself was already incomparably breathtaking. 30 miles, which was 15,000 meters, only took 8 to 9 seconds for the hellfire cannons fired by the dragon powers. Just a few breaths later, these 130 terrifying hellfire cannons smashed towards Ying Guang's 500,000 strong army. There was no need to aim because the enemy was everywhere. Boom boom boom. A series of shocking explosions sounded. An even more stunning and earth-shattering scene occurred. Every hellfire cannons released a terrifying green flamed flower. Over 100 giant fireballs exploded, extending for tens of miles. A shocking massacre had begun. Note, the spacebar was broken towards the end of this chapter, causing it to collapse after writing the last 2,000 words. However, there were still more than 15,000 new chapters today. Thanks to the monthly votes of the brothers, I have charged back to the top 10 and bowed to everyone. What's that? What's that? The first to discover the hellfire shells in the sky were the Special Forces warriors riding snow eagles. They were completely stunned. The hellfire shells were flying too fast, even faster than the dragon's regret. What was even more bizarre was that there was no sound. In fact, it was not that there was no sound. It was just that the speed of the shells far exceeded the speed of sound, so no sound could be heard. Stop it, stop it. Following the order, the large aerial crossbows on the ground and the ancient crossbows in the hands of the Special Forces warriors fired. Whoosh 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 whoosh, countless arrows exploded into the sky, attempting to stop the hellfire shells fired by Xianxia. However, this was destined to be futile and laughable. This was 6 to 7 times the speed of sound, and it was only 15,000 meters away. Trying to stop it, even if some of the arrows fired by the ancient crossbows were lucky enough to be intercepted, it would be of no use. The trigger of the hellfire shells was very advanced. There would definitely not be a premature detonation after being hit in the air. Therefore, the enemy could only watch as the hellfire shells smashed into the army formation. Then, the entire army disappeared. A ton of TNT explosion was enough to create a 30,000 square meter killing zone. As for Xianxia's hellfire cannon, although a large portion of it was still made up of super-strong explosives, it also contained hellfire components. This was an absolutely confidential formula. Not only did it contain the blood of hellfire worms, sea monsters, and even the blood of martial artists. In short, the composition was very complicated, but it could greatly increase the might of the cannon, especially the explosive flames. The temperature at the instant of the explosion instantly reached more than 10,000 degrees Celsius. Regardless of the Hell Army, no matter how sturdy their armor was, it was directly melted and twisted. As for the people inside, they could not even let out a scream before they were directly turned into charcoal. As for the enemies outside the center of the explosion, the ordinary soldiers were directly smashed to pieces. The powerful Hell Army had amazing armor, so they were only blasted away, the boundless flames engulfing their bodies. This Hell armor covered their entire bodies. The tungsten-plated outer shell blocked the astonishing high temperature without melting, and the amazing strength blocked the shockwave without completely distorting. If it were an ordinary shell, it really would not be able to hurt them. This effect was even more amazing than the armor of a bomb disposal expert. However, the power of the Hellfire Cannonball was simply too terrifying. The terrifying heat seeped through the gaps in the armor and directly burned the human body. The terrifying shockwave passed through the armor and through the gaps, striking the infernal warriors. Countless soldiers of the Hell Legion were sent flying, screaming miserably in the air before crashing to the ground. From the surface of the armor, it didn't look like the damage was great, but the people inside were either burned to the point of being unbearable to look at, or their internal organs were shattered by the shockwaves, and blood was spurting out of their 7 orifices. As for the ordinary troops, they were even more miserable. After the Hellfire cannonballs landed, they were directly smashed to pieces. Boom 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 boom, following a series of earth-shattering explosions and the blooming of huge green flowers of flames, more than 100 huge gaps appeared in the formation of the army of 500,000. How many casualties were there? I don't know, it's impossible to calculate. After the 1-ton Hellfire bomb exploded, there were countless casualties within an area of 20,000 square meters. Yingwu Chang, Lan Shi, and Ren Tianxiao, the 3 commanders, were completely stunned. What kind of weapon was that? They knew about the weapons of the Raging Tide City. They had studied those ordinary cannonballs countless times, and they weren't a threat at all. Especially when it came to their hellish armors. However, they didn't have the time to be shocked. Whoosh 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 whoosh, more than 100 black meteors flew over from the sky. Xianxia's 130 miniature draconic powers were fired once more. Just like before, only the figures could be seen flying over, but no sound could be heard. In the blink of an eye, the rain of steel once again smashed into Yingguang's formation. Get down, get down, get down, almost all the officers instinctively shouted, and then the army of hundreds of thousands of soldiers got down on the ground. Boom 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 boom, another earth-shattering explosion resounded, and the entire ground trembled as if there was an earthquake. The boundless flames once again covered the sky. Yingguang and the Stupa Mountain army knew how to get down, which was good. It effectively reduced the damage. However, the main damage of the Hellfire bomb wasn't shrapnel damage, but fire damage. So even if you got down, there wasn't much meaning. The powerful shockwave from the explosion was enough to shatter one's internal organs. Most importantly, the flames from the explosion were enough to consume all the oxygen within an area of 20,000 square meters, heating the air to a shocking degree. Standing meant death, lying down also meant death. Whoosh 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 whoosh, Then, the third round of bombardment came. The fourth round. The fifth round. What was more terrifying was that each round of bombardment was getting bigger and bigger. In the end, even the 1.7-ton Hellfire bomb came crashing down. Ying Wuchang saw this huge object falling from the sky and exploding. Instantly, flames filled his entire field of vision, and everything within 30,000 square meters was completely destroyed. He couldn't imagine what kind of weapon the Raging Tide City had. What did they rely on to launch a 3,500-kilogram bomb 15 kilometers away? There wasn't such a cannon unless it was the power of the dragon. Ying Wuchang was well aware of the might of the dragon's power. It could shoot an object weighing tens of thousands of jin hundreds of miles away. However, he knew that the entire Raging Tide City only had one dragon's power. Stupa Mountain and the Great Ying Kingdom combined didn't have more than 10 dragons' power. This was definitely a strategic weapon. But the fact that the Raging Tide City had launched over 100 of them meant that they had over 100 launchers. If the Raging Tide City was so powerful, why didn't they do it earlier? Whoosh 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 whoosh, the Raging Tide City army didn't seem to know exhaustion. The terrifying Hellfire bombs washed the ground over and over again. The 500,000-strong army was completely unable to move forward. At this moment, they could neither advance nor retreat. There was no use in staying where they were or lying on the ground. They could only passively take a beating. This was a one-sided massacre, and the number of casualties increased at every moment. They wanted to retaliate, but what if they were 15 kilometers away? They were completely passively taking a beating. What should they do? There was no need to panic because they still had an absolute advantage in terms of military strength. The aerial army was made up of special warriors wearing ancient armor. General Ren Tianxiao gave the order, "First Aerial Army, move out. Find the long-range weapons and destroy them immediately." Yes. Immediately, 1,000 special warriors on snow eagles accelerated and flew toward the Raging Tide City army. It was a huge scene. 1,000 snow eagles were like 1,000 fighter jets. Looking from the ground, it was a black mass that stretched for dozens of miles. It was an army in the air. Ren Tianxiao and Ying Wuchang both knew that the Raging Tide City had a supersonic flying beast. But other than that, their air force was completely useless. They couldn't even gather enough snow eagles when they went to Qian capital. They had to borrow a few dozen from the Great Yan Empire and hadn't returned them even now. The 1,000 special warriors rode the snow eagles and flew at an altitude of over 3,000 meters. The weather today was very good. There were no clouds for thousands of kilometers. It was the most suitable place for aerial combat. They finally saw that the Raging Tide City's 50,000-strong army was very weak. They were only 50,000 strong, but they were able to pull out a defense line of nearly 5 kilometers. They also saw the strange firing device. They thought it was a super strong crossbow or a super cannon, but they found that it was not the case. Of course, they couldn't see what it looked like because they were too far away, but they were sure it wasn't a cannon or an ancient giant crossbow. Swoosh 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 swoosh. Then, they saw with their own eyes that more than 100 black dots whizzed out from the Raging Tide City's camp and shot toward the Ying Kingdom's army behind them. This speed was really shocking. It was almost as fast as the dragon's regret. After a long while, they heard a terrifying sonic boom. Even though they were tens of thousands of meters away, the air was shaking violently. The 1,000 snow eagles were extremely uneasy and let out a series of cries. They had to calm them down. That's the thing that fires the giant cannonball. Find their position and quickly dive down to destroy them. The general of the aerial army shouted, "End the battle in 15 minutes. Destroy the Raging Tide City's special weapon. This should be the Great Qian Empire's secret weapon." As long as they destroyed it, they could carry out a one-sided massacre of the Raging Tide City army. In fact, this commander of the special forces felt that His Majesty Ying Guang was still thinking too much and was looking for too big of a scene. There was no need for a 500,000-strong army. Just 2,000 special warriors riding on snow eagles would be able to wipe out the 500,000-strong army in a day at most. Although it didn't look very imposing, it was still the easiest way to win. Apart from the dragon's regret, no other weapon could harm the special warriors because they were wearing ancient armor. As for the 50 million Raging Tide City army on the ground, they were like chickens and dogs in front of these special warriors. Ready! Even though they were still 10,000 meters away, the general still gave the order. Immediately, 1,000 special warriors pulled out their ancient nightmare stone war sabers. This was their favorite weapon, forged from ancient mystic gold. It could release over 10,000 degrees Celsius in an instant, easily tearing through everything. Of course, this included the 100 or so secret weapons of the raging Tide City that were roaring at the moment. They swooped down and used the ancient sabers to smash them to pieces. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Immediately, the 1,000 nightmare stone sabers were pulled out and emitted a strange blue flame. The 1,000 special warriors began to accelerate on their snow eagles. At most 15 minutes, they would be able to destroy the 100 or so secret weapons of the raging Tide City. They were filled with killing intent and overbearing momentum. However, at this moment, the general of Stupa Mountain's 1st Aerial Legion suddenly felt his hair stand on end. He sensed a fatal danger. He instinctively looked up. Then, he saw an extremely terrifying scene. Whoosh 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 whoosh, 6 black dots were shooting toward them from high up in the sky. What is this? These 6 black dots were still astonishingly fast. They covered the distance of 7,000 meters in just a few seconds. Intercept, intercept. Following the order, the 1,000 special warriors fired their ancient crossbows in a frenzy. But it was still meaningless. It was useless even if they were hit. They wouldn't detonate in advance. This was a delayed fuse. Whoosh 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 whoosh, these 6 small hellfire cannonballs instantly shot into the formation of the 1st Aerial Legion. Boom 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 boom, the delayed fuse was activated, and they exploded violently. These hellfire cannonballs were relatively light, only less than 200 kilograms, but their power was astonishing. After the explosion, flames engulfed everything within a radius of 60 to 70 meters. An astonishing shockwave and flames exploded in the air. This kind of explosion wasn't very effective against the special warriors because they were wearing ancient armor. However, the Snow Eagles had no defensive power and were very fragile. Under this explosion, their feathers were burned and their bodies were torn apart. Ga. There was a series of screams as one snow eagle after another fell from the sky. Although the special warriors were awesome, they couldn't fly and directly fell from a height of a few thousand meters. Of course, the small dragon power of the Sky Fortress was still too small and couldn't form a firepower coverage. This first round of attack was unexpected and directly shot down dozens of snow eagles. The general of Stupa Mountain's 1st Aerial Legion took a closer look and couldn't help but gasp. What? What was this thing? Even from 6 to 7,000 meters away, he could see the huge size of Shenlang's super Sky Fortress. It was truly a colossus. They knew that the raging Tide City had airships, but they were useless in battle. At most, they could only be used as battlefield observers. But this airship was clearly a steel monster flying in the sky. Of course, he didn't know that it wasn't steel, but aluminum. After the initial shock, the Stupa Mountain general immediately calmed down. This was because he found that although the raging Tide City's Sky Fortress was huge, its flying speed was very slow. It was only a third of their Snow Eagle's speed. Most importantly, it was very clumsy and slow, and there was no way to dodge. Moreover, the steel fortress was directly covered with large air sacs that could be easily pierced. It was completely fragile. Assemble the formation. Stupa Mountain's general ordered, charge. As long as we can get within a kilometer, we can easily destroy these flying monsters. With this order, the remaining 900 soldiers of the 1st Aerial Legion frantically accelerated and flew toward the raging Tide City's 6 sky fortresses. These snow eagles were very fast, and in a short period of time, they had surrounded the 6 sky fortresses. Shrink the encirclement. The 900 soldiers kept shrinking the encirclement and closing in on the sky fortresses. Fire, fire, fire. With this order, the 900 soldiers of the Stupa Mountain Aerial Legion shot out their war drums and crossbows like a storm. The scene was very beautiful. These ancient crossbows could shoot out more than 10 swords in an instant, so there were more than 10,000 of them. They were extremely fast, over 300 meters per second. But, all of them missed. This was because the raging Tide City's 6 sky fortresses were all out of range. The snow eagles could only fly at a maximum altitude of 5,000 meters. They couldn't go any higher. Therefore, the sky fortresses were maintained at a height of 6,000 meters. This way, they would always be out of range of the ancient crossbows. The snow eagles had limited weight, so they could only bring up long-range weapons. F***CK. The Stupa Mountain general cursed. The raging tide city was too despicable. The snow eagle army couldn't reach this height, so they needed ancient vultures. But ancient vultures were very rare, and there were very few of them. This time, the army had only brought a few dozen. And right at this moment, whoosh 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 whoosh, an extremely stunning scene appeared. The 6 sky fortresses suddenly shot out a rain of steel. The Nightmare Stone machine guns and the Nightmare Stone rifles of the dozens of warriors shot out crazily. Their range could reach 3,000 meters. Whoosh 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 whoosh, at the same time, the 6 miniature dragon power opened fire again. This time, it was a true massacre, not a massacre of the special warriors, but the snow eagles. A distance of over 1,000 meters was completely within the effective killing range of the Nightmare Stone guns, let alone the Hell cannons. The snow eagles of the Stupa Mountain Aerial Legion fell one after another, screaming in the air. Once these Nightmare Stone bullets hit, they could easily tear apart the snow eagles' bodies, and they died a horrible death. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the 6 sky fortresses seemed to be tireless as they fired wildly and slaughtered crazily. Countless bullets drew arcs in the air. Ga, 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 countless snow eagles screamed as countless flowers of blood exploded in the air. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The Stupa Mountain general shouted with all his might. There was no point in staying any longer. These sky fortresses were flying too high. Their snow eagles couldn't reach this height and couldn't harm them at all. The surviving aerial legions retreated in a panic, but the 6 raging tidewater sky fortresses continued their assault. Even though they left behind countless blood and screams on the way back. After the Stupa Mountain Aerial Legion completely retreated, less than a third of them were left. The remaining snow eagles had all been killed. What? Ing Wuchang exclaimed after hearing the report from the 1st Aerial Legion. Just 6 airships from Raging Tide City killed 600 to 700 of his snow eagles? Of course, although 600 to 700 snow eagles were killed, the special warriors on them were fine. After falling from the sky, their ancient armor could cushion them in time and they landed safely. They have all returned to the camp. So, only the snow eagles were lost. Hall Master Ren, 3rd Prince, Envoy Lan Shu, the sky fortresses of Raging Tide City are flying too high. It's impossible to destroy them by relying on the snow eagle army. We can only use the ancient vultures. The general of the 1st Aerial Legion said, "Let our special warriors ride on the ancient vultures and launch a surprise attack from the sky. Destroy the 6 sky fortresses of Raging Tide City and take control of the air." Ren Tianxiao said, "Raging Tide City still has one ultrasonic flying beast." Everyone fell into silence. This ultrasonic flying beast was simply a battlefield monster. Its flying height was far higher than the ancient vultures and its combat power was even higher. Especially its ultrasonic attacks, it was simply impossible to defend against. If thousands of snow eagles pounced together, they wouldn't be afraid of this ultrasonic flying beast. No matter how powerful it was, it couldn't fight against 100. However, they only brought a few dozen ancient vultures this time. If they fought in the air, they might not be able to defeat this ultrasonic flying beast. Whoosh 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 whoosh, boom, 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 the miniature dragon power on the Raging Tide City side seemed to know no fatigue and kept bombarding. It was just that the cannonballs were getting smaller and smaller, but even the smallest one was still 500 kilograms. The lethality was still extremely shocking. The casualties of Yingguang and the Stupa Mountain Coalition army were increasing by the minute. This is simply a miniature dragon power. Yingguang's 3rd Prince, Ing Wuchang, suddenly said. As soon as these words came out, everyone felt that it was very appropriate. This weapon of Raging Tide City was indeed like a miniature dragon power. It could shoot a 2,000 to 3,000 kilograms cannonball dozens of miles away. If it wasn't a miniature dragon power, what was it? If we don't completely destroy these miniature dragon power, we can't fight this battle. Lan Shu said. Ing Wuchang said, "There is another plan." Directly dispatch more than 1,000 special warriors. We don't need to ride the snow eagles. We can directly charge over the land and use the ancient nightmare stone war saber to destroy these miniature dragon power. Ren Tianxiao said, Lin Yan, can you do it? Lin Yan nodded and said, yes, and to be honest, we should have done this long ago. We don't need 500,000 troops at all. We can directly dispatch 1 or 2,000 special warriors. We don't even need ancient crossbows. We can directly use the nightmare stone and ancient war saber to kill the 50,000 trash of Raging Tide City. Ing Wuchang said, what do you know? This is a war between kingdoms, not a brawl between gangsters. I understand, it's to be earth-shattering, it's to have a majestic momentum. Ren Tianxiao said, then like this, you lead 1,500 special warriors wearing ancient armor to the Raging Tide City's camp as fast as possible and destroy those miniature dragon power. Yes. The Hell Legion general said, I guarantee that the mission will be completed within an hour. Boom, 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 outside, there was a shocking explosion. 1,500 special warriors gathered in Stupa Mountain. This time, they didn't even bring the ancient crossbow, only the nightmare stone and ancient war saber. In Lin Yan's eyes, relying on these 1,500 special warriors, they could end the battle within 2 hours. Not only could they destroy the miniature dragon power of Raging Tide City, but they could also kill 50,000 people. But an order was an order. His mission was to destroy the miniature dragon power. Move out. Following the order, the 1,500 special samurai sprinted like lightning. This really wasn't an exaggeration. Every ancient armor had its own power device. It could instantly eject dozens of meters, and its speed could reach an astonishing 3,000 meters in a minute. This place was only 15,000 meters away from the Raging Tide City's camp. For them, it would only take 5 minutes. On the Raging Tide City's camp, 130 miniature dragon power were still firing wildly. At this moment, Princess Dora suddenly issued a warning in the air. Enemy special warriors are attacking, special warriors are attacking. Shen Lang saw that on the flat ground in front of him, more than 1,000 black shadows had appeared. They were moving at an incomparably fast speed and were charging towards his 50,000-strong army. It should have been like this long ago. Why did they have to create such a big scene? He had to say that these special warriors were really like bugs. With such high speed, no weapon could hit them. Ancient crossbows, ancient strong crossbows, nightmare stone rifles, and even the hellfire bombs of the miniature dragon power were useless against them. The only thing that could slaughter the ancient special warriors was Dragon's Regret. A total of 1,500 ancient armored special warriors, and they are 8,000 meters away from us. 7,000 meters, 6,000 meters. 5,000 meters. This speed was really amazing. Once they rushed into the camp, the consequences would be unimaginable. These 50,000 troops really weren't enough for them to kill. On Shen Lang's side, there were no more than 100 special warriors wearing ancient armor, while the other side had 1,500. New Nightmare Stone Magnetic Bomb, ready. Calculate the advance. Fire. With Prince Jin's order, 300 cannons fired fiercely. Among these 300 cannons, 50 fired the new Nightmare Stone Magnetic Bomb, and the other 250 all fired Hellfire grenades. Whoosh 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 whoosh, with a burst of whistling, 300 cannons shot out. A distance of 4,000 meters was nothing to the Raging Tide City's new cannons. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of cannons smashed down. The special warriors of Stupa Mountain glanced at them in disdain. Even the dragon power cannons couldn't hurt them, let alone these small cannons. What a joke. However, the first cannonball that fell didn't have any flames. What exploded was a dazzling blue light. The air seemed to be electrified, and countless bolts of lightning flashed through the air. This was the new Nightmare Stone Magnetic Bomb, with a bit of dragon blood marrow added, but its power was completely different. In an instant, the 1,500 special warriors wearing ancient armor were instantly frozen on the spot, unable to move at all. Their ancient armor was temporarily paralyzed, though it was only for 3 to 4 seconds. But in the next second, whoosh 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 whoosh. Boom 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 boom. More than 200 Hellfire cannons smashed down and exploded violently. In an instant, the misfortune of Stupa Mountain's special warriors arrived. Terrifying hellfire flames swept over, and a powerful shockwave and shockingly high temperature swept through the gaps of the ancient armor. The ancient armor that was paralyzed couldn't provide any protection at all. There were no miserable screams, but it was as if they should be dubbing them. These incomparably powerful special warriors were burned alive within their armors, dying in large numbers. 3 to 4 seconds later, this temporary paralysis ended, and the rest of the special army regained their mobility and continued to charge forward crazily. But General Lin Yan found that their speed had slowed down. After being baptized by the special Nightmare Stone magnetic bomb, even if the ancient armor of Stupa Mountain recovered its energy, it was still greatly damaged. However, they could still continue. They could charge into the Raging Tide City's camp and completely destroy those small-scale draconic powers. They could slaughter the Raging Tide City's army of 50,000 soldiers, as long as they could get there. However, a few seconds later, whoosh 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 whoosh, the second round of bombardment began, and dozens of Nightmare Stone magnetic bombs were fired. The explosion range of each bomb was very wide, and it could completely cover tens of thousands of square meters. In an instant, these special warriors from Stupa Mountain were once again frozen in place, and their ancient armor was temporarily paralyzed once again. Following that, more than 200 hellfire cannonballs exploded once more, and the ground was flooded with explosions. Boom 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 boom, then came the third round, the fourth round, the fifth round. Finally, General Lin Yan led his special warriors and rushed to the front of the Xinlang army. But sadly, there were less than 100 of them left, and the remaining 1,000 or so were all killed in the crazy bombardment just now. The casualties were extremely heavy. We're here, we're here. General Lin Yan cried tears of joy. The few kilometers just now were too difficult. The Raging Tide City bombarded them again and again, and the Nightmare Stone magnetic bombs paralyzed their ancient armor again and again. Of the 1,500 people, 90% were dead. The remaining 100 people were more than enough. Kill, kill, kill. Lin Yan suddenly pulled out the Nightmare Stone ancient battle blade, and the 100 special warriors behind him also pulled out their ancient battle blades, releasing a strange blue light, and rushed toward the Xinlang army. Even though there are only 100 of us left, we can still completely destroy the 100 small-scale dragon forces of Raging Tide City. We can still slaughter your Raging Tide City's army. We have the ancient armor, and we are all grandmasters. We are invincible under the heavens. Kill, kill, kill. General Lin Yan led more than 100 people and rushed into the Raging Tide City camp like lightning. If they were allowed to go on a killing spree, then even if there were only 100 people, it would be very terrifying, and they could really completely destroy 130 small dragon power. But the next second, Xinlang suddenly raised his right hand, and a powerful spiritual force was released, mixing with the dragon core. Bang! There seemed to be a strange and powerful energy cannonball exploding in the air, silent and completely invisible. He only felt a numbness on his face. Then, an incomparably amazing and strange scene appeared. The 100 special warriors led by General Lin Yan were suddenly frozen in the air by Xinlang, motionless. Note, the first update is sent, Happy Dragon Boat Festival. I didn't go out, I rode at home and ate a zongzi. I gritted my teeth and rushed to the top 10. Brothers, cheer me on, I kowtow and thank you. Thank you for waiting for auditory hallucination, ZTKing's 10,000 coins reward. This scene was truly breathtaking. General Lin Yan of Stupa Mountain was completely stunned. He didn't even know what had happened. Previously, the Nightmare Stone magnetic bomb had paralyzed their ancient armor. That was fine, but the key was that there were no Nightmare Stone magnetic bombs exploding. Moreover, Raging Tide City didn't dare to detonate the magnetic bombs because it would affect their own ancient equipment. But why did this scene happen? And even if the Nightmare Stone magnetic bomb exploded, it wouldn't be directly frozen in the air, right? Xinlang could intercept ancient weapons in the air, but unfortunately, ancient equipment was also among them. With the Nightmare Stone, as long as there was ancient energy, he could intercept it and freeze it. In an instant, the remaining 100 Stupa Mountain special warriors fell from the sky. At the same time, the dozens of grandmasters on Xinlang's side, who were also wearing ancient armor, wielded nightmare stones and ancient sabers, and charged forward. Swish, 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 with a swing of his saber, the surviving 100 special warriors of Stupa Mountain were directly beheaded. In just a few seconds, they were all killed. General Lin Yan's martial arts were very high. Even if his ancient armor was ineffective under Shen Lang's control, he still had to rely on his own martial arts to force his way out. However, at this moment, a huge black shadow rushed over. It was Big Fool. He held an extremely heavy black gold rod in his hand and smashed it over. I dodge, I dodge. General Lin Yan of Stupa Mountain desperately released his internal strength to dodge the Big Fool's fatal blow. However, Big Fool had been practicing martial arts for 10 years. About 7 or 8 years ago, no one except a grandmaster could dodge his sword. Now, his martial arts were extremely high, second only to Chou Yao and had long surpassed his teacher, Zheng Chuk. Of course, he still didn't have any moves, nor did he have any proper sword techniques. In short, he was just fast and awesome. General Lin Yan was undoubtedly a grandmaster, but in front of Big Fool, it was completely insufficient. Moreover, his ancient armor had already lost its effect. So with a loud bang, General Lin Yan felt his vision go black and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang! 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 The Big Fool's black gold rod smashed down like a storm. For a full minute, he beat them up. Then, all the bones in this General Lin Yan's body were shattered, and all his internal organs turned into mud. He really didn't even know when he died. The other special warriors of Stupa Mountain were only beheaded, but General Lin Yan was completely devoid of human form. Tu De, Tu Er, and Lan Bao rushed forward. The three of them first glanced at the Big Fool, then glanced at Lin Yan on the ground. We've already been smashed into the mud. Big Fool, you're not a good friend. You didn't even leave us with a stick, and you still have the cheek to say that we're brothers? Lan Bao complained. At this point, the 1,500 special warriors in ancient armor sent by the enemy were all dead. Marshals, Lin Yan is dead, and the 1,500 special warriors he led are also dead. A scout in the air trembled. This is impossible. Ying Wuchang said, how powerful are the special warriors of our Stupa Mountain? It's completely unsolvable. 1,500 special warriors are enough to kill 50,000 people of Raging Tide City. How could we lose? Launcher, the kingdom's privy envoy, said, if Raging Tide City has a way to eliminate the special warriors, then why did they risk their lives to steal Regret of the Dragon? The Hall Master of Stupa Mountain said, other than Regret of the Dragon, there should be no other weapon that can eliminate the special warriors. Then the second, third, and fourth scouts swooped down on the ancient vultures and gave a more detailed report. When our 1,500 special warriors were more than 4,000 meters away from Raging Tide City, their hundreds of cannons began to bombard. An ancient vulture warrior reported. Ying Wuchang said, ordinary cannons? Not the small dragon's power we were talking about? Just ordinary cannons, a total of a few hundred. The ancient vulture scout said, every round of a few hundred cannonballs, they first fired a type of magnetic bomb that could burst with blue light, paralyzing our special warriors' ancient armor for a few seconds, and then the cannonball with strange green flames exploded. Every 10 seconds, a round of cannons would fire hundreds of cannons, paralyzing our valley armor again and again. Our special warriors were getting slower and slower. In just a few thousand meters, they suffered dozens of rounds of cannons and endured thousands of cannons. In the end, there were less than 100 people when they rushed to Raging Tide City. Ying Wuchang said, 100 people is enough. As long as we rush into Raging Tide City, 100 people can also destroy their small dragon's power and all the cannons. We can even start a massacre. The ancient vulture scout said, General Lin Yan probably thought so too. He rushed into the Fury Tide camp with the last 100 people, then he was suddenly fixed in the air. Then dozens of special warriors wearing the same ancient armor rushed out of the Fury Tide camp and killed our last 100 special warriors with nightmare stone sabers. It only took an instant. Launcher said, in other words, Raging Tide City didn't have any casualties during the entire process? No. The ancient scout replied, our 1,500 special warriors weren't even able to swing a single blade before they were completely annihilated then, the whole place went dead silent. Ren Tianxiao, Ying Wuchang, and Lan Shi were speechless. Boom. Boom. Boom, the raging tide city's 100 or so miniature draconic forces fired once more. More than 100 hellfire cannons came crashing down. From the start of the battle until now, the bombardment of these small dragons' power hadn't stopped. They kept slaughtering, slaughtering, slaughtering. What kind of a battle was this? From the start of the battle until now, they hadn't even touched the edge of Raging Tide City's army. More than half of the 3,000 special warriors had been killed. How many of the 150,000 Hell soldiers had been killed? How many of the 350,000 soldiers had been killed? They didn't know right now because the bombardment from Raging Tide City was still going on and the casualties were still rising. What should they do next? This was a fatal problem for the three commanders. The situation was far beyond their imagination. They thought they could kill all 50,000 of Raging Tide City without any effort. Who would have thought it would turn out like this? Raging Tide City is so powerful. What were they doing earlier? Ying Wuchang said with a trembling voice, when Ying Wuming led 100,000 people to attack the capital of the state of Yu, why didn't they fight? They even wanted Shenlang to come to China for a duel and be captured by us in the end. Lan Shi said, perhaps Shenlang's actions are to buy time for Raging Tide City to mass-produce their weapons and equip them to the army. Moreover, Raging Tide City only sent out 50,000 people, which is too little. It's clear that their weapons and equipment are still lacking. Otherwise, they would have sent 100,000 or even 200,000 people. This sentence hit the nail on the head, but it was already too late. What should they do next? None of the three spoke up because doing so would mean that they would have to take responsibility. There were only three options left. First, the army would spread out and wait for the Raging Tide City to attack. The second plan was for the army to retreat and enter the nearest city in the Ying Kingdom to defend. Third, the remaining hundreds of thousands of soldiers would charge without hesitation and kill all 50,000 of the Raging Tide City's soldiers. Basically, there were only these three options. There was no fourth. Finally, Lan Shi spoke, the Raging Tide City's strength is unfathomable. I think we should retreat for now. Ying Wuchang said, Envoy Lan Shi, what are you trying to say? Lan Shi said, retreat, all of you. He said these words through gritted teeth. Even though he knew he would be responsible for saying these words and might even be punished, he still had to say it. Because if they lost this battle, the consequences would be unimaginable. That would mean that the 50,000 from Raging Tide City would kill their way into China. Although the Ying Kingdom had an army of 1 million, it would take time to gather another army to stop the 50,000 from Raging Tide City. Most importantly, he, Lan Shi, had followed Ying Guang to the end. There was no longer any room for redemption. Once Raging Tide City won, his entire family would die without a burial ground. Even Lan Feng and Lan Dao would take action personally to clean up the family. Retreating might be embarrassing, but at least they could preserve their strength. It was most important at this crucial moment. Raging Tide City's cannons and miniature draconic power should be large equipment, so their marching speed isn't fast. Lan Shi said, once we retreat, they won't be able to catch up. We will directly retreat to China and use the countless ancient energy cores and equipment there to defend against the Raging Tide City's army. These words sounded logical. But when Ying Wuchang heard them, he nearly jumped up in fright. Envoy Lan Shi, we've made a military pledge to wipe out the Raging Tide army within 17 days, Ying Wuchang said. Even though it's written in black and white that it's a month, we're talking about 17 days. It has only been 15 days, and the battle hasn't even started yet. Our army is still 7 to 8 times that of the Raging Tide City's army, and you want to escape? Escape with hundreds of thousands of troops back to Tianjin? Envoy Lan Shi, what do you want father to think of us? What do you want sect leader Ren to think of us? More importantly, what do you want the people of the Ying nation to think of us? What do you want all the other countries to think of us? Ying Wuchang said sternly, don't you know how our Ying kingdom was founded? Today, you led hundreds of thousands of troops back to China, and tomorrow, countless people of the Ying nation will dare to rebel. Do you believe it? Of course, Shenlang won the vote, which meant that the majority of the people of China supported Shenlang. Especially after the suicide of the great Yan Empire's Prince Lian, Everyone was even more convinced that Guang was distorting the truth. Therefore, even though the establishment ceremony of the great Ying kingdom was grand, as if he was supported by millions of people, Guang was well aware that his reputation was declining. This is the first battle after the founding of the Ying kingdom. 500,000 against 50,000 from the raging tide city. Moreover, the other party doesn't have a leader, and we're going to escape just like that? How are we going to explain this to the world? It's like we're going to perish. Ying Wucheng said with a trembling voice. What he said made even more sense. They had 10 times the enemy's army, and the other party was still going on such a long journey. In the end, they were going to escape before the battle even started? This way, the Ying kingdom would probably instantly become a laughingstock. Therefore, it was impossible to retreat. Then, should they stay put and defend? Should they wait for the raging tide city army to attack, or should they retreat to the nearest city? This was also impossible. In any case, as long as they dared to retreat, the world would immediately know that the Ying kingdom's hundreds of thousands of troops had escaped. It was relatively safer to stay put and defend. This was the border between Chu and Ying, and it was a flat piece of land. Wasn't it a little too late to build a defense line now? Moreover, the area within a few dozen miles was within the attack range of the raging tide city. If they stayed put and defended, they would be completely passive and unable to retaliate. Their morale would drop rapidly and then collapse. Therefore, it seemed like they had a choice, but in reality, they had no choice. The only choice was for the remaining hundreds of thousands of troops to charge forward at the risk of heavy casualties. As long as they reached the raging tide city's camp, it would be victory. As long as they could wipe out the raging tide city's 50,000 troops, as long as they could obtain victory, it would be worth it no matter how heavy the casualties were. At this time, casualties weren't important to the Ying kingdom. Victory was the most important. Ying Wucheng gritted his teeth and said, "We'll stake it all on this one throw. Attack with the entire army and kill all 50,000 of them at all costs." But Lan Shu still felt that this was too risky. There are no buts. Ren Tianxiao said, "We still have over 100,000 soldiers from Hell, 1,500 special forces, and 200,000 main forces. If we don't even dare to fight, then there's no need for this army to exist. What formation, what defense line, it's all fake. We'll just charge and tear them into pieces." Ying Wucheng said, "The raging tide city's miniature draconic force is very powerful, and their cannons are also very shocking. But I don't believe they can kill all of us in 6 hours. As long as we charge into their camp, even if we only have half of us left, or even 1/3, we'll still win." Then, Ying Wucheng said, "We'll stake it all on this one throw. Everyone, attack." Ren Tianxiao said, "We'll stake it all on this one throw. Everyone, attack." 2 of the 3 commanders had already made their decision, so it was meaningless for Lan Shu to object. Very soon, the entire army was unified. All in one throw, attack. Dong, 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 the war drums rang out once more, and the remaining 400,000 soldiers of the victorious kingdom continued to charge toward the raging Tidewater army in the south. Charge, 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 charging from a distance of 20-something miles? It was undoubtedly foolish. The Hell army and special forces were no problem, but for the main force of the Ying kingdom, this was torture. It had exceeded the limits of their stamina. But facing the bombardment of the raging tide city's miniature draconic force, this was undoubtedly a wise move. Looking down from the sky, the 400,000 troops of the Ying kingdom spread out to the sides as they charged south. Originally, the army was densely packed and stretched for dozens of kilometers, but now, it had spread out for hundreds of kilometers, forming a semicircle. This was to completely surround the raging tide city's camp. This was also wise. The 400,000 troops spread out, and the entire formation on the ground became sparse. So, at this time, the price-to-performance ratio of the miniature draconic force wasn't high. Logically speaking, the Hell army and special forces of the Ying kingdom should be charging alone, leaving the ordinary army behind. But they didn't do that because they needed the ordinary army to be cannon fodder to cover the Hell army and special forces. This was also a wise idea. Next, the entire battlefield became strangely quiet, and the bombardment of the raging Tide City's draconic force also stopped. Looking down from the sky, the 400,000 troops of the Ing Kingdom were like the mouth of a devil, gradually forming a large encirclement. Meanwhile, the 50,000 troops of the raging Tide City didn't retreat and allowed themselves to be surrounded. In this silence, the scales of victory seemed to be moving towards the Ing Kingdom. Even though they had suffered heavy losses, they still had 400,000 troops, which was still 8 times the size of the raging Tide City's army. Seeing that the raging Tide City's draconic force had stopped bombarding, the 400,000 troops of the Ing Kingdom slowed down. They were no longer exhausted from running for their lives, and instead, they rested on the spot, perfecting the encirclement. In the entire world, there was only the rumbling of the footsteps of hundreds of thousands of people. The entire earth was trembling slightly. Looking down from the sky, the army of the Ing Kingdom was like an orderly giant beast. Advance, advance, advance. 4 hours later, the army of the Ing Kingdom had advanced for 18 kilometers. At this time, they were only about 5 kilometers away from the raging Tide City's army. North Army, stay where you are. With an order, the 40,000 troops of the Ing Kingdom stood on the spot and perfected their formation. The 300,000 troops on the left and right flanks continued to march south. They wanted to form a square encirclement around the raging Tide City's army. However, the movement of this army was destined to be slow. After another few hours, the sky had already turned dark, but the Ing Kingdom's encirclement was still not complete. Stay where you are and be on full alert. With an order, the 400,000 troops of the Ing Kingdom stopped moving and entered a state of rest. The night was like a curtain. Both armies were resting, eating, and sleeping quietly. At this time, the idea of a night attack appeared in Xianxia's mind, but it was quickly extinguished. On the other hand, the Ing Kingdom also had the idea of launching a sneak attack at night. For example, could they send the remaining 1,500 troops to attack the raging Tide City's camp and destroy their draconic force and cannons? This idea was very tempting, so Ing Wuchang immediately ordered 300 special warriors to launch a sneak attack on the raging Tide City's camp. However, not long after they moved out, they were met with casualties. Swish, there was an ear-piercing whistling sound, and then an earth-shattering explosion suddenly sounded in the quiet night sky. Boom! 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 The first to explode was a blue light, which completely paralyzed some of the special warriors' ancient armor. At the same time, terrifying hellfire cannonballs came crashing down. This was Da Chao, who directly threw nightmare stone magnetic bombs and hellfire cannonballs from the sky. The night was naturally powerful for the special warriors of Stupa Mountain, but it was more advantageous for Da Chao. During the day, it was still worried about being surrounded by the Snow Eagle Legion and the Vulture Legion. At night, whether it was the Snow Eagle Legion or the Vulture Legion, they couldn't see in the dark, but the ultrasonic flying beasts could. Bang! After throwing the cannonballs, the ultrasonic attack shot out from his mouth. Just an ultrasonic attack? Our ancient armor can completely block it. The special warriors of Stupa Mountain sneered in their hearts. Ever since they knew that there were ultrasonic flying beasts in the raging Tide City, the Grand Scholar of Stupa Mountain immediately modified the ancient armor to be able to release powerful energy waves and neutralize Da Chao's ultrasonic attack. But, in the next second, the Stupa Mountain special warriors were completely stunned, because they didn't know why, but they had been frozen in place. Was this a ghost? The power of the nightmare stone magnetic bombs had already passed, so why did the ancient armor still lose its effect? Of course, it was Xianxia. During the day, he still didn't dare to ride Da Chao into battle because the Great Victory Kingdom had too many aerial troops. But at night, it was completely Da Chao's world. The enemy's Snow Eagles and Vulture Legion had all become blind. Therefore, the hunting spree of the special warriors had officially begun. Freeze! Xianxia easily froze more than 10 special warriors in the air, causing their ancient armors to lose their effects. Then, Da Chao's ultrasonic shot out. In an instant, these ancient armors were still intact, but the special warriors inside were directly smashed into pieces and died silently. The special warriors of Stupa Mountain were very fast, but could they be faster than Da Chao? They were very well hidden in the darkness, but could they hide from Xianxia's eyes? In the darkness, Xianxia didn't need to look at people at all. Every ancient armor was completely bright in his special spiritual vision, and there was nowhere to hide. Just like that, apart from the initial explosion. Next, it was all silent assassinations. Shenlang and Daqiao's cooperation was flawless. Shenlang froze and Daqiao shot out ultrasonic waves to kill them. This was simply too satisfying. This trash, Shenlang, also had a spring. Swish 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 swish, under the cover of the darkness, the number of special warriors attacking Stupa Mountain decreased rapidly. In just a short 10 minutes, all of them were dead. Ying Wucheng and Ren Tianxiao were scared. What happened? Why were there no news of the 300 special warriors sent out? It was fine if no one returned, but why were there no sounds of battle? They had charged into the Raging Tide City's camp, so there should have been sounds of battle. But apart from the initial explosion, it was frighteningly quiet. What exactly happened? Next, Ying Wucheng sent out another 200 special warriors. One was to receive the 300 special warriors, and the other was to continue the previous mission, which was to destroy the Raging Tide City's small dragon power installations and all the cannons. Because tomorrow, the 40-something army would be completely surrounded, and the final battle would erupt. The second half of the day was very smooth, and the encirclement was about to be completed. Once the Raging Tide City's small dragon power installations and cannons were destroyed, the casualties tomorrow would be greatly reduced. But, another hour passed by. The new 200 special warriors still hadn't returned, and there was still no sound. It was as if they had been swallowed by the night. Ying Wucheng and Ren Tianxiao had a bad premonition. There were a total of 3,000 special warriors, and now only 1,000 were left. Thus, the idea of ambushing at night disappeared without a trace. There was no need to complicate matters. Tomorrow morning, they would complete the encirclement and settle the battle. The next day, when the sky was just beginning to brighten, the Ying Kingdom's army had already gotten up and continued to march, completing the encirclement. The two armies on the left and right continued south, and very soon, they passed the Raging Tide City's camp and circled behind them. At this time, Ying Wucheng couldn't help but hold his breath, afraid that the Raging Tide City's army would suddenly attack and stop the encirclement. But, the 50,000 soldiers of the Raging Tide City didn't seem to notice anything. They were completely indifferent, allowing the Ying Kingdom's army to complete the encirclement. Ying Wucheng, Lan Shi, and the others looked at this scene in disbelief. Was Prince Jin crazy? Was Lan Feng crazy? You only have 50,000 soldiers, and you're just watching as you're surrounded by 400,000 soldiers? You don't retaliate, and you don't even try to break out? It looks like you're digging your own grave. Of course, after yesterday's battle, Ying Wucheng, Ren Tianxiao, and Lan Shi didn't dare to think that the Raging Tide City's army was stupid. But being able to completely encircle these 50,000 soldiers was still a good thing. Another 8 hours passed. During this time, the battlefield was completely quiet. There was no fighting. Shenlang's 50,000-strong army continued to watch silently as they were surrounded. They did not do anything to stop them. Moreover, Ying Wuming could clearly see that the 50,000 soldiers of the Raging Tide City had also changed their formation. They actually formed a circle formation, with 50,000 soldiers on the outside, 300 cannons, and more than 100 small dragon power within. The entire formation had become a square of about 4 miles in length and breadth. Ying Wucheng and the others couldn't believe their eyes. What kind of formation was this? You only have 50,000 soldiers, and you dare to set up such a thin defensive line. Our 400,000 soldiers surrounded you in a square formation, and you're facing us in a small square formation. What kind of battle is this? Is it Greek? 3 in the afternoon. Woo-woo. A horn sounded from the ground. Ying Wucheng and the others let out a long sigh of relief. The encirclement had finally been completed. After 2 whole days, the 400,000 soldiers of the Great Ying Kingdom finally surrounded the 50,000 soldiers of the Raging Tide City. Of course, under normal circumstances, not to mention 2 days, even 5 or 10 days would be difficult to complete such a well-organized encirclement. This was completely due to the cooperation of the Raging Tide City army. There was no resistance during the entire process. Mission accomplished, mission accomplished. Now, no matter what schemes your Raging Tide City army has, it will be useless. Once this encirclement is complete, you won't be able to escape. You're destined to be annihilated. Following that, Ren Tianxiao, Yingwu Chang, and Lan Shi suddenly issued an order. Army, gather up and annihilate the enemy. Then, hundreds of snow eagles flapped their wings and flew high into the sky, continuously issuing orders. Looking from the sky, the scene on the ground was something rarely seen in 100 years. The 400,000 soldiers of the Great Qing Kingdom formed a perfect square encirclement that spanned over 10 kilometers. Advance, advance, advance. Following the order, the square encirclement began to shrink, and the 100,000 soldiers from the 4 directions began to close in on the center. Bang, 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 the entire ground was trembling. Today, the special warriors of Stupa Mountain didn't advance rashly. They were completely hidden in the hundreds of thousands of soldiers, marching in an orderly manner as they closed in on the raging Tide City army. What a magnificent scene! The square encirclement of the Great Qing Kingdom was getting smaller and smaller, as though it was about to devour the entire raging Tide City army. Shen Lang held his breath as he stared at the approaching enemy army. His front, back, left, and right were like 4 walls that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The enemy army was 3,000 meters away and 2,500 meters away. This distance was enough. Not only were they in the range of the cannons, but they were also in the range of the nightmare stone rifles. Next, the most magnificent scene was about to unfold. Shen Lang's 50,000 soldiers cooperated with the enemy and allowed them to surround them. This was an unprecedented crazy attack. Fire, fire, fire. Following Prince Jin's order, all the heavy firepower opened fire. 130 miniature dragon power units were fired. 300 cannons were fired. 50,000 soldiers, fire. Fire. The 50,000 soldiers' nightmare stone rifles and hundreds of nightmare stone machine guns opened fire. The craziest scene finally erupted. The entire world seemed to be stunned by it. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Hundreds of hellfire cannons and nightmare stone magnetic bombs flew out like a meteor shower, creating terrifying sonic booms as they arced through the air like lightning. In a short 2 seconds, they smashed into the enemy's formation. Boom, boom, boom. There was an unprecedented explosion. What was even more magnificent was the 50,000 soldiers' nightmare stone rifles. This was no longer a meteor shower, it was more like countless stars streaking across the sky. Swoosh 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 swoosh. Bullets poured out like a storm of steel. The entire sky was completely lit up. Because the nightmare stone rifle's firing speed was too fast, reaching an astonishing 1,500 meters per second, the muzzle was bright red when it was fired. In an instant, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the Great Qing Kingdom fell in droves. This was no longer like yesterday. Today was an even crazier massacre. It was like a crazy storm sweeping through the wheat fields. It was like rain hitting the banana leaves, instantly becoming bald. The 50,000 new soldiers of the Great Qian dynasty were a life harvester. The number of casualties in an instant was simply shocking. The 400,000 enemies were lined up neatly like targets, waiting to be slaughtered. This was a real line-up to be executed, but it was much crueler and more terrifying than the ones on Earth. This was the final massacre, the craziest massacre in the history of this world. This was no longer a landslide, but like the sun melting into snow. This crazy battle was about to end. Note, today's update is 16,000. I'm very close to the top 10 monthly votes. Brothers, give me a push. Thank you so much. The 3 commanders of the Great Victory Kingdom felt as if they had been struck by lightning once again. They looked on in shock. This was truly a one-sided massacre. The casualty rate was unprecedented. Looking at the sky full of light shooting towards them, they felt as if each light was going to reap a life. What? What kind of weapon was this? It wasn't an ancient crossbow, nor was it an ancient crossbow. They couldn't shoot so far, accurately, or quickly. Although it didn't look as impressive as the miniature dragon's power, Yingwu Chang and the others knew that this was the most frightening weapon. Everyone was equipped with one, and they didn't need to learn too much about it. They didn't need to be very strong either. As long as they could aim and pull the trigger, it was enough. The style of warfare was about to change. The previous cold weapons and crossbow battles were about to be overturned. After a long while, Ing Wuming roared, "What did the raging tide city do when they were so strong? What did they do before? Hee hee, you only see how strong the raging tide city army is, and how strong these nightmare stone rifles are. But did you know that before the nightmare stone rifle, Xianxia's munitions factory first mass-produced primitive flintlocks, then flintlock guns, and then mass-produced rear-loading paper cartridge rifled rifles, but because of the appearance of ancient crossbows and bows, these guns weren't mass-produced, which meant that they were lagging behind. Thus, the raging tide city produced batch after batch of rifles, but before they could equip the army, they were all abandoned and wasted. But this process wasn't in vain. Raging Tide City's munitions factory had accumulated a large amount of experience in manufacturing guns, especially tungsten steel barrels and tungsten-plated bullets. They also had advanced production lines, such as the Nightmare Stone plasma flame production line, primitive steam engines, and so on. After a few years of accumulation, the Nightmare Stone rifle finally came out of the laboratory and could be quickly mass-produced. Not just the Nightmare Stone rifles, but also the Raging Tide City's fleet. Even though they knew that these large warships would be lagging behind, they had no choice but to build them. How much had Xianxia sacrificed for the union between the technological civilization and the Nightmare Stone civilization to bear fruit? He had taken the initiative to be captured, steal the dragon's remorse, and challenging Wuming to a duel. All of this was for the sake of the Raging Tide City's development. He hoped that one day, the Raging Tidewater City would become truly powerful and no longer have to rely on him to take risks. These soldiers would be able to rely on their own strength to destroy their enemies instead of waiting for Xianxia's cheat. Now, he had finally done it. When the Maxim machine gun was first used in battle, the British Army defeated 5,000 enemies with only 50 men and 4 Maxim machine guns, killing more than 3,000 people. In 1916, Germany wiped out 60,000 British troops in one day with the Maxim machine gun, which formed a death whip. However, none of these battles could compare to today's battle. There were over 100 miniature draconic forces, 300 cannons, a few hundred Nightmare Stone machine guns, and tens of thousands of Nightmare Stone rifles. They formed a hellish formation with no blind spots. Ing Wuming and Xianxia's battle strategy was very simple. They would surround the Raging Tide City's army and charge at the risk of heavy casualties. It would take at most 30 minutes to cover a distance of 3,000 kilometers. How many rounds of cannon fire could the Raging Tide City's army fire? How many rounds of draconic forces could fire? At most, they would only be able to cause 1/3 of the casualties. The Hell Army wouldn't collapse and flee because they weren't an ordinary army. His idea wasn't wrong, but he didn't expect the Raging Tide City's army to have even crazier killing weapons. The destructive power of these Nightmare Stone machine guns and Nightmare Stone rifles at a distance of 2,000 meters was already extremely shocking. It was even more powerful than hundreds of cannons and over 100 miniature draconic forces. Boom, 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 boom. The Raging Tide City's cannons continued to fire at an astonishing number of Nightmare Stone magnetic bombs. The most elite warriors of the Great Ing Kingdom were paralyzed by their ancient armor again and again. They would only run a few dozen meters before they would be frozen in place again or run at the speed of ordinary soldiers. It wasn't just the special warriors' ancient armors that were paralyzed. Many ancient crossbows, ancient war crossbows, and all the other ancient weapons were affected and paralyzed. Your Highness, the casualties are too high. Envoy Lan Shu said, should we retreat? Ing Wuchang gnashed his teeth and roared, retreat? Retreat at this time? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Raging Tide City only has new weapons and their individual combat power is extremely weak. As long as we charge into the formation, we can kill them all. Even if 10,000 people charge in, we can still win. Charge. 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 Ing Wuchang roared. Kill. 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 Stupa Mountain's Ren Tianxiao roared. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers from the Great Ing Kingdom braved the terrifying cannons and charged with all their might. At this time, the ancient crossbows, and arrows were all paralyzed. The only way was to charge into the enemy's formation and kill them all. Boom. Boom. Boom, whoosh. 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 The Raging Tide City's 50,000 soldiers didn't stop playing the Rhapsody of Death. The web of death enveloped them like crazy. In just a short while, the Great Ing Kingdom's army was littered with corpses. The special warriors were very strong and would never cower from battle. The Hell Army was also very strong and wouldn't cower from battle because of casualties. However, the ordinary army of the Great Ing Kingdom wasn't as brave. Although they were far stronger than ordinary armies, they would still collapse if they lost more than a third of their troops. And now, they had lost nearly half of their troops. The main point was that it was too hopeless. The distance of 2 to 3 kilometers was a hellish killing formation. There was no hope of winning at all. The web of death formed by the Raging Tide City's army was too dense. Finally, the ordinary army of the Great Ing Kingdom collapsed and began to flee. "Don't run. Don't run. Otherwise, we'll kill without mercy." The Great Ing Kingdom's supervision team wasn't joking. They started killing for real. But it was meaningless. Was the supervision team as dense as the Raging Tide City's army? "We can still survive if we escape, but if we continue charging forward, we'll die for sure." Of course, in Ing Wuchang's eyes, these ordinary soldiers were cannon fodder. They were there to block the cannon fire for the Hell Army and special warriors. But now, all of them had fled and messed up the army's formation. Ing Wuchang was furious, but it was useless. No matter how strong the supervision team was, they only had a few thousand people. How could they stop hundreds of thousands of people from escaping? However, Shen Lang was also very angry. Their escape had messed up the encirclement. They were no longer lined up neatly to be slaughtered. This greatly reduced their efficiency. After the battlefield was in chaos, the Great Ing Kingdom's army had finally escaped. Only the special warriors and the Hell Legion were left on the battlefield. However, there were less than 100,000 of them in total, only 70,000 to 80,000. Half of the Hell Army had been wiped out. In this battle, the Great Ing Kingdom's army of 500,000 had suffered about 200,000 casualties and 200,000 had escaped. At this moment, all the cannons and attacks on the Raging Tide army had stopped. The meaning behind this was clear. The victorious kingdom's Hell Legion and Special Warrior Corps were all lined up. How were they supposed to kill them if they were so scattered? Ing Wuchang flew in the sky on his vulture. His heart was bleeding. At this moment, there was only one sentence in his heart. Ordinary armies were a pile of shit. They couldn't accomplish anything at the crucial moment. Next, he was faced with a choice. Should he escape or continue fighting? Ing Wuchang and Ren Tianxiao exchanged glances. Lan Shi's envoy said, "Escaping now is the same as courting death." He originally thought that the Raging Tide army's trump cards were the small dragon power and cannons. These weapons were too heavy and couldn't be moved. But he didn't expect them to have the Nightmare Stone rifle. It was only 15 kilograms and the bullets were much smaller than arrows. The first batch of Great Gon's new army was all Nirvana warriors. They could carry 150 kilograms of weight and still run like they were flying. How many bullets could they carry with 150 kilograms of weight? Moreover, the bullets of the Nightmare Stone rifle didn't need gunpowder or cartridges. It was just a long bullet head. It wasn't difficult to make and could be mass-produced. So, Lan Shi was right. As long as they escaped now, they would be leaving their backs to the Raging Tide army. With the Nightmare Stone rifle firing from 2,000 to 3,000 meters away, only death awaited them. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave one wins. Lan Shi's envoy said, "Although we only have 70,000 to 80,000 people and only 800 special warriors, our combat power is still far above the Raging Tide army. However, our battle prowess far surpasses the Raging Tide army. As long as we charge into the Raging Tide army and engage in close combat, we'll definitely win." At this time, the three commanders were completely united. Then, do we continue to surround them or gather and attack in one direction? Ing Wuchang asked. Surround them. Surround them. The Raging Tide army's firepower was too dense. Once they attacked in a dense manner, they would become targets. Lan Shi's envoy said, "This battle has reached the most desperate moment, but I feel that we have a chance of winning." Ren Tianxiao said, "Don't advance rashly, hide in the Hell army. After we rearrange our formation, we are now 3,500 meters away from the enemy. This distance will only take 6 minutes for the Hell Army. This means that we will have to endure 6 minutes of cannon fire. According to the Raging Tide Army's firepower, we will have to endure 17 rounds. Ing Wuchang said, 17 rounds. Some of them are Nightmare Stone magnetic bombs, while others are green flame bombs. There will be a total of 7,000 shells. Ren Tianxiao said, our team is already sparse. These 7,000 shells can kill half of us. Launcher said, including their strange weapons, it will be 50,000 people firing at once. Ing Wuchang said, in other words, even if we charge into the Raging Tide Army, there might be less than 10,000 people left. The few of them nodded in silence. After these few battles, they had a clear understanding of the lethality of the Raging Tide City's weapons. Can we win with 10,000 people charging into the Raging Tide Army? Ing Wuchang asked. Everyone was silent for a while before the special warrior said, we can win. The Hell Army general said, we can. Launcher said, we don't even need 10,000 people. As long as 800 special warriors are alive and charge into the Raging Tide camp, we will be able to win. 800 special warriors with Nightmare Stone warblades will be able to wipe out the Raging Tide Army. Ing Wuchang said, then it's decided. Scatter the 800 special warriors into the Hell Army. We definitely won't retreat or run. Even if we have to kill all the soldiers, we must win this battle. Do everything you can to wipe out the Raging Tide bastards. With an order, the scattered Hell Army and special warriors gathered once again. 800 special warriors wearing ancient armor mixed into the 80,000 soldiers of Hell. The 80,000 Hell Army still formed a huge square encirclement, but they were extremely scattered. Within the Raging Tide City's camp, they still maintained a thin formation, quietly watching the final 80,000 soldiers of the victorious kingdom assemble. Charge, charge, charge. Wipe out the Raging Tide Army. Wipe them all out. Following the orders of the three commanders, the 80,000-strong Hell Legion of the Great Victory Kingdom charged forward in a frenzy. The speed of their charge was completely different from before. They reached an astonishing speed of over 10 meters per second, far exceeding the sprint record on Earth. A distance of 3,000 to 4,000 meters could be covered in 6 minutes at most. 6 minutes. Fire! 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 In the Raging Tide Army, all the miniature draconic power and 300 cannons opened fire. When the enemy was within 3,000 meters, all the Nightmare Stone machine guns and Nightmare Stone rifles opened fire. Once again, they formed a terrifying web of death. The Hell Army's armor was extremely strong and almost unbreakable before. But in the face of the Nightmare Stone rifles and Hellfire cannons, they had lost all their defenses. Boom boom boom. The Hellfire cannonball suddenly exploded, and an astonishing green flame swept out. The terrifying temperature instantly melted and distorted the hellish armor, and the infernal warriors inside died tragically. Whoosh! The bullets of the Nightmare Stone rifles were all coated in tungsten. Even though only a little bit was used, it was enough to pierce through the armor. These indestructible hellish armors were easily torn apart, and the infernal warriors inside had huge holes pierced through them. PFFF. PFFF. PFFF, Ing Wuchang and Launcher's calculations were correct. In 6 to 7 minutes, the Raging Tide Army could fire 20 rounds of cannons and fire close to 8,000 cannons. The Hell Army of the Great Kingdom had to pay a terrifying price for every meter they advanced. However, they still charged forward without hesitation, braving the rain of bullets to charge forward. The scene had become tragic. As expected of the Hell Army, they weren't afraid of death at all. Their strategic goal was clear, which was to protect the 800 special warriors. Even if they all died, it would be worth it. As long as the 800 special warriors could charge into the Raging Tide Army, it would mean victory. Looking at the approaching Hell Army, Shen Lang's face twitched. Prince Jean said in a low voice, Your Majesty, the situation isn't good. It might be worse than we imagined. Shen Lang calculated quickly. At this rate, there would be close to 20,000 Hell Army mixed with 800 special warriors charging into the Raging Tide Army. Even if there weren't 20,000, there would at least be 15,000. The Hell Army of the Great Kingdom and Stupa Mountain was too ferocious and fast. Even if there were only 10,000 of them charging into the raging tide army, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Great Gone Kingdom's new army was also very strong and wore secret armors, but their combat power was still far from the Hell Army and Stupa Mountain special warriors. Even if they won in the end, they would lose close to half. These 50,000 people were the seeds of the Great Gone Kingdom and couldn't bear such a large number of casualties. The army was going to attack Qianjing. He really didn't want this to happen, but there was no other way. These were ancient energy cores. Even if they were out of energy, as long as he found the charging point, they would still be useful. It was true that Shen Lang already had over 100 ancient energy cores in his possession, but every one of them was still extremely precious. He really couldn't bear to part with them, but there was no other way. He couldn't let the Hell Army charge in on a large scale. Shen Lang clenched his teeth fiercely and immediately took out 4 remote nightmare stone controllers. Then, the world became silent. Then, boom 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 boom, suddenly, a shocking flame in the shape of a mushroom cloud burst out from the ground. 4 miniature ancient energy cores exploded in all 4 directions. Although they were miniature, they weighed a shocking 4 to 5 tons. Their power was equivalent to 200 tons of TNT. The power of this explosion could completely destroy everything within a radius of 1 kilometer. In that instant, the entire ground trembled violently. The light that erupted instantly surpassed the flames of the sun. Although it was far from comparable to Regret of the Dragon, the explosion of the ancient energy cores was still far more powerful than a few tons of hellfire cannonballs. GA, the few hundred snow eagles flying in the sky couldn't withstand this terrifying shockwave. They spat out blood and fell from the sky. Even though the raging tide army was over 3 kilometers away from the center of the explosion, they could still feel the terrifying storm. The entire sky and earth were roaring, Ying Wuchang and the others were riding on the ancient vultures and flying very high, so they were fine. However, they could only watch helplessly as 4 frightening fireballs exploded. Countless warriors of the Hell Legion were instantly annihilated. Their special warriors were also sent flying like rice straws. The explosion of these 4 small energy cores was equivalent to releasing 2,000 hellfire cannonballs at the same time. How shocking was that? Ying Wuchang's eyes widened as he roared, "Shameless, shameless, shameless, what a despicable raging tide army. You think you can't beat them, so you actually detonated the ancient energy cores? He, you can do that too. Unfortunately, you didn't bring the power of the dragon and couldn't throw the energy cores." Of course, Shen Lang's side couldn't throw them either, so they needed to bury the energy cores underground and detonate them. Less than half of the 80,000 Hell Army was left. The special warriors were extremely powerful. Even in this level of explosion, many of them could survive. But at least 200 to 300 people were injured or killed. What should they do next? What should they do? Run? Retreat? A difficult problem was placed in front of Ying Wuchang and Ren Tianxiao. The 80,000 soldiers were originally planning to charge, but now, only 40,000 remained. Could they still charge? Detonating the ancient energy cores is the raging tide army's last resort. This proves that they're afraid of us. Ying Wuchang said crazily, they're afraid that we'll charge into their territory. They know that once they do, they'll lose. So even if we only have 40,000 soldiers left, as long as 500 to 600 special warriors are fine, we can still win this battle. We can still win. As long as we can annihilate the raging tide army, any price is worth it. This is the first battle after the establishment of the Great Ying Kingdom. We can only win, we can't lose. Charge into the raging tide army's territory and kill them all. Ying Wuchang roared and even threw Ren Tianxiao to the side. One had to admit that everyone in the Ying family was ruthless. Following the order, the remaining 40,000 soldiers of the Hell Legion and 500 special warriors crawled up from the ground and shook their heads vigorously to resist the urge to vomit. Then, they continued to charge. This was truly heroic, truly moving. Even if they were enemies, the Hell Legion was still moving. The remaining 40,000 people continued to charge toward the raging tide city from all directions. But now, 40,000 soldiers were surrounding 50,000 soldiers. Open fire, open fire, open fire. All the firepower in the raging tide army poured out. They wouldn't be stingy just because the number of enemies had decreased. Everyone knew that although there were only 40,000 enemies left, the battle had entered the most dangerous moment. Once these 40,000 soldiers charged into the formation, it would mean disaster or even failure. The terrifying firepower formed a net of death once again. Although most of the cannonballs had already exploded, most of the bullets had hit the air. But such a dense hell-killing formation still caused the 40,000 soldiers of the Grading Kingdom to fall to the ground one after another. Death, 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 charge, charge, charge. The 40,000 soldiers of the Grading Kingdom kept closing in on the raging Tide army. It was truly tragic, like moths flying into a flame. 6 minutes later, the Grading Kingdom's army finally reached the raging Tide army. However, there were less than 3,000 soldiers left. Nearly half of the 80,000 soldiers had been killed by the 4 energy cores. 90% of the 40,000 soldiers had died in these few thousand meters. In the end, they still succeeded and charged into the raging Tide city's camp. Among the 3,000 people, there were 2,700 from the Hell Legion and 300 from the Special Forces. Once he charged into the raging Tide city's camp, he would be able to start a massacre and engage in close combat. The hand-to-hand combat that they had dreamed of had begun. Of course, that wasn't entirely the case. Even at close range, the Great Qian dynasty's new army still opened fire. Bang, 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 bang. However, all of the cannons and miniature dragon power had lost their effect. 300 Stupa mountain warriors charged into raging Tide city's camp, raised the Nightmare Stone, and started a massacre. However, they soon received orders to destroy the raging Tide city's miniature draconic power instead of killing. Ying Wuchang knew that the raging Tide city's army would soon invade Qianjing. The small dragon force was too terrifying, and the long-range firepower was too ferocious. They had to be destroyed. Even if they lost this battle, they had to destroy these killing weapons. Immediately, 300 warriors clad in ancient armor rushed towards the small draconic power formation in the middle. The 130 miniature draconic power were all neatly placed together. The 300 Stupa mountain warriors charged into the core of the formation like lightning, waving their Nightmare Stone sabers. 1 second, at most 1 second, and they would be able to completely destroy these miniature dragon powers. However, they didn't have a second left. Shen Lang's entire body was covered in a strange and bewitching armor. He rode on Big Chow and flew into the sky. His powerful mental energy mixed with the power of the dragon's heart exploded like an energy bomb. Instantly, the 300 Stupa mountain warriors were all frozen in the air and didn't move at all. Meanwhile, Shen Lang finally felt exhausted to the point of wanting to die. The consumption of his mental energy had finally reached its limit. Previously, he had been squandering as if he felt that his mental energy would never be used up. But now, it was finally going to be used up. However, this scene was still extremely shocking. A total of 300 warriors were all frozen. In the next second, the 80 special warriors on Shen Lang's side charged forward like lightning. They brandished their Nightmare Stone battle swords and swung them down. Slash, 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 the Big Fool, Lan Bao, Tu Da, and Tu Er, these 4 super fierce warriors, waved their ugly and shockingly heavy black gold weapons and smashed them down on the Stupa mountain warriors. Bang, 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 how heart-wrenching. These ancient armors are so precious. Who knows how long it will take to repair them after they've been smashed to this state. But no matter what, the 3 super fierce warriors, Lan Bao, Tu Da, and Tu Er, were finally satisfied. In just 3 short seconds, the 300 special warriors of the Bigging Kingdom were all wiped out. Then, these super fierce warriors raised their heavy black gold clubs and rushed toward the Hell Legion. The dozens of raging Tide City warriors also waved their Nightmare Stone sabers and rushed toward the Hell Legion. Another minute later, the 3,000 Hell Legion of the Bigging Kingdom died quietly. At this point, this battle was completely over. The Bigging Kingdom's army of 500,000 was completely annihilated, except for the 200,000 that escaped. Especially the elite 150,000 Hell Legion and 3,000 special warriors. They were completely wiped out. Raging Tide City's side had achieved a complete victory. Note, the first update has been sent. It's very close to the 10th place. Benefactors, vote for me. Let me rush over. Desert is grateful. thank you Xinghun007 for the 10,000 coins. Looking at this scene, Ying Wuchang, Ren Tianxiao, and Lan Shi were as silent as the dead. At this time, they couldn't say anything. Their vision went dark and their bodies went cold. The entire process of this battle was like a dream. In less than 3 days, their 500,000 strong army was completely annihilated. Of course, there were still 200,000 who managed to escape. However, it would be better for all of them to die on the battlefield. This group of people would flee for their lives and tell everyone what they saw. Very soon, the entire Ying kingdom and the entire eastern world would know that the Ying clan had suffered a crushing defeat. The scandal of the Ying clan's 500,000 members being defeated by 50,000 members. How could this be? Were the new weapons of Raging Tide so powerful? Based on what? They had 150,000 soldiers in the Infernal Army and 3,000 special warriors. How powerful was that? Did Raging Tide City develop these weapons themselves? Ren Tianxiao suddenly asked. Ying Wuchang replied, it should be. Because Xinlang only freeloaded a few ruins and didn't really develop any large ruins. So, these weapons should be designed by him. However, Xinlang's previous weapons weren't that powerful. For example, the cannons were just SOSO. Why did these weapons suddenly become so terrifying? The envoy replied, he seems to have combined the ancient civilization and his bizarre ideas together to create a brand new weapon and equipment. Ying Wuchang said, but they shouldn't be stronger than the ancient weapons. Lan Shi replied, they aren't stronger, just different ideas. At least, Xinlang didn't develop Regret of the Dragon. Suddenly, Ren Tianxiao said, this person is amazing. Lan Shi replied, what should we do next? Yes, what should we do next? Ying Wuchang only wanted to laugh coldly at himself. Before this, he didn't want to lose, and he wanted to kill all 50,000 people from the Raging Tide City easily. He didn't want to allow any mistakes to happen, and he wanted to end the war within 17 days. He didn't think that he would actually do it. It was just that his army was wiped out. But at this time, he no longer felt sad, only a feeling of absurdity and complete numbness. What he wanted most now was to find a place to lie down and have a good sleep. He didn't need to think about anything, didn't need to care about anything. Your Majesty, what should we do next? Lan Shi asked. Ying Wuchang sneered, what should we do? Of course, we have to escape back to Tianjin. The situation has completely gone out of control, and this has completely exceeded the capabilities of the three of us. We have to leave the rest to Lord Father and sect leader Ren. Let's go, let's go. Ying Wuchang smiled bleakly. The envoy said, are we really not going to do anything? We brought an army of 500,000 to the south, but we were completely annihilated in less than 3 days. How are we going to explain this to His Majesty and the Great Ying Kingdom? Ying Wuchang looked at Lan Shi and said seriously, Secretariat Envoy Lan Shi, don't be so biological. There was no need to explain anything, and no one would hold him responsible. Next, Raging Tide City would invade China and rescue Xinlang. If we can't get through this crisis, both our families will be finished. Don't think too much, just run back. After that, Ying Wuchang, Ren Tianxiao, and Lan Shi rode on the ancient vultures and under the protection of tens of people, they flew towards the north of Tianjin. Out of the 500,000 strong army, only 80 ancient vulture warriors were left. At this moment, deserters from the Great Ying Kingdom could be seen everywhere in the sky. These people were definitely scared out of their wits, and they definitely wouldn't dare to return to Tianjin. They would escape to other counties, cities, or even villages and then exaggerate everything that had happened in the past 2 days. They would praise the Raging Tide City's army as the best in the world. After that, the entire Great Ying Kingdom's public opinion would completely collapse. Originally, there were countless people who supported Xinlang. Once the news of this battle spread out, the entire Great Ying Kingdom would change. The people of the Great Ying Kingdom, which was the original New Qian Kingdom, had always sided with the Jiang clan. It was just that they didn't trust Xinlang and felt that his Great Qian Empire was too weak and couldn't protect them. Therefore, some people supported Yingguang. But now, the 50,000 people from Raging Tide City had defeated the 500,000 people from the Great Ying Kingdom. There was nothing better than a real war to prove the strength of an empire. Next, the people of the new Qian kingdom would use their feet to vote. Even the officials in the counties would start to waver. This newly established grading kingdom would soon be torn apart. Unless Father King Yinguang and sect head Ren could immediately reverse the situation and completely defeat the Raging Tide City's army. But even so, it would be very difficult to completely reverse the situation. It could even be imagined that the 50,000 people from Raging Tide City would enter the grading kingdom and kill all the way to Tianjing without any obstructions. Not to mention resisting, it would already be very good if the people and officials of the counties along the way didn't even open the city gates to welcome them. This was the sorrow of rebels and traitors. When the wall is down, everyone will give it a push. Ying Wuchang could imagine that if it was the grading kingdom's army that invaded the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms, it was guaranteed that there would be flames of war everywhere. There would be resistance everywhere, and countless people would die for Shenlang. He couldn't help but look back at the battlefield. It was truly tragic. Corpses were everywhere, and there was no end to it. There is a crucial person in this battle. Ren Tianxiao said, "It's that woman who rode the ultrasonic flying beast. Most of our special warriors died in her hands. If it wasn't for her, the outcome of this battle would be hard to say." This sentence was right. In this battle, Shenlang's role was completely decisive. In a total of 3 times, the Raging Tide City's camp was almost fatally attacked by the special warriors of Stupa Mountain. It was all because of Shenlang that they were eliminated. Fixed body technique combined with Dachao's ultrasonic attack was simply invincible. At the crucial moment of the last battle, the 300 special warriors of Stupa Mountain killed their way into the camp and almost destroyed all the small dragon power. Moreover, if they weren't stopped, these 300 people could kill 10 to 20,000 Raging Tide City's army. Ancient armor, near Grandmaster level powerhouse, Nightmare Stone ancient battle sword, the power of these 3 added together was too shocking. It was still Shenlang who directly fixed the 300 people in place. Only then could the special warriors of Raging Tide City kill them in an instant. "Who is that woman?" Ren Tianxiao asked. Ying Wuchang shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Launcher said, "Perhaps it's Shenlang's wife, Jean Mulan. She mysteriously disappeared for a few years and might have returned." Eh? It was indeed embarrassing. In order to deceive people, Shenlan had been wearing a special ancient armor the entire time. In order to make the enemy's imagination run wild, he had even painted the ancient armor exactly the same as Mulan's. So he had always been wearing a woman's armor. But, was this wrong? It wasn't even cross-dressing? But even if it was cross-dressing, so what? It wasn't the first time Shenlang, did it. At this moment, a chirp suddenly came from the sky, and a supersonic wave attacked silently and fiercely. Bang! Suddenly, an ancient vulture in the sky was directly smashed into pieces. The special warriors on it fell from an altitude of more than 10,000 meters. Ying Wuchang and the other 2 were completely stunned. That woman actually dared to chase them on an ultrasonic beast. What did she want to do? But no matter what Shenlang wanted to do, Ying Wuchang and the other 2 were powerless because Dachao could easily fly over 13,000 meters. No matter how high Ren Tianxiao and Ying Wuchang's martial arts were, they were completely helpless. Then, a tragic scene happened. An ultrasonic flying beast was wildly beating up dozens of ancient vultures at an altitude of 13,000 meters. Then, an even more terrifying scene appeared. 6 black dots appeared in the sky in front of them. They were the super sky fortresses of Raging Tide City. Ever since the battle in the sky, they seemed to have completely disappeared. Now, they appeared once again, flying at an astonishing altitude and began to shoot crazily. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the 6 super sky fortresses began to fire small-scale dragon power and nightmare stone machine guns. In a short moment, dozens of ancient vultures were hit and directly fell from the sky. Ying Wuchang and Ren Tianxiao were trembling. This was a massacre. Disperse, disperse, disperse. Following the order, the remaining dozens of ancient vultures from Ying Kingdom suddenly dispersed. They were completely far away, otherwise, they would only become live targets. Ren Tianxiao and Ying Wuchang also completely dispersed. Because they were all key figures, someone had to escape back to Tianjing. They absolutely couldn't be caught in one fell swoop. Then, Ying Wuchang sadly discovered that the ultrasonic flying beast and the woman on it were relentlessly chasing after him. F***ck, what is the meaning of this? Why are you chasing after me instead of Ren Tianxiao? Are you bullying me because my martial arts are not high, eh? Sorry, this was the reason. Ren Tianxiao's martial arts were too powerful. None of the people from Shenlong's side could defeat him. Therefore, they turned a blind eye and let him go. Not to mention that Ying Wuchang's martial arts were inferior to Ying Wuming's, he couldn't even be compared to Ying Wuk. Third prince, quickly run. The 7 ancient vulture warriors were very loyal. They directly stayed behind to cover Ying Wuchang's escape. Ying Wuchang didn't stand on ceremony and immediately dove down. He lowered his altitude to about 8,000 meters and fled towards the north with all his might. This person was really smart. Because once he descended to 8,000 meters, if Da Chao wanted to attack him, he would have to descend to about 10,000 meters. At this distance, he would be chased by the other ancient vulture warriors. Moreover, Ying Wuchang couldn't descend too much because once he reached a height of 5,000 meters, he might be chased by the Snow Eagle army from Shenlong's side. There wasn't a single simple person in the Ying family. Everyone was very powerful. However, all of this was completely futile. Da Chao's agility, flying speed, and flying height all far exceeded the ancient vulture. His combat strength was also unparalleled. The 7 ancient vulture warriors who stayed behind to cover Ying Wuchang only lasted for less than a minute before they were all killed by Da Chao. There was no need to kill them. He only needed to spray these ancient vultures into pieces. Therefore, Ying Wuchang no longer had anyone to protect him. Shenlang controlled Da Chao to chase after him. Ying Wuchang desperately approached Ren Tianxiao. He still maintained an altitude of 8,000 meters. Faster, faster, faster. However, the speed of the ancient vultures couldn't be fast. Da Chao quickly caught up. Next, Ying Wuchang fell into the most painful struggle. Should he remove the ancient armor on his body? If he didn't remove it, he would be directly controlled by his opponent. Not only would this ancient armor be useless, it would also become a burden and a cage. However, if he removed it, once his ancient vulture was destroyed, he would definitely die from falling from an altitude of 8,000 meters. Without the energy released by the ancient armor as a buffer, he would definitely die. However, he didn't need to struggle anymore. In the next second, he felt that he couldn't move. The ancient armor on his body lost all its functions. Many of its joints even froze. Next, a terrifying ultrasonic attack came. He desperately tried to control the ancient vulture to dodge. However, he couldn't dodge it. In an instant, the ancient vulture that Ying Wuchang was riding was smashed into pieces in the air. Ying Wuming directly fell from an altitude of 8,000 meters. He didn't scream, but he was desperately screaming in his heart. The speed of his fall was getting faster and faster. Finally, when he was a few hundred meters from the ground, his ancient armor recovered. Bang! Then, the ancient armor shot out a powerful energy in the opposite direction, directly slowing down his falling speed. This was even more awesome than a parachute. Bang! A loud sound rang out. Even with the buffer, Ying Wuming smashed down hard, directly smashing a deep pit in the ground. Even with the protection of the ancient armor, he still suffered a strong shock. He vomited and felt dizzy. Hurry, hurry, I have to use the ground as a cover and escape to Tianjing immediately. Ying Wuchang climbed out of the pit and sprinted towards the north. However, after running for less than 100 meters, he found a black dot in front of him blocking his way. Big fool. Thus, he sprinted towards the east. There was also someone blocking his way there, Lan Bao. He sprinted towards the bottom, where there were 2 people blocking his way. 2 de and 2 air. Why were there 2 people? Because once the twin brothers separated, they would fall into a state of complete anxiousness, as if it was the end of the world. Then, Shuiyin, Li Qianqiu, Ban Rua, and a few other grandmasters wearing ancient armor caught up from behind. Your Highness Ying Wuchang, do you want to struggle for a while before being captured, or do you want to be captured directly? Shuiyin sneered. Ying Wuchang trembled. Aunt Shuiyin, when His Majesty Jiangli was still around, Ying Wuchang was still very young. Like the other children, he called Aunt Shuayin. Why don't you struggle for a while? Shuayin said. Ying Wuchang laughed bitterly. He raised his hands and surrendered. At this time, what was the point of struggling? He would only be asking for humiliation. Aunt Shuayin, I have to say that it's impossible for you to exchange me for Shenlang. My royal father will definitely not agree to it, Ying Wuchang said. Remove the ancient armor and slowly come out. Then, kneel on the ground and hold your head with both hands, Shuayin said. Ying Wuchang removed the ancient armor and crawled out. He knelt on the ground and held his head. Capture him, Shuayin ordered. The third prince of the Ying kingdom, Ying Wuchang, was captured. Ren Tianxiao was too awesome. Shenlang didn't want to provoke him. If his ancient vulture was shot down, should the experts of the new Tiao city capture him or not? It would be too embarrassing to capture him. But if they went to capture him, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. They might have to pay a heavy price to capture him. Thus, forget it. It would be better to let him go back to China to report. Our master Lang is so elegant and refined even when bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Luckily the dragon sword isn't in my hands. Otherwise, I would definitely turn you into ashes. After successfully capturing Ying Wuchang, Shenlang originally wanted to return home. However, he didn't expect the Ying kingdom's envoy, Xianxia, to be riding an ancient vulture and escape in front of him. Moreover, there wasn't anyone protecting him. It wasn't easy. He was already 80 years old and he was still trying his best to escape. Thus, Shenlang controlled Dechao to fly up. Freeze! Instantly, the ancient armor of Xianxia's envoy was frozen and couldn't move at all. Then, Dechao's ultrasonic attack was shot out. Don't. Xianxia's envoy said, I'm old. I will die if I fall from such a high place. Even with the ancient armor as a buffer, I will still die. You are Lady Jean Mulan, right? Xianxia's envoy said, let me go back. I can persuade Guan to exchange hostages and release His Majesty Shenlang. Immediately, Dechao shot out the ultrasonic wave without saying anything else. Creak. The ancient vulture that Xianxia's envoy was riding let out a blood-curdling screech. Countless feathers on the right side of its body were shattered. It was scared out of its wits. Don't do anything. Please don't do anything. I will descend myself. I will be captured voluntarily. Please don't do anything. Xianxia's envoy said loudly, if I am captured voluntarily, you can still capture an intact ancient vulture, right? This Xianxia's envoy was indeed a wise man. He immediately controlled the ancient vulture to descend continuously. After descending to a height of 5,000 meters, he was immediately surrounded by Raging Tide City's Snow Eagle warriors. Then, he continued to descend and directly landed on the ground. At this point, Raging Tide City had captured an intact ancient vulture and an 80-years-old animal. Ying Kingdom's 3 generals and 500,000 troops marched south. Only Ren Tianxiao escaped back to Tianjing. The other 2 generals were both captured. The 80-year-old Lance Privy emissary was locked up in a hastily dug underground dungeon. He was racking his brains. He had to survive. Although he was already 80 years old, he felt that his life wasn't over yet. He still had at least 20 years of good life. His martial arts were so high and he had gone through a certain bloodline transformation. Therefore, even though he was 80 years old, he still looked very young. He looked no more than 50 years old. He still enjoyed wealth and beauties. Once he died, he would have nothing. Then, how could he survive? What value did he have to Raging Tide City? Using him and Ying Wuchang to exchange for Shenlang, that was impossible. Raging Tide City knew that he wasn't that important. Ying Guang wouldn't release Shenlang. He had to maximize his value. Of course, that would make him seem shameless. However, as long as he could survive, who cared about shame? At this moment, the door opened. 2 people walked in. One was Grandmaster Shuayin and the other was Shenlang, who was wearing a special armor. Lady Jean Mulan, oh no, Her Majesty the Empress of Great Qian. Xianxia's envoy knelt down and kowtowed. Your subject Xianxia greets the Empress. Long live the Empress. F***ck, Empress isn't a good title. How dare you call her that? After Launcher knelt down, he placed his forehead on the ground and continued in an incredibly respectful manner. I can do two things for the Great Qian Empire. The first is to publicly expose Guang's true shamelessness. At that time, the entire China had voted that His Majesty Shenlang had clearly won. It was Guang who had distorted the truth and called a deer into a horse. He used the lives of all the country's envoys and Prince Lian to threaten him to change his mind. Second, I've been the envoy for close to 30 years. No one knows the defenses of Qian capital better than me. If the Raging Tide City army wants to break into Qian capital, I can play a big role. TSK 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 TSK. Shuiyin was amazed. This Launcher's envoy was still so slick. 30 years ago, when Emperor Jiangli was still on the throne, he was already the deputy envoy of the Privy Council. He only had one role, which was to be the buffer between the new and old factions. However, back then, he still seemed to have some strength of character and even had the demeanor of a famous general. Why was he so weak now? After saying that, this Launcher's envoy didn't say anything else. He knelt on the ground and didn't move at all. Shenlang lifted his mask and said slowly, "Envoy Launcher, open your eyes and look at me." As soon as he said that, Launcher's envoy trembled in disbelief. He was too familiar with Shenlang's voice. This person wearing a special armor was actually Shenlang? He thought it was Jean Mulan, then, that Shenlang in Qian capital was fake? Was it a substitute? He really couldn't tell at all? It had been more than half a year. How could there be no flaws? It was simply impeccable. Guang and sect leader Ren both knew that Shenlang had a substitute. They had seen this Shenlang substitute at the ruins of Mt Jingang. After that, they felt that they could completely distinguish between the real and fake Shenlang because Shenlang's substitute seemed a little neurotic. His performance was more exaggerated and even a little over the top. Not only that, Guang and sect leader Ren even identified the 10 differences between the real and fake Shenlang. The Shenlang who was captured this time didn't have the exaggeration of the fake Shenlang at all. In fact, he even appeared to be very reserved. The only thing that could prove his authenticity were the speeches he had written over the past 6 months. Only Shenlang had such talent to be able to write such a soul-stirring article. How many poems were there in it? Only the real Shenlang would have such dedication to the Great Qian Empire and pour all his emotions into it to appeal to every Chinese citizen. It was also because of this that Shenlang miraculously won the final vote. Everything else could be faked, but emotions could not be faked. To sect leader Ren and Guang, a substitute was just a substitute. His mentality was completely different and he could only perform. Only the real Shenlang would have such deep feelings for the Great Qian Empire. How could the fake Shenlang do that? It wasn't that Guang didn't have a substitute. He knew this the best. Of course, he didn't know that the substitute, Mirror, was different from everyone else. He used his life and soul to act as Shenlang. During the entire process, he completely forgot about himself. In fact, he didn't even see himself as a substitute. Guang felt that Shenlang was definitely determined to get the Great Qian Empire and was filled with a strong desire to monopolize it. However, this was completely putting himself in Shenlang's shoes. Shenlang didn't have much interest in the so-called Great Qian Empire. That was why Ambassador Launcher Shu was so shocked when he heard Shenlang's voice. "Ambassador Launcher Shu, raise your head and look at me." Shenlang continued to shake his head. "No, I won't look, I won't look." Ambassador Launcher Shu said, "Sir, who are you? I don't know you at all." When he said this, not only did he lower his head, but he also closed his eyes. His entire heart and body were trembling because he knew that once he knew Shenlang's true identity, it would mean that he would lose his life. Shuiyin's entire body was covered in ancient armor. She went forward and grabbed Launcher Shu's neck and lifted him up. At this moment, Launcher Shu's eyes were still tightly shut. Shenlang said, "Ambassador Launcher Shu, aren't you deceiving yourself by closing your eyes? It's only because you recognized my voice and knew that I'm Shenlang that you would have such an overboard reaction." Once this was said, Ambassador Launcher Shu opened his eyes and tears flowed down. Then, he knelt down again and cried in a trembling voice, "Your Majesty Shenlang, I have sinned, I have sinned. I shouldn't have been afraid of death and relied on Guang. I, Ying Guang, will die together with His Majesty Jiangli. I regret it so much, Your Majesty, my Majesty, I was wrong. Please take into account the fact that the Lan clan has been loyal to the Jiang clan for generations, and spare the lowly life of this sinner. Then, Ambassador Lan Shu kowtowed with all his might and started bleeding. Your Majesty, spare my sinner, please spare my sinner. Even if you castrate me, even if you make me your eunuch? Shen Lang sighed, pulled down his mask again and walked out. After a while, another person walked in. It was Grandmaster Lan Dao. Lan Dao, I am your uncle Lan Shi. Help me plead to His Majesty, spare my life, spare my life. We are all from the Lan clan, we have the same blood in us. Grandmaster Lan Dao walked up and took out a packet of medicine. He pinched open Ambassador Lan Shi's mouth and poured the medicine down. Soon, Lan Shi felt that he was completely speechless and couldn't say a word. He was overjoyed. Am I going to live? Am I going to live? Ha 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 ha. Then, Grandmaster Lan Dao also walked out. The next day, this Ying Kingdom's ambassador was brought out and tied to a rack with his limbs spread out. Then, the executioner Zhu Yao made his move and publicly executed Lan Shi. This time, the execution would last for a few days and nights. Shen Lang said that he had to be executed 1,000 times because the army was about to head north to attack Qian capital. He had to make Lan Shi, the traitor, die in Qian capital. It was really 1,000 cuts. Inside the Qian capital palace, Ying Guang seemed very indifferent. It had been 17 days since the army of 500,000 went south. The battle should be at its peak and he believed that there would be a report soon. However, Ying Guang wasn't interested in the outcome of this battle at all. Raging Tide City only had 50,000 people, and they didn't have a leader. On the other hand, the victorious kingdom had 500,000 soldiers, including 150,000 from the Hell Legion and 3,000 from the Special Forces. If they couldn't annihilate Raging Tide City, they would be committing suicide. Even if the sun rose from the west, there wouldn't be any surprises in this battle. Instead of paying attention to the outcome of this battle, it was better to pay attention to the Great Yan Empire's reaction. Next, Ying Wuchang came to report that the 50,000 soldiers of Raging Tide City were all dismembered. Then, this matter was over. His subjects would announce this victory, but Ying Guang wouldn't because it was too insignificant. Right now, he only cared about one thing, and that was how to hatch this dragon egg. This was the future of the Ying kingdom. As long as this dragon hatched, the Ying clan would be able to unify the world in the future. Ying Guang knew more about the ancient civilization than anyone else. Of course, he knew that this dragon wasn't just a powerful weapon, it was also a supreme strategic resource. Controlling the dragon was equivalent to controlling the highest power in this world. Inside the secret chamber, Ying Guang once again faced the mirror. Your Majesty Shen Lang, the Fury Tide City dispatched 50,000 people to attack my great victory kingdom. Perhaps all of them have already died and been dismembered into 10,000 pieces. You also know that Stupa Mountain's methods are very intense, and corpses are also a type of precious resource to them. Ying Guang said, how tragic, but I can understand. The people of Raging Tide City couldn't just sit back and do nothing after you were captured. Otherwise, the world would suspect that Prince Jin and the others were going to proclaim themselves as kings. Everyone in the world judged others by themselves. Even the smartest person was no exception. Of course, this included Ying Guang. He had betrayed the Jiang clan and proclaimed himself as king. Naturally, he regarded the heroes of the world as ambitious people. In his eyes, no one would be truly loyal, except for fools. In order to avoid suspicion, Prince Jin had to fight this battle. Moreover, he personally led 50,000 soldiers to attack my Ying kingdom. Ying Guang continued, when these 50,000 soldiers died tragically, he would be able to answer to the world. Then, he would be able to usurp the foundation of your great Qian Empire. The most important thing for a person is not only to deceive themselves, but also to deceive the world. I am all too familiar with ambitious people like Prince Jin. Your Majesty Shen Lang, that's why your 50,000 soldiers are going to die. Your foundation in Raging Tide City will also be lost. The mirror was silent and had no reaction. His current performance was completely free. He didn't need to deliberately imitate Shenlang. In fact, his performance was completely different from the previous Shenlang. But the more he did this, the more Ingguang didn't doubt him. "Your Majesty Shenlang, let's make a deal," Ingguang said. "You are incomparably precious to us. We definitely can't let you go. But we can let Xiaoyao and Sunan go back to Raging Tide City." The mirror raised its eyes and looked at Ingguang. Ingguang said, "The dragon box. The box that incubates dragon eggs. Does your Raging Tide City have it?" The mirror didn't reply. Ingguang said, "You might say no, but it's useless. I'll give you half a month. If you don't see the dragon box, I will first kill Sunan, then Xiaoyao. I will definitely turn the two of them into minced meat in front of you and let you understand the cruelty of this world. Of course, there's something even more cruel happening in the south. Your 50,000 strong army is being torn into pieces, but you can't see it, right?" Ingguang sneered, "People are like this, they're very good at deceiving themselves. If you can't see it, pretend it never happened. Only when you see it with your own eyes will it be engraved in your heart. In half a month, if your Raging Tide City doesn't hand over the dragon box, I will kill Sunan and Xiaoyao." "That's it." At this time, his daughter's voice came from outside. "Father, come out for a moment." Ingguang couldn't help but tremble. His daughter's voice was very abnormal, as if she had encountered a huge problem. What happened? Did the Great Yan Empire fire the dragon's regret? Impossible. Logically speaking, it should be impossible. Ingguang walked out. The Ying Kingdom's princess said in a low voice, "Father, Ren Tianxiao has returned." Ingguang trembled. Was this news really enough to shock his daughter to this extent? Then, he quickly walked out and summoned Ren Tianxiao in another secret palace. The commander of the 500,000 soldiers, Futu Mountain's prison hall master Ren Tianxiao's eyes were red. His face was ferocious and his entire body was trembling. Ingguang's heart twitched. He immediately had a very bad premonition. "Your Majesty Ingguang, we lost this battle. The 500,000 soldiers were completely annihilated. Ying Wuchang and Lansher were both captured." Ren Tianxiao was very direct and reported everything. Instantly, Ingguang seemed to have been struck by lightning again. It was as if he had heard the most absurd thing. His entire body was completely frozen on the spot. After a long while, he let out a mournful laugh. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ren Tianxiao, are you joking? Ha ha ha." After speaking, another mouthful of black blood spurted out from his mouth. Then, his vision turned black. It was as if his entire brain was about to explode. Note, today, it's still 15,000 plus updates. I've finally made it to 10th place. Thank you everyone. Brothers, do you still have monthly votes? Vote for me and protect this result. I'm extremely grateful, thank you 2046 for your 10,000 coins. After an unknown period of time, Ingguang woke up. The swelling feeling in his head had disappeared and he had completely calmed down. There was one more person in the hall, Stupa Mountain sect leader Ren. There was a deathly silence in the hall. If the previous few losses were considered as minor injuries, then this time, it was truly fatal. In the past 20 years, Ingguang and Stupa Mountain had trained less than 7,000 special warriors. Now, they had lost more than half of them. The Infernal Legion had less than 300,000 people. After several losses, there were less than 100,000 left. The Snow Eagle Corps had lost 60 to 70% of its members and more than half of its ancient vultures. Over the past 30 years, especially after excavating the ancient ruins in the Southern Sea, he had accumulated a great deal of wealth. But now, more than half of it had gone to waste. Initially, they were counting on these clans to dominate the world. However, it seemed like their hopes were now a complete joke. They did not even have the time to challenge the Great Yan Empire. Just fighting Shenlang alone would cause them to go bankrupt. Ingguang said in a low voice, "Tell me everything in detail." Following that, Ren Tianxiao described every process of the battle in great detail. It took him an entire 2 hours, and he did not go into detail at all. Ingguang and sect leader Ren fell into silence. In this battle, Ren Tianxiao, Ying Wuchang, and Xianxia didn't make any mistakes apart from underestimating their enemy at the beginning. Almost every step they took was correct. Even so, they were almost completely wiped out. This was even more terrifying than making a mistake because it meant that they couldn't defeat their opponent in terms of strength. Ying Wuchang was right. Ying Guang and sect leader Ren didn't have any thoughts of holding anyone accountable. Ying Guang said, in other words, there are two reasons why Raging Tide City won. First, new weapons. The second reason is that mysterious woman. Yes. Ren Tianxiao said, according to Xianxia and Ying Wuchang's judgment, that woman Ying Guang is Jin Mulan. The primordial armor she is wearing is very special, she is very, very powerful, and possesses a very, Ying Guang said, Jin Mulan disappeared about 5 or 6 years ago, and she disappeared in the Devil's Triangle. Where did she go all these years? Sect leader Ren said, there is a theory. Ying Guang said, what? Sect master Ren said, Ancestor Lei. Ying Guang's eyes twitched. This name was mysterious even to him. This person was very famous, but the number of people who had actually met her was very few. Back then, it was rumored that she was Jiang Li's confidant, and Ying Guang was the #1 direct descendant of Jiang Li. However, he had never met this Ancestor Lei before. But if Jin Mulan's disappearance had something to do with Ancestor Lei, then anything could happen, because it was rumored that Ancestor Lei was not a person of this world, and this was not even her name, but a nickname given to her by someone else. On one hand, it was because of her beauty. On the other hand, it was because of her mystery. On the other hand, it was because she seemed like an ancient person. In this world, there were only wrong names, but there were no wrong nicknames. Ying Guang said, the Raging Tide City has displayed 3 new weapons in this battle. One of them is clearly a miniature draconic power, another is a green flame cannon, and the last one is a nightmare stone cannon. Nightmare stone cannon, there was no concept of a gun in this world, much less a rifle. Therefore, the nightmare stone rifle was referred to as a nightmare stone cannon. Brother Ren, do you think these weapons have anything to do with Jin Mulan? Ying Guang asked. Sect leader Ren shook his head. No. It seems that under Shen Lang's leadership, Ying Guang, the Raging Tide City battle has entered a stage of success. Even the duel between Shen Lang and Ying Wuming 9 months ago, as well as the general vote, were all done by Shen Lang to buy time for the Raging Tide City. One more thing. The green flame cannon you mentioned is actually a hellfire bug cannon. Sect Master Ren said, this kind of shell contains a hellfire worm that can release an astonishing high temperature. It is also very similar to a type of goo worm. Its size is 10 times smaller than a mosquito, but it is also much, much larger than a goo worm. Just 4 or 5 of them are enough to stab into a person's body and inject a very special poison into it, turning the person's blood into a terrifying flammable liquid, burning the person to ashes. This is the unique weapon of the Western world's fire god religion. Sect leader Ren was indeed very knowledgeable. However, this hellfire bug is very rare. It is usually used as a terrifying means of assassination. It is completely impossible to guard against. Sect leader Ren said, it is completely unimaginable for Raging Tide City to produce cannon on a large scale. How many hellfire bugs are needed? It is too extravagant and completely impossible. No matter how close the Western world's fire god sect is with Shen Lang, it is impossible for them to provide so many hellfire bugs. Even they don't have that many themselves. Ying Guang said, this proves that Raging Tide City has a way to reproduce hellfire bugs, and at a very fast rate. Sect leader Ren shook his head. Even normal reproduction wouldn't be this fast. Perhaps it is something even more terrifying. Then, he fell into some kind of memory as he played with the golden sword in his hand. The golden sword that he took out from the coffin of an ancient monarch. The dragon sword was too precious. Sect leader Ren couldn't bear to play with it all the time. The Vidra Peak relic, the Southern Sea relic, and the ancient Plaza relic all have the same master, the ancient Jiang clan. Sect leader Ren said, at that time, the Jiang clan had already lost the throne. Shen Lang disappeared from the stone coffin in the ancient plaza. After that, we dug 10 feet into the ground but couldn't find his figure. But not long after, he appeared again. Where did he go during this period of time? Ying Guang said, the underground tomb of the ancient Jiang clan. Only the bloodline of the Jiang clan can enter the real underground tomb. He obtained the dragon sword from the underground tomb. Sect leader Ren said, maybe he didn't just obtain the dragon sword. He might have obtained other precious things. Yingguang said, for example, the dragon box, the ancient dragon box. That is why Raging Tide City could continuously produce new weapons and improve their strength by leaps and bounds. Sect leader Ren said, if our guess is correct, and if Raging Tide City really has this ancient dragon box, then as long as we obtain this dragon box, the special warriors and Hell Legion that we lost are nothing. Even if we lose the entire Grading Kingdom, it doesn't matter. Yingguang narrowed his eyes. Of course, they couldn't lose the Grading Kingdom, but they had to obtain this ancient dragon box. Obtaining the ancient dragon box meant that they would be able to hatch a dragon. Not to mention, they would be able to improve by leaps and bounds in other aspects. Especially goo worms. Yingguang and sect leader Ren had read a portion of the ancient records. The dragon box was an extremely mysterious and powerful item. It used the dragon's blood marrow as its energy source. Any living being placed in the dragon box would undergo a nirvana transformation. Goo worms were no exception. Stupa Mountain started off with goo worms, and they were famous in the world. They were one of the 6 transcendent forces. But ever since they discovered the Southern Sea region's ancient ruins 7 years ago, and even earlier after Emperor Jiangli's sudden death, they obtained many of Emperor Jiangli's records regarding bloodline transformation. Their development path had already deviated. Thus, in the recent battles, they rarely used goo worms as weapons. Even if they used it a few times, the consequences were extremely tragic. Not only did they fail to achieve their goal, they even suffered heavy casualties. Stupa Mountain was like the other transcendent forces, they had fallen into the theory of relying on ancient weapons and ancient bloodlines. Stupa Mountain didn't want this to happen. It was because their goo worm research had reached a bottleneck. And this bottleneck wasn't just a few years or a few decades, it was over 100 years. And once they obtained the ancient dragon box, Stupa Mountain's goo worms would also enter a period of rapid growth. Yingguang came to the secret room again and looked at the mirror. The battle in the south has ended. You should be very pleased, Your Majesty Shenlang. Yingguang sneered. The mirror said, we won, and it was a clean victory. How about the miniature dragon strength? How about the nightmare stone rifle? How about the hellfire cannon? Yingguang's face twitched slightly. He smiled and said, so that's called the nightmare stone rifle. We even call it the nightmare stone cannon. The mirror pouted. Yingguang said, your wife, Jean Milan, has returned. Impossible. The mirror said, that can't be her. Yingguang stared at the mirror for a long time, then said slowly, after the coffin disappeared in the ancient plaza, you and Chou Yao entered the underground tomb of the ancient Jiang clan and obtained the dragon sword and the ancient dragon box. The mirror smiled disdainfully, but didn't answer. Yingguang said, don't try to deny it. I know more than you about the ancient dragon box. The ancient empire only knows of 2 dragon boxes. One belongs to the ancient Jiang clan, and the other to the ancient Ji clan. Because in the ancient Eastern world, only these 2 clans were once royalty. The royalty of the ancient world was very strict. Only those who could control the true dragon could become the emperor and be promoted to royalty. Huh? There was such a thing, no wonder the Great Yan Empire also had a dragon box. But that's not right. The dragon box in the Flame Capital seemed to have been obtained after defeating Jiangli. Yingguang said, where would the ancient Jiang clan's dragon box be? Of course it would be the Jiang clan's tomb. The tomb in the ancient plaza is fake, but the stone coffin leads to the real tomb. However, only those with the Jiang clan's bloodline can enter. So when the ancient stone coffin disappeared that day, you actually entered the tomb of the ancient Jiang clan. You have a dragon box. You must have a dragon box. Shenlang, the last time you were captured by us, you were imprisoned in the secret underground base of Stupa Mountain for more than half a year. Our goal was to steal the dragon's regret and rescue Prince Jean. Yingguang said, and this time, you were captured again. What do you want from us? If I'm not wrong, you want to take back the dragon egg, right? Previously, you obtained the dragon egg, but it wasn't very urgent, because you didn't have anything to hatch it. But this time you obtained the dragon box, so you can hatch the dragon egg. So you want to take back the dragon egg and hatch it? Huh? This logic was impeccable. Even Xianxia and the mirror didn't think of it. The mirror shook its head and said, "There's no such thing. I have to tell you, even if the dragon egg hatches, it won't become very powerful immediately. It will need at least 100 years of growth before it can truly become the strongest. So if I hatch it now, it might bring disaster to the Deqian Empire, which isn't strong enough yet." The mirror said, "One more thing. Your army of 500,000 should have been wiped out. You are extremely angry, and you want to use the most extreme method to wipe out my raging Tide City army. So you want to force me to fire the dragon's regret, but you know it's impossible. You have to give up on this idea. Even if you force me to fire it, the previous scene will repeat itself. The dragon's regret will be fired, but it won't explode. Instead, it will be seized by us. Of course, you might say that you are using Sunan and Xiaoyao's lives to threaten me. But at the critical moment, the two of them will definitely kill themselves. They definitely won't be used as hostages." The mirror said slowly, "I can kill 50,000 people to save one person. But I can't do something like killing 50,000 of my own people to save one of my own." Yingguang stared at Xianxia for a long time before revealing a cold smile. "The dragon box. I only want the dragon box." Yingguang said, "I'm not afraid of playing cards with you. As long as you hand over the dragon box, I will immediately release Xiaoyao, Sunan, and everyone else apart from you. But if you don't hand over the dragon box, I will chop Sunan and the others to pieces in front of you." The mirror said, "What you're saying now is the truth. Xiaoyao's martial arts are too high. You can defeat her, but if you want to capture her, it will be extremely difficult. In reality, the only reason she hasn't left is because I have fallen into your hands. Otherwise, unless you personally take action, your people won't be able to keep her." That was indeed the case. It was just like how Xianxia side didn't dare to provoke Ren Tianxiao and only captured Lan Shi and Ying Wuchang, turning a blind eye to Ren Tianxiao's escape. Yingguang faced Xiaoyao the same way. He and sect leader Ren had both surpassed Xiaoyao. Even Ren Tianxiao's martial arts were on par with Xiaoyao's, perhaps even slightly higher. So if they wanted to kill Xiaoyao, it was completely possible, but if they wanted to capture her, it was almost impossible. Xiaoyao was an extremely stubborn person who would rather die than submit. If sect leader Ren or Yingguang personally took action, Xiaoyao would definitely die in battle. So Yingguang very tacitly put Xiaoyao, Sunan, and the others under house arrest. In any case, as long as they captured Xianxia, even if they made Xiaoyao and Sunan leave, they wouldn't leave. In reality, Xiaoyao's martial arts were so strong, and Yingguang and sect leader Ren couldn't watch over her at all times. If she was determined to leave, Yingguang's special warriors really wouldn't be able to stop her. Then to poison Xiaoyao and use goo worms? Completely useless. She had the gold bloodline and was immune to most poisons. Moreover, she had Xianxia's blood in her body, which made her immune to almost all goo worms. But in these few months, even if Xiaoyao could leave, she wouldn't, because Xianxia was still in Yingguang's hands. At the crucial moment, I will personally take action and kill Xiaoyao. Yingguang said, "I can definitely do it, so at this crucial moment, don't gamble. My army of 500,000 has been completely annihilated, and right now, the entire Ying kingdom's Yingguang has changed. The people's hearts have collapsed, and the consequences are unimaginable. After all, I'm a traitor. Before, they thought that I could protect them, so they could still stand on my side. But once they feel that I can't protect them anymore, that I'm not strong enough, they might immediately switch sides." Yingguang said, "If there are no accidents, the people in the southern provinces and prefectures are already thinking of changing their allegiance." When Yingguang said these words, his eyes were filled with mockery. "But it's already happened, so it doesn't matter anymore." Yingguang said, "I want the dragon box, I only want the dragon box." "Xianxia, you're right. It's impossible for you to kill 50,000 of your own people and save a few hundred. But what if you hand over the dragon box and save a few hundred? Xiaoyao can escape, but what about Sunan? And the rest of the diplomatic team? Will they be able to escape? There's still 14 days. Think carefully. Yingguang said, when the time is up, if I don't see the dragon box, I will kill everyone. I will chop the few hundred of your diplomatic team into pieces, tear Sunan into pieces, and finally kill Qiu Yaoer. That's it. Qian Capital Palace, Yingguang received a secret guest, the new Prince Lian. The old Prince Lian had committed suicide, and Prince Lian's heir inherited the title. Previously, Princess Ning Yan had married Prince Lian's son. The prince of unknown sexual orientation was not the heir, and was already dead. At that time, he was an observer for Ning Han's fleet, and was directly killed by regret of the dragon. Prince Lian's son was straight, wise, and heroic, even different from his father. Although the old Prince Lian was skilled in martial arts, he was ultimately a civil official. On the other hand, Prince Lian's son was an absolute military general, and an extremely powerful one at that. When he first walked into the hall, Yingguang could even sense the sword qi surrounding the new Prince Lian. Ji Tian greets Prince Ying, the new Prince Lian bowed meticulously. Yingguang said, "What is it, dear nephew?" Ji Tian said, "Prince Lian, I heard that you lost the great battle at the Yingchu border, and your army of 500,000 was completely wiped out. The great Yan Empire sure got the news fast." It was only a day later than Qian capital. Yingguang said, "Dear nephew, are you here to make fun of me?" Ji Tian said, "No, I'm not that bored." The strength of the raging Tidewater army not only shocked your Ying clan, but also our Ji clan. Yingguang said, "Isn't this the result of your Ji clan's indulgence? If you hadn't secretly supported Shenlang to suppress Stupa Mountain and the Ying clan, the raging Tidewater army wouldn't have developed to its current state. Be careful not to play with fire." The new Prince Lian said, "So, let's make a deal." Yingguang's eyes narrowed, "What deal?" Prince Ji Tian said, "You have the dragon's regret in your hands, and you have also captured Shenlang." However, it was impossible for him to fire the dragon's remorse and destroy his army. Moreover, firing it requires a spiritual resonance. Forcing is useless, and it might even repeat the previous tragedy. Shenlang used this method to openly steal your two remorse of the dragon. Yingguang sneered, "Dear nephew, you really are here to make fun of me." Ji Tian said, "You can't fire the remorse of the dragon, but we can." No matter how powerful the raging Tidewater army was, they couldn't withstand a single remorse of the dragon and were instantly annihilated. Moreover, you can say that it was your Ying kingdom who fired it. Moreover, it was Shenlang himself who fired it. No one in the world will doubt it. Prince Ying, think about it. When the time comes, you can say that Shenlang fired the remorse of the dragon in order to preserve his life and annihilate his own army. You will definitely lose your reputation and the great Qian Empire will be shattered in an instant. Your Ying clan's reputation will be salvaged. Hearing this, Yingguang's eyes narrowed. He was incomparably tempted. This was indeed the perfect plan. Use the remorse of the dragon to wipe out the raging Tidewater army and frame Shenlang. At that time, the disgruntled citizens of the Ying kingdom would once again abandon Shenlang and return to Yingguang's camp. Even the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms and the people of raging Tidewater would leave. After all, everyone knew that only Shenlang could fire the remorse of the dragon. The new Prince Lian said, "We can even put on a show. We can provide someone who looks very similar to Shenlang and fire the fake remorse of the dragon in front of the citizens. When the time comes, countless people will witness this scene with their own eyes. At the same time, we will drop a real remorse of the dragon on top of the raging Tidewater army and wipe them out. This way, it will be flawless." It was far more than just flawless. It was extremely vicious. When the time came, Shenlang wouldn't be able to explain himself even if he had 100 mouths. From the looks of it, this was the perfect plan. It could almost instantly redeem Yingguang. Yingguang said, "What are the conditions? What do I have to pay?" The new Prince Lian said, "It's very simple. Give us the dragon egg." Yingguang's heart skipped a beat. Then, he sneered, "My dear nephew, you must be joking. We don't have any dragon egg." Sure enough, there was no such thing as a free lunch. The great Yan Empire's conditions were so tempting, but the price was also so heart-wrenching. Ji Tian said, "A straightforward person doesn't beat around the bush. Alright, if you say you don't have the dragon egg, then so be it. However, if you do, you're welcome to make this deal. Yingguang sneered inwardly. If it was someone else, he might make this deal, but he definitely wouldn't. This dragon egg represented the world and the Ying clan for generations to come. In this world, whoever possessed a dragon would be the rightful ruler. This wasn't just in name, because controlling a dragon was equivalent to controlling the greatest power. Did your great Yan Empire think that I'm such a short-sighted person? You're actually willing to sell out your future for the sake of the current predicament. However, can I consider making a fake dragon egg? Ji Tian said. Prince Ying, don't even think about making a fake dragon egg to fool us. We have a much deeper understanding of dragon eggs than you do. Prince Ying, I'll take my leave first. Think about it carefully. Ji Tian walked outside and said, we've prepared everything. As long as you agree and hand over the dragon egg, we'll be able to put on a show immediately. Our remorse of the dragon is also ready. We can wipe out the raging Tidewater army at any time. Yingguang sneered, I won't be seeing you out. The new Prince Lian, Ji Tian, left. Yingguang sneered inwardly. Not to mention the current predicament, even exchanging Qian capital for his dragon egg was impossible. To him, there were two pressing goals. One was to completely wipe out the raging Tidewater army in Qian capital. The other was to force Raging Tidewater to hand over the dragon box. Raging Tidewater army camp. After annihilating the Great Ying Kingdom's 500,000 soldiers, Raging Tidewater's 50,000 soldiers didn't immediately head north. Instead, they stayed for a few days. It wasn't because they needed to rest, but because they needed to replenish their ammunition. Miniature dragon power, nightmare stone magnetic bombs, new cannons, and nightmare stone rifles. These new weapons were very exciting, stunning the entire world. However, the consumption was also very shocking. The nightmare stone magnetic bombs and hellfire cannons they brought this time had already been used up by 80%, and 70% of the bullets. It was impossible to rely on the remaining ammunition to attack Qian capital. Fortunately, in these 2 months, Raging Tidewater's munitions factories had been continuously producing all kinds of ammunition. Once they were done, they would immediately hand them over to the Skeleton Party's fleet to be transported to the port of the State of Yu. The State of Yu's new army would use the fastest speed to transport them to the battlefield. Therefore, while the front lines were fighting desperately, the 10,000 li supply line was endless. The entire State of Yu and Chu had used hundreds of thousands of manpower to send supplies and ammunition to the army camp every day. Soon, they would enter the Great Ying Kingdom's territory. If they won this war, they might not encounter any resistance along the way to Qian capital. However, they were still in enemy territory, so it wouldn't be easy to replenish their supplies. They had to replenish their supplies in one go, then head north to attack Qian capital. Within the Raging Tidewater army camp, a very young guest had arrived. He was a secret envoy. Prince Jin, I am Great Yan Empire's Prince Lian, Ji Tian. The secret envoy said. Prince Jin said, Prince Lian is really young. Ji Tian was actually in his 40s, but he looked to be in his 30s at most. Prince Lian said, I am here to see His Majesty Shenlang. Prince Jin said, His Majesty Shenlang is in Qian capital. We are going to attack Qian capital to save His Majesty. Prince Lian said, Prince Jin, there are some things that I don't want to say. I want to see His Majesty Shenlang. There are some things that can only be discussed with him. Prince Jin smiled bitterly. Prince Lian, your father's death is related to our great Qian Empire to a certain extent. Why would I hide this from you? His Majesty Shenlang has really been forcefully detained by Yingguang. Everyone in the world knows about this. With Prince Lian's status, you can totally go to Tianjing to see His Majesty Shenlang. If it's possible, I would like Prince Lian to help me pass a message. Prince Lian said, Great Calamity Palace. Huh? Prince Jin cursed inwardly. F***ck. Then, without changing his expression, he said, Prince Lian, please come with me. During the whole process, he didn't feel embarrassed at all. It was as if he wasn't the one who lied through his teeth. In a certain underground secret room, Prince Lian met with Shenlang. Prince Lian said, His Majesty Shenlang, let's make a deal. Shenlang said, Speak. Prince Lian said, The Shenlang detained by Yingguang in Qian capital is fake. The dragon egg in Yingguang's hand is also fake. These two pieces of information should be very fatal. Shenlang said, yes, very fatal. So, you must not tell Yingguang. Prince Lian said, so, it depends on His Majesty Shenlang's sincerity. Shenlang asked, what sincerity? Prince Lian said, hand over the dragon box. Shenlang said, I'm handing over the dragon box just to make you shut up and keep my secret? Prince Lian said, that's not all. If you don't hand over the dragon box, we can use Yingguang's name to launch the super regret of the dragon at Raging Tide City's army. The saddest thing is that we'll have someone impersonate you and launch the fake regret of the dragon in front of the citizens of Qian capital. What will happen at that time? Everyone in the world will think that His Majesty Shenlang is afraid of death and launched the regret of the dragon to annihilate his army of 50,000. What's even sadder is that these 50,000 soldiers risked their lives to come to Qian capital to save him. At that time, His Majesty Shenlang and even the entire Jiang clan will be utterly disgraced. Raging Tide City, Wu, Chu, and Yu dynasty will all be at odds with each other. Shenlang sucked in a breath of cold air. Damn, what a vicious scheme. Prince Lian said, I had no choice. I was just trying to make a living. Shenlang said, Prince Lian, you're much more vicious than your father. Prince Lian said, he wasn't vicious enough, that's why he died. Shenlang clapped his hands. I won't agree. Prince Lian said, really? Shenlang said, that's right. The captured Shenlang in Qian capital is fake, and Yingguang's dragon egg is also fake. You're welcome to report them, do it now. Also, if you want to launch the regret of the dragon at Raging Tide City, no problem, no problem. Just shoot it, don't hold back. Prince Lian Jitian said, Your Majesty Shenlang, I've already warned you, so please don't blame me when the time comes. Shenlang said, don't say I didn't warn you. You can use that line too. I'll be waiting for your regret of the dragon to come, I'll be waiting for it. Prince Lian's face was ashen. He got up and said, farewell. Shenlang said, I won't see you off, Prince Lian. My army will be gathering in the north tomorrow to attack Qian capital. Remember to fire the regret of the dragon at us, definitely, definitely. Prince Lian Jitian said, your army is seeking death. I won't let you down. Please wait and see. Prince Lian Jitian then left. Shenlang smiled disdainfully, closed his eyes, and went back to sleep. Your Majesty, should we think of a way to kill him? Shuayin asked. Shenlang shook his head. When two countries go to war, we don't kill envoys. The next day, after a dozen or so days of rest, Raging Tide City's 50,000-strong army was once again replenished with ammunition and supplies. Following Prince Jin's order, the 50,000-strong army marched north, officially crossing the Ying Kingdom's border and heading for Qian capital. Straight for Qian capital. Note, here's the first update. The 10th place is on the verge of collapsing. I pray for monthly votes and stability. Thank you, everyone. Inside Qian capital's palace, inside a secret chamber. Over 100 envoys of Raging Tide City were neatly pressed to the ground with a large blade across their necks. With a single order, they would all be beheaded. But Sunan and Chou Yao weren't here, so Yingguang wanted to play psychological warfare and start with these 100 ordinary officials. Your Majesty Shenlang, these people are all your officials, some of them even followed you from the west, you should have some feelings for them, right? Yingguang sneered. The face in the mirror twitched slightly. Yingguang said, although there are still a few days until my deadline, Raging Tide City's army is already heading north, any later and it will be too late. Today, I will first kill 100 people to express my will and determination, how about it? Your Majesty Shenlang, please hand over the ancient dragon box, otherwise I will start with these 100 or so people. But they are all small characters, not important, I think you won't care about their lives, right? Start with them, then continue to level up, killing 100 people every day, and finally killing Sunan and Chou Yao. I heard that this is the only way to get closer to a person's psychological defense. Next, I will start the countdown, 3, 2, 1, Yingguang suddenly waved his hand, and the 100 warriors of the Great Ying Kingdom swung their blades to behead them. Wait. The mirror said, I promise you. You really promise me? Ying Guang said, "This is only the first batch of hostages, they should all be insignificant officials." The mirror said, "What difference does it make if I promise today, tomorrow, or the day after? Give me a brush and ink, I will write a decree for Prince Jean." A moment later, ink, paper, and inkstone appeared in front of the mirror. The mirror took a few deep breaths, then wrote a decree on it. "Prince Jean, please send someone to Raging Tide City to retrieve the dragon box and give it to Ying Guang in exchange for Sun An, Chou Yaoer, and the other hostages, except for me." After writing it in Chinese, he wrote something that Ying Guang couldn't understand at all. "Is this some kind of secret code?" Ying Guang laughed. "Could it be that there's some unspeakable information in it?" Shen Lang said, "This is a code word. Prince Jean will know that it is my real order. There are too many imitations nowadays." Ying Guang took it and glanced at it. He didn't really care. So what if there was a password inside? In any case, if he couldn't get the dragon box, he would start a massacre. With Shen Lang's personality, there was no way he would just watch as his own people were killed. "Ying, come in," Ying Guang said. A moment later, a woman walked in. She was Ying Guang's daughter, the princess of Ying Kingdom, Ying. "Go, pass this decree from His Majesty Shen Lang to Prince Jean," Ying Guang said. "Yes." Princess Ying said. A quarter of an hour later, she rode an ancient vulture and flew towards the south. The army of Raging Tide City marched north at a speed of 150 kilometers per day. It would take them about 10 days to reach Qian capital. A day and a half later, they arrived at Ying Kingdom, which was the southernmost county of the former Xianxia Kingdom, Henan County. As expected, they didn't encounter any resistance. It was as if the army in the city had completely disappeared. Not only that, when Prince Jean led the army to the city gates opened silently. Even though no officials came out to welcome them, and even the commoners hid in their homes, the other side didn't show any signs of resistance. They opened the city gates to welcome them. After the previous battle, the situation had indeed changed. Previously, only the commoners of the Xianxia Kingdom supported Shen Lang. However, the officials in the county city were still on Ying Guang's side. Now, even the officials in the county city had changed their stance. Jean Jun raised her head and glanced at the city. The army had completely stopped as well. At this time, if they passed through the city, they would save a lot of time. If they didn't enter the city, they would have to take a detour of nearly 100 kilometers. At this moment, Prince Jean could feel countless eyes staring at his army. After a long while, Prince Jean said, "The army won't enter the city. Let's go around it." Following Prince Jin's order, the army of 50,000 went around the city and continued north. Instantly, the officials and commoners in the city fell into another kind of uneasiness. What did this mean? Was the army of the Deqian Empire uneasy about them? "They think we are too cold and should be lined up to welcome us." Teapot juice? Wasn't this a little too much? After all, the entire Ying Kingdom was still in Ying Guang's hands. Qian capital was still in his hands. Even Emperor Shen Lang was in his hands. What would happen if the Deqian Empire lost in the future if they completely surrendered? Wouldn't the lives of the officials and their families be in danger, or could it be that the army of the Deqian Empire wasn't expressing their dissatisfaction, but that they didn't want to offend them? However, regardless of what the officials and commoners in the city thought, Prince Jean led the army and left. On the third day, when they were setting up camp, "Sha Prince, the envoy from Qian capital is here." Prince Jean was stunned. Who would the envoy from Qian capital be? After a while, a woman appeared in front of Prince Jean. She was about 30 years old. "My name is Ying, the princess of the Ying Kingdom," the woman said. Prince Jean said, "Princess Ying, what can I do for you?" Ying handed something over and said, "This is the decree of Shen Lang." Prince Jean took it and opened it. He first looked at the ciphertext at the bottom and then at the words on it. Princess Ying said, "Do you obey the decree?" Prince Jean placed the letter on the table and bowed. "Your subject obeys the decree." Following which, Prince Jean said to the princess of the Ying Kingdom, "You can go back and report." Princess Ying stood there motionlessly. Prince Jean said, "Men, invite Lady Shuiyin in." After a while, Shuiyin walked in and instinctively glanced at Ying. Back in the Great Qian Empire, Ying was just a little girl. Now, she was married. As for Princess Ying, she appeared to be very cold and arrogant. She completely ignored Xueyin. She had grown up in a different environment from Ying Wuming and Ying Wuk. She was much younger. When His Majesty Jiangli was destroyed, she was only 3 or 4 years old. Therefore, she had no idea how powerful the Deqian Empire was. From the time she could remember, she was already the princess of the Ying kingdom. Not only did she live a pampered life, but she also kept her word. Of her 2 younger sisters, one was married to the Great Yan Empire, and the other to the Great Jin nation. She was the only one who was married to Stupa Mountain's Ren Tianxiao. She had lived in Stupa Mountain for a long time. Therefore, compared to her 2 younger sisters, she was more favored. After all, she was definitely one of them. Prince Jin handed the letter to Xueyin and said, "This is the decree of His Majesty." Xueyin took the letter and looked at it. She carefully identified every word and every ciphertext. Prince Jin said, "Lady Xueyin, you will handle this personally. Think of a way to bring the dragon box from Raging Tide City. But you must do it secretly." Xueyin said, "All right, I will go now." Then, she walked out and mounted her ultrasonic flying beast. She flew in the direction of Raging Tide City. Ying, the princess of the Ying kingdom, said, "Farewell." She returned to Tianjing to report. In the second half of the night, that familiar person came again. This time, Shenlang did not meet with the new prince of the Great Yan Empire. Instead, it was Prince Jin who received him. "I understand your attitude." Prince Jitian said, "His Majesty Shenlang seems to be fearless." "Why is that?" Prince Jin smiled and said, "How would we, the subjects, know what His Majesty is thinking?" Prince Jin said, "Does that mean there is no room for discussion?" "But Ying, the princess of the Ying kingdom, just entered your camp. What is she doing here?" Prince Jin said, "That's a secret." "No comment?" Prince Jin said, "She can't be here for the ancient dragon box, can she?" Prince Jin said, "No comment." Prince Jitian said, "Don't tell me you have agreed to give the dragon box to Yingguang?" Prince Jin Tian said, "No comment." Jitian smiled and said, "All right, I understand what you mean. The door to negotiations has been completely closed. Then, I will say this. Every day, the Great Yan Empire may launch the super regret of the dragon and wipe out your army of 50,000 from this world. Of course, as a precaution, your army can extend for dozens or even hundreds of kilometers. After all, the radius of the regret of the dragon is less than 10 kilometers. Of course, we will be monitoring your army at all times. If necessary, we can launch 2 or even 3 regret of the dragon. Please be prepared." Lady Jean said, "Have a safe journey, I won't send you off." Jitian said, "Farewell." Then, the young Prince Lian left. The next morning, Raging Tide City's army of 50,000 broke camp and marched north again. Yesterday, Prince Jin Tian threatened to launch the super regret of the dragon. Normally, the army of Raging Tide City should spread out. This way, when the super regret of the dragon exploded, there would be fewer casualties. However, Shenlang did not do so. The army maintained its original formation. The army of 50,000 marched on the official road of the Ying kingdom, only stretching for 20 kilometers. If one super regret of the dragon was launched, half of the army would be lost. If 2 super regret of the dragon were launched, the entire army of 50,000 would be wiped out. But just in case, 6 super warships surrounded the army, constantly monitoring every corner of the sky. Shenlang rode on the only ancient vulture. The dozens of Raging Tide City's special warriors all rode on snow eagles and flew into the sky, constantly monitoring the sky. If they discovered the regret of the dragon, they would immediately take action. 2 hours passed, and there was no movement in the sky. 4 hours passed, and there was still no movement in the sky. Half a day passed, and then a day. The sun was setting, and the sky was about to turn dark. The army of Raging Tide City was preparing to set up camp again. Would the Great Yan Empire launch the super regret of the dragon at night? Wouldn't that be even harder to defend against? Wasn't that the case? Whether it was day or night, it was all the same to Shenlang. This was because his mental power was mixed with the special vision of the heart of the dragon. As long as it was an ancient equipment, it would be dazzling. The weather had been great recently. Every sunset was beautiful, and the red sun dyed the entire sky red. One could not help but think of the sunset in Raging Tide City. Looking at the sunset over the sea was indescribably beautiful. It had been almost 3 months since they left Raging Tide City. They really missed Raging Tide City. To these tens of thousands of soldiers, Raging Tide City was their home. And at this moment, suddenly, an ear-piercing alarm rang out in the sky. Regret of the Dragon is attacking. Regret of the Dragon is attacking. The first to discover the super fortress in the north was the Raging Tide City. They immediately sent out a signal flare and used the Nightmare Stone sound amplifier to continuously sound the alarm. Then, the warriors of the Snow Eagle army let out a series of shocking explosions. Regret of the Dragon is attacking. Regret of the Dragon is attacking. Xianxia took a closer look, and sure enough, 2 streaks of light that resembled shooting stars came from the northern sky. Not only were they Regret of the Dragon, but they were also much larger. They were the Super Regret of the Dragon. This was the Super Regret of the Dragon that the Great Yan Empire had used on Vajra Peak. Where did they launch it from? This was the territory of the Great Ing Kingdom. The Great Yan Empire could not have transported the Dragon Power Launcher here. Another super long-range strategic attack? Or were they launched from an absolute height, a height that even the Super Fortress or the Super Fortress could not reach? The Super Regret of the Dragon was astonishingly fast. It was faster than anything they had seen before, reaching an astonishing 8 to 9 times the speed of sound. When they saw them, they were already 30 to 40,000 meters away. In 15 seconds at most, they would arrive above the Raging Tide army. And it was not 1, but 2. Whoosh, seeing the long shadow of the Super Regret of the Dragon in the sky, the army on the ground fell into a certain panic. The Raging Tide City army knew the power of the Super Regret of the Dragon all too well. They had launched 2 of them before, and both had dealt fatal blows to their enemies. The Super Regret of the Dragon was almost impossible to defend against. Even without Xianxia's order, the Super Fortress in the sky was already firing miniature dragon power to intercept the 2 Super Regret of the Dragon. Whoosh 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 whoosh, all 6 super fortresses fired wildly, even though it was difficult to hit them from such a distance. As for the Nightmare Stone rifles, there was even less of a need to open fire. The distance was too far. The 2 Super Regret of the Dragon from the Great Yan Empire were getting closer and closer. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the miniature dragon power on the Super Fortress was firing wildly. But, they all failed. Even with the advanced technology of modern Earth, intercepting missiles was already so difficult, let alone in this world. At least in terms of intercepting missiles, Raging Tide City had almost zero technology. Only the Great Ing Kingdom and Stupa Mountain had ancient intercepting devices. Riding on the primordial vulture, Xianxia watched the 2 Super Regret of the Dragon fly towards him. What should he do? After inheriting the soul of the Great Tribulation Wisdom King, his mental power had grown at an astonishing rate. Moreover, he had rested well for the past few days and nights, so his mental power was at its peak. He had always wanted to see if he could intercept the dragon's regret. Now, his chance had come. It was time to witness a miracle. If he could intercept the 2 Super Regret of the Dragon, he wouldn't just be intercepting them, he would be seizing them. Raging Tide City would have 3 Super Regret of the Dragon, which would be a strategic deterrent. Therefore, at this time, Xianxia should immediately charge forward on the primordial vulture. He had to be within a certain distance to intercept the ancient equipment. Thus, Xianxia flew with all his might on the primordial vulture, forcing the 2 Super Regret of the Dragon to fly forward. It wasn't just him. Dozens of Raging Tide City special warriors on snow eagles flew madly toward the 2 Super Regret of the Dragon. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the 2 Super Regret of the Dragon flew at a speed of nearly 3,000 meters per second. Soon, they arrived above the Raging Tide City army and descended from the sky. Xianxia rode the primordial vulture and charged forward with all his might. However, when it was still a few hundred meters away, the primordial vulture started retreating because it was afraid. The Super Regret of the Dragon was so fast that it heated up the surrounding air to the extreme. At this time it had already entered the range of Xianxia's interception in the air. However, The two super regret dragons flew past Xianxia and smashed into the tens of thousands of Raging Tide City's army. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bang! With a loud bang, the two super regret of the dragon fell one after the other, smashing into the ground 8,000 meters apart. The impact created a 100-meter-deep crater in the ground. The entire ground was shaking, and the aura was incomparably shocking. However, that was all. There was no explosion. And when he smashed down, all the soldiers dodged. Although it was impossible to escape the explosion radius in such a short time, it was easy to escape the crater. That's right, these were two fake super regret of the dragon. They looked even more real than the real thing. First of all, their flying speed was super fast. Second, the energy aura they released was astonishing. However, a fake was a fake. The Great Yan Empire was too cunning. As for these two fake super regret of the dragon, Xianxia could have stopped them. However, he did not do so. If he tried to stop them, he would have fallen into a trap and would have been exposed. Therefore, the Great Yan Empire had been putting on a show from the very beginning. They had been testing the waters. At the very least, the Great Yan Empire wouldn't really destroy the Raging Tide City's army at this moment. This was because they hadn't perished together with Yinguang and Stupa Mountain yet. If the Raging Tide City's army was completely erased from this world, who would destroy Yinguang and Stupa Mountain? Xianxia looked at the two craters in the air and let out a long sigh. The Great Yan Empire was too cunning. The new Prince Lian was also very treacherous. Was he not as kind as the old Prince Lian? However, was the old Prince Lian really a kind person? The old Chu King's death was almost entirely orchestrated by Prince Lian. It could only be said that the new Prince Lian had surpassed his master. After the two fake super regret of the dragon, the army continued their journey north. 2.5 days later, Shuiyin descended from the sky on Dachao. She had returned from Raging Tide City with the ancient dragon box. In that case, was this ancient dragon box the real deal? Yes, it was real. Xianxia caressed the ancient dragon box. This was a strategic treasure. If it was someone else, they would have hidden it a few hundred meters underground. Only Xianxia could bear to take it out to harm others. In Xianxia's eyes, no treasure could be considered a treasure. He was a super prodigal. Previously, he had squandered his father-in-law Jin Shua's family fortune. Now, he was squandering his father Jiang Li's family fortune. Let's go. I hope there will be no war in Qian capital and that Yinguang can be killed in peace. After that, the Great Yan Empire seemed to have completely forgotten what they had said. They did not come to harass them again. They did not even fire fake super regret of the dragon. The army continued their journey north. Just like the previous cities, almost all the cities opened their gates to welcome the Raging Tide City army. Not only that, they even placed countless grains and meat at the city gates. However, Prince Jin still ordered the army to take a detour and not pass through any of the cities. Not to mention not passing through the cities, even when they had to pass through villages and towns, the entire army remained silent. They did not ask for a single grain from the local people. In an instant, the 4 words spread. Great Qian Empire's army. What were the people of the new Qian Empire most afraid of? They were worried that the flames of war would once again burn their heads. They were worried that they would become homeless again. They were worried that they would encounter another disaster. The performance of the Raging Tide City army completely changed the people's opinion. However, the closer they got to Qian capital, the colder the attitude of the people and officials became. This was normal. Qian capital was the center of Yinguang's rule. The closer it was to him, the greater the influence of the Ying family. The officials and generals in the nearby cities were all under Yinguang's command. The cities in the south of Qian capital didn't open their gates to welcome the Raging Tide City army. In fact, the soldiers on the city walls acted as if they were facing a great enemy. The only thing missing was the fact that they didn't send scouts to monitor them. The closer they got to Qian capital, the more enmity and wariness Xianxia could feel. A whole 15 days later, the 50,000 soldiers of Raging Tide City finally arrived at the city. He arrived at Qian capital once again. It was still at the southern city gate. The last time, he came as a guest. This time, he came as an enemy. At this moment, the entire Qian capital city gates were tightly shut. Above the city walls were densely packed with soldiers. The Great Ing Kingdom had 1,000,000 soldiers. In the previous battle, they had suffered 300,000 casualties and nearly 200,000 soldiers had fled. Most of the 200,000 soldiers that fled didn't return. Instead, they disappeared without a trace. How many soldiers were there in Qian capital? 250,000. This was already the last elite force of the entire Great Ing Kingdom. In the previous battle, the Great Ing Kingdom had lost 3,000 special warriors and 150,000 hell soldiers. How many special warriors were left in Qian capital now? 1,500. How many hell soldiers did they have? Less than 50,000. The remaining 200,000 were the ordinary main force of the Great Ing Kingdom. However, even 250,000 soldiers weren't easy to defeat. First, they were defending the super-sturdy Qian capital. This was the second city in the world. The sturdiness of the city walls was unimaginable. The hellfire cannons fired by Raging Tide City's small-scale dragon power were super powerful. However, they focused on fire damage and not explosion damage. Therefore, it was really difficult to use cannons to blast through the city walls that were over 40 meters thick. Not only that, the Qian capital palace was built on top of a large ancient ruin. There were countless ancient weapons and ancient defensive devices. Stupa Mountain had a total of 3 ancient intercepting devices. One of them was in Qian capital. Therefore, in terms of ancient weapons and equipment, there were countless in Qian capital. Riding on Big Chow, Xianxia could clearly see the ancient super-strong crossbows and ancient giant crossbows in the city. They were densely packed together, countless of them. Moreover, there were many ancient equipment that he didn't recognize. In fact, there were even 2 dragon power launchers. That was quite terrifying. Even though Yingguang couldn't fire Regret of the Dragon, he could fire the ancient energy cores. Once these things exploded, the power would be incomparably shocking. Xianxia's 50,000 soldiers would be mostly wiped out if they were hit by 4 or 5 ancient energy cores. Of course, Xianxia could also intercept ancient energy cores. However, one thing was for sure, Qian capital wasn't easy to fight. Although there were only 250,000 defenders, the astonishing amount of ancient equipment made up for the difference. Moreover, Xianxia's nightmare stone rifle, miniature draconic power, hellfire cannonballs, and other secret weapons had all been exposed. Yingguang's side was prepared. When they were 5,000 meters away from Qian capital, the 50,000 soldiers of Raging Tide City came to a stop and started to set up defenses. And at this moment, within Qian capital, a majestic and impassioned music resounded in the sky. Who composed this music? Was it the national song of the Great Ing Kingdom? It was really shocking. Amidst this majestic music, the 250,000 soldiers of Raging Tide City started to cheer. Great Ing is magnificent. Great Ing is invincible and undefeatable. Great Ing, long live His Majesty, long live, long live. The voices of the 250,000 soldiers not only resounded in the sky, but also shook the earth. Coupled with the majestic music, it was a hair-raising scene. Then, Yingguang, dressed in dragon robes, slowly walked out and appeared on the city walls. Great Ing, long live His Majesty, long live, long live. At this moment, it wasn't just the 250,000 soldiers. The hundreds of thousands of citizens in the city all shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. The mighty and domineering Yingguang slowly raised his hands. All the voices stopped. He said loudly, "Prince Jin, did you bring what I asked for?" Prince Jin said, "Yes." Yingguang said, "Hand it over." Prince Jin said, "Release them first." Yingguang waved his hand and a small opening appeared on the city gates. A few hundred Raging Tide City officials ran out. Yingguang said to Sunan and Chou Yaoer, "Go, what are you waiting for?" Sunan and Chou Yaoer looked at the palanquin behind Yingguang. The mirror in the palanquin said, "Go, this is an order." Sunan and Chou Yaoer bowed towards the palanquin and left, leading the few hundred officials towards Raging Tide City's army. Yingguang said again, "Hand it over, or someone will cut off an arm." Inside the palanquin, Princess Yinging drew her sword and placed it on the mirror's arm. As long as she gave the order, it would be cut off. Prince Jin waved his hand and a special force soldier carried the ancient dragon box towards Qian capital city gates. Soon, Ren Tianxiao rushed out of the city gates and received the ancient dragon box, handing it to Yingguang on top of the city walls. Yingguang held his breath and sensed this dragon box. Is this real? He obtained it so easily, but he could smell that this ancient dragon box had a mysterious smell. It was similar to the aura of regret of the dragon. But it was very simple to verify whether the ancient dragon box was real. He took out a bottle of goo worms and placed it inside. Yingguang continued, Prince Jin, if this thing is fake, I will cut off one of Shenlang's arms. Princess Yingying pressed her sword down and a wound appeared on the mirror's arm. Blood flowed down the blade and dripped into the palanquin. Time passed. Everyone stared at Yingguang, wanting to know whether this thing was real or fake. Yingguang was more anxious than anyone else. If this ancient dragon box was real, then it meant that the dragon egg could hatch and the Ying family could become the true son of heaven. Time passed quickly and 15 minutes passed. Yingguang opened the ancient dragon box and his eyes lit up. He could clearly see that the number of goo worms inside had increased by several times. In just 15 minutes, the goo worms were rapidly replicating and splitting. That's right, this ancient dragon box was real, it was real, ha 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 ha, his Ying family was going to rule the world. His dragon egg was about to hatch. Note, today's update is close to 16,000. Please help me stabilize it. Thank you for the 10,000 coins. Upon closer inspection, Yingguang had changed a lot. First of all, his eyeballs had sunken in, and the blood vessels in his eyeballs were clearly visible. His skin and veins were also bulging. Of course, the biggest change was in his expression and temperament. Before, Yingguang was calm and dignified. The current Yingguang seemed to be more extreme. Although his tone wasn't very obvious, it gave people a feeling of hysteria. Many people thought that this was because he had encountered a powerful accident. Too many things had happened to him recently. First, it was Ying Wu's death, then Ying Wuming's death, 2 or 3 consecutive heavy losses, the disappearance of the New Qian kingdom, and the replacement of the Great Victory Kingdom. After experiencing these upheavals, even a man made of iron would change greatly. But in reality, this was not the case. There was another reason. That familiar feeling came again. His whole brain began to swell with pain, and his vision began to double. Even his ears began to hallucinate, and his vision began to hallucinate. This was originally a very uncomfortable feeling. However, in Yingguang's eyes, it had become a mysterious state. He felt that he was establishing some kind of connection with the dragon. He had flipped through countless ancient books, some of which were not even true serious books. He had read all the books about dragons, as well as books about jokes and so on. The best book he had read, the most mysterious one, was an ancient biography from the Western world. It was called The Game of Thrones. In it, an ambitious man obtained a dragon egg, hatched it, conquered the whole world, and established the Targaryen dynasty. This ambitious man's name was Aegon I. When the dragon hatched, he almost paid the price of his life, and even a strange tumor grew in his brain. This tumor was the mark of the dragon in his body. This tumor would constantly grow, causing Aegon's head to suffer from severe head pain, and he would hallucinate. His vision would double, and even the blood vessels in his body would twist. However, once the dragon hatched, humans would be able to control it through the tumor. This ancient legend was extremely fascinating. It was magnificent and imposing, but it was a pity that it was only the first volume. Yingguang had inadvertently obtained this ancient book from the Western world, and it was in its original state. He needed to decipher it layer by layer, and it was written in ancient Latin. This was because Yingguang was secretly trying to find a way to collect all the ancient books about dragons, and the cover of this ancient book just so happened to have a dragon on it. There was also a sentence in it. When a red comet streaked across the sky, it meant that a dragon was about to appear. Yingguang immediately organized a large number of people to decipher the ancient records of this Western world. After that, he felt as if he had obtained a precious treasure. Of course, the contents of the hatching of dragon eggs in this book were very mysterious and almost impossible to replicate. However, during the process of hatching the dragon egg, Aegon the First's body reacted very similarly. This made Ingguang even more excited, and he was even more convinced that he could hatch this dragon egg and obtain this dragon. Furthermore, this dragon would recognize its owner after it hatched. Therefore, it wouldn't matter even if Sect Hedron found out about this dragon egg. The most urgent task at the moment was to hatch the dragon egg. Ingguang even had the extreme idea of detonating a dragon's remorse to hatch this dragon egg. However, now that he had obtained the dragon box, he didn't need to use this extreme method anymore. Now that he was excited, that familiar feeling of pain came again. It was as if something in his brain was expanding. When the heavens are about to bestow a great responsibility upon a man, it must first torture his will, tire his muscles and bones, starve his skin, empty his body, and then mess up his actions. Look, how well said he was. All these years, the heavens have allowed me, Ingguang, to experience all these hardships. Everything is to pave the way for the birth of a dragon. The birth of such a great creature requires a sacrifice. In that case, is there really a Game of Thrones in the Western ancient records? There isn't. This ancient book was completely exported by Xianxia for domestic sale. In fact, he had prepared many ancient records about dragons and tried to find a way for the Ying family to collect them. However, he didn't expect Ingguang to love Game of Thrones. However, it made sense. There were some ancient records that were even more bizarre than this. For example, Homer's epic, Odyssey, and so on. Their credibility wasn't as high as Game of Thrones. At least it was a low-level magic fantasy plane. Ingguang looked at the bottle in his hand with infatuation. Inside was a brand new goo worm. Didn't sect leader Ren want to nurture the world's #1 goo worm in his daughter Ren Yingying's body? This was only a derivative of the world's #1 goo worm. That was why it became the secret weapon of the Great Ying Kingdom. After getting the dragon box, Ingguang's first thought was to incubate the dragon egg in it. However, he had to erase the 50,000 soldiers of Raging Tide City from this world first. Even if he killed these 50,000 people, it would be hard to salvage the reputation of the Great Ying Kingdom. However, he could at least salvage a portion of it. Relying on normal battles wouldn't work. It wouldn't be shocking enough to shock the world. What he needed was an instant kill. Ingguang lowered his head to look at the ancient dragon box and said to Prince Jean, "Since the deal is done, I can erase all of you now." Then, Ingguang gently waved his hand. His entire movement was as light as the wind and clouds. Could he completely erase the 50,000 soldiers of Raging Tide City? Of course he could. Because he had buried a dozen ancient energy cores underground and detonated them all in an instant. Just like that, the 50,000 soldiers of Raging Tide City, as well as over 100 miniature dragon powers and over 300 cannons, were instantly crushed into pieces. "Goodbye, Prince Jean, goodbye, everyone," Ingguang said. Then, he lightly patted the dozen ancient nightmare stone installations. His movements were still as silent as before. Beep 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 beep, dang 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 dang, at the same time, a strange sound echoed in the air. The ear-piercing bell sounds rang out one after another. There were also the sounds of the ancient energy cores entering the self-destruction countdown. These sounds were completely mixed together. More and more rapid, more and more shocking. This countdown was very short. It was less than half a minute. These ancient energy cores were buried under the feet of the Raging Tide City army. At least half of them were directly under the ground. Once they exploded, there would be countless casualties. Beep 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 beep, the sound became sharper and more ear-piercing. Ingguang waved his hand, and Princess Yingying opened up a small gap on the palanquin, saying, "Your Majesty Xianxia, please bid farewell to your army for the last time. Very soon, they will be completely erased from this world." Beep beep beep, Ingguang took out his pocket watch and started the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1, 0. Time's up, the earth-shattering destruction began. Although it couldn't compare to Regret of the Dragon, the explosion of a dozen ancient energy cores was enough to cover the sun's light. It was enough to wipe out the 50,000 soldiers of Raging Tide City. Bang! This explosion suddenly rang out in Ingguang's heart. But, it didn't ring out in reality. Why was this happening? He had clearly arranged everything. He had buried the ancient energy cores in all 4 directions, especially the south gate. That was because the probability of the Raging Tide City army attacking from that direction was the highest. Why didn't it explode? Why didn't it explode? Of course it wouldn't explode. Yinguang's ancient energy cores came from the ancient Jiang clan. Only Shenlang had the highest authority over them. In the past, he would need to manually deactivate the ancient energy core self-destruction sequence. But now, he didn't need to do so at all. He had powerful mental power, Dragon Core, and Ancient King Ring. If he wanted to activate the ancient energy core self-destruction, he would need to do it himself. But to deactivate it, he only needed a signal. This was the original intention of the ancient energy cores. They couldn't self-destruct unless it was absolutely necessary. But as long as the explosion hadn't happened, it could be stopped at any time. Yinguang was shocked. What was going on? Why was it like this? He had already set the self-destruction sequence, so why didn't the ancient energy cores explode? Why didn't the 50,000 soldiers of Raging Tide City explode? Could it be that someone had destroyed them in advance? This was absolutely impossible. Ever since these ancient energy cores were buried underground, they had always been monitored by special warriors. No one would be able to destroy them. Or perhaps someone with higher authority could stop the explosion. But no one had come into contact with the ancient energy cores. Could it be that they didn't need to come into contact to stop the explosion? This was impossible. No one had such authority. Yinguang instinctively looked into the palanquin. A strange possibility appeared in his mind. But he immediately shook his head. Now wasn't the time for selfish thoughts. He had to focus on everything. He had to eliminate the 50,000 soldiers of Raging Tide City and find a way to hatch the dragon egg. Yinguang let out a long sigh and sneered, "Amazing, amazing." Even the self-destruction of the ancient energy core was destroyed in advance. Truly amazing. Yinguang clapped as he spoke. Then, he looked at the bottle in his hand with an infatuated gaze. Inside was a very special goo. In terms of appearance, it wasn't terrifying. It wasn't even special. It was colorless and could only be discovered after careful observation. As mentioned before, this was a derivative of the world's #1 goo. The master of Stupa Mountain tried to cultivate the world's #1 goo on his daughter, Reningying, but he didn't succeed. Yinguang said plainly, "Your Majesty Shenlang, a month ago, our 2 armies had a total of 550,000 soldiers fighting in the wilderness. At that time, the Great Yan Empire only needed to use a super dragon's regret to kill us all. Why didn't they do so?" The mirror in the palanquin said, "Because it's not time yet." Maybe that's the reason. Yinguang said, "But there's another reason. Our brand new goo weapon will perform a miracle for you." This was not only a performance for the mirror, but also for all the Raging Tide City soldiers outside. "Bring them here." Following Yinguang's order, a few carriages drove over. They were densely packed with people. These people are all traitors of my great Ying kingdom. They are all traitors to the Jiang clan. I've captured 1,000 of them. Yinguang said. The mirror's eyes narrowed. He recognized the people inside at a glance. All of them had heard his speech. Yinguang said, "A total of 350,000 people have heard your speech. I've only captured 1,000 symbolically. These 1,000 prisoners were all tied up with ropes and shackles. They stood densely on the square in the city." Yinguang waved his hand. Ren Tianxiao handed over a box with both hands. It was the ancient nightmare stone box. Through a complicated password, the box was opened layer by layer. Then, 2 things appeared inside. Goo bomb. It was a small one, less than 10 milliliters in size. The other was a big one, 1,000 milliliters. It was still the same transparent goo. Its existence could only be discovered under the sun. Moreover, it looked completely harmless. Yinguang took out this small one and passed it to Ren Tianxiao. "Go, perform it for His Majesty Shenlang and the people of the Great Qian Empire." "Yes," Ren Tianxiao said. Then, he took the special goo bomb and rode the ancient vulture, flying into the sky. Yinguang carefully took out this special goo worm bomb and placed it into the ancient dragon box. Then, it started to rapidly replicate and split. His Majesty Shenlang, this is just a derivative of the world's number one goo. I've thought of many names, but none of them are suitable. Yingguang said, Brother Ren doesn't know what name to give it. His Majesty Shenlang is knowledgeable and can come up with the best name. Of course, this special martial art is extremely powerful. It directly intimidated Yan capital, making them not dare to act rashly. But this special goo is extremely hard to breed. Stupa Mountain paid an astronomical price and only managed to breed a small amount. It can only be used as a deterrent and cannot be used as a normal weapon. His Majesty Shenlang, thank you for the ancient dragon box. It is indeed mystical. After this special goo was placed in, it immediately split. In less than 2 hours, it could split 16 times. The efficiency increased by more than 1,000 times. With this dragon box, we will no longer lack special goo weapons. It can even be used as a normal weapon. Now, let His Majesty Shenlang witness the power of this special goo weapon. At this moment, Ren Tianxiao flew into the sky above the plaza. Below him were 1,000 captives. Ready, throw. Following Yingguang's order, Ren Tianxiao directly threw that special goo worm weapon down. Bang! Only 10 milliliters of the special goo bomb landed in the crowd and exploded. Then, it was as if nothing had happened. The goo worms from before were either green or red in color, looking extremely strange. But this special goo was completely transparent. It did not look evil or scary at all. But suddenly, one of the captives disappeared. He was swallowed. Then, the second, third, fourth, fifth, the mirrors in the palanquin showed the 250,000 people above Qian capital and Shenlang who was flying in the sky. These captives were swallowed alive by special goo worms. There were no screams, nor were there any scenes of flesh and blood splattering. Their bodies quickly disappeared inch by inch. Their heads disappeared, their bodies disappeared, and their legs disappeared. Actually, they did not disappear. They were eaten by the special goo. Half a minute later, 100 people disappeared. A minute later, 300 people disappeared. 2 minutes later, 1,000 people disappeared. Just 10 milliliters of the special goo devoured 1,000 people. After they were done, they landed on the ground and turned into a gelatinous state, rolling around like sticky water. Gradually, they began to solidify and finally turned into a completely transparent crystal. Yingguang said, clean it up. A few special warriors walked up and dug out the huge transparent solidified crystal on the square. They put them into boxes and carried them away. This scene simply stunned everyone, including Mirror, Shenlang, and the troops on the city walls of Tianjing. They had never seen or heard of such a thing before. It made their hair stand on end. It was too scary. There was actually such a terrifying goo in this world, just 10 milliliters, and it devoured 1,000 people. Moreover, there was no pain or feeling, and it devoured them cleanly. And they seemed to have a limit. After they were full, they would start to evolve and turn into some kind of crystal. Previously, the goo on Stupa Mountain were also shocking, but they were mainly corrosive and dissolving. Moreover, they needed a large number of goo. They did not have the ability to spread and needed to be thrown over a large area. But the 10 milliliters of goo fog that exploded was less than a square meter. But in the end, it devoured 1,000 prisoners within a few thousand square meters. They could not escape at all. What kind of goo was this? This was just a derivative of the world's number one goo. How shocking would the real number one goo be? How terrifying would it be? Yingguang said, thank you, Your Majesty Shenlang. These special goo worms are too rare, and relying on them to reproduce by themselves is too slow. We couldn't bear to use them, but now that we have the ancient dragon box, we can be at ease and use them boldly. I used 10 milliliters just now to kill 1,000 people. I still have 1,000 milliliters in my hand. After a year and a half, I only managed to make this 1,000 milliliters. How can I bear to use it? Yingguang smiled. Now, it's done. If this 1,000 milliliters is thrown into Raging Tide City's army, how many people can it kill? If 10 milliliters could kill 1,000 people, that meant 100,000 people. It was enough to wipe out Raging Tide City's army of 50,000 twice. Your Majesty Shenlang, these secret weapons of Raging Tide City are quite good. After killing all 50,000 people, I will accept them. Your Majesty Shenlang, aren't you going to order your army to escape? Aren't you going to let them scatter? Yinguang asked. I plan to keep this 1000 milliliters in the ancient dragon box for a while. If Raging Tide City wants to escape, there is still time. The mirror didn't move. Raging Tide City's army also didn't move. The entire Tianjing fell into a deathly silence. Because everyone was shocked by this special goo worm, it was really unimaginable. Half an hour later, Yinguang opened the ancient dragon box and took out the special goo bomb. It was truly shocking. It was only 1000 milliliters earlier, but after half an hour, it split into 3000 milliliters. According to theory, this was enough to kill 300,000 people. Yinguang said slowly, Your Majesty Shenlang, it's time to say goodbye to your Raging Tide City army. Then, Yinguang placed this special goo worm bullet into another bullet body, which was similar to the ancient giant arrow. Then, he placed the ancient giant arrow on a draconic power launcher. He set the target, set the distance, and aimed at Raging Tide City's army of 50,000. Next, he couldn't help but look outside the city. Great Ing Kingdom's Princess Ying said, Your Majesty Shenlang, take another look. Soon, Raging Tide City's army of 50,000 will disappear from this world. Our Ying clan, our Ren clan, can finally use the goo as a weapon to exterminate the enemy. Yinguang said, Thank you, Your Majesty Shenlang. Thank you for the ancient dragon box, I can use it to slaughter your army. 3, 2, 1. Yinguang slammed the Nightmare Stones button. Swoosh. Dragon force shot out. This ancient arrow whistled as it flew towards Raging Tide City's army a few thousand meters away. With a speed of 3000 meters per second, it arrived above Raging Tide City's army in just 1.5 seconds. With such speed, Raging Tide City's weapons couldn't intercept it in advance. 3000 milliliters of goo bomb was enough to kill 300,000 people, not to mention 50,000 Raging Tide City's army. This ancient arrow that contained a special goo worm bullet was truly like a god of death. It would descend in an instant and reap lives in a frenzy. At the same time, Shenlang rode a snow eagle and charged into the sky. Would he be able to stop it at this time? No, that was because this was just an ordinary ancient giant arrow without any nightmare stone. Go, Cho Yao suddenly yelled, throwing the nightmare stone in her hand into the air like a bolt of lightning. Swoosh, in an instant, the ancient giant arrow was cut open. Bang 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 bang, then, this ancient arrow exploded, and countless special goo worms flew in the air. They rained down on Raging Tide City's army. 3000 milliliters of special goo, how many were there? Tens of billions, hundreds of billions. Once they fell into the army's formation, the consequences would be unimaginable. It would be a complete massacre, and Raging Tide City's army of 50,000 would be devoured and destroyed. The mist of goo in the sky scattered. It was like the god of death had completely enveloped them. Yinguang said indifferently, Goodbye, Raging Tide City, goodbye, Great Qian Empire. These 50,000 elites were the entirety of Raging Tide City. Once they were all wiped out, it would mean the end of Great Qian Empire. Princess Ying opened the eyes in the mirror and slowly said, Shenlang, look carefully. This is how your Qian Empire will be destroyed. Your Jiang clan is completely finished. In the future, don't say that our Ying clan is a traitor. The victors are the kings and the losers are the bandits. No one will listen to the cries of the losers. A silent massacre was about to begin. And at this moment, in the sky, Shenlang suddenly let out a loud roar. His psychic power controlled the dragon's heart and released a vortex. It wasn't an energy whirlpool that turned everything to dust because of the lack of the dragon's sword. It was just a simple whirlpool, like a tornado. The massacre of the special goo had already begun. The first, second, and third Raging Tide City's warriors were crushed inch by inch, devoured by the goo. Absorb! Shenlang roared. Instantly, his entire body turned into a giant whirlpool, crazily devouring everything in the air. Countless dust particles, countless air particles, countless special goo worms, all of them were swept away. 3000 milliliters, countless goo were swept by his whirlpool and devoured his entire body. Jie. The snow eagle he was riding on didn't even have time to scream before it was directly smashed into pieces. An astronomical number of special goo crazily drilled into Shenlang's body, crazily devouring and crazily destroying. In an instant, Shen Lang's figure disappeared like a transparent ball of light, descending from the sky. Because these goo were transparent, once they devoured life, they directly turned into a transparent gel. The surrounding hundreds of thousands of people exclaimed. Cho Yaoer, Prince Jean, and the others felt as if they had fallen into hell, their bodies cold. In an instant, their world seemed to be completely destroyed. All hope seemed to have been shattered in an instant. The entire spiritual world collapsed endlessly. This again, in order to save 50,000 people, His Majesty Shen Lang had once again completely sacrificed himself, but this time, he really disappeared. The remaining 50,000 soldiers of Raging Tide City did not know that that person was Shen Lang, but they also felt fear and trembling. Bang! A ball of light silently smashed onto the ground. It was just a ball of transparent light that was like surging water. Shen Lang's figure completely disappeared without a trace. But these 3,000 milliliters of special goo did not succeed in slaughtering the Raging Tide City army, all of them were sucked into his body. Yingguang also looked at everything in front of him in disbelief, then his body slightly trembled. What was going on? Who was that person? Why could he stop the spread of special goo? Why could he devour all of them? 3,000 milliliters of goo should only be full after devouring hundreds of thousands of lives. As long as it did not reach a saturation state, this special goo would desperately devour all lives until it was full. Why did these 3,000 milliliters of goo only devour one person at this moment? Was he dead? Had he been reduced to ashes? After a long while, a transparent figure stood up from the ground. One could vaguely see that it was a human body. But the surface of his body was completely covered in a transparent water that was constantly surging. Hundreds of billions of special goo desperately drilled into his body, desperately devouring everything about him. Then, the hundreds of billions of special goo were devoured by Shen Lang instead. The layer of transparent gel on his body became thinner and the number of special goo on the surface of his body decreased. Finally, they completely disappeared. Shen Lang's body returned to its original state, but it was a little shameful as he was completely naked. Everyone looked at him in shock. What happened just now? This person was actually Shen Lang. The real Shen Lang, then. Who was that person inside the sedan? Was it a substitute mirror? His Majesty Shen Lang had just devoured hundreds of billions of special goo. Then, what kind of transformation would his body undergo? After a long while, Shen Lang smiled at Yingguang. Your Majesty Yingguang, how have you been? Long time no see. Oh right, Your Majesty Yingguang, let me tell you two things. First, your death date is coming. Second, the dragon egg I gave you is fake. Ha 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 ha. GGG. Note, first update sent. Brothers, do you still have monthly votes? Vote for me, please. At this moment, everyone was stunned by Shen Lang. A special bug that could kill hundreds of thousands of people had entered his body, and he was completely fine. He was really fine, and he felt very comfortable. The last time Shen Lang had countless hellfire bugs enter his body, it was very uncomfortable. What did it feel like to have 3,000 milliliters of special bugs enter his body? It was like a full body massage or a super spa. Did his body undergo any changes? Did he have the superpower of invisibility? Or did he transform into a goo bug warrior, huh? No, he did not feel anything. There were no changes at all. This made Shen Lang very disappointed. So many super bugs entering my body was a complete waste. Why don't you transfer their energy into my body? Okay. At this moment, Yingguang looked at Shen Lang in complete disbelief. Then, he looked at the Shen Lang in the palanquin. Who was the real one? Who was the fake one? Previously, outside the Vajra Peak's ancient ruins, the fake Shen Lang's performance was exaggerated, and his actions were a little exaggerated. In retrospect, there were still traces of it. This time, the captured Shen Lang was not as exaggerated as before. It had been more than 10 months, and this Shen Lang did not have any flaws at all. Even now, when the two of them were placed together, it was impossible to tell the real one from the fake one. Of course, they could still make out a little bit of it now. That was because the person below the city walls was completely naked, completely selfless, without the slightest bit of embarrassment on his face. With such thick skin, perhaps, he was the real Shen Lang. However, Yingguang did not have time to think about this. Shen Lang's words were like a bomb that directly exploded in his mind. It was not the first sentence that said that Ingguang's death was imminent. He had heard such curses too many times and did not care at all. It was the sentence that Shen Lang said that the dragon egg was fake. This dragon egg had been in his hands for about 2 to 3 years. He had invested all his hope and emotions into it. Ing Wuk and Ing Wuming were dead, and he treated it as a sacrifice for the dragon egg. In fact, he even treated the casualties of the 300,000 soldiers as a sacrifice to the dragon egg. He vaguely felt a sense of destiny. The lives of hundreds of thousands of people in exchange for the birth of a dragon. This was very normal and very fair. He even felt that his soul was connected to the dragon, because he could already see strange illusions and the like. Moreover, he saw this dragon egg light up more than once, revealing the little dragon embryo inside, and it could even move. If anyone dared to say that this dragon egg was fake, Ingguang would definitely kill their entire family and wipe out their 9 generations. It could even be said that this dragon egg had completely raised Ingguang's trust. But now, Shen Lang actually said that it was fake. Ha 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 ha. Ingguang laughed. Shen Lang, you are very smart, very, very smart. You want to take back these dragon eggs now, right? At this moment, Princess Dola quickly took a robe and put it on Shen Lang. Your Majesty, you may be shameless, but we, as your subjects, do. Shen Lang, you think your army is strong enough, and you also obtained the dragon box, so you want to take back the dragon egg? You are completely daydreaming. The current Ingguang didn't care about whether Shen Lang was real or fake. He didn't even care about the fact that Shen Lang could launch Regret of the Dragon. He only wanted to tear Shen Lang to pieces. Shen Lang actually dared to say that his dragon egg was fake. Your Majesty Shen Lang, you are very amazing, really. Ingguang said coldly, I wanted to detonate the ancient energy core buried underground, but it mysteriously failed. I threw out an astronomical number of special goo worms, but they were actually devoured by you. Your bloodline is really unimaginable, even these goo worms can't kill you. Next, Ingguang suddenly waved his hand. Immediately, dozens of special warriors came out, carrying 2 huge ancient energy cores, and then placed them on the large draconic power launcher. Damn. Ingguang was going to use a big move and directly throw the Fury Tide army into the ancient energy core. Shen Lang could intercept it because it was also an ancient equipment. But unless it was absolutely necessary, Shen Lang didn't want to intercept it. A few days ago, the Great Yan Empire had launched 2 fake Super Regret of the Dragon at his army. Shen Lang didn't intercept it because he didn't want to expose this ability. Because once Ingguang and Stupa Mountain were destroyed, the Great Yan Empire might immediately launch a few Super Regret of the Dragon at the Fury Tide army. Shen Lang still wanted to use this ability to intercept and capture the Super Regret of the Dragon. If he displayed his ability to intercept the ancient energy core now, he would be exposed. But if Ingguang really launched 2 of these energy cores, at least half of Shen Lang's Fury Tide army would be lost. At that time, they wouldn't even have time to run. Immediately, Shen Lang laughed and said, Your Majesty Ingguang, are you so agitated because I've hit the most terrifying spot in your heart? You should have thought about it countless times. After the comet impact, I purposely allowed myself to be captured by Ing Wuming. Then, my dragon egg should also be fake. You should have thought about it countless times. That's right, Ingguang had thought about it more than 1,000 times. But at that time, he had already invested boundless hope and emotions in this dragon egg. Moreover, Shen Lang explained later that he had given the dragon egg to Ingguang because he felt that he was too weak to protect the dragon egg. A man's wealth was his own ruin. The scariest thing was not being deceived by others, but deceiving oneself. Then, one would never wake up. Foolish people were easily deceived by others. Smart people were easily deceived by themselves. This was an unbreakable truth. This was just like the ancient emperors of China. Was the Jiajing emperor intelligent? He was almost the most cunning emperor. He had defeated 2 or 3 generations of powerful officials and played all the important officials in the imperial court in the palm of his hand. In the end, he was still deceived by those Taoist priests. He consumed one poisonous pill after another, all for the sake of longevity. His body was already covered in sores, but he still believed in it. He even thought that it was a test from the heavens. This was deceiving himself. It was too much. He had given up too much emotion, and it was impossible to deny it. Shenlang continued, Your Majesty Yinguang, are you that afraid to face the truth? Right now, it was very simple to prove whether this dragon egg was real or fake. He just needed to incubate it with the ancient dragon box. After all, this ancient dragon box was 100% real because it had been proven just now. In fact, after getting the ancient dragon box, Yinguang's first thought was to abandon the army and everything in front of him. He wanted to enter the ancient ruins under the Great Qian Royal Palace and put the dragon egg in the dragon box. Shenlang said, After you prove that this dragon egg is fake, we can make another deal. I will tell you where the real dragon egg is. Yinguang stared at Shenlang for a long time before he slowly said, Shenlang, no matter how many times you put on an act, it's all for a single goal, and that is to cheat this dragon egg back. Stop dreaming, I will go and prove his authenticity. Ying, get ready. Immediately, Ying, the princess of the Great Ying Kingdom, walked out with the substitute mirror and came to the top of the city wall. Yinguang said, Prepare to behead the substitute of Shenlang in front of everyone and dismember his body into 1,000 pieces. Yes. Ying said. Yinguang said, If the Raging Tide City army makes any rash moves, behead the substitute too. Yes. Ying said. Yinguang took the ancient dragon box and walked down the city wall. He headed for the Great Qian Royal Palace and entered the ancient ruins. After opening door after door, Yinguang entered the deepest part of the ancient ruins. This was the place where he hid the dragon egg. One after another, the doors to the secret chambers were opened, and layers of ancient chests were opened. Finally, the dragon egg laid there quietly. Just one look was enough to captivate one. In the past 2 to 3 years, Yinguang would spend time with this dragon egg whenever he had time. To be honest, his feelings for this dragon egg surpassed even those for his son, Yingwuming. When he touched the dragon egg, that feeling came again. It was a strong illusion and a sense of dizziness. It was both wonderful and bizarre. At first, it was painful, but now it was wonderful. This was the style of the Atom Church. Yinguang sneered. Shenlang said that this dragon egg was fake. What a joke. Would a fake dragon egg resonate with my soul, huh? He called this radiation soul resonance. Next, Yinguang took a deep breath. He went to take a bath and burn some incense. Then, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Ancestors, please bless us. Gods and Buddhas, please bless us. Emperor Jiangli, please bless me. I will definitely carry on your will and completely destroy the Great Yan Empire. After kowtowing in all directions, Yinguang put the dragon egg into the dragon box in an extremely pious, almost sacred manner. After that, he found it hard to breathe. He was really worried that Shenlang's words would come true. What if this dragon egg was fake? How could his spirit and soul withstand it? However, as soon as it was put into the ancient dragon box, the dragon egg suddenly lit up. It was unprecedentedly bright. The little dragon embryo could be seen clearly. Moreover, it was expanding rapidly. This was an unprecedented phenomenon. Yinguang was stunned, then overjoyed. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha, that thief Shenlang was indeed trying to take back the dragon egg with flowery words. This dragon egg was real, 100% real. Otherwise, why would it have such a huge reaction to the ancient dragon box? Next, Yinguang closed the ancient dragon box. He even temporarily put aside the situation outside and waited for the dragon egg to hatch. In just a quarter of an hour, the special parasite had already multiplied by 3 times. This time, it might take a little longer to hatch the dragon egg. Perhaps he should leave the dragon egg and the dragon box here and settle the matters outside first. He wanted to exterminate Shenlang's Fury Tide City army. In any case, he had already proved that the dragon egg was real. However, he could not bear to do so. At this time, he really could not bear to leave the dragon egg for even a second. What if it hatched very quickly? It was written in many books that after an oviparous animal hatched, the first person it saw would be its mother. If he, Yinguang, left and this dragon egg hatched, what should he do? That would be a huge loss. Thus, Yingguang quietly waited here. I'll just wait for half an hour, not a minute more. Then, Yingguang sat beside the dragon box in an almost infatuated manner, trying his best to sense the movements inside. As expected, not long after. Bang, 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 bang. A series of sounds came from inside the dragon box. Yingguang could not contain his excitement. Could it be that the dragon was about to hatch? So soon, was this ancient dragon box so miraculous? Previously, he had tried everything he could but could not hatch the dragon egg. But this ancient dragon box could hatch it in just a quarter of an hour. Next, the vibrations inside became more and more intense. Even the entire dragon box was trembling slightly. It was indeed a dragon. It had just hatched and it was already so ferocious. Yingguang was so excited that his entire body trembled. He fell into a reverie. My Ying clan is going to become the ruler of the world, the true dragon and son of heaven. Ha ha ha. No one can take away my dragon. Not the great Yan Empire, not Stupa Mountain, and not even Xianxia. It was all worth it. The deaths of Ying Wuk, Ying Wuming, and even Ying Wuchang were all worth it. The deaths of hundreds of thousands of soldiers were also worth it. Everything was for the sake of sacrifice, for the birth of the dragon. My Ying clan is going to rule the world, ha 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 ha. In the past, Yingguang would not have been so deranged even in his mental activities. However, after 2 to 3 years of radiation, his brain and mental state had already changed. Bang, 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 bang. At this time, the vibrations inside the ancient dragon box had become even more intense. He could not suppress it any longer. Come out, my dragon. Come out, my totem of the Ying clan. At this moment, the dragon box suddenly quieted down. It no longer trembled. Yingguang was stunned. What was going on? Could it be that it had already hatched? Was the little dragon trying to crawl out of the egg? Yingguang held his breath and abruptly opened the ancient dragon box. Heavens! Immediately, a dazzling light burst out, causing one to feel dizzy. The dragon egg was already extremely bright, and the dragon embryo inside had also expanded to its limit. It almost illuminated the entire secret chamber. This was too magical. It's coming out, it's coming out. Ha 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 ha, Yingguang stretched out both hands and held the dragon egg. His entire head was almost buried inside the dragon box. Come out, my dragon. Bang, there was a loud explosion, the dragon egg suddenly exploded into pieces. The previously invulnerable shell was now completely shattered. However, no dragon flew out from inside. Countless radioactive substances suddenly sprayed out, directly covering Yingguang's head and face. An astronomical amount of radiation frantically enveloped his entire body. Where's my dragon? Where's my dragon? Where's my dragon? Yingguang did not care about what was happening to his body at all. He screamed with all his might, desperately searching for the radioactive substances. Why was this happening? Why was this happening? My dragon was clearly about to hatch. Just now, I clearly saw the dragon embryo expanding. Yingguang completely collapsed. His entire spirit seemed to have been sucked out, and he directly sat on the ground. He let out a series of incomparably painful screams. His hopes were dashed, his future was dashed, his faith was dashed. What Xianxia said was true. This dragon egg was fake. Xianxia used it to harm him. Not only did you harm my body, you also harmed my soul, my spirit. Xianxia, you will die a horrible death, a horrible death. Yingguang let out a series of beast-like roars, and then began to vomit. Not only did he vomit out food, but also blood clots. At this moment, he could not see his own face clearly. If he could see it, he would discover that he was like a malicious spirit. Because his entire head and face were covered in radioactive substances, his entire face and head had already begun to rot. It was truly a tragic sight. Xianxia, I will not let you off, I will definitely not let you off. Yingguang roared angrily. He climbed up with all his might and walked outside. Then, he realized that he could not see. He was completely blind. Moreover, he could not control his body's balance and was stumbling. Not only that, but his entire brain and spirit seemed to be on the verge of collapse. At the beginning, his brain was still hurting as if it was about to explode, but now, he almost could not feel it anymore. In fact, he could not even feel the existence of his own body at all. Bang, bang, next, his head collided with one door after another. Completely relying on his instincts and memory, he opened one door after another and left the ancient ruins. He stumbled and ran wildly outside. It took him a whole 15 minutes to rush out of the great Qian royal palace. Soon, someone discovered him and hurriedly surrounded him. "Oh my God, Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? What's wrong?" Yingguang's trusted eunuch hurriedly rushed up and wiped the terrifying green powder on Yingguang's face with a silk handkerchief. However, he felt as if his hand had been burned by fire, and it was instantly scorching. Then, he stretched out his hand and realized that his palm was really red as if it had been burned. This eunuch didn't think much of it at that time. After all, he had to go all the way to flatter Yingguang. Therefore, he carefully continued to wipe the green powder on Yingguang's face. However, no matter how he wiped, he couldn't wipe it clean because it had completely fused into his blood and skin. Yingguang didn't care and continued to stumble and rush outside. His mind was already completely muddled. There was only one thought in his mind. He wanted to kill Xianxia and dismember him into 1,000 pieces. The eunuch carefully raised his palm and realized that it was even more terrifying. The blood vessels in it seemed to have completely ruptured. A moment later, he began to vomit violently and then convulsed on the ground. Countless people in the surroundings felt extremely terrified when they saw the scene. They didn't know what exactly happened, but they could feel the danger. The green thing on Yingguang's face was dangerous and he mustn't touch it. Just like that, the completely blind Xianxia rushed out of the great Qian royal palace and rushed up the city walls. At this moment, night had fallen and flames lit up the entire city walls. Then, everyone was shocked to see a beam of green light rushing over. A person could actually glow? This was too strange. Moreover, this person's face could no longer be seen clearly. He looked like a malicious ghost. His entire upper body was rotting and his blood was mixed with green radioactive powder. It gave people the feeling that it was green pus. It was extremely disgusting and terrifying. Who was this? Immediately, hundreds of special warriors rushed up to intercept and capture him. What if they offended Princess Ying? However, they soon saw clearly that this person was wearing a black and golden dragon robe. This was Yingguang. Yingguang instinctively rushed to the top of the city walls and shouted, "Where is Xianxia? Where is Xianxia?" Outside the city walls, Xianxia said to Your Majesty Yingguang, I'm here. Eh? They couldn't hear anything at all. Without any sound, no matter how good the show was, it wouldn't work. Princess Dora, who was at the side, handed over a nightmare stone sound wave amplifier. After Xianxia took it, he said, Your Majesty Yingguang, I'm here. Now, everyone could hear him clearly. Xianxia said again, Your Majesty Yingguang, what happened to you? It's only been a few hours. How did you turn green? Yingguang turned green, and he was still glowing. Yingguang roared, Kill him, kill Xianxia, tear him to pieces. Right now, Yingguang seemed to have gone completely mad. Ren Tianxia was shocked. Princess Ying was shocked. She rushed up and supported Yingguang. Father, what happened to you? What happened to you? Xianxia said, Your Majesty Yingguang, I didn't lie to you. That dragon egg is fake, right? I'm a person who occasionally deceives both young and old. Yingguang roared, No, my dragon egg is real, my dragon egg is real. Xianxia said, Oh? Then has your dragon hatched? Yingguang laughed shrilly. It has hatched. My dragon has hatched. I will soon rule the world. My Ying family will become the ruler of the East, the ruler of the world. No one can take away my dragon. No one can take away my throne. What great Yan empire? What Stupa mountain? My surname is Ying, not Ren. This world has the surname Ying. If anyone dares to take it away, I will tear him to pieces. Tear him to pieces. Ren Tianxia's expression immediately changed when he heard this. Your Majesty Yingguang, what do you mean by this? Your Ying family surname is Ren, and Stupa Mountain and the Great Ying Kingdom have already merged into one. How dare you say such things now? But anyone with a discerning eye could see that Yingguang had gone mad. It was not only because his mind had suffered a fatal blow, but also because of the radiation. The long period of radiation had caused things to grow in his brain. Moreover, his mind was a little abnormal. When the fake dragon egg exploded, countless radioactive substances sprayed all over his face and head, destroying his brain. Yingguang's bloodline talent was too amazing. If it was anyone else, they would have died. Ha 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 ha, my dragon, my dragon. Yingguang reached out and stroked Ying Ying's face. He said in an infatuated manner, "This is my dragon. Why is it so smooth? Where are your scales?" Ying Ying's face seemed to be burning, but he did not dare to move at all. Yingguang continued to talk to himself, "No one can take away my dragon. Don't even think about it. I am going to rule the world. Long live the emperor." Yingguang actually imitated the officials and shouted. Then, he slowly said in a dignified voice, "Everyone, please be balanced. Since I have ascended to the throne, the world has been shaken. Great Yan's emperor is like a clown. Great Qian's Shenlang is worse than a pig or a dog." Then Yingguang actually recited an entire self-confession in front of everyone. It was more than 1,000 words long. Everyone was stunned. In this confession, he scolded everyone, including Great Yan's emperor, Shenlang, and Stupa Mountain's master. In short, there was only one person in the world who was amazing, and that person was him, Yingguang. It was a pity that his literary talent was average. Otherwise, he would have said that Yingguang was the best person in the world. Now, everyone could see that Yingguang had gone mad. Everyone was greatly shocked, especially Princess Ying. Her entire heart was trembling. She had no idea what was going on. Father was still fine when he left. Why did he become so terrifying and crazy when he returned? She tried her best to support Yingguang and said, "Father, let's go back to the palace. Let's go back first." "I'm not going back. I'm staying in the palace." "Which palace do you want me to go back to?" Yingguang pushed Ying away. Then, her body flew out like a kite. Then, he pushed Ren Tianxiao away. Ren Tianxiao's martial arts were amazing. He was on par with Princess Ninghan at her peak, and even a little stronger than Chou Yaoer. Yet, he was still sent flying by Yingguang. He could not withstand it at all. On the entire city wall, no one dared to approach within dozens of meters of Yingguang. Because Yingguang's martial arts were really too strong. They were so strong that they surpassed Shenlang's understanding. Even if he was crazy and blind, he was still incomparably strong. "Jiangli, Jiangli!" Yingguang suddenly shouted, "His Majesty Jiangli!" Below the city wall, Shenlang raised his hand and said, "I'm here." Everyone looked at Shenlang. You want to pretend to be His Majesty Jiangli and deceive a madman." After hearing Shenlang's shout, Yingguang directly jumped down from the city wall. At this time, his upper body was completely rotten. His flesh was falling off piece by piece. His entire brain and consciousness had been destroyed by the radiation. Now, not only was he blind, but he also had no eyeballs. The inside of his eye sockets was rotten. It was extremely miserable. "Yingguang, I'm here," Shenlang said again. After jumping down from the city wall, Yingguang opened his arms and stumbled towards Shenlang. "Father, don't go over, don't go over." Ying shouted. But Yingguang turned a deaf ear and directly ran towards the source of Shenlang's voice. "His Majesty Jiangli, His Majesty Jiangli." Yingguang continued to shout. Shenlang said, "Yingguang, I died so miserably. Tell me, who killed me?" As soon as these words came out, everyone's hair stood on end. So this was Shenlang's goal. He actually wanted to ask Yingguang about the real murderer of His Majesty Jiangli. "I don't know, it wasn't me, it wasn't me." Yingguang roared. Even Yingguang didn't know the murderer of His Majesty Jiangli. Shenlang said, "Yingguang, then why did you betray me? Why did you betray me?" Yingguang roared angrily, "Then why did you die? Why did you die? If you didn't die, how could I betray you? Don't tell me you want the entire Ying clan to die with you?" How many times have I told you not to care about these morals? Just use the fastest method to expand. You insisted on progressing step by step, not forcefully exploiting the primordial civilization, and even more so, not achieving success in one go. What happened in the end? Go to hell. Go to hell. You deserve it. You deserve it. Yingguang continued to run towards Shenlang. Xiao Yaoer and Princess Dora stood in front of Shenlang. As he ran, Yingguang staggered and fell to the ground. Then, his eyeballs flew out of his head. His Majesty Jiangli, you can't. Yingguang laughed loudly. In the end, I am still the best. I hatched the primordial divine dragon, and my Ying clan became the ruler of the East, the ruler of the world. His Majesty Jiangli, you have a son named Shenlang. He is smart, but he can't. He is not vicious enough. He will lose without a doubt. In the end, I, Yingguang, am your true successor. Only I can defeat the great Yan Empire and unite the world. Because I have a dragon, ha 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 ha, His Majesty Jiangli, I have already annihilated your Jiang royal clan. Now, there is only one left, and that is your son Shenlang. In that case, I might as well kill him as well and send him to hell to accompany you. Your Jiang royal family needs to be neat and tidy. Yingguang struggled to get up. He raised the non-existent sword with both hands and continued to rush towards Shenlang. Kill, I have already annihilated the Jiang clan. You don't matter. A true man must be ruthless. His Majesty Jiangli, please don't blame me. Brother, please don't blame me. Shenlang, go to hell. I will tear you into pieces. Then, when he was still a few hundred meters away from Shenlang, Yingguang waved the non-existent sword with all his might and slashed with all his might. It was as if in his spiritual world, he had already torn Shenlang into pieces. Alright, Shenlang, you are dead. Now that the Jiang clan is completely annihilated, no one can blame me. No one can say that I am a traitor. Ha 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 ha, he. Yingguang let out a mournful and shrill laugh, then suddenly fell to the ground with a loud bang and never got up again. Note, the second update is here. Today's update is still 15,000 words. Benefactor, give me your monthly ticket. Protecting the anus is everyone's responsibility, thank you. Book friend 20180418021950618, Bachelor I, for your 10,000 coins tip. The crowd fell silent once more. The ambitious and ruthless Yingguang had died just like that. He died without any dignity or grandeur. Like a madman, he suddenly collapsed to the ground. Before he died, he was in an extremely disgraceful and sorrowful state. The hundreds of thousands of people felt that this was unreal. That was Yingguang, little Jiangli. He was a super big shot who could summon the wind and rain for the past 20 years. In the past 2 to 3 years, he had fought against the great Yan Emperor. He had even fired regretful dragon at the great Yan Empire. Moreover, he had publicly declared independence in the parliament of the transcendent forces. Many people thought he would die, but he would die on the battlefield against the great Yan Empire and the great Yan Emperor. However, they did not expect him to die at Shenlang's hands. Shenlang's instant killing of Ying Wuming in a duel was already shocking enough. They did not know how Shenlang did it. This time, it was even more bizarre. Inexplicably, this Emperor Yingguang had suddenly gone mad. Furthermore, his upper body had completely rotted, turning into a state that was neither human nor ghost. How did His Majesty Shenlang do it? What did he do to Yingguang? Although this was a conspiracy, it was not at all perverted. This was because Shenlang had used 3 victories to pave the way for this conspiracy. He had killed Ying Wuming in a duel. He had annihilated Ying Kingdom's 500,000 strong army at the border. On the battlefield in Qin capital, he had also performed a miracle. He had survived after being devoured by hundreds of billions of special goo worms. Thus, in the eyes of everyone, Shenlang was still that unfathomable and miraculous person. Shenlang looked at Yingguang's corpse on the ground. It was too tragic. If not for the dragon box, Yingguang would have died. He could have held on for a few more months before dying painfully on his sickbed. With the ancient dragon box, Yingguang's death sped up and became even more tragic. Another important name had been removed from Xianlang's list of enemies. There were only 3 people left. The master of Stupa Mountain, the great Yan Emperor, X. Who was this X? He was the one who killed Emperor Zhongli. Even now, Xianlang had no idea who this person was. Yingguang had no idea as well. However, he believed that Great Yan's emperor must know some secrets. Yingguang, Ying clan. Right now, most of the males were dead. Only Ying Wucheng and 3 females were left. Xianlang stared at Yingguang's twisted face. It was as if he could still feel Yingguang's inner world, which was incomparably complex. Yingguang wasn't a hero. He wasn't even an ambitious and ruthless person. He was an extreme profiteer. His entire life was shrouded in the shadow of Emperor Zhongli. When Emperor Zhongli was still alive, Yingguang was Emperor Zhongli's absolute confidant, executing Emperor Zhongli's will 120%. Duke Jianlin, on the other hand, although he was Zhongli's younger brother, he had a strong will. Yingguang, on the other hand, was an adopted son. He was an outsider, but he was second only to Emperor Zhongli. That was why he would put in more effort to perform better than anyone else. He was more loyal than anyone else. This was similar to Theon Greyjoy in Game of Thrones. He was the son of King Balan of the Iron Islands. After he was defeated in battle, he became a captive of the Stark family. He was adopted by Duke Stark, and he fought to be the first. He was even more loyal than Duke Stark's son. Finally, he led the Iron Men to attack the Stark family's Winterfell. He was the cruelest and most ingrate. His growth path was similar to Yingguang's. However, Theon was far inferior to Yingguang in all aspects. At the end of the day, Yingguang didn't have the mentality of a true king. Although he wore a dragon robe and claimed to be from the Empire of Great Victory, he was very restrained in his actions. He wasn't open-minded at all. He wanted face and benefits, and he was often obsessed with a specific goal instead of looking at the overall strategy. King Chu, King Yu, and even King Wu weren't as strong as Yingguang, but they all had the mentality of a king. Their decisiveness at critical moments was simply admirable. They also had the arrogance in their bones and amazing vision. As for Yingguang, he was often attracted by some seemingly amazing benefits. For example, Xianlang requested to duel with Ying Wuming. If he won, he would give him the rightful title of Great Qian Empire. As a result, Yingguang was attracted and agreed. After Ying Wuming lost, he was either shameless to the end or completely turned against him. In the end, he didn't. He handed over the title of Great Qian Empire, but he established the Empire of Great Victory. It looked wise, but it was actually bullshit. The Empire of Great Victory could be established, and it must be established for the Ying family. However, it needed to be paved with victories, and not just one, but several magnificent victories to inspire the hearts of countless people. This was the best opportunity to establish the Empire of Great Victory. Now, because Ying Wuming had lost the duel, he was about to lose the title of Great Qian Empire. Therefore, he impatiently established the Empire of Great Victory. How could the officials and the people calm down? Next, Mira proposed a unanimous vote. As long as Yingguang won, the Empire of Great Yan and the other countries would recognize the existence of the Empire of Great Victory and the Ying family as one of the royal families. As a result, Yingguang was once again attracted by the empty title. Look at Chu, Wu, and the state of Yu. They didn't even need the recognition of the Empire of Great Yan. They could leave the Empire of Great Yan just like that. Look at Prince Jin. When the Great Nan nation was established, it was extremely shabby. There wasn't even a single foreign envoy. He didn't care about the recognition of the Empire of Great Yan. Look at Xianlang. When he established the Empire of Great Qian at Raging Tide City, it was like child's play. There wasn't even a basic ceremony. Not to mention the coronation ceremony. This so-called Empire of Great Qian Empire hadn't even held a court session. This was the mentality of a king. He was so awesome that he didn't care about these empty titles. As for Yingguang, he was always tempted by the empty title. Was this because he was stupid? No, it wasn't. This was because he was especially lacking. The Ying family had always been known as a traitor. He might say that he didn't care, but he dreamed of getting rid of this label. He dreamed of being on equal footing with all the kings in the world. This was because he had been shrouded in Jiang Li's shadow for his entire life. He had stolen the empire of Great Qian. Of course, he needed a reputation if he wasn't in a good position. His tragic character was determined the moment he betrayed the Jiang family. In fact, it was determined the moment he was adopted by the Jiang family. Prince Jin was a hero. His dream was to unify the Sand barbaric tribe and build a powerful and civilized nation. Sunan was also an ambitious and ruthless person. His life's dream was to lead the Su clan to the pinnacle. In order to achieve this goal, he would do anything. He could betray the Yu kingdom, collude with the Chang kingdom, swear loyalty to Jin Jun, and even kneel under Shenlang. However, Yingguang wasn't like that. He was a naturally malnourished king. To a certain extent, his position as the king of Great Qian was completely supported by the Great Yan's emperor. He was filled with pride and inferiority. He was constantly acting like a king. Therefore, even when he was in Yan capital, in front of Prince Lian, and in front of the crown prince of Great Yan, he maintained a high and aloof demeanor. Moreover, most of the time, he was cold and silent, desperately trying to display a dignified demeanor. Ying Wuming, on the other hand, had the heart of a king. Unfortunately, he died suddenly before he could fully display it. Yingguang's life was a sad one, Shenlang said slowly. This could be considered the final verdict on him. Then, Shenlang waved his hand. 2 special warriors immediately carried a coffin. It was a coffin made entirely of lead. Swoosh, swoosh, long hooks shot out, hooked Yingguang's corpse, and placed it into the lead coffin. Bang! Then, the coffin closed completely, sealing the radiation inside. Next, Yingguang's corpse would be brought to Raging Tide City for all sorts of research. They couldn't let it go to waste. His martial arts were really amazing, much more powerful than Ying Wuming's. After all, he was little Jiangli. Unfortunately, he didn't even have the time to use it before he died. Then, Shenlang looked at the 250,000 soldiers on the Qian capital city wall. Among them, the morale of the 200,000 soldiers had almost completely collapsed. They were ordinary people. Although they had been loyal to Yingguang for many years, everything that happened today was too shocking. Yingguang had become a madman, a pitiful madman. The halo of a king on him was completely shattered, and he died tragically in front of everyone. Yingguang was dead, Ying Wuming was dead, Ying Wuk was dead, and Ying Wucheng was captured. The entire Ying family was finished. Who else could they be loyal to, however? Although the 50,000 soldiers of the Hell Army and 1,500 special warriors had suffered a strong mental blow, they were not ordinary people because they had been modified by their bloodlines. It was their nature to obey orders. Yingguang's death was fatal, but the morale of these 50 million people would not collapse. As long as the order was given, they would still fight to the end. And to a certain extent, they could be considered the army of Stupa Mountain. Even the Hell Legion attached to the Ying Kingdom was trained by Stupa Mountain. Rather than saying that the Ying Kingdom and Stupa Mountain were one, it was more accurate to say that Stupa Mountain possessed the Ying Kingdom and controlled the brain of the Ying Kingdom. It was as if the Queen of Curses had possessed the body of the giant octopus and had complete control over its will. Sect leader Ren was not in Qian capital. No one knew where he had gone. Yingguang was dead, and the current rulers of Qian capital were Ren Tianxiao and Ying. What should they do next? Should they continue fighting? Or should they defend and wait for reinforcements? Originally, when Yingguang was around, Qian capital was very difficult to fight. This was because there were 2 dragon powers and dozens of ancient energy cores. As long as Yingguang threw caution to the wind and shot the ancient energy cores, this battle would be very troublesome. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Shenlang did not want to use mid-air interception. Moreover, even if he were to use the mid-air interception technique, what would Shenlang do if Yingguang were to change the direction of the dragon power launcher and shoot the ancient energy core from different directions and different distances? His mid-air interception had a range. He could only intercept one at a time within a certain distance. But Yingguang was already dead. Ren Tianxiao and Ying could still use the dragon powers, but sadly, they did not have the self-destruct password for the ancient energy cores. Only 2 people in Qian capital had it, Yingguang and Ying Wuming. Without the ancient energy cores, how could they fight against Shenlang's army? Next, the raging Tide City army only needed to keep firing at the miniature dragon powers and cannons. Defend Xian capital and wait for sect leader Ren to lead the army to help, Princess Ying said. Then, we will attack from both sides and kill Shenlang's army. Ren Tianxiao was silent. He did not like Qian capital at all. In fact, he did not like secular royalty at all. What he liked was Stupa Mountain. That was why he had been in Stupa Mountain for the past few decades. And Ying Guang had said many unpleasant things just now, slandering Stupa Mountain and sect leader Ren. However, without sect leader Ren's orders, he could not act rashly. Princess Ying said, and there is one more thing. Qian capital is the capital of Shenlang's Deqian Empire. He does not dare to attack. He wants the people's hearts and wants a complete Qian capital. We have to make use of this. Ren Tianxiao continued to be silent. Princess Ying said, the most important thing is that Shenlang is still in our hands. Shenlang has a fatal weakness. He is too loyal. As long as we use the life of the substitute to threaten him, he will not dare to attack the city. Based on these points, we can defend Xian capital and wait for sect leader Ren's reinforcements. Then, we can kill the Shenlang army and destroy the so-called Deqian Empire. Princess Ying said, there are almost no men left in the Ying clan. Sect leader Ren does not have any descendants. Therefore, in the future, our child might be the successor of Stupa Mountain and the Daying Kingdom. Ren Tianxiao was still silent. Princess Ying said angrily, say something. Ren Tianxiao said, then let's do it this way. His tone was cold. He did not like to make decisions. The next day, dawn. Shenlang's 50,000-strong army was waiting. All the small-scale dragon power collided with the hellfire cannonballs. All the cannons were loaded. They were ready to attack Qian capital at any time. Then, a figure appeared on the city walls. The substitute mirror was surrounded by 5 Stupa Mountain grandmasters, knives at his neck. Princess Ying walked to the top of the city walls and said coldly, Your Majesty Shenlang, this is your Qian capital. This is the old capital of your Deqian Empire. Once you open fire, this city of hundreds of years will be reduced to ruins. There are millions of Chinese citizens living here. Do you still want the hearts of the people? Once you attack, I guarantee that the hearts of the people will be destroyed. Shenlang frowned. He hated this kind of attitude the most. Without hesitation, he ordered, open fire. Whoosh 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 whoosh, 130 small-scale dragon power cannonballs were fired. The 250-kilogram hellfire cannonballs were fired. They drew a long arc in the air and smashed into Qian capital. Boom, 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 boom. More than 100 hellfire cannonballs exploded on the city walls. Countless soldiers were crushed into pieces. The entire Qian capital was shaking. Even the extremely sturdy city walls had a few holes in them. The city walls, which were dozens of meters thick, were too powerful. It was too difficult to penetrate them. Of course, Shenlang could penetrate them. He could just use the 2-ton tungsten armor-piercing cannonballs. However, it was meaningless. Shenlang's army was strong in long-range firepower but weak in close combat. Even if they penetrated the city walls and charged into Qian capital to fight the Hell Army, the special forces would still be at a disadvantage in close combat. He was just slapping Ying's face. You say that I don't dare to attack Qian capital, but you say that I care about the hearts of the citizens of Qian capital? What a joke. The citizens of Qian capital didn't care about my hearts. Why should I care about them? At that time, the citizens of Qian capital repeatedly asked Shenlang to leave and not become a jinx. Even though they knew that Ying Guang was ugly, they still chose to support him and be loyal to him. Shenlang remembered all of this clearly. Moreover, he was a very vengeful person. Shenlang sneered and said, Ying, Ren Tianxiao, put away your tricks. I don't care about Qian capital at all. I don't care about the people in Qian capital at all. However, when everyone voted, the people of Qian capital voted for Ying Guang, right? We are all adults. We have to be responsible for our own actions. That's right. Qian capital is the old capital of our great Qian Empire. However, so what? I have never lived here for a single day. I have no feelings for this place at all. Let's not talk about blowing up a few houses. If there is a need, I don't care even if I flatten this place. Xianxia said loudly, my voice is very loud. Everyone can hear me clearly. I don't care about the hearts of the people at all, especially the hearts of those who don't support me. When these words were said, the expressions of many people instantly became very ugly. The so-called Great Qian Emperor's words were too direct. It was not like a king at all. It was too willful. Ying waved her hand and said, then do you care about the life of this substitute? Xianxia looked at the mirror and said, of course I care. Otherwise, why do you think I haven't opened fire yet? If not for the fact that the mirror is in your hands, I would have already used the cannons to blast you all into pieces. Princess Ying said coldly, as long as I give the order, I can tear this substitute of yours into pieces. Hence, Your Majesty Xianxia, please don't force me. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets. Immediately, the 5 Stupa Mountain Grandmasters pressed down with their sharp swords. Fresh blood flowed down from the mirror's face. Ying laughed coldly and said, Your Majesty Xianxia, this substitute is too similar to you. Hence, I feel that there is a need to leave a mark on his face. This way, the two of you will be able to distinguish each other in the future. Xianxia laughed and said, you guys want to defend and wait for reinforcements, right? You want to wait for sect leader Ren to bring the Stupa Mountain army here and launch a pincer attack from both inside and outside, wiping out my troops completely, right? Ying laughed and said, Your Majesty Xianxia is indeed smart. However, is this not possible? If you want to avoid the fate of being attacked from both inside and outside, you can either escape and completely withdraw your troops. Otherwise, you can directly attack the city and watch as your substitute is torn to pieces. Your Majesty Xianxia, it's just a mere substitute. It's completely worthless. Moreover, this substitute of yours has already been exposed to the world. In the future, he will no longer be of any use. It doesn't matter even if he dies. Ying said, Your Majesty Xianxia, could it be that you will be held hostage by this so-called hypocrisy? Your Majesty Xianxia, stop struggling. Either you put down all your weapons or you open fire. Then, we will kill your substitute. I'm starting to count down. When I'm done, all of you put down your weapons. Otherwise, I will chop off one of your substitute's arms. Ying laughed coldly and said, 10, 9, 8, 7, get ready to chop off one of Xianxia's substitute's arms. Ying said calmly. Then, a Stupa Mountain Grandmaster raised his sharp sword. In the next second, he would be able to chop off Mirror's left arm. Xianxia laughed and said, Ren Tianxiao, Ying, aren't you guys afraid? Aren't you afraid to see Ying die so miserably? When he said this, Ren Tianxiao and Ying looked at each other. Xianxia said, the two of you have been in contact with Ying for a long period of time, and you've even touched his body. Moreover, Ying has even pinched your face. Ying, if you have the ability, then take off your mask. Ying didn't want to, because her beautiful face had already started to rot. Her hands were also starting to rot. Ren Tianxiao's hands were rotting. Ying had pushed his chest and it had also started to rot. Xianxia laughed coldly and said, this is a type of radiation. It's not a poison, but a type that destroys your lives from the depths of your souls. Other than me, no one can save you, not even Stupa Mountain. The only thing in the world that can save you is my blood. Without a doubt, Xianxia was bragging. His blood could resist all goo, but it couldn't resist radiation. But no one doubted this, because the so-called radiation was caused by Xianxia and caused Ying death. Moreover, he had just performed a miracle. He was swallowed by hundreds of billions of special goo, but he was safe and sound. Instead, those hundreds of billions of goo disappeared without a trace. So in many people's hearts, Xianxia's blood was almost omnipotent. Xianxia continued, Ren Tianxiao, Ying, aren't you feeling very uncomfortable right now? You have double vision, your head is dizzy, and you are vomiting. You can't suppress it at all. As soon as he said this, blurg. Princess Ying suddenly vomited. But she was still wearing a mask, so you can imagine this feeling. Blurg. Ren Tianxiao vomited as well. The two of them had already clearly felt it. They had been in close contact with Ying Guang for more than 15 minutes, and they had been in direct physical contact with him. Those radioactive substances had directly touched their bodies. Now, they had been exposed to radiation for more than 24 hours. In reality, the two of them were even more serious than what Xianxia had said. They felt dizzy, and their footsteps were weak. They were constantly weakening. Xianxia said, "Ren Tianxiao, Ying, you are dead for sure. Only I can save you. But I'm very sorry, I can only save one of you. More accurately, I will only save Ren Tianxiao, because I have already said that I have no enmity with Stupa Mountain. Ren Ying and I are engaged. I need Stupa Mountain. We are connected by marriage. And the Ying family? I'm very sorry, but you are my mortal enemies. Back then, you wiped out the Jiang royal family. Now, it is my turn to wipe out the entire Ying family. Ren Tianxiao, do you want to be saved? Do you want to get my blood? It's very simple. Just kill your wife, Ying. Ren Tianxiao, kill her and you can live." Hearing this, Princess Ying's expression changed. She quickly moved away from Ren Tianxiao. This was the characteristic of the Ying family. They didn't trust anyone. Immediately, Ren Tianxiao's expression changed. He said angrily, "Ying, what do you mean? Don't you trust me? We have been husband and wife for more than 10 years. Don't you trust me? Do you think I will listen to Xianxia's provocation and kill you?" Princess Ying said, "Husband, I'm afraid I won't believe you. I just," then, Ren Tianxiao roared at Xianxia, "Xianxia, do you think I will believe you? Do you think I will be provoked by you? Do you think I will kill my wife? Dream on. I am not as dirty as you think." Ren Tianxiao's feelings for Ying ran so deep. No, he was from Stupa Mountain. Moreover, he had undergone a powerful bloodline transformation. How deep could his feelings be? Their minds were very cold. However, he would definitely not kill Ying because of Xianxia's provocation and threats. This was because it would damage his, Ren Tianxiao's, pride. Princess Ying laughed loudly and said, "Xianxia, did you see that? We are very loving. We will not be provoked by you. Your scheme has failed. Right now, there are only two choices in front of you. Either you retreat, or you stay and wait for death. I believe that sect leader Ren's army will arrive soon. I can even hear the sound of the ancient vultures. I can even hear the running of the special warriors. Xianxia, if your army does not retreat, it will be your death." And at this moment, an ancient vulture flew down from the sky. The person riding on it was someone familiar. Elder Wu's son, Wu Ju, the trusted aide of Stupa Mountain's master. He was the next elder of Stupa Mountain. Of course, he had another identity. He was Xianxia's sworn brother. They called each other Big Brother in front of each other but stabbed each other in the back. Wu Ju swooped down and landed beside Ren Tianxiao. Princess Ying shouted, "Senior Wu Ju, has Stupa Mountain's army arrived? Did sect head Ren bring the army here? Let's work together and destroy the Raging Tide City's army." Wu Ju bowed to Princess Ying and said, "Wu Ju greets your highness." Then, he handed a secret letter to Ren Tianxiao. "Senior brother, this is a letter from sect leader." Ren Tianxiao opened the letter and took a look. His eyes twitched and his body twitched. Then, he closed his eyes and sighed to the sky. Princess Ying said, "Husband, what is written in this letter? Is Stupa Mountain's army coming?" Ren Tianxiao said, "Wife, take a look for yourself." Then, Ren Tianxiao handed the letter over. Princess Ying walked over and took the letter. Instantly, her body trembled violently. Because the first sentence was, "Tianxiao, my son, kill Princess Ying. All troops will retreat from Qian capital and give way to His Majesty Xianxia." Ying looked at the words in disbelief. Why was it like this? Why? Then, she ran away as fast as she could, but it was too late. Ren Tianxiao drew his sword and slashed down. Instantly, Princess Ying of the Great Ying Kingdom was beheaded. She died a horrible death. Before she died, her eyes were still wide open. She died with a grievance. Why did he do this? Why did sect leader Ren do this? Ren Tianxiao lightly swung the sword in his hand. Xianxia had asked him to kill his wife. He wouldn't kill her. But when sect leader asked him to kill his wife, he didn't hesitate. Or rather, he hesitated for a few seconds. Then, Ren Tianxiao looked at Xianxia outside the city for a while. His gaze became extremely complicated. He didn't know why sect leader Ren would give such an order. Not only did he want him to kill Ying, but he also wanted the army to retreat from Qian capital and give this great city to Xianxia. But sect leader Ren's order had to be carried out even if they didn't understand it. Ren Tianxiao ordered loudly, "All special warriors and Hell Legion, retreat from Qian capital and return to Stupa Mountain." When he said this, all the special warriors and Hell Legion jumped down from the city walls without a word. Then, they left just like that. They retreated without a trace. Note, the monthly votes have been destroyed again. It has dropped to 11th place. How depressing. It's so hard to be stable. Brothers who have votes, don't hold them back. Vote for me. I just want to bury myself in writing every day and update the monthly votes at 15,000 every day. The monthly votes will be handed over to benefactor. A few days ago, Raging Tide City. The main army was heading towards Gan capital, and the defense of Raging Tide City fell into the hands of Jack Tang, Princess Hila, and the others. Even though Xianxia said that Stupa Mountain's main force in Black Castle might not head north to attack Raging Tide City, the skeleton army was still in a combat state. Over the past few months, all the munitions factories in Raging Tide City had been operating at full capacity. In these 2 to 3 months, another 3 super sky fortresses were produced. However, they were not sent to the front lines and were instead used to defend the Raging Tide City. The Nightmare Stone Rifles and 20 small-sized Dragon Power were also used to defend Raging Tide City. At this moment, there were 100,000 new soldiers in Raging Tide City. Along with those from Wu, Chu, and Yu countries, there were around 200,000 of them. Prince Jin and Sunan were not here, so the responsibility of the entire city fell on the shoulders of Sua Xian, Nangang Ao, Jin Zhua, and the others. Fortunately, the Yu Kingdom's Prime Minister Zhang Chong, the Chu Kingdom's Privy Envoy Li Xuanqi, and the Wu Kingdom's Privy Envoy had already led the core officials of the various countries into Raging Tide City. Otherwise, the Raging Tide City's few officials and the Privy Council would have gone crazy from exhaustion. Before, there was a person who tried his best to lose weight, but he failed. No matter how little he ate, no matter how hard he trained, after reaching 180 kilograms, he couldn't lose any more. That person was the noble Jin Mutsong. Now, he had slimmed down and become a handsome guy. But he was still single. This time, it was not that no one looked down on him. Jin Mutsong was the future heir to the Duke, and he had also become more handsome after becoming slimmer. The most important thing was that his identity had also changed. The Great Qian Empire's secretary doctor wasn't a high official position, but it was an important position. In modern terms, he was the Great Secretary of the Great Qian Empire's minister desk. Crown Prince Wu and Crown Prince Chu also held this position. There were many noble daughters who wanted to marry Jin Mutsong. Even the King of Chu and the King of Wu wanted to marry their daughters to him. Of course, the oldest daughter of these two kings was only 18 years old, but they were already old enough to marry. Jin Mutsong remained single not because he still had feelings for Zhu Ning, but because he was too busy. Moreover, he realized that after he grew older and more handsome, he actually yearned for love and was unwilling to casually have illicit relations. Of course, in this world, in this era, it was ridiculous to yearn for free love, especially for top nobles like the Kim clan. It was because Duke Kim Ju was too busy, and Madame Su Peipei was also very busy. Most importantly, she felt that her son could still be young. Alright, actually, it was because she wanted to marry Xianxia. She knew that Xianxia had a sister in Yan capital, and that was Princess Jining. Jin Mutsong buried his head in writing. Of course, he wasn't writing, but doing official business. There were at least a few hundred documents on his desk waiting for him to read. As for his dream of writing, it had been destroyed when he returned to Raging Tide City 4 years ago. He was now working 17 hours a day, and he didn't know the time outside at all. And at this moment, suddenly, an ear-piercing alarm sounded in the sky. Enemy attack, Jin Mutsong's face trembled. This alarm came from the sky. There weren't many people, but it wasn't Regret of the Dragon. The type was similar to Zhuaxi's. Now, all the upper echelons of Raging Tide City could easily hear the type of alarm. A moment later, a voice came from the sky. Duke Kim Ju, Lord Suaxian, Lord Zhangchong, Princess Hila. This voice wasn't loud, but it could be heard in every corner. Jin Muzong left his seat and went out of the window. Then, he saw the door to the office open, and Duke Kim Ju, Lord Suaxian, and the others all walked out. Outside the castle, he saw a black shadow floating in the sky, and 3 super sky fortresses desperately chased after it. Countless ancient giant crossbows, nightmare stone anti-aircraft machine guns, and so on were all on alert. But the next moment, that figure directly jumped off from the ancient vulture. That was a few thousand meters in the sky. After free landing, he was actually like a kite, lightly landing on the ground outside the castle of Raging Tide City. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of warriors surrounded him, including a dozen grandmasters. Duke Kim Ju bowed and said, "Sect Master Ren, what can I do for you?" "That's right, the person who came was the Stupa Mountain Master." Sect Master Ren said, "If I remember correctly, I'm related to the Great Qian Empire by marriage. His Majesty Shenlang is my son-in-law, right? Is this how you treat your guests?" Jin Zhua, Suaxian, and Hila looked at each other and then waved their hands. The hundreds of warriors all retreated because it was meaningless to surround Sect Master Ren. The other party's martial arts were too strong, even beyond the knowledge of Raging Tide City. Back then, no one could stop Zhuaxi when he came to Raging Tide City. Today, it would be the same. Duke Kim Ju said, "Sect Master Ren, please." Sect Master Ren cupped his hands and said, "Duke Kim Ju, lords, please." Following this, a few important figures of the Raging Tide City welcomed Sect Master Ren into the Raging Tide City's castle. They put down their busy work to accompany him, and they held a grand banquet that was not extravagant. "I'm very sorry, we should have invited His Majesty Ning Yuanxian to accompany us, but time is too tight," Jin Zhua Count said, "so we can't give Sect Master Ren an equal reception." "I'm very ashamed." Equal reception? Jin Zhua's words meant that he was treating the Stupa Mountain Master as equal to the 3 kings. "I'm already very satisfied with this standard," Sect Master Ren said. Sect Lord Ren spoke. He lifted his wine cup and spoke to Zhang Chong and Li Xuanqi, Premier Zhang, Grand Preceptor Li, "The 2 of you are the pillars of Chu and Yu. Why would you appear in the Raging Tide City?" Zhang Chong bowed slightly and said, "The State of Yu's Secretariat and the Privy Council have sent officials to Raging Tide City to take turns. It's my turn this time." Li Xuanqi said, "Me too. I was fortunate enough to meet Sect Master Ren a few years ago. Now that I see you again, your appearance hasn't changed at all." "How enviable." Sect Master Ren said, "I wouldn't dare to say that. I'm about the same age as Lord Li Xuanqi. I'm also old." Next, both parties exchanged some pleasantries. Duke Kim Ju said, "Oh right, Sect Master Ren, is there anything important this time? If there is, I can immediately send someone to report to His Majesty in Qianjing." Sect Master Ren said, "The war in Qianjing should be in full swing right now. This happened 3 days ago, so Raging Tide City's army had just arrived at the city." Duke Kim Ju said, "I believe this war will end very soon. Our great Qian Empire should be able to successfully recover Qianjing. Although the war over there is important, Sect Master Ren's matter is equally important. Please speak." Sect Master Ren said, "There's nothing else. My daughter has been engaged to His Majesty Shenlang for more than 10 months. She has never left my side for so long before, so I really miss her. This time I came here because I want to bring my daughter back to stay for a few days. May I ask if that's possible? Do I need to report to His Majesty Shenlang in Qianjing?" Duke Kim Ju, Suaxian, and Zhang Chong looked at each other and smiled. Sect Master Ren must be joking. It's natural for parents to miss their daughter. Married daughters can often return to their parents' home. Of course, it's possible. Sect Master Ren asked, "Don't we need to report to His Majesty Shenlang?" Duke Kim Ju said, "No need. I can make the decision on this matter. Sect Master Ren can bring your daughter back anytime." Sect Master Ren said, "Thank you very much." After that, both sides stopped talking about this matter. They didn't even mention a word about the war over at Xianxia. They only talked about some unrelated topics. The atmosphere was very good. It was as if both sides were not enemies but real in-laws. After about 2 hours, the banquet ended. Gila said, "Sect Master Ren, are you going to see your daughter now?" Sect Master Ren smiled. "Is it convenient?" Gila said, "Of course it's convenient. Please follow me." Then, Gila brought Sect Master Ren deeper into the basement of the Furious Tide City. When they came to a door, Gila turned the Nightmare Stone switch to open it. She then said, "Sect Master Ren, your daughter is inside." Sect Master Ren pushed the door open and walked in. When he saw Ren Yingying, he was instantly shocked. Ren Yingying had changed so much? Was she still human? Ever since she entered the dragon box, Ren Yingying had been transforming every day. Her face was changing, and so was her body. The most obvious change was the bone spur on her back. 3 months ago, it was only 1 or 2 inches long. Now, it was half a foot long. Her eyes had also changed. They didn't look like a human's eyes at all. They were deep, mysterious, and even scary. Also, the energy aura on her body was so strong that it made people tremble. However, she didn't wake up from the beginning to the end. She had always been in a deep sleep, but her life force was very strong. Also, about a month ago, her transformation stopped. Because of her transformation, the energy of the ancient dragon box was finally used up. The dragon blood marrow was added to her body once, which showed how much energy her body had consumed. Also, she had to stay in the ancient dragon box for 4 hours every day. Otherwise, her chances of survival would be very low. But a month ago, this situation stopped. Even when she was placed in the dragon box, she didn't continue to transform and didn't consume the energy of the dragon box. It was as if her transformation had reached some kind of bottleneck. Sect leader Ren looked at Ren Yingying's face, especially the bone spur on her back. His eyes fell into a daze and fanaticism. At this moment, Princess Gila said, "Sect leader Ren, Princess Ren Yingying is still unconscious. Do you need me to prepare a small sedan for you? She can sit in it and return to Stupa Mountain." "Of course, thank you, Princess Gila," Sect leader Ren said. A moment later, Gila brought in a luxurious palanquin. It was actually a box, but for Ren Yingying's dignity, it was made to look like a sedan. "Do you need me to put her in the sedan?" Gila asked. "Of course, thank you," Sect leader Ren said. Gila carried Ren Yingying and placed her in the sedan. Then, 2 Amazonian female warriors came in and brought the palanquin out to the platform of the Raging Tides castle. Sect leader Ren cupped his hands and said, "Sirs, thank you for your hospitality. This Ren shall take his leave. Goodbye." "Goodbye." Sect leader Ren carried Little Dumpling and lightly jumped onto the back of the ancient vulture. He flapped his wings and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He flew toward Stupa Mountain. Duke Jinzhua looked up at the sky for a while and sighed. Go back to work. Why was it like this? Did Duke Jinzhua have the authority to allow sect leader Ren to take Ren Yingying away? Of course not. This was authorized by Shen Lang. After the war at Chuying's border, he sent an order to Fury Tide City. Once sect leader Ren appeared in the sky above Fury Tide City, they were not to have any hostile actions. Even if he wanted to take Princess Ren Yingying away, they were to let him do so. But sect leader Ren actually came. After taking Ren Yingying away, sect leader Ren did not fly directly to Stupa Mountain. Instead, he flew toward Qian capital. However, when he was still a few thousand miles away from Qian capital, he received a report from the ancient vulture scout. Sect head, Yingguang is dead. The Shen Lang that he captured is a fake. The moment these words came out, sect head Ren instantly lost his voice. He almost couldn't believe his own ears. Yingguang is dead? How is this possible? Sect head Ren was fully aware of how strong Yingguang was. Yingguang was only slightly weaker than him. It could be said that no one in Fury Tide City was a match for him. Of course, the news that the Shen Lang captured was fake was also very shocking. However, it was nothing compared to Yingguang's death. Of course, sect leader Ren knew that Yingguang had undergone a strange change during this period of time. He seemed to have become crazy, but he was still very strong. He actually died. What method did Xianlang use to kill him? That Stupa Mountain scout said. The dragon egg that Xianlang gave to His Majesty Yinguang was fake. It was that dragon egg that caused Yinguang's death. His entire upper body was rotten and emitted a green light. Even in the dark, it could be seen clearly like a green lamp. Furthermore, before he died, he was completely insane. Sect Master Ren said, he died on his own. He wasn't decapitated or attacked by others? The Stupa Mountain scout said, yes, he even went crazy at the end. He imagined himself dismembering Xianlang into 1,000 pieces. Then, he collapsed and died. Sect leader Ren closed his eyes, his whole body trembling. No matter what, no matter how ambitious, greedy, and selfish Yinguang was, he had been his companion for 30 years. Furthermore, he was also a disciple of the Ren clan. How could he die just like that? The Ren clan had finally produced 2 top-notch figures. Now, one of them was dead. This made one's emotions surge. Also, that dragon egg was actually fake. It was indeed fake. Compared to Yinguang, sect leader Ren's attitude toward this dragon egg was much calmer. He had thought countless times about how Yingwuming had obtained this dragon egg. However, he had also seen the miracles of this dragon egg many times. Not only could it emit light, but he could also see the dragon embryo inside. It could even move. Furthermore, the energy aura it emitted was so strong that it made people feel fear and awe. It was really too real. It was even more real than the real thing. Of course, there was another reason. Sect leader Ren also hoped that this dragon egg was real. However, deep in his heart, he felt that there was something fishy about it. In the end, there was really something fishy. Then, sect leader Ren personally wrote a secret letter and handed it to the scout. Give it to Wu Ju and let him pass it to Ren Tianxiao. Yes. The scout flew away with sect leader Ren's secret letter. Sect leader Ren immediately changed his itinerary. He had originally planned to go to Qian capital, but now, he returned to Stupa Mountain. After Ren Tianxiao led the special warriors of Stupa Mountain and the Hell Legion away, Xianlang led the 50,000 soldiers of Raging Tide City into Qian capital. Then, the 200,000 soldiers in the city knelt down neatly without a sound. They had long lost their fighting spirit. From the moment Yinguang died, they had almost surrendered. However, they had been loyal to Yinguang for a long time. Therefore, they couldn't shout "Long live His Majesty Xianlang." They just knelt on the ground quietly and didn't move. Everything went quite smoothly. Although it wasn't as if they didn't waste a single shot, they had only fired a small round of dragon power to test their luck. They had only managed to create a few cracks in the city walls. At the very least, the whole of China didn't suffer much damage. Xianlang slowly walked into the city and directly headed for the Great Qian Palace. Throughout the entire process, every household in Qian capital still kept their doors shut and didn't make a sound. They didn't resist or welcome him. Instead, they looked at Xianlang through the gap of the door with a complicated expression. Yinguang's death not only shocked the entire army of the Great Ying Kingdom, but also the citizens of Qian capital. They didn't expect it at all. How powerful was Yinguang? Moreover, he was a despicable and vicious person. In this world, there was a saying that could bring disaster for thousands of years. Yinguang could also be considered a disaster. Moreover, he was a suffocatingly powerful disaster. Apart from the emperor of the Great Yan Empire, he shouldn't be a match for him. Why did he die so suddenly? His Majesty Xianlang actually managed to kill His Majesty Yinguang so easily and with such meticulous planning. He, who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken, killed Yingwuming and now killed Yinguang. This was too inconceivable. Could it be that he was an even greater disaster? However, there was no war in Qian capital. What they were most worried about didn't happen. However, Xianlang's expression was a little cold because he was very dissatisfied with the citizens of Qian capital. Perhaps you people are still full of expectations? You think that this is the capital of the Great Qian Empire. Even if the imperial flag changes, you will still be first-class citizens? Not only will I not touch you, but I will also buy your hearts. I will treat you even better. Don't daydream. I'll definitely torture you guys. If you make me unhappy for a year, I'll make you unhappy for 10 years, or even 20 years. Under the protection of tens of thousands of soldiers, Shenlang slowly walked into the Great Qian Palace. Resist? That was impossible. The doors of the Great Qian Palace had long been opened, and the people inside were densely kneeling on the ground. Shenlang raised his head and looked at the palace doors. This was his second time entering the Great Qian Palace, but it felt a little different. The last time, he was completely a guest, but this time, he was completely the host. However, he still didn't show any particular excitement. When Yingguang died, Shenlang was a little excited because he was one step closer to his goal of having no enemies in the world. However, he felt ordinary when he took back the Great Qian Palace. He wasn't excited, but the officials behind him were so excited that they almost burst into tears. The Great Qian Palace had belonged to the Jiang family for hundreds of years, and it had fallen into the hands of rebels and traitors for the past 30 years. Now, it was finally back in the hands of the Jiang family again. His Majesty Shenlang's career had entered a great moment. Only when he took back the Qian capital and the Great Qian Palace would he be the true emperor of the Great Qian Empire. At this moment, they really wanted to shout, "Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty!" After taking back the Qian capital, the other provinces of the new Qian kingdom shouldn't have any resistance. Soon, the entire new Qian kingdom would completely fall into the hands of Shenlang. The territory of the Great Qian Empire would expand by 1.5 million square kilometers, or even more. This was because the Chang kingdom was also a subsidiary of the Ying clan. Now that the Ying clan had been destroyed, it was only a matter of time before they took back the Chang kingdom. Including the Chang kingdom, the Danan kingdom, Wu, Chu, Yu, and Qian, the total territory of the Great Qian Empire would exceed 4.5 million square kilometers. This was the territory that a powerful empire should have. The entire eastern world, including the northern militant and the Sand barbarian tribes, had a total of more than 16 million square kilometers. Without the northern militant, it was only 14 million square kilometers, and Shenlang's Great Qian Empire had already occupied one-third of it. What kind of foundation was that? How could the officials of the Great Qian Empire not be excited? Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! Suddenly, a burst of shouts came from inside the palace. The voice shook the sky, startling Junjin and the others. What's going on? We haven't even shouted, but you rebels and traitors are shouting instead. Shenlang looked up and saw that the Great Qian Imperial Palace was densely packed with people kneeling on the ground. The civil officials were led by the former Prime Minister Zhao Lin of the Deying Kingdom, and the military officials were led by the Deputy Commissioner of the Bureau of Military Affairs, Lan Mo. There were thousands of civil and military officials, thousands of eunuchs, and thousands of palace maids. All of them were kneeling on the ground and shouting, "Long live His Majesty Shenlang! Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty!" Then, all of them lay on the ground in silence and didn't move. Shenlang sneered inwardly. You people surrendered really quickly and thoroughly. Not a single one of you was spared, not a single one of you died for the Ying clan, and that Prime Minister Zhao Lin, weren't you very arrogant more than 10 months ago? You stripped off your official robe, took off the official hat on top of your head, and said that I don't want to be an official of your country anymore. Then, you changed into the official robe of the Deying Kingdom and shouted, "Long live Guang." While Shenlang was paying attention to them, he discovered that their official robes and hats had all been changed. Previously, they were wearing the official robes and hats of the Deying Kingdom, but now, they were all wearing the official robes and hats of the Great Qian Empire. F***CK? It's only been less than a day, and you're already ready? Where did you find the tailors? Also, the flag on the palace had completely changed. The black-yellow dragon flag of the Deying Kingdom had long been burned and replaced with the golden dragon flag of the Great Qian Empire. Awesome, awesome, you guys moved so quickly. Don't you feel any psychological pressure to surrender so quickly? As if feeling Shenlang's gaze, the former Prime Minister of the Xianxia Kingdom, Zhao Lin, kowtowed desperately and said, "Your Majesty, I'm guilty, I deserve to die. I actually offended Your Majesty 10 months ago, I'm so regretful, I'm in so much pain." Then, the Prime Minister kept kowtowing and kowtowing. Soon, his forehead was covered in blood, and it was a tragic sight. Then, the Deputy Minister of the Bureau of Military Affairs, Lan Mo, came out on his knees, kowtowed, and said, "Your Majesty, I'm also at fault, I'm also at fault. 10 months ago, Chen's uncle, Lan Shi, came out and offended your Majesty, but as his nephew, I didn't stop him at all. I also deserve to die, I deserve to die. From today onwards, I and Lan Shi are irreconcilable enemies, and I draw the line." It turned out that the Da'ing Kingdom's Deputy Minister of Military Affairs, Lan Shi, had already been dismembered. When he came to China, he received the last knife and died. Everyone saw it clearly. And now, as his closest nephew, Lan Mo couldn't wait to draw the line. When Lan Mo said this, the Prime Minister of the Bureau of Military Affairs, Zhao Lin, was instantly angry. "Lan Mo, what do you mean? What do you mean? Are you dividing all the surrendered officials into different ranks? Those who offended His Majesty Shenlang were listed as unforgivable officials by you." At that time, Lan Shi offended Shenlang, and in the end, he was dismembered. Now, does that mean that I, Zhao Lin, will also be dismembered? But at this moment, Zhao Lin didn't dare to argue. She just kowtowed with all her might. Blood flowed like a fountain, and she almost didn't look like a human anymore. I'm guilty, I deserve to die." Shenlang looked at Zhao Lin, then looked at Lan Mo, and laughed coldly in his heart. After a long while, Shenlang said, "Someone, drag Lan Mo away and execute him." When these words came out, the Deputy Minister of the Bureau of Military Affairs, Lan Mo, immediately collapsed to the ground and screamed, "Your Majesty, please spare me, please spare me. That day, I didn't offend your Majesty, it was Zhao Lin who offended you, I didn't. A moment later, Lan Mo was directly dragged away. He was also a Grandmaster powerhouse, but at this time, he had no intention of struggling at all. He just desperately begged for mercy. With a few slashes, all the tendons and veins in this person's body were severed, and he became a cripple. Next, Zhiyao had work to do again. At this time, the Prime Minister of the Bureau of Military Affairs, Zhao Lin, finally couldn't bear the fear and directly fainted, desperately twitching on the ground. Shenlang didn't even look at her and directly walked into the Deqian Palace. Tens of thousands of surrendered officials of the Da'ing Kingdom completely knelt on the ground, motionless, and desperately shouted, "Long live His Majesty!" They shouted over and over again, and in the end there was even a crying sound. "Long live His Majesty!" After the Prime Minister of the Bureau of Military Affairs, Zhao Lin, woke up, hurriedly knelt on the ground, not daring to wipe the blood on his head and face. He still followed the tens of thousands of people and shouted in unison, "Long live His Majesty!" In the end, the tens of thousands of people actually cried silently. Was it because of pain and sadness? Was it because of excitement? None of them. This was a very, very complicated emotion. It was so complicated that Shenlang had never experienced it before. In fact, he couldn't even understand it. After entering the main hall, Prince Jin, Ning Qi, and everyone else knelt down neatly and kowtowed. "Your subject congratulates your Majesty for reclaiming the empire of our ancestors and creating an everlasting achievement." Then, the hundreds of Deqian Empire's accompanying officials all knelt on the ground. Their voices were also trembling, and there was even a hint of sobbing. To them, the significance of taking over the Qian capital was too great. Shenlang said, "Brother Jin, what do you think about those people kneeling outside? Should we kill all of them?" As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked. Prince Jin's brain quickly stopped him from speaking. Ning Qi came forward and knelt on the ground. He said, Your Majesty, please reconsider. Please think about me. I was so arrogant back then. I risked my life countless times to offend your Majesty and become your enemy countless times. However, your Majesty gave me chances again and again. That's why I'm kneeling in front of your Majesty now. We, the officials who made mistakes, are like ignorant children. Your Majesty can beat and scold us, but please give us a chance to turn over a new leaf. Your Majesty, my loyalty is nothing in your Majesty's camp. I can't even be ranked in the top 10,000 or the top 100,000. Ning Qi kowtowed and said, however, as long as your Majesty gives the order, I won't hesitate even if I have to die. I'm willing to die for your Majesty at all times. Even a stubborn and unruly person like me can be trained and corrected. please give those sinners in China some chances. Those who betrayed the Jiang clan and committed crimes should all be punished severely. Those who should be killed, those who should be crippled, and those who should be sent to hard labor should be sent to do hard labor. However, is there really no room for reform in the entire China? In the next 2 years, will these people die for your Majesty and die for you? I believe there will be. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Everything is a sign of the Emperor's grace. Of course, we must kill a bunch of them. Prince Jean said, however, I also think that we should give these people a chance to turn over a new leaf. Of course, everything will be decided by your Majesty, and I will obey completely. At that moment, Shui Yin's voice rang out from outside. Your Majesty, Stupa Mountain's envoy, Wu Ju, requests an audience. Wu Ju, Stupa Mountain sect leader Ren's confidant, Xianxia's so-called sworn brother, he's here so soon? What does he want to do? Let him in. Xianxia said. A moment later, Stupa Mountain's Wu Ju walked in, knelt down meticulously, kowtowed, and said, Your subject Wu Ju greets your Majesty. Long live, long live, long live. Note, still updated with more than 15,000 words. Slightly painful, I beg for monthly votes. I want to return to the top 10. Please, I'm grateful. Oh, it hurts. Dan Zhang originally had a lot of words to say, but when it came to his mouth, he couldn't say anything. Was this the legendary feeling of being speechless before you choke? Then he might as well not say anything. Without another word, he would just lick the keyboard. That's definitely not wrong. Pong, 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 pong. Benefactor, those who have monthly votes, please bestow them to me. Don't just wait and see. It's been 11 days this month, and I've updated a total of 177,000 words. This is no longer doing my best, but I've been overdrafting. My lords, please support me, please promote me, please vote for me. Then I'm going to sleep. Every day, I write all night and sleep at 11 in the afternoon. But I don't dare to act pitiful, because I'm the one who asked for it, messing up my schedule. My brothers who have monthly votes, please show mercy, I'm begging you. Pastries are indescribably grateful. The strongest son-in-law in history offers my knee. My lords currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Xianxia was stunned. Stupa Mountain's Wu Ju actually had such a reaction? Wasn't this a little too respectful? Xianxia hurriedly walked over and helped Wu Ju up. He said, Sworn brother, how can I accept such a great gift from you? It's too much, too much. But he didn't pull him up. Wu Ju was still kneeling on the ground. I was arrogant and ignorant in the past. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I will never call you brother again. Wu Ju said respectfully. Xianxia said, a brother for a day, a brother for a lifetime. We became sworn brothers back then. Brother Wu Ju, have you forgotten? Back then, Xianxia had modified the Zero bloodline and built the powerful Nirvana army. This had directly infringed on Stupa Mountain's interests, so Wu Ju had directly come and warned Xianxia. But this person was sinister and had always been smiling at people. Then, the two of them became sworn brothers for no reason. After hearing Xianxia's words, Wu Ju knelt on the ground and said, Your Majesty, please, please don't ever mention the word sworn brothers again. Otherwise, I won't have the face to live in this world anymore. Next, Wu Ju seemed to have taken root in the ground and couldn't be pulled up at all. This attitude was interesting. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. Prince Jean and the others bowed and said, Your subject will take his leave. Then, only Chou Yaoer was left in the hall. Xianxia looked at Wu Ju. Out of all the people he knew, there was no one more sinister than this person. Last time, Ying Wuke had led the army to attack Raging Tide City. Ying Wuming had died and Elder Wu was still in Xianxia's laboratory, about to be made into a puppet. But this Wu Ju was still alive. From a few years ago until now, Wu Ju had always smiled at Xianxia. But how many times had he tricked Xianxia? He couldn't even count. He was a poisonous snake. Xianxia had once thought that Ying Wuming was a poisonous snake, but then he realized that Ying Wuming had transformed from a poisonous snake to a flood dragon. Wu Ju, on the other hand, was a venomous snake from the beginning to the end. His attitude was truly astonishing. One had to be very, very careful in order to understand it. Xinlang, Wu Ju, what's the matter? Wu Ju cowed out and said, His Majesty Xinlang was once engaged to Princess Reninging by marriage with Stupa Mountain. Xinlang, what do you think? Wu Ju said, Princess Reninging is the sole successor of my Stupa Mountain. From this aspect, His Majesty Xinlang is my master. Xinlang, and then? Wu Ju said, my Stupa Mountain has previously merged with the new Qian Kingdom, and His Majesty Xinlang is the one and only monarch of the great Qian Empire. Therefore, my Stupa Mountain should submit to him, so I am also a subject of His Majesty. Xinlang, okay, let's get down to business. Wu Ju said, sect leader misses Princess Reninging very much, so he made a trip to Raging Tide City and brought Reninging back to Stupa Mountain to stay for a few days. However, he felt that it was rude, so I came to ask for forgiveness. Xinlang, it's only right for a woman to return to her maiden home, let alone a fiancé. Father-in-law, you are too polite. Then, Xinlang, is there anything else? Wu Ju said, more than 10 months ago, His Majesty and Stupa Mountain had a marriage alliance. Previously, Stupa Mountain had already officially announced that it would merge with the new Qian Kingdom. From now on, Stupa Mountain is no longer an independent force. Now that His Majesty has become the sole master of the great Qian Empire, may I ask if the merger still counts? What did he mean? Sect leader Ren saw that Yingguang was dead and the Ying clan was wiped out, so he wanted to completely cooperate with the great Qian Empire to resist the great Yan Empire. Did the transcendent forces really transcend? Perhaps only a few of them did, but most of the transcendent forces did not want to transcend at all. They wanted territory, power, money, and beauties. However, the rules set by the great Yan Emperor were very clear. There was a clear distinction between the transcendent forces and the secular monarchs. They had to abide by their duties and not cross the line. Decades ago, everyone was still abiding by this rule. However, after Xinlang's identity was exposed, this rule became completely useless. If a transcendent force wanted to become strong, they had to rely on the secular monarchs to obtain an endless supply of people and resources. If the secular monarchs wanted to become strong, they had to obtain the support of a transcendent force. In the past, the new Qian Kingdom was known to be strong because of the Special Forces and the Hell Legion. However, these were all nurtured by Stupa Mountain. The entire new Qian Kingdom was like a body possessed by Stupa Mountain. Now that Stupa Mountain wanted to cooperate with the great Qian Empire, they still wanted an endless supply of resources and people. Xinlang said, Wu Ju, I'd like to know what you mean by 2 as 1. Wu Ju, from now on, Stupa Mountain will no longer be an independent transcendent force. Instead, it will be a part of the great Qian Empire. Xinlang said, then, will Stupa Mountain submit or cooperate? Wu Ju, submit. Oh? Stupa Mountain submit? Does sect leader Ren look like someone who would submit? He doesn't, Wu Ju said. His Majesty has also said before that your cooperation with Stupa Mountain is definitely greater than 2. Now, we are not talking about cooperation, but about merger. Interesting. Xinlang, continue. Wu Ju, my Stupa Mountain has an ancient ruin in the southern sea. There are also hundreds and thousands of secret laboratories, secret weapon warehouses, and secret libraries that have yet to be opened. There are also countless ancient weapons and equipment, and even a large amount of regret of the dragon. This was indeed enough to make one drool with desire. Xinlang's Raging Tide City had already become powerful. Especially after the integration of technology and ancient civilization, it had produced astonishing results. However, from start to finish, Xinlang had never opened up a true ancient ruin. His Raging Tide City had countless problems that had yet to be solved. Previously, when he was in the southern sea's ancient ruins and opened the secret storehouses, he had seen a large quantity of dragon's regret. This was what Xinlang needed the most. With a large amount of regret of the dragon, Xinlang could maintain a strategic deterrent against the great Yan Empire. Wu Ju, even now, we still have more than 3,000 special warriors and 100,000 hellish soldiers. This is still a powerful force. We also have 10 draconic force launchers and countless ancient equipment. Stupa Mountain also has a huge stockpile of the nightmare crystal that we need the most. Damn, this made Xinlang's dream even more In order to fight this war, Raging Tide City had almost used up all of its nightmare stones. Wu Ju, Your Majesty, Ying Guang is dead, and the entire Ying clan has been wiped out. At least in the secular world, there is no buffer between you and the Great Yan Empire. You will have to face the Great Yan Empire's wrath. In the eyes of the Great Yan Empire, our Stupa Mountain is also a thorn in their side. We have a common enemy, don't we? Shenlang, of course. Your exploration of the Southern Sea's ancient ruins is horrifyingly slow. On average, it takes a few years to open up a secret laboratory. If you submit to me, I can open them all in an instant. Also, after you open up the ancient library, there are countless ancient books. It will take thousands of scholars a long time to decipher them, but I can decipher all of them in a short time. Therefore, I really can't imagine what sect leader Ren was thinking. Shouldn't you have cooperated with me a long time ago? Wu Ju smiled, it's like this. Because we missed the opportunity, our cooperation has turned into submission. Shenlang, how do we submit? Tell me about it. Wu Ju, Your Majesty, this matter is too serious. Moreover, you killed Ying Guang too suddenly, so we were not mentally prepared. Therefore, I really can't list out the details. However, I have an idea. Orthodoxy. Shenlang was stunned. Orthodoxy, there were many versions of this. In some worlds, the orthodoxy was more powerful than the royal power. However, in ancient China, there was usually no such situation. For example, during the Ming dynasty, Dragon Tiger Mountain was conferred a title by the Zhou royal family, which was equivalent to the status of a state preceptor. Another example was when the Great Tribulation Temple was powerful in the Eastern world. Many of its elders were state preceptors in the Eastern countries. Many kings were disciples of the Great Tribulation Temple's elders, so the Great Tribulation Temple's divine master was the ancestor of all the kings. There was even a period of time when the Great Yan Empire's royal family and the Great Tribulation Temple had a close relationship. Wu Ju, in short, our Stupa Mountain completely submits to the Great Qian Empire. However, the specific matters, such as what position and title the master of Stupa Mountain should hold in the Great Qian Empire, as well as the name and status of Stupa Mountain in the Great Qian Empire, need to be discussed in detail. Shenlang, this time, when Ren Tianxiao's army retreated, he brought along the Dragon Power Launcher and the Ancient Interceptor Core. Wu Ju, Your Majesty, please forgive me. These things belong to Stupa Mountain. We lent them to Ying Guang, so we are taking them back. However, don't worry, once Stupa Mountain and the Great Qian Empire merge, you will be the supreme leader. These strategic resources need to be redistributed. For example, the Ancient Interceptor Core needs to be moved to Raging Tide City. That is the most important thing for the Great Qian Empire. Great Qian Empire? So? Shenlang said with a smile. Wu Ju, so, I hope that Your Majesty can visit our Stupa Mountain headquarters when you are free. After all, once Stupa Mountain and the Great Qian Empire merge, Stupa Mountain will belong to you. Not only that, the entire South Continent Archipelago, Black Castle, and the Stupa Mountain fleet in the Southern Sea region will also belong to the Great Qian Empire. It sounded so tempting, but the key was the first sentence. Wu Ju invited Shenlang to Stupa Mountain. Shenlang smiled, why can't it be about sect leader Ren coming to Gon capital and me submitting to him? Wu Ju, of course you can, but submitting to him is a huge matter. The hundreds of thousands of people in Stupa Mountain will inevitably feel uneasy. So, if Your Majesty visits, it will help reassure them. Of course, if Your Majesty is too busy, Stupa Mountain can wait. Shenlang squinted his eyes and went into deep thought. Suddenly, Shenlang, Wu Ju, apart from this, do you have anything else to say? Wu Ju was silent, as if he was preparing the most difficult words. After a long while, Wu Ju said, Your Majesty, we have known each other for 7 to 8 years, right? Shenlang, yes, almost 8 years. Wu Ju, during these 8 years, how many miracles have you created? I am an absolute witness, and even an experiencer. All these years, all those who witnessed Shenlang's miracles are either dead or loyal to you. Shenlang did not say anything. Wu Ju said, but your subject is not dead yet. These past few years, I have experienced an unprecedented shock, so I have some thoughts, and some very profound thoughts. What are you thinking about? Tell me about it, Xianlang said. The Lord of Destiny, Wu Ju said. Destiny is something that cannot be defied. Those who obey will prosper, and those who resist will perish. Of course, your majesty will still have to face the great Yan Empire and even greater challenges. However, I firmly believe that your majesty will emerge victorious in the end. That's because you are the chosen one. Wu Ju continued, so, I don't care what others think, but I, Wu, definitely don't want to be enemies with your majesty. I only want to submit to your majesty. Not only will I be able to preserve my life, but I will also be able to make contributions. After saying that, Wu Ju continued to kneel on the ground, motionless. Xianlang, okay, I got it. Wu Ju cowed out and said, your subject will take his leave. I will stay in Qian capital for the next few days and await your majesty's summons. When your majesty is ready to inspect Stupa Mountain and discuss the matter of Stupa Mountain submitting to the great Qian Empire, I will immediately fly back to Stupa Mountain and prepare to welcome your majesty with the highest respect. Xianlang nodded. Wu Ju cowed out and kept retreating until he reached the door. Then, he walked out. After Wu Ju left, Prince Jin walked in. Brother Jin, is this person interesting? Xianlang asked. Prince Jin said, very. It was very interesting. Wu Ju's last words were really meaningful. One had to twist a few times to fully understand the true meaning behind his words. Moreover, it was impossible to point it out. Once it was pointed out, it would be a heart attack. He wanted to tell Xianlang that when necessary, he, Wu Ju, could become Xianlang's loyal dog. He could replace a certain person and manage Stupa Mountain for Xianlang. Of course, he didn't dare to say it too clearly. However, both Xianlang and Prince Jin understood what he was trying to say. This person is really ambitious, but also very bold. Prince Jin said, once sect leader Ren hears this, he will definitely die. Xianlang, after Ren Tianxiao retreated, did he take away all the ancient equipment? Prince Jin said, he didn't take everything, but he took away the core components of the ancient intercepting device and the dragon power launching device. He also took away the ancient dragon box and brought it back to Stupa Mountain. Xianlang smiled and said, sect leader Ren took away Ren Yingying, the ancient intercepting device, and the dragon power. This is forcing me to go to Stupa Mountain. It's really tempting. Stupa Mountain will be completely loyal to me. It was very tempting. Although Stupa Mountain had suffered great losses, its remaining strength was still very shocking. If Xianlang could really obtain Stupa Mountain's loyalty, he would advance by leaps and bounds. It would be equivalent to suddenly having 3,000 special warriors and 100,000 soldiers from hell. Most importantly, the ancient intercepting device, the dragon's regret, and the dragon power were all absolute strategic resources. Once he obtained these things, he could directly use them as a strategic deterrent against the great Yan Empire and achieve a new strategic balance. At this moment, Shui Yin's voice came from outside. Your Majesty, the great Yan Empire's Prince Lian is here to visit. This person came very quickly. Xianlang had not been in Qian capital for long and had not even warmed up to his throne when he came. This young Prince Lian appeared in the great hall. He cupped his fists at Xianlang and said, Congratulations, Your Majesty Xianlang. You have finally avenged your great enemy. Your father should be able to rest in peace now. Xianlang smiled and said, Prince Lian, your great Yan Empire has gone too far. More than half a month ago, you actually fired 2 fake dragons regret at my army. I was almost scared out of my wits and suffered a huge blow to my army's morale. You have to compensate for the psychological damage. The new Prince Lian said, Is there such a thing? That has absolutely nothing to do with the great Yan Empire. Those 2 fake dragons regret were not fired by us, definitely not. Damn, your ability to lie through your teeth is much better than your father's. More than half a month ago, you warned us twice that you were going to fire the dragon's regret. Now, you are saying that it has nothing to do with you. Your skin is definitely suitable for this job. Xianlang said, Prince Lian, what brings you here this time? Are you here to congratulate me on my return to the great Qian Palace? Prince Lian's expression turned serious. He shook his head and said, No, no, no. I am here on an important diplomatic mission. Shen Lang said, please speak. The new Prince Lian said, Your Majesty Shen Lang, please unconditionally withdraw from the Great Qian Palace, Beijing, and the Ying Kingdom's lands. Please unconditionally release Ying Wuchang and let him inherit the Ying Kingdom's throne and become its new king. When he said that, Shen Lang was so angry that he laughed and said, Why is that? The new Prince Lian said, Your Majesty Shen Lang, the vote was very clear at that time. Let the people of China decide their own fate and the ownership of the entire country. At that time, I remember that 61% of the people chose Yingguang. In other words, the 1.5 million square kilometers belonged to the Ying Kingdom and was recognized by the world. Your Majesty Shen Lang, we understand that you killed Yingguang and got your revenge. However, that doesn't mean that the 1.5 million square kilometers belongs to you. After that vote, this land and this palace have nothing to do with the Jiang family anymore. Shen Lang laughed and said, Ha ha ha, Prince Lian. If I remember correctly, I, Shen Lang, won that vote. It was Yingguang who distorted the truth and changed the results. Your father, Prince Lian, even committed suicide because of this. How can you be so forgetful? The new Prince Lian's face twitched as he said, There's no such thing. It's all rumors. At that time, my father announced to the world in front of hundreds of thousands of people that Yingguang won the vote. After that, Yingguang demoted the Ying Kingdom to the Ying Kingdom and repeatedly apologized to the Yan capital. He also said that he would forever be loyal to the Great Yan Empire. Although the Ying Kingdom changed its name, it will always be a part of the Great Yan dynasty. Shen Lang narrowed his eyes. The Great Yan Empire really changed its attitude quickly. It hasn't even been 48 hours. The new Prince Lian said, Shen Lang, your position as the ruler of the Great Qian Empire is recognized by the Great Yan Empire. Yingguang's Ying Kingdom is also recognized by us. You have no right to usurp the Ying family's 1.5 million square kilometers of territory. There's an imperial edict. The new Prince Lian shouted. Then, he unfolded an imperial edict and said, The Great Qian Empire, Shen Lang, receives the edict. Shen Lang sat motionlessly on the throne. The new Prince Lian continued to shout, In accordance with the will of the heavens, the Emperor decrees that Shen Lang is conferred the title of Prince Qian of the Great Yan Empire. Ha ha ha, this is interesting. The Great Qian Empire has always been at odds with the Great Yan Empire. We're even fighting for the throne. In the end, the Great Yan Emperor conferred the title of Shen Lang. What does this mean? Could it be that you've submitted to me after I worked with the Great Yan Empire to swindle Yingguang? You really know how to climb up a pole. More interestingly, the imperial edict conferred the title of Prince Qian to Shen Lang and not Jiang Lang. Although the world still addressed Shen Lang as Shen Lang, he was still referred to as Jiang Lang in any official document. The Great Yan Emperor's imperial edict downplayed the Jiang clan. He was trying to turn Jiang into Shen. Regardless of whether it was in the ancient world or this world, the Jiang clan and Ji clan were the most respected surnames in the world. The Ji clan wanted to reign supreme and did not want to share this honor with others. Therefore, it was only natural that they wanted the Jiang clan to disappear forever. The new Prince Lian continued to shout, The Emperor has decreed that Prince Qian, Shen Lang, will seek revenge for his father by fighting against the Ying Kingdom. However, now that your wish has been fulfilled, please leave the Ying Kingdom's territory and return to Raging Tide City. The Ying Kingdom is one of the vassal states of the Great Yan Empire, and they are brothers with the Great Qian Empire. If Prince Qian refuses to leave, it will be considered an illegal invasion. I will investigate this matter, and the other vassal states will not agree to it. I order you to leave the capital within a month. Otherwise, it will be considered a declaration of war against the Great Yan Empire. After reading the imperial edict and the oral edict, Prince Lian said, Your Majesty Shen Lang, please accept the edict. Shen Lang asked, What do you mean? If I don't leave the capital within a month, the Great Yan Empire will declare war on me and destroy me. Am I right? Yes, that is what I mean. Prince Lian continued, The Emperor has decreed that Prince Qian, I order you to release Ying Wuchang immediately. Another oral edict? The Emperor really likes to speak in plain language. He doesn't like to be vague at all. This is very similar to Shen Lang. Prince Lian said, Your Majesty Shen Lang, please release Ying Wuchang immediately. After all, he is the successor of the Ying clan. Shen Lang waved his hand and said, "Men, bring Ying Wuchang here." A few moments later, Ying Wuchang was brought into the room. He was thin and weak, and his face was pale. However, he didn't seem to have suffered much. He was in a daze, and his eyes were bloodshot. Clearly, the fall of the Great Yan Empire and Ying Guang's death had dealt a fatal blow to him. Shen Lang said, "The former Prime Minister of the Great Ying Kingdom, Zhao Lin, is here. Bring him here as well." A few moments later, Zhao Lin was brought into the room as well. The blood on the Prime Minister's face had been washed clean, but his forehead was riddled with scars. "This sinner greets your majesty. Long live your majesty." Upon seeing Shen Lang, Zhao Lin immediately fell to her knees. Shen Lang said, "Ying Wuchang, the Great Yan Emperor has decreed for you." Prince Lian said, "His Majesty's decree." Ying Wuchang kneels to receive it. By the will of the heavens, the Emperor declares that Ying Wuchang is conferred the title of Great Yan Empire's Prince Ying. By the will of the heavens, the Emperor has decreed that Ying Wuchang shall be conferred the title of King of the Daying Kingdom. Moreover, there were two separate decrees. Moreover, the decree conferring the title of Prince Ying came first, and the decree conferring the title of King of the Great Qian Empire came second. These decrees stated that the title of a prince in the Great Yan Empire was higher than that of a vassal king. His Majesty has an edict, Zhao Lin kneels to accept. By the will of the heavens, the Emperor decrees that Zhao Lin is conferred the title of Great Yan Empire's Qingning Hall's Grand Secretary, and Zhao Lin is conferred the title of Great Ying Kingdom's Prime Minister. This decree took Shen Lang by surprise. Not only did Great Yan's Emperor confer a title to Ying Wuchang, but he also conferred a title to Zhao Lin. From the looks of it, Zhao Lin was first the subject of the Great Yan Empire, and then the subject of the Great Ying Kingdom. Then, the new Prince Lian said, "Prince Ying, Scholar Zhao, why haven't you accepted the imperial decree and expressed your gratitude?" Shen Lang laughed from the side. "Ying Wuchang, Zhao Lin, did you hear that? Great Yan's Emperor has issued a decree. Are you going to accept it?" The entire hall was deathly silent. There were not many people in the Great Hall. Only Qiu Yaoer, Prince Jin, Prince Lian, Shen Lang, and a few others were present. These people did not even look at Ying Wuchang and Zhao Lin. It was as though they were free to choose. After a while, Ying Wuchang stepped forward and took the two decrees from Prince Lian's hands. He unfolded them and glanced at them. Then, tears streamed down his face, and his body trembled uncontrollably. His Ying clan was on the verge of extinction. What should he do? What should he do? Ha 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 ha. Ying Wuchang laughed loudly and said, "From the moment my Ying clan knelt before the Great Yan Empire, today's fate was sealed." Then, he picked up the two imperial decrees, brought them to the table, and burned them to ashes. Then, Ying Wuchang walked up to the new Prince Lian of the Great Yan Empire and spat on the prince's face. Then, Ying Wuchang knelt and kowtowed, "I know my Ying clan is on the verge of extinction, but I still want to struggle a little." Now, it all depended on Zhao Lin's performance. He felt that he was definitely going to die, because he had offended Shen Lang in the main hall 10 months ago. The other person who had offended him, Launcher, had already been sliced into pieces. If he wanted to live, he would probably have to do something even more extreme to express his determination. Zhao Lin stepped forward and took the imperial decree from the Great Yan Emperor. When he opened it, he was excited. He was conferred the title of Grand Scholar of the Great Yan Empire and the Prime Minister of the Great Ying Kingdom. Then, the former Prime Minister did something completely unimaginable. It completely overturned everyone's understanding of him. Since Ying Wuchang had burned Great Yan's Emperor's imperial edict to show his determination, Zhao Lin had to be more thorough. Therefore, he untied his belt and defecated on the imperial decree. Damn! Everyone was dumbfounded as they stared at the scene in disbelief. Only Qiu Yaoer continued to look outwards, as if this had nothing to do with her, and her expression did not change. Are you still a civil official? You used to be the third ranker of the Great Qian Empire. You're a renowned scholar. You've been the Prime Minister for more than a decade. How could you do such a disgraceful thing? You're really amazing. You're really going all out just to survive. After defecating, Zhao Lin walked up to Prince Lian of the Great Yan Empire and spat on his face. Go back and tell the dog emperor of the Great Yan Empire that I, Zhao Lin, would rather be His Majesty Shenlang's dog. No, I'd rather be chopped into pieces by His Majesty Shenlang and fed to the dogs than become a so-called Grand Scholar of the Great Yan Empire. Note. First update. The monthly votes list is still not safe. If you have votes, please vote for me. Don't worry and write in peace. Thank you very much. Shenlang smiled and said, Prince Lian, it seems like Ying Wuchang and Zhao Lin are unwilling to accept Great Yan's emperor's decree. The young Prince Lian didn't seem upset at all. He took out a silk handkerchief and gently wiped the thick phlegm and saliva off his face. It's fine. Prince Lian smiled and said, since Ying Wuchang doesn't accept the decree, we can confer titles on other members of the Ying family. I remember that Ying Wuming's eldest son is already in his teens. He's barely old enough to become the king of the Ying family. Shenlang replied, that's true, but they don't seem to be in Yan capital. Prince Lian said, but they are not in Tianjing and are not under the control of His Majesty Shenlang. The disciples of the Ying family would usually go to Stupa Mountain to learn martial arts once they reached a certain age. Ying Wuming's son was no exception. Prince Lian continued, I remember very clearly that other than Princess Ying, His Majesty Ying Guang has two other daughters. One is married to the Great Jin Kingdom, and the other is married to the Flame Capital. Both of them have sons. These sons can be adopted by the Ying family at any time and become the king of the Great Ying Kingdom, right? Furthermore, His Majesty has the power to confer titles. Not only that, but he can also instantly gain the recognition of all the countries in the world. Shenlang shrugged and did not comment. Prince Lian looked at Ying Wuchang and said, Third Prince, you have just burned His Majesty's imperial decree. This is a defiance of the imperial decree. You are a traitor of the Great Yan Empire. You no longer have a chance to be the king of Great Ying. Zhao Lin, you actually dared to defecate in front of His Majesty's imperial edict, you are already a dead person. Hearing this, Ying Wuchang's face twitched a little, but Zhao Lin turned a deaf ear to it. Your Majesty Shenlang, remember this. Your army has 1 month to withdraw from Qian capital unconditionally. Otherwise, the Great Yan Empire will destroy your Great Qian Kingdom. Please remember this well. 1 month. Don't worry, we'll be quick. It won't be as long as your attack on Tianjing that took a few months. Moreover, the battle only ended after a few days and nights. Our destructive attack can be completed in less than a day. Your citizens of the Great Qian Kingdom can even die in their sleep. Farewell. Then, Prince Lian turned around and left. This was more or less a declaration of war. After Prince Lian left, Shenlang looked at Zhao Lin. I and the Great Yan Empire are irreconcilable enemies. I would rather have my entire clan destroyed than compromise. The former prime minister immediately knelt down and kowtowed. He wanted to swear to the heavens. Shenlang turned his gaze onto Ying Wuchang. Ying Wuchang knelt down, Your Majesty, 30 years ago, my Ying clan committed an unforgivable sin. I know that my Ying clan is basically destined to be annihilated, and everyone will die. But I truly wish to struggle a little. Shenlang didn't say anything. He took out 2 pieces of paper and handed one to Ying Wuchang and the other to Zhao Lin. Fill this piece of paper with names. The font size is up to you. You can write 5 people, 50 people, or even 500 people. Shenlang said, these 2 sheets of rice paper are big enough. If you want, you can even write 1,000 people on them. These 2 pieces of paper were indeed very big, but what was rice paper? Why did His Majesty say that? Of course, this was a slip of the tongue by Shenlang. In ancient China, rice paper was called rice paper because it was a specialty of Xian city. However, a king's words were like gold. From now on, this kind of paper would be called rice paper. There must be people among the officials of the new Qian Empire who deserve to die. Shenlang said, the 2 of you are not allowed to discuss this. Enter different rooms and fill the paper with names. Write all the people you think should be killed. Do you understand? Ying Wuchang knelt down and kowtowed, Your subject obeys Your Majesty. Zhao Lin kowtowed, Your sinful subject obeys Your Majesty. Humans were always afraid of authority, not virtue. Just like what Prince Jean said, it was impossible for Xianxia not to kill a group of people when he entered Qian capital. However, it was also impossible for him to kill all of them. Under the supervision of the special warriors of Raging Tide City, Zhao Lin and Ying Wucheng entered different rooms and began to write down the names of those who should be killed. Xianxia and Prince Jean were still in the Great Hall. "Your Majesty, time is of the essence," Prince Jean said. Indeed, time was of the essence. However, it was still within Xianxia's expectations. Previously, he had told Ning Yuanxian that before they fought a big battle, they had to prepare for the next one. When Yingguang died, Xianxia and the Great Yan Empire would officially oppose each other. The Great Yan Empire would not give them time to slowly develop. As expected, 1 month. Only 1 month. How will the Great Yan Empire attack us? Is it the ultimate regret of the dragon? Or a long-range strategic attack? Prince Jean said. Xianxia said, perhaps, but it's not just that. If it was just a strategic attack, the ultimate regret of the dragon would be enough. However, to the Great Yan Empire, it was not flashy or shocking enough. After all, he had already performed the ultimate regret of the dragon. It was just like how a superstar would never wear the same clothes when he appeared in public. It was the same for the Great Yan Empire. More than a year ago, he had already used the ultimate regret of the dragon to destroy Yingguang and Stupa Mountain's secret army. This time, he would definitely have a new trick, one that would shock the world. The current situation was very smooth, but it was not the best situation. During the decisive battle, Stupa Mountain's sect leader Ren was not in Qianjing. Therefore, although Yingguang was destroyed, Stupa Mountain was not. The headquarters of Stupa Mountain was in the floating sea. No matter how powerful Xianxia's army was, they could not fly over with tens of thousands of people. Moreover, his powerful skeleton army could not enter the floating sea. Therefore, it was impossible for him to lead his army into Stupa Mountain's headquarters. Wu Ju said that Stupa Mountain had to submit to him. If sect leader Ren submitted to him, what was Xianxia thinking? If it was Yingguang, he would have been extremely tempted. However, he had been blinded by benefits time and time again and stepped into Xianxia's trap time and time again. How tempting were the conditions that sect leader Ren proposed this time. It was almost as if he wanted Xianxia to pick up Stupa Mountain for free. He would obtain countless strategic resources, an incomparably powerful hell army, a special force, an ancient ruin, and many dragons' regrets. However, all of these were fleeting clouds in Xianxia's eyes. There was no such thing as a pie falling from the sky. Even if there was a pie falling from the sky, it would be poisonous. Whatever Xianxia wanted, he would deceive, snatch, and snatch. Regardless of what methods he used, be it a vicious scheme or living off a woman, he would take the initiative to obtain it. Relying on the kindness of others? Don't daydream like that. In the Western world, if he wanted the resources of Jade Gold Province, he would force Duchess de Bus into a desperate situation. Then, he would pull her along and make her willingly offer everything to him. In order to conquer the skeleton army, he allowed the skeleton army to fall into a desperate situation. When they were about to be annihilated, he once again played the role of a savior and obtained their loyalty. Therefore, Xianxia's thoughts had never changed. To kill sect leader Ren, there was no enmity in the world, and one should not forget one's original intentions. Could it be that it was just a casual remark? Ever since the moment Xianxia handed the dragon's sword to sect leader Ren, it was to kill him. Brother Jean, make some preparations. I will be making a trip to Stupa Mountain. Xianxia said. Prince Jean said, Your Majesty, you are going alone? Xianxia nodded his head and said, Yes, alone. In the secret underground chamber of the Deqian Palace, Xianxia was still playing chess with the mirror. When the mirror was a reflection of himself and he wasn't impersonating Xianxia, he was exceptionally quiet and almost never spoke. Furthermore, once Xianxia appeared, he would immediately disappear from everyone's sight. Mirror, your articles were very well written. It was too infectious. Xianxia said, I originally thought that I would definitely lose this round of voting. I didn't expect that I would actually win. Mirror said, these kinds of articles that bewitch people's hearts are indeed useful, but in the future, they will probably become the tools of some politicians. If there comes a day when these politicians rely on articles to incite people's hearts and use their mouths to infect the people, it will be a great tragedy. When that time comes, they will only need to practice their mouths and won't need to do anything. Huh? Mirror, you are really awesome. How did you know? Xianxia said. Mirror, do you like being a monarch? A high and mighty monarch? I don't like it. Mirror said, it's too boring. Xianxia said, sigh, I don't like it either. Do you know? Actually, after getting rid of Yingguang, I really want to throw away the entire Qian capital and Xianxia kingdom and return to New Tiao City. It's too troublesome. After getting rid of him, I still have to protect him. What dogsh *t, the mirror replied, that would be too irresponsible, your subjects would not be willing to do so. Xianxia said, isn't that so? I wasn't excited at all after entering Qian capital, but Brother Jean, Sunan, and the others were extremely excited as if they were witnessing a great moment. I only have one goal forever, and that is to have no enmity with the world. Mirror said, I also only have one goal. However, Mirror didn't say this goal out loud. Responsibility, that's too heavy of a word. Xianxia sighed and said, I originally wanted to completely give up on the people of China, but during this voting, 61% of the people supported me. This made me change my mind. If someone follows us, then they have to take responsibility. This way, they will never be free and can't get rid of them. Mirror smiled and said, just like Sister Qiu Yaoer? She keeps saying that she wants to adventure around the world and want freedom, but every time she sees injustice, she has to save the slaves. In the end, the more she saved, the more slaves she saved. These slaves can't protect themselves and all have to rely on her protection. In the end, after going out to sea, she was even more tied up than when she was in Furious Tide City. Xianxia said, Mirror, I'm going to leave for a while again. You have to show up and pretend to be me again. You have to pretend to be this great Qian emperor again. Okay, Mirror said. Xianxia didn't have any other instructions because he firmly believed that Mirror wouldn't mess up. When a person used his life to do something, it was very scary. From the beginning to the end, Mirror's performance was even better than the real Xianxia. Mirror suddenly said, oh right, I have a wound on my face that hasn't healed yet. It was left by Ying. This is the difference between me and you. Do you need a way to hide it? No need. Xianxia smiled and said. That night, in the dead of the night, Xianxia rode Dachao and left Qian capital for Stupa Mountain. As before, he didn't bring anyone along. Sect head Ren's martial arts were already so strong, and there were countless experts in Stupa Mountain. What was the use of Xianxia bringing 1 or 2 experts along? It was no different from him going alone. Wuju also returned to Stupa Mountain. The floating sea wasn't within the borders of any country, but it was bordered by Chu, Qian, and Jin. A few years ago, Xianxia went to the floating sea once. At that time, it was only about 6,000 square kilometers. Now, it had actually become more than 10,000 square kilometers. He didn't know how Stupa Mountain did it, but the water level was constantly rising. Stupa Mountain was overbearing. As long as the floating sea extended, it would be Stupa Mountain's territory. Therefore, there was a huge conflict between Chu and Stupa Mountain that couldn't be resolved. This conflict led Stupa Mountain to cooperate with the Great Yan Empire to kill the old king of Chu and occupy thousands of square kilometers of Chu's land. When they flew above the floating sea, the sky was already bright. The scenery of the floating sea was beautiful. It was like a piece of jasper embedded in this land. Compared to the hustle and bustle of the southern sea, the floating sea was very quiet. There wasn't even a single ancient warship here. It was like a place of seclusion. Wuju said, Your Majesty, please descend to the Purple Jade Palace first. I will return to Stupa Mountain's headquarters to report to the sect leader. We need to welcome Your Majesty with the highest standards. Xianxia replied, all right. Then, Wuju brought Xianxia to a small island in the northeast corner of the floating sea and landed. This small island didn't originally exist. It was artificially built. There was a beautiful garden and a purple palace on it. This purple jade palace was specially built by the master of Stupa Mountain for his wife because she was the younger sister of the current Great Yan Emperor. She was of noble status and unparalleled beauty. Sect leader Ren didn't build the Purple Jade Palace on this small island for Princess Ji to stay in. It was only for her to stay before entering Stupa Island. After landing in the Purple Jade Palace, dozens of graceful women walked up to him. Wu Ju said, "This is the great Qian Emperor, His Majesty Shenlang. You must serve him with the highest standards of etiquette. Don't go against his will. You must be more respectful than you are to the sect leader. Understand?" The woman in the lead bowed and said, "Your servant understands." Then, the dozens of women knelt on the ground and kowtowed. "Your servant greets your majesty." Wu Ju said, "Your majesty, please wait here. I will go to Stupa Mountain's headquarters to report to the sect leader. We will welcome your majesty with the highest standards." Shenlang nodded and said, "All right." Wu Ju rode on an ancient vulture and flew towards Stupa Mountain's headquarters to report to sect leader Ren. After that, in the Purple Jade Palace, Shenlang was indeed treated meticulously. He completely regarded himself as a tourist and strolled through every part of the scenery. It was a pity that this island was too small. Even if he walked a few rounds, it wouldn't take long. However, he made some discoveries. There were many paintings here and their artistic attainments were very high. At least, they were much higher than Shenlang's. If he wasn't wrong, this should be the work of sect leader Ren's wife. This princess was so close to becoming Emperor Jiangli's wife. What a sin! Shenlang looked at the paintings carefully while waiting for sect leader Ren. Wu Ju said it very well. Stupa Mountain would use the highest standards and etiquette to welcome Shenlang. What would happen if that really happened? Shenlang understood sect leader Ren very well. He was probably the most treacherous person Shenlang had ever met. He was as greedy as Yingguang, but he was even more vicious than Yingguang. He killed his wife and his daughter. The scene of him betrothing Ren Yingying to Shenlang over 10 months ago was still vivid in his mind. Shenlang waited for an entire day. Sect leader Ren didn't come. No one from Stupa Mountain came either. These dozens of women still waited on him meticulously. Da Chao was also playing leisurely on the floating sea. Shenlang could leave any time. However, he didn't. The sky turned dark, and sect leader Ren still didn't come. Shenlang spent the night in this Purple Jade Hall. The next morning, Shenlang woke up and realized that there was one more person in the room. It was sect leader Ren. "Did you sleep well, your majesty?" Sect leader Ren smiled. "Very good. I fell asleep listening to the gentle sound of the waves." "I have never slept so well these days," Shenlang replied. Next, Shenlang and sect leader Ren had their meal together. "Some time ago, I went to Fury Tide City to bring Yingying back to her parents' home and received great hospitality. When you return, please thank Duke Jinzhou properly," sect leader Ren said. Shenlang smiled. "That's what I should do." After breakfast, a few maids came in to clear the bowls and chopsticks. Then, everyone disappeared, leaving only sect leader Ren and Shenlang. "Your Majesty Shenlang, shall we talk about proper business?" Sect leader Ren asked. "All right, let's talk about proper business," Shenlang replied. "Your Majesty, let's start first," sect leader Ren said. Sect leader Ren said that Stupa Mountain and Deqian Empire will merge completely, and that Stupa Mountain will be completely loyal to Deqian Empire. "Is that true?" Shenlang asked. "Of course it's true," sect leader Ren replied. "Sect leader Ren, are you sure it's loyalty?" Shenlang asked. "Yes, loyalty," sect leader Ren replied. Shenlang said, "All right, since the tone has been set, then the next step will be easier to discuss. According to what you said, Stupa Mountain will no longer be a transcendent force, but a part of Deqian Empire, right?" Sect leader Ren replied, "Yes, it's equivalent to the position of the national religion. Of course, our Eastern world doesn't like such superficial things, especially after the Great Tribulation Temple incident. The Eastern world is very sensitive to the name of the national religion. So, we can understand it this way. Stupa Mountain is considered a very special part of Deqian Empire. It is the martial arts sacred land of Deqian Empire, the Bloodline Research Center, and the Secret Weapon Research Center. From now on, the Deqian Empire's army can train secretly in Stupa Mountain, and the martial artists of Deqian Empire can enter Stupa Mountain to train." "I understand." Then, what about the special warriors of Stupa Mountain and the Hell Army? Shenlang asked. Sect Master Ren said, the army of Stupa Mountain completely belongs to the Deqian Empire. We are obligated to listen to His Majesty's commands, defend any city, attack any enemy. To put it more clearly, this army completely belongs to His Majesty. Very good. What about the rights to develop the ancient ruins in the Southern Sea region? And the ownership of the precious resources inside? Especially the ancient tomes, and some more important resources. Sect Master Ren said, since Stupa Mountain is completely loyal to His Majesty, then the Southern Sea's ancient ruins also belong to the Deqian Empire. You have the absolute right to explore it. You have the right to enter any secret laboratory, secret warehouse, secret library. You have the right to distribute any of the resources inside. Shenlang said, then, what about the strategic resources that Stupa Mountain controls? For example, I think it's necessary to transfer the one in Qian capital to Raging Tide City. That's because that's the Great Qian Empire's core. We need to intercept the Great Yan Empire's super long-range strategic attack there. Sect Leader Ren said, alright, we will listen to Your Majesty. We will transfer the ancient intercepting device in Qian capital to Raging Tide City within half a month. Damn, he even agreed to this condition? Shenlang said, also, I think there is a need to redistribute the 10 Dragon Force launchers. Sect Leader Ren said, no problem. Your Majesty can deploy these Dragon Force launchers wherever you want. Shenlang said, I heard that Stupa Mountain still has a lot of Nightmare Stone crystals? Sect Leader Ren said, that's right. We obtained them from a secret warehouse in the Southern Sea region. The quantity is astonishing. Shenlang said, the Nightmare Stone crystals in the Raging Tide City's stockpile are almost all used up. May I ask if I can use this batch of Nightmare Stone crystals? Sect Leader Ren said, of course. As long as Your Majesty issues an imperial edict, I will immediately transport these Nightmare Stone crystals to Raging Tide City and place them in the Great Qian Empire's laboratories and munitions factories. Shenlang said, what about the regret of the dragon? Sect Leader Ren said, the regret of the dragon is the highest strategic weapon. Since Your Majesty is the ruler of the Great Qian Empire, the deployment and firing rights of the regret of the dragon naturally belong to Your Majesty. As long as Your Majesty wills it, you can fire it from anywhere and attack any target. These conditions were too shocking. They were too good to be true. Shenlang's conditions were extremely harsh. He even took away all of Stupa Mountain's authority and resources. This was more than a pie falling from the sky. This was like gold falling from the sky and dragon meat falling from the sky. Everything that Shenlang wanted had been fulfilled. The other party had agreed to everything and didn't even have the slightest intention of bargaining. This was simply unimaginable. Sect Head Ren wasn't just cutting off his flesh, he was simply cutting off his head. Sect Leader Ren, since you have agreed to all of my conditions, what role do you want to play in the Great Qian Empire? Shenlang asked. Stupa Mountain Master said, I want to be the Great Qian Empire's Grand Preceptor. Is this condition acceptable? Yes, too acceptable. Just a Grand Preceptor? Sect Leader Ren, aren't your appetite a little too small? Logically speaking, Sect Leader Ren had sacrificed so much. Not to mention a mere Grand Preceptor, he should even be a prince. Of course, it would be very inauspicious if Sect Leader Ren was made a prince because Jiangli made Ingguan the only prince of the Great Qian Empire at that time. At the very least, Stupa Mountain's power far surpassed any of Wu Chuyua's kingdoms. If Stupa Mountain was really loyal to Shenlang, it wouldn't be an exaggeration for Sect Leader Ren to be made a prince. Sect Leader Ren, don't you have any other conditions? Shenlang asked. According to the conditions that Sect Leader Ren had agreed to, how could this be considered a merger? This was an absolute annexation and absolute surrender. Would a treacherous person like Sect Leader Ren be loyal to Shenlang so easily? Just because Shenlang eliminated Ingguang? He was far from being at the end of the line. I do have two conditions, Sect Leader Ren said. Please speak, Sect Leader Ren. Shenlang said. Your Majesty said that you can restore my daughter, Ren Yingying, back to normal. Does that still count? Sect Leader Ren asked. Restore to normal? Then. That was probably impossible, because Shenlang did not know what kind of species Ren Yingying was. In short, she should not be a normal human. In short, the current Princess Reninging had displayed an extremely astonishing and mysterious power, but she had not woken up yet. Sect leader Ren said, in that case, is it possible for her to give birth to children normally? Shenlang narrowed his eyes. After seeing Princess Reninging's transformation, Shenlang had been suspicious. About one thing. Was Reninging really sect leader Ren's biological daughter? He didn't suspect this before, but now it seemed very suspicious. If Reninging wasn't his biological daughter, what was the point of her giving birth to children? Shenlang thought for a while and nodded. It should be possible. Sect leader Ren said, in that case, my first condition is that once Her Majesty and my daughter, Reninging, give birth to a child, that child must inherit the throne of the Great Qian Empire. In the future, after you eliminate the Great Yan Empire and ascend the throne, he must also inherit the throne of the Great Qian Empire. This condition? In Shenlang's heart, Jean Mulan was his only wife. Although due to certain reasons, Shenlang wasn't very close to Xinyi when he was young, Xinyi would always be his first successor. Of course, not everyone was interested in the position of the Great Qian Empire's emperor. At least, Shenlang wasn't interested. However, as long as Xinyi was willing, the position would basically be his. However, what was Shenlang's forte? Of course, it was to compete to lie. Alright, no problem. Shenlang said, once Princess Reninging and I give birth to a child, he will inherit the Great Qian Empire. Sect leader Ren said, thank you, Your Majesty. However, how intelligent was Shenlang? He clearly knew that sect leader Ren's so-called first condition was just a smokescreen. It might seem like a condition, but it wasn't. Sect leader Ren wanted the second condition. In fact, this was the only condition. Shenlang said, Sect leader Ren, may I know what your second condition is? Sect leader Ren said, my second condition is very simple. As long as you agree, Stupa Mountain will belong to you completely. All the strategic resources, all the troops, all the regret of the dragon will belong to you. Not only that, as long as you agree to my second condition, including myself, I will be completely loyal to Your Majesty. As long as you agree to my second condition, I'll immediately bring His Majesty to Stupa Mountain's headquarters and accept everyone's fealty. From today onwards, Stupa Mountain will only have a single owner, and that's the Supreme His Majesty Shenlang. Shenlang smiled and said, since the second condition is very simple, Sect leader Ren, please speak your mind. Sect leader Ren said, may I be so bold as to ask Your Majesty to agree to it first before I speak? Eh? There's such a thing, I don't know what your condition is and I agree to it directly? Moreover, I have already agreed to it. Can't I go back on my words? Or is there no room for regret in this condition of yours? Shenlang closed his eyes and thought for a while. He was actually trying to sense if the sword of the dragon was around and if sect leader Ren had brought it. To kill sect leader Ren, he had to have the sword of the dragon. His original intention was to kill sect leader Ren. After a few minutes, Shenlang opened his eyes and said, Sect leader Ren, I don't know what your second condition is. But as long as I agree, you and the entire Stupa Mountain will immediately kneel, right? Sect leader Ren said, yes. Shenlang, okay, I promise you. Immediately, the Stupa Mountain master knelt down and kowtowed to Shenlang, this subject greets Your Majesty. Long live, long live, long live. Note, I can't think of any words to ask for monthly votes, but my heart is very eager. I'll do a split for you. Please enjoy your meal, benefactor. Thank you, Death of Dawn X, Sky's Dream, for your 10,000 coins. You really knelt down and bowed to me? Sect leader Ren, you really know when to yield. Shenlang smiled and said, Father-in-law, can you tell me your second condition now? Sect leader Ren said, it's really funny. For almost a year, that person in Qian capital has always been His Majesty's substitute, but almost no one came out. I believe that he will represent His Majesty to come to Stupa Mountain this time, right? Shenlang said, yes. The mirror's outstanding performance is practically unbelievable. Was it entirely because of his own will that China won in the voting this time? Sect leader Ren said, he really makes people gasp in amazement. Shenlang said, actually, in many aspects, he is better than me as a substitute. Sect leader Ren said, as the ruler of Great Qian, I heard that His Majesty doesn't like to deal with political affairs and completely hands over power to his subordinates. Is that right? Shenlang said, yes, that's why up until now, the Great Qian Empire hasn't gone to court. Sect leader Ren said, what does His Majesty think of the scenery of Stupa Mountain? What about the scenery of my floating sea? Shenlang said, Stupa Mountain is the best in the world. Sect leader Ren bowed and said, Your Majesty's words will probably spread all over the world in the future. Then, Sect leader Ren said, His Majesty, since the scenery of Stupa Mountain is so good, why don't you stay here? Since you won't be attending court, you can give orders from my Stupa Mountain. There's a substitute for the mirror outside that will be the dragon throne for you. You can also hide and relax. Of course, if you have any orders, you can pass them through my Stupa Mountain. If necessary, you can also order some of the important ministers of the Great Qian Empire to enter Stupa Mountain. Shenlang narrowed his eyes. Ha 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 ha, as expected. Sect leader Ren was always so cunning. On the surface, it seemed that Stupa Mountain was loyal to Shenlang and the Great Qian Empire. However, in reality, Shenlang had become the puppet of the Great Qian Empire. As long as Shenlang was in the hands of sect leader Ren, he could give orders through Shenlang and indirectly control the Great Qian Empire. At that time, the Stupa Mountain was directly attached to the new Qian kingdom. To a certain extent, the previous sect master and Yingguang were still in a cooperative relationship. And now, sect head Ren had given a very good reason to kneel down and swear fealty to His Majesty Shenlang. But in essence, what was the difference between this and Cao Cao using the emperor as a hostage to order his vassals? No, it was even worse than Cao Cao's actions. After all, Lu Xia had always been powerless and only had the title of emperor. Meanwhile, Shenlang was the true Great Qian Emperor. As long as he said a word, everyone within the 4.5 million square kilometers would be shaken. Hundreds of thousands of troops would be willing to go through fire and water for him. Sect leader Ren, are you putting me under house arrest? Shenlang asked with a smile. Sect head Ren immediately bowed and said, I dare not, I am afraid. Your Majesty, think about it. How many kings and emperors in history did not even live in the imperial palace, but in their temporary imperial residence? They still controlled their ministers and ruled the world. You can completely treat my Stupa Mountain as your temporary imperial residence. Sect leader Ren, you really have a glib tongue. Shenlang, then do I still have freedom? Freedom to come and go? Of course, you are the supreme ruler of the world, our supreme ruler. You can go anywhere you want. Sect leader Ren said, but for your safety, we have to send the strongest force to surround you. If there is a need, I will always be by your side to protect you, just like how Grand Tutor Li Xuanqi and King Chu were back then. I will never leave your side. Ha ha ha, this was to put Shenlang under house arrest. Next, sect leader Ren bowed and said, Your Majesty, I have already prepared a temporary imperial residence at the Stupa Mountain headquarters. The entire Stupa Mountain Elders Guild is waiting for your audience. Can we set off now? Sect leader Ren didn't ask if Shenlang agreed to this condition. This was because he had already told Shenlang to agree before informing him, and Shenlang had already agreed. Shenlang smiled and said, All right, let's set off now. Sect leader Ren said, Wu Ju, get ready. His Majesty is setting off for the Stupa Palace. What? When did the Stupa Mountain headquarters become the Stupa Palace? You are really awesome. Next, Shenlang walked outside. Sure enough, he saw a magnificent ship with a displacement of more than 2,000 tons. Of course, this wasn't considered a big ship on the ocean, but this was the floating sea. Moreover, this wasn't a battleship, but a ship with jade carvings on it. It was extremely luxurious. They were really treating Shenlang like a canary. After Shenlang boarded the ship, there were countless beauties inside. When they saw Shenlang, they all knelt down in an orderly manner. Your servant kowtows to your Majesty. Long live your Majesty. Set off for the Stupa Palace. Then, the ship set off and sailed towards the Stupa Mountain headquarters. Along the way, beauties sang and danced continuously, and delicacies were served like flowing water. Everywhere Shenlang looked, almost everyone immediately knelt on the deck. Not only were there beauties, but there were even eunuchs. To be honest, Xianxia was muddle-headed as the so-called emperor of Great Qian. Those people in the fury-tide city didn't bother with trifles and didn't arrange for a life of debauchery for Xianxia. Now, he was finally living it. Along the way, Wu Ju stood motionlessly behind sect leader Ren while he introduced the various sceneries and islands respectfully. Suddenly, they passed by a small island. Xianxia said, "Sect leader Ren, that seems to be my teacher Wu Tuzi's island, right? How is she now?" After Xianxia's identity was exposed, everyone related to Xianxia was implicated, and Wu Tuzi was no exception. She had disappeared for several years. Sect leader Ren said, "Your Majesty knows about junior sister Wu. She focuses on the research of venomous insects, so she is in a special secret base. Your Majesty, if you want to summon her, I will send someone over immediately." Xianxia said, "Of course, I also miss my teacher very much." The floating sea was very big, but it wasn't a real ocean after all. The distance from the Green Jade Hall to the Stupa Mountain headquarters was less than 100 kilometers. After a few hours, the ship arrived at the headquarters. Xianxia was completely stunned. This was the first time he had seen the real Stupa Mountain. The previous time he came, he only stayed on Wu Tuzi's island for a while. He didn't have the qualifications to enter the Stupa Mountain headquarters. This was really a magnificent sight. First of all, the Stupa Mountain was definitely a mountain and not an island. It stood upright in the middle of the floating sea and rose into the sky. The diameter of the entire mountain above the water was about 10 kilometers or so. The mountain was already quite big, but it didn't seem to be in the shape of a vertebra. Instead, it was more like a huge rock cliff. The height of the entire mountain should be about 3,000 meters. The floating sea was already very high, more than 2,000 meters above sea level. In addition to the 3,000 meters above sea level, the elevation of the Stupa Mountain was more than 6,000 meters above sea level. The peak of the mountain was covered in pure white snow. It was really too beautiful to behold, like a paradise on earth. Spring is not a good season for the Stupa Mountain. Summer is the best season, sect leader Ren said. In summer, hundreds of flowers bloom at the foot of the mountain, the forest in the middle of the mountain is dyed red, and the peak is covered in pure white snow. The entire Stupa Mountain has its own 4 seasons. Xianxia said, "The heavens really care for the Stupa Mountain." Sect leader Ren said, "However, the entire Stupa Mountain is now your Majesty's temporary imperial residence." Xianxia looked up and saw that the entire Stupa Mountain was filled with carved balustrades and jade walls. There were pavilions, terraces, and even palaces standing on the cliffs. And these cliffs were filled with all kinds of plants. The Stupa Mountain had built many arch bridges between the cliffs and the mountain, connecting the entire group of palaces together. Not only that, there were many palaces that were carved directly from the cliffs. Then, one house after another was carved out, so there were palaces everywhere outside the mountain. Within the belly of the mountain, there were secret laboratories and training grounds everywhere. The entire Stupa Mountain was connected in all directions. It was really a wonder. If it was on Earth, it would definitely be a miracle in the world of architecture. In fact, the difficulty of building this building was far higher than those ancient buildings. Xianxia couldn't imagine how much manpower and material resources Stupa Mountain had used to build this immortal residence over hundreds of years. It was no wonder that even after developing the Southern Sea's ancient ruins, Stupa Mountain still had no intention of moving their headquarters. No one was willing to give it up. "What do you think, Your Majesty? Are you satisfied with this temporary imperial residence of yours?" Sect leader Ren asked. Xianxia said, "It's a natural immortal residence." "Good." Sect leader Ren said, "Your Majesty is really overflowing with talent." Then, the large ship began to dock at Stupa Mountain's pier. At this moment, the pier was already densely packed with people. The entire Stupa Mountain Elders Association was here, as well as the various hall masters and deputy hall masters. In addition to the Hell Legion and the Special Forces, there were a few thousand people. A eunuch walked up to the pier and said in a clear voice, "His Majesty Xianxia has arrived. Kneel." Then, the few thousand people on the pier really knelt down neatly. The hall masters and elders of Stupa Mountain, who had previously been mortal enemies with Xianxia and had fought more than once, were all kneeling on the ground at this moment. "Have an audience." the eunuch said. Greetings, your majesty. Long live, long live, long live. A few thousand people kowtowed to Xianlang. Then, to Xianlang's shock, all of their clothes actually had the Great Qian Empire's emblem. Moreover, the Great Qian Empire's golden dragon flag was also flying above the pier. They were very well prepared. Sect leader Ren said, Your Majesty, please. Then, a few eunuchs carried over an imperial chariot. This was a true imperial chariot, only half a rank lower than the Great Yan Empire's emperor. Xianlang had never ridden in it before, and he had never even seen it before. As the Great Qian Empire's emperor, he had never enjoyed such treatment in Qian capital or Raging Tide City. Xianlang stepped onto the imperial chariot, and a dozen eunuchs lifted it up at the same time. Let's go. Then, music began to play. Hundreds and thousands of people followed closely behind. This really looked like an emperor on a journey. The group walked up the mountain steps and arrived at the largest palace on the mountain, Stupa Palace. Your Majesty, this is Stupa Palace, also the place where the dragon abode is located. Sect leader Ren said, because time was too tight, the preparations were not thorough. Please forgive us, Your Majesty. Damn, how was it not thorough? After entering Stupa Palace, Xianlang was stunned. This was a palace that was more than 3,000 meters above sea level, and it was more than 1,000 meters above the water. It was completely carved out of the mountain. The most amazing thing was that there was really nothing in this palace. There were lawns, gardens, baths, waterfalls, gardens, palaces, and everything else. Although the entire palace was not as huge as Great Qian Palace, it still occupied 1,000 to 2,000 acres. There were even 3 plazas. It was truly uncanny workmanship. Such a palace could even be used for court sessions. Not to mention a residence. Sect leader Ren said, From now on, Your Majesty will be the supreme owner of this palace. If you need to attend court sessions, I will immediately send people to Raging Tide City, Qian capital, and the Wu, Chu, and Yu kingdoms to invite your colleagues over. Of course, the elders and hall masters of Stupa Mountain will also be your subjects. You can also set up a shadow cabinet here. Awesome, you're playing with too many flowers. Not only did he give Xianlang a palace, but he even prepared a game for court sessions. Was this a large-scale cosplay game? Not only that, Xianlang realized that everything needed in the entire palace was there. There were more than 1,000 palace maids and 1,000 eunuchs. They were really eunuchs, but they had just been completed. This was because Xianlang saw their pained faces and how they were trembling as they walked. Awesome, awesome. In order to make Xianlang feel at ease, they actually rushed to create 1,000 eunuchs. Your Majesty, this is your head eunuch, Yun Hai, sect leader Ren said. Then, a eunuch with white eyebrows and hair knelt down and kowtowed. Your servant greets Your Majesty. This was a real eunuch, and he was also a grandmaster. Sect leader Ren said, Your Majesty, please rest for a while. I will prepare a state banquet tonight to welcome Your Majesty. Xianlang stayed in Stupa Mountain's Dahua Palace and looked at the floating sea. This scenery could not even be found in movies. Xianlang asked, Yun Hai, have you been in Stupa Mountain since you were young? That eunuch, Yun Hai, replied, I came with the princess as part of her dowry. Xianlang, so you are from the Great Yan Empire? Yun Hai, the eunuch, replied, people like us follow our masters. I am now a servant of the Great Qian Empire. Xianlang nodded and then leisurely lay on the soft armchair, lost in his thoughts. Immediately, that eunuch, Yun Hai, retreated without a sound. Next, Xianlang had another question. How was he going to kill sect leader Ren? This was the first question. More importantly, how was he going to kill sect leader Ren and escape unscathed? This was the most difficult question. He was only one person, and he didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. The entire Stupa Mountain was a huge prison, and this gorgeous Stupa Palace was an unprecedentedly gorgeous prison cell. Sect leader Ren's idea had never changed. He wanted to put Xianlang under house arrest. It was just that previously, he had wanted to imprison Xianlang directly and turn him into a walking corpse, destroying his memories and consciousness. In the end, he realized that this path was impossible. Moreover, Ying Guang was already dead, And there was no longer any secular power that could continuously send resources and people to Stupa Mountain. Stupa Mountain was like New Tiao City. They did not produce anything and relied on Yingguang to provide for all their food and daily necessities. Now that Yingguang was dead and the New Qian Empire was gone, Stupa Mountain had to find someone else to support it. Therefore, Shenlang became very important. Moreover, Shenlang's Great Qian Empire had a much larger territory than Yingguang's. There were also many more people. If he possessed the Great Qian Empire, he would definitely be able to fatten up Stupa Mountain. Therefore, sect leader Ren changed his method. He no longer imprisoned Rinpochian by force. Instead, he kept Rinpochian as a puppet. Now, to Shenlang, there might be an opportunity to kill sect leader Ren. All he needed was the dragon sword. However, after killing sect leader Ren, would he be dismembered by the people of Stupa Mountain? After all, there were countless experts in Stupa Mountain. There were countless martial grandmasters, thousands of special warriors, 100,000 hell warriors, and various elders and hall masters. If Shenlang relied on himself, the dragon sword, and the power of the dragon to release a dozen or even dozens of energy whirlpools at once, he would still be dismembered. Therefore, not only did he have to kill sect leader Ren, but he also had to escape safely. In fact, the best scenario would be to directly control Stupa Mountain and gain its loyalty. It would be very difficult to achieve this, especially since he did not have much time left. The Great Yan Empire claimed that they would only give him 1 month's time. Otherwise, they would carry out a destructive attack. 2 days had already passed. Shenlang could not help but recall Wu Ju's words. There was only one hidden meaning in those words. At the crucial moment, Wu Ju could replace Shenlang and control Stupa Mountain for him. However, Wu Ju was definitely a poisonous snake. He would always stand on the side of the victor. Furthermore, his current status was not high enough. He was not even an official elder. If Shenlang killed the leader of Stupa Mountain, Wu Ju would not be able to control the situation. Only one person could control the situation, and that was Princess Yingying of Stupa Mountain. Regardless of sect leader Ren's attitude towards her, she had been the second in command of Stupa Mountain for decades. She was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Furthermore, her martial arts skills were sufficiently high. Originally, she was on par with Princess Ninghan. After a series of transformations this time around, she would only become more powerful. However, the problem now was that Ren Yingying was unconscious. Furthermore, her memories and consciousness had been destroyed by sect leader Ren. Therefore, before killing sect leader Ren, Shenlang had to think of a way to wake Princess Yingying up. Everyone in Stupa Mountain was sinister and cunning. They had no true loyalty. After sect head Ren's death, if Princess Ren Yingying were to stand out and display an incomparably strong performance, these people would obediently kneel in front of Princess Ren Yingying and throw the matter of sect head Ren's death to the 9 heavens. At that time, Wu Ju would be able to cooperate with them. This was in line with his role. Shenlang racked his brains and thought of one plan after another. How could he kill sect leader Ren and seize Stupa Mountain in a short period of time? Night fell, the entire Stupa Palace was overflowing with colors and was brightly lit. In the main hall, a magnificent banquet was being held to welcome the arrival of Emperor Shenlang. It had to be said that Stupa Mountain's preparations were on point. This banquet was very difficult to grasp. Firstly, in terms of etiquette, was Shenlang the host or the guest? Since he was the host and Stupa Mountain had pledged allegiance to the Deqian Empire, this place had become his temporary imperial residence. However, to a certain extent, Shenlang was also a guest. Furthermore, he was the most distinguished guest. In the end, they did a flawless job. For the reception, please refer to the Qianlong Emperor's welcoming ceremony in Jiangnan. Moreover, this was the first time Shenlang wore a real dragon robe. Shenlang had never worn this robe properly before. The eunuch Yunhai said, "Your Majesty, what do you think of this embroidery? Hundreds of us worked tirelessly and used hundreds of kilograms of gold to embroider this dragon. Finally, we picked out 3 tails of the brightest and thinnest gold thread. Also, what do you think was used to cultivate this dragon flame?" Yunhai asked. Shenlang said, "Peacock stone? How can peacock stone be worthy of your Majesty? It's made from nightmare stone crystals." We melted them with plasma flames, drew out the threads, and sewed them together bit by bit. Also, the dragon scales and dragon eyes are made from the most precious materials. The eunuch Yunhai said, I'm not trying to boast, but this dragon robe is on par with Great Yan's emperor's robe. It's missing a claw. Shenlang spread his arms. A few palace maids and eunuchs carefully helped Shenlang put on the dragon robe and crown. This was his first time wearing it. Heavens, this is probably the most valiant and handsome His Majesty has ever worn, the eunuch Yunhai exclaimed. Then, a few eunuchs brought a huge mirror to Shenlang. Damn, clothes make the man. Shenlang was originally only beautiful, exquisite, and noble. Being valiant and domineering had nothing to do with him. However, after wearing this dragon robe, he felt like a god descending from the heavens. He truly looked like the son of heaven. The dragon embroidered on the dragon robe was especially majestic. It was as if it was about to spew flames and tear the robe apart. Amazing, amazing. It was clear that Stupa Mountain had taken into account Shenlang's lack of domineering aura when they embroidered the dragon robe. Shenlang had never seen himself like this. When he wore the dragon robe, it was as if his gaze was electrifying. Your Majesty, would you like to wear a sword? The eunuch Yunhai asked. Shenlang smiled and said, Isn't there a banquet tonight? This robe is already too formal. Why would I need to wear a sword? The eunuch Yunhai said, Your Majesty, tonight isn't just a banquet. It's also a loyalty ceremony. The elders and hall masters of Stupa Mountain will come to pay their respects to you. From now on, they will not only be members of Stupa Mountain, but they will also be officials of the Great Qian Empire. Therefore, it's very formal. Loyalty ceremony? The entire Stupa Mountain Elder Council, the Hall Masters, and the generals of the Hell Legion will come to kneel and pledge their loyalty? Why is it so grand? Shenlang said. Then, do I need to give them official positions in the Great Qian Empire? Honestly speaking, Shenlang, the so-called Great Qian Emperor Lord, didn't even know what official positions he had, whether they were real or fake. The eunuch Yunhai said, Of course not. There are too many of them, a few hundred of them. However, Grand Preceptor Ren will give you a list. If you agree to use your seal, it will be sent to the Raging Tide City and Qian capital. It will be handed to the Great Qian Empire's cabinet and privy council. They will arrange their official positions before handing it over to you to decide. So formal? Directly working with Qian capital and Raging Tide City? Interesting, interesting. Did they come up with 3 capital structures? Qian capital was the capital of the Great Qian Empire in name, Raging Tide City was the auxiliary capital, and Stupa Mountain was the main capital. In China's history, there were many dual capital structures. For example, Wuzetian's Wu and Zhou were Chang'an and Luoyang respectively. The Ming dynasty had 2 capitals in the north and south. There were even 6 other departments in Jinling. Sect Master Ren's 3 capital structures were very professional. As long as he controlled Shenlang, he would be able to control the other 2 capitals. If there were no accidents, after the appointment of the officials of Stupa Mountain, a temporary cabinet would be formed by Shenlang's side. Gradually, this accompanying cabinet would be above the Minister of State and the Bureau of Military Affairs. Of course, this was a little far-fetched. In short, Sect Master Ren's plan was very thorough. Let's go, don't let them wait, Shenlang said. The eunuch Yunhai said, It is only right for officials to wait for the emperor. I will comb your hair for you. Following that, the great eunuch Yunhai meticulously combed Shenlang's hair, and he spent almost half an hour combing it. At this moment, all the important figures in Stupa Mountain had arrived in the main hall. The banquet hadn't started yet and there was only tea. They had already waited for about an hour. Someone tried to complain, but a pair of lightning-like eyes shot over immediately. After a long while, Sect Master Ren finally appeared. Everyone couldn't help but be startled. What was Sect Leader Ren wearing? Was this the robe of the Great Qian Empire? After Sect Master Ren entered, he sat down in the first row on the left. Someone beside him couldn't help but whisper to him. Don't make a racket before Her Majesty arrives. What a scandal! Sect Master Ren warned secretly. After a long while, Shenlang finally arrived. Before he appeared, the eunuch Yunhai shouted, Her Majesty has arrived. All officials kneeled to welcome her. Then, the majestic sound of musical instruments sounded again. It was much more professional than Xianxia's small palace. The music was played according to ancient etiquette. Xianxia had never experienced the etiquette of an emperor before. Who would have thought that a transcendent force could perform the etiquette of an emperor so skillfully? You want to say that you have no ambition? Who would believe that, amidst the music, the few hundred people present knelt on the ground neatly? Xianxia walked past them and sat down at the highest position. He raised his hand and the eunuch Yunhai said, "Everyone, please rise." Then, the few hundred people stood up and knelt on the ground. This etiquette was much better than the grassroots team that Xianxia had in New Tiao City. Xianxia took a casual glance and saw Sect Master Ren's sword. Sword of the Dragon, that was his Sword of the Dragon. Was he going to kill Sect Master Ren now? Was he going to kill him now? The reason why Xianxia passed the Sword of the Dragon to Sect Master Ren was to kill him, and at this moment, suddenly, a voice came from outside. "Sect Master, a guest is here." Sect Master Ren said angrily, "How dare you call me Sect Master in front of Her Majesty? How dare you place me before Her Majesty? You are courting death. Kill." Following Sect Master Ren's order, Ren Tianxiao stepped out and beheaded the messenger. Sect Master Ren said sternly, "From today onwards, Stupa Mountain will only have one supreme master, and that is Her Majesty Xianxia. Whoever dares to place my name in front of Her Majesty, no matter how high their status is, no matter how great their contributions are, they will all be killed." Everyone bowed and said, "Yes." Sect Master Ren bowed towards Xianxia and said, "Please forgive me, Your Majesty. I didn't teach them well." Xianxia squinted his eyes. Should he kill Sect Master Ren now? He had the Sword of the Dragon and this was a rare opportunity. At this moment, Ren Tianxiao shouted from outside, "Your Majesty, Grand Preceptor, Xiankong Temple's master is here to see you." Xianxia was stunned. Xiankong Temple's master? Great Tribulation Temple's last successor, Gang Yi. After the Great Tribulation Wisdom King's sole inheritance in Great Tribulation Palace, Xianxia hadn't seen him again. He actually came now. Why did he come? Note, the first update is sent, begging for monthly votes, begging for support, and expressing our gratitude. End of chapter 612. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.